For our present purpose, however, it is not necessary to prove that Dostoevsky himself was the victim of a particular neurosis, although the argument is slightly strengthened if that hypothesis be admitted, since it is primarily only my intention to show that certain morbid conditions of mind, now clearly indicated, and with obvious limitations explained by the psychoanalysts, may be artistically treated in the best fiction. Another instance of this, which may be briefly referred to, is that afforded by the writings of Roman 500 H. Lawrence, who in all his novels has demonstrated with the passionate conviction that is a witness to his genius the strange and occasionally dissociated workings of the unconscious mind. In this case, we are confronted with just such a sex obsession as delights the faithful disciples of the Vienna school, but the particular type of complex is not of any importance in this connection. Roman 2. The result of our preliminary examination may be summarized as the posing of two deductions. The first, that the deliberate intellectual use in the pages of a novel of the teachings of psychoanalysis produces an effect upon the reader that may be variously irritating, unconvincing, and negligible, but is rarely, if ever, psychologically valuable. The second, that a writer of genius such as Dostoevsky has in one sense forestalled the conclusions of this branch of psychology and used them to the benefit of literature. At first sight, these two deductions may appear to disclose an inherent contradiction, namely, that the theories of psychoanalysis can and cannot be used for the purposes of fiction. But this apparent contradiction is instantly resolved by a consideration of the manner of treatment. Briefly, we may assume that, according to precedent, a true form of self-expression must bear the impress of spontaneity, and hence that a novelist's learning is comparatively valueless to him until it has been so assimilated and transmuted as to become a personal experience and conviction. This last proposition, however, opens the second phase of our thesis, presenting, as it does, the obvious deduction that such a theory as that of psychoanalysis, properly comprehended and applied, may become a powerful influence in the novel of the future. But to decide that, we must consider first how far the theory is a new one, and secondly, in what respects it illuminates the problems of normal psychology. The answer to the first question can be stated quite briefly. The knowledge of the facts upon which Freud's pathological method was founded are as old as folklore. Certain symbols that the modern practitioner recognizes as having a peculiar significance in the dreams of his patient are the same symbols that were used not only in Greek and Norse mythologies, but also in the most primitive rites of the savage. What is new is primarily the pathological method by which the unconscious mind may be induced to reveal its dangerous secrets. But from the study of this method, there is arising the outline of a new psychology, for which we have no true precedent. Glimmerings and faint foreshadowings there may have been, but no sure recognition or understanding. And the answer to our second question involves some inquiry into what this new psychology implies. Let me begin by saying that psychoanalysis throws very little light on the problem of the survival of the personality, and Dr. Jung, in his address to the Society for Psychical Research last April, refused to admit the probability of any authentic message having been received from departed spirits. We are able, therefore, to confine ourselves strictly to the study of humanity in its normal, that is to say, in its terrestrial condition, and find our main point of convergence from older psychologies in the intensive observation of that element of our makeup, which is now commonly spoken of as the unconscious. A scholarly history designed to collate the main facts of man's attitude towards and tentative realizations of his own duality would make uncommonly interesting reading. But outside religion and imaginative literature, no real attempt was made to characterize the unconscious mind, until Freud began to practice a pathology that relied upon the interpretation of dreams as an essential part of the method of diagnosis. In the past, the one-era critic was solely concerned with the significance of the dream insofar as it foretold the future. The Freudian analysis, before Jung restored the balance of factors, was equally single-minded in relating it to the past. And this change of attitude is so startling in its implications that it almost makes a break in the continuity of thought, tended very quickly to crystallize a host of speculations that had awaited a unifying hypothesis for this method of interpreting the dream, supported as it was by verifiable results in the patient's nervous, mental, and physical condition, could only signify that we are endowed with a double consciousness, and that under a suitable stimulus, the deeper consciousness could be examined. And as I have said, characterized, we are in short confronted with the theorem of a dual personality in every human being, in which the second person has peculiar and essential functions, both in connection with our sanity and with our physical well-being. What precisely is the scope of these functions, we are not yet in a position to say, but we can formulate with reasonable certainty various characteristic activities, tendencies, and modes of expression common to this second personality that are of the greatest importance to modern psychology. 24. In using the term dual personality, I beg an essential question for the sake of a convenient image, but it must not be assumed that what I describe hereafter as a second personality is recognized as such by psychologists. It is possible that the unconscious bears some such relation to the conscious, as desire bears to purpose, instinct to reason, or reflexive to deliberative action. But see also in this connection de l'inconscient au conscient by Dr. Gustave Gelly Paris, 1919. We must, for example, face the deduction that the unconscious can suffer from a queer and hitherto unrecognized form of ill health. A sudden fright, for instance, more particularly in childhood, has apparently the effect of breaking the liaison in this one particular relation between the conscious and the unconscious minds. The shock itself, whatever it may be, is not remembered by the conscious mind, and this failure of contact between the unconscious and objective reality seems to produce a condition comparable to nervous worry. Speaking figuratively, one may say that the second personality becomes the victim of a growing obsession and begins to concentrate its efforts more and more upon signaling its message of distress. And surely the strangest of all the strange facts that have recently been described concerning this amazing partnership of ours is that the second personality cannot communicate with the first, except in the language of symbol. The means by which that vital message can be transmitted is generally, in the first instance, by dream, but this dream does not picture the actual circumstances of the original shock, but seeks to describe it by a method that Dr. Maurice Nicoll has compared to that of the political cartoon Night After Night. The message of distress is delivered with diligent ingenuity in a picture language, the images of which are frequently taken from casual and unimportant experiences of the dreamer's waking life, such experiences being presented in the form of an allegory which, rightly interpreted, has a bearing on the urgent cause of distress. When this mode of communication fails, more drastic steps are taken, and the physical actions of the body may be influenced in the form of a mania. A youth or a young woman shocked by a sudden sexual experience or revelation to the point of conscious forgetfulness of the incident in question may develop a mania for the continued cleansing of the hands again. Be it noted, the message being conveyed by a symbol or the effect may be the development of a phobia that in extreme cases may cause the death of the patient. Now, the points of immediate interest in this amazing process are firstly what may be called the anxiety of the unconscious to communicate its distress, and secondly, the inability to convey its message by any means other than that of symbol. From the former observation, it may perhaps be inferred inter alia that it is vital to the functions of the unconscious that it should have universal touch with the objective realities of its partner. From the second, that the existence of a trauma causing a breach between the two minds is of such a nature that direct communication becomes impossible along that particular circuit. For although it is true that the majority of dreams emerge in this form, they also contain now and then plain statements that solve a perplexity, and it is difficult to understand why in cases of such vital urgency an image of the conditions responsible for the original trauma should not be directly presented unless there is some nervous dissociation. It may be an actual physical displacement or temporary rearrangement of cell tissue producing a restricted amnesia in the conscious mind. Proceeding now with the characterization of the unconscious, we come to that aspect of it which has above all others tickled and excited the popular imagination in this aspect, the unconscious figures, as the crouching beast of desire, the primitive immoral instigator of all the animal passions, a thing of wonderful abilities, and capable of amazing physical dexterities, but before all else unethical and uncivilized, but sorry as I am to destroy so romantic and intriguing a creation, I must admit that Dr. Jung's researches do not uphold this view of the unconscious as a universal type. It is indeed well established in the mythologies and appears as the serpent a favorite symbol in the second chapter of Genesis. But the individual may at once put away the fear or the hope that he himself is harboring so fearful a beast, for if we may argue from those abnormal instances that furnish the bolder illustrations of tendency, we have excellent grounds for following Jung in the assumption that the unconscious is the complement of the conscious. Is a man brutal, then he is suppressing the urgency to gentleness that wells open uncertain and impeded flow no doubt from the depths of his being. And we remember the callous murderer exhibiting a tender solicitude for some feeble animal. Is he a miser? He is occasionally tortured by promptings to an absurd generosity. Is he a luciliver? He suffers from an unappeasable longing after chastity. The saint is tempted by his unconscious being to sin, the sinner to renounce the devil, and all his works, in short, the character of the unconscious, is as various as the character of man, although in this civilized world of ours, in which the dominant restrictions of society are in the direction of sex and decency, we are naturally inclined towards a generalization that presents the unconscious as a creature of immodesty and lust. But it is unnecessary for the purposes of this article that I should elaborate any further the larger inferences of the psychoanalysts with regard to the personal traits, influences, and functions of this astonishing partner of ours. All that I wish to demonstrate is that such a partner almost certainly exists and has an immense influence upon our impulses, our thoughts, and our actions, and the critical question we have to face is whether the agency of the unconscious, recognized now both by the philosophers and the psychologists, can possibly be kept out of the novel. Personally, I believe that neither the distaste of the reviewer nor that more influential factor, the distaste of the public, will avail to bar the conclusions of psychoanalysis from the fiction of the future. We are coming inevitably to a new test in our judgments upon human action and thought, a test that has been proved to be valid by many thousands of well-authenticated experiments. I am willing to admit that through all the ages genius has anticipated laboratory and clinical methods, and that the basis of the psychoanalytical theory was firmly established in literature before Freud applied it as a pathological method. But once such a theory as this is established at a probability, one can hardly escape. How can any serious novelist afford to neglect the illumination it throws upon the subtle problems of human impulse? Is it not already tending to become a touchstone of the author's powers of observation and understanding, helping us to evaluate the intellectual productions of the writer, whether realist or romantic, who relies upon the evidence of his eyes and ears rather than upon his personal emotions and experience? I am aware that such a postulate as this contradicts in some respects certain implications I have previously made, but it must be remembered that while the novelist's best material undoubtedly comes from his personal contacts, almost infinitely extended by his powers of entering with an emotional sympathy into the experiences of other lives, either presented or recounted, he cannot entirely neglect the precedents afforded by learning. Such precedents may only serve him as a test and a formula for correction, but should he overlook them altogether, he will be liable to fall into the error of regarding his personal equation as a universal standard and generalize from the atypical. And finally, I would submit that we are at this moment passing through a new phase of evolution that must have a characteristic effect on the fiction of the future. Rafe. The form of the novel survives the change. We may study the first evidences of this strange partnership of ours in the lower animals in the wild. What we call the unconscious appears to be the single control. It represents the genius of instinct, swift, feral, and unethical in animals such as the dog and the horse, age-long companions of man. We can trace the incipient rivalry of what in ourselves we regard as the representative consciousness. The horse and the dog have already learnt the meaning of conscious inhibition at our command. They can deny the spontaneous impulses of their natural desire. In civilized man, that ability has been cultivated until he is able to present to the world and himself so complete an entity that we and he regard it as his proper expression, but meanwhile we cannot now doubt that his hidden partner has evolved with him. The impulses of the unconscious are no longer simply feral and animal. We are a trifle unwillingly coming to the conclusion that it is this other shadowed self that is responsible for all that is best and most permanent in literature. It is being associated with genius on the one hand, and on the other, with the highest dexterity in games of skill. And is it not possible that with our growing realization of this cooperation, the education of the subconsciouses, Varisco the Italian philosopher calls, it will proceed ever more rapidly? And to what end, unless it be that, in the strange process of our earthly evolution, this artificial shell of the conscious will be gradually broken and absorbed to reveal the single and relatively perfect individual that has been so steadily developing underground. John Donne, by Robert Lind. Izaak Walton, in his short life of Donne, has painted a figure of almost seraphic beauty. When Donne was but a boy, he declares, it was said that the age had brought forth another Pico della Mirandola. As a young man in his 20s, he was a prince among lovers who by his secret marriage with his patron's niece for love, says Walton, is a flattering mischief purchased at first only the ruin of his hopes, and a term in prison. Finally, we have the later Donne in the pulpit of St. Paul's, represented in a beautiful adaptation of one of his own images, as always preaching to himself like an angel from a cloud, though in none carrying some as St. Paul was to heaven in holy raptures, and enticing others by a sacred art and courtship to amend their lives. The picture is all of noble charm. Walton speaks in one place of his winning behavior which, when it would entice, had a strange kind of elegant, irresistible art. There are no harsh phrases, even in the references to those irregularities of Donne's youth, by which he had wasted the fortune of 3,000 equal, I believe, to more than 30,000 of our money bequeathed to him by his father, the ironmonger. Mr. Donne's estate, writes Walton, gently referring to his penury at the time of his marriage, was the greatest part spent in many and chargeable travels, books, and dear-bought experience. It is true that he quotes Donne's own confession of the irregularities of his early life, but he counts them of no significance. He also utters a sober reproof of Donne's secret marriage as the remarkable error of his life, but how little he condemned it in his heart is clear when he goes on to tell us that God blessed Donne and his wife with so mutual and cordial affections, as in the midst of their sufferings made their bread of sorrow taste more pleasantly than the banquets of dull and low-spirited people. It was not for Walton to go in search of small blemishes in him, whom he regarded as the wonder of the world, him whose grave mournful friends strewed with an abundance of curious and costly flowers. As Alexander the Great strewed the grave of the famous Achilles, in that grave there was buried for Walton a whole age magnificent with wit, passion, adventure, piety, and beauty. More than that, the burial of Donne was for him the burial of an inimitable Christian. He mourns over that body, which once was a temple of the Holy Ghost, and is now become a small quantity of Christian dust. And as he mourns, he breaks off with the fervent prophecy, "But I shall see it reanimated." That is his valediction, if Donne is esteemed 300 years after his death less as a great Christian than as a great pagan. This is because we now look for him in his writings rather than in his biography, in his poetry rather than in his prose, and in his songs and sonnets and elegies rather than in his divine poems. We find in some of these abundant evidence of the existence of a dark angel at odds with the good angel of Walton's raptures. Donne suffered in his youth all the temptations of Faust. His thirst was not for salvation, but for experience of the intellect and experience of sensation. He has left it on record in one of his letters that he was a victim at one period of the worst voluptuousness and hydroptic immoderate desire of human learning and languages. Faust in his cell can hardly have been a more insatiate student than Donne in the most unsettled days of his youth. Walton tells us his bed was not able to detain him beyond the hour of 4 in the morning, and it was no common business that drew him out of his chamber till past 10, all which time was employed in study, though he took great liberty after it. His thoroughness of study may be judged from the fact that he left the resultants of 1,400 authors, most of them abridged and analyzed with his own hand. But we need not go beyond his poems for proof of the wilderness of learning that he had made his own. He was versed in medicine, and the law as well as in theology, he subdued astronomy, physiology, and geography to the needs of poetry. 9 muses were not enough. For him, even though they included Urania, he called in to their aid Galen and Copernicus. He did not go to the hills and the springs for his images, but to the laboratory and the library. And in the library, the books that he consulted to the greatest effect were the works of men of science and learning, not of the great poets with whom London may almost be said to have been peopled during his lifetime. I do not think his verse or correspondence contains a single reference to Shakespeare, whose contemporary he was, being born only 9 years later, the only great Elizabethan poet whom he seems to have regarded with interest, and even friendship, was Ben Jonson. Jonson's Catholicism may have been a link between them, but more important than that, Jonson was, like Donne himself, an inflamed pedant. For each of them learning was the necessary robe of genius. Jonson, it is true, was a pedant of the classics, Donne of the speculative sciences, but both of them alike ate to a surfeit of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. It was, I think, because Donne was to so great a degree a pagan of the Renaissance, loving the proud things of the intellect more than the treasures of the humble, that he found it easy to abandon the Catholicism of his family for Protestantism. He undoubtedly became in later life a convinced and passionate Christian of the Protestant faith. But at the time when he first changed his religion, he had none of the fanaticism of the pious convert. He wrote in an early satire as a man whom the intellect had liberated from dogma worship, nor did he ever lose this rationalist tolerance. You know, he once wrote to a friend, "I have never imprisoned the word religion. They, the churches, are all virtual beams of one sun." Few converts in those days of the wars of religion wrote with such wise reason of the creeds as did Donne in the lines, "To adore or scorn an image or protest may all be bad. Doubt wisely in strange way. To stand inquiring right is not to stray. To sleep or run wrong is on a huge hill. Cragged and steep truth stands, and he that will reach her about must, and about must go. And what the hill's suddenness resists win so. This surely was the heresy of an inquisitive mind, not the mood of a theologian. It betrays a tolerance springing from ardent doubt, not from ardent faith. It is all in keeping with one's impression of the young Donne as a man setting out bravely in his cockleshell on the oceans of knowledge and experience. He travels though he knows not why he travels. He loves though he knows not why he loves. He must escape from that hydroptic, immoderate thirst of experience by yielding to it. One fancies that it was in this spirit that he joined the expedition of Essex to Cadiz in 1596, and afterwards sailed to the Azores, or partly in this spirit, for he himself leads one to think that his love affairs may have had something to do with it. In the second of those prematurely realistic descriptions of storm and calm relating to the Azores voyage, he writes, "Whether a rotten state and hope of gain, or to disuse me from the queasy pain of being beloved and loving, or the thirst of honor or fair death out, push me first." In these lines, we get a glimpse of the Donne that has attracted most interest in recent years. The Donne who experienced more variously than any other poet of his time the queasy pain of being beloved and loving. Donne was curious of adventures of many kinds, but in nothing more than in love. As a youth, he leaves the impression of having been an Odysseus of love, a man of many wiles and many travels. He was a virile neurotic, comparable in some points to Baudelaire, who was a sensualist of the mind even more than of the body. His sensibilities were different as well as less of a piece, but he had something of Baudelaire's taste for hideous and shocking aspects of lust. One is not surprised to find among his poems that heroical epistle of Sappho to Philaenes, in which he makes himself the casuist of forbidden things. His studies of sensuality, however, are for the most part normal even in their grossness. There was in him more of the Yahoo than of the decadent. There was an excremental element in his genius, as in the genius of that other gloomy Dean Jonathan Swift. Donne and Swift were alike satirists born under Saturn. They laughed more frequently from disillusion than from happiness. Donne, it must be admitted, turned his disillusion to charming as well as hideous uses. Go and Catch a Falling Star is but one of a series of delightful lyrics in disparagement of women. In several of the elegies, however, he he throws away his lute and comes to the satirist's more prosaic business. He writes frankly as a man in search of bodily experiences. Whoever loves, if he do not propose the right true end of love, he's one that goes to sea for nothing but to make him sick. In Love's Progress, he lets his fancy dwell on the detailed geography of a woman's body, with the sick imagination of a schoolboy, till the beautiful seems almost beastly in the anagram, and the comparison he plays the Yahoo at the expense of all women by the similes he uses in insulting two of them in the perfume. He relates the story of an intrigue with a girl whose father discovered his presence in the house. As a result of his using St. Don's jest about it, is suggestive of his uncontrollable passion for ugliness. Had it been some bad smell, he would have thought that his own feet or breath that smell had brought. It may be contended that in the perfume he was describing an imaginary experience, and indeed we have his own words on record: "I did best when I had least truth for my subjects." But even if we did not accept Mr. Gosse's common-sense explanation of these words, we should feel that the details of the story have a vividness that springs straight from reality. It is difficult to believe that Don had not actually lived in terror of the gigantic manservant who was set to spy on the lovers. But the most interesting of all the sensual intrigues of Don, from the point of view of biography, especially since Mr. Gosse gave it such commanding significance in that life of John Donne, in which he made a living man out of a mummy, is that of which we have the story in Jealousy, and his parting from her. It is another story of furtive and forbidden love. Its theme is an intrigue carried on under husband's towering eyes, that flamed with oily sweat of jealousy. A characteristic touch of grimness is added to the story by making the husband a deformed man. Don, however, merely laughs at his deformity, as he bids the lady laugh at the jealousy that reduces her to tears. "Oh, give him many thanks, he is courteous, that in suspecting kindly warneth us. We must not, as we used, flout openly, in scoffing riddles his deformity, nor at his board together being set, with words nor touch scarce looks adulterate." And he proposes that now that the husband seems to have discovered them, they shall henceforth carry on their intrigue at some distance from where he swoon and pampered with great fare, sits down and snorts cagged in his basket chair. It is an extraordinary story. If it is true, it throws a scarcely less extraordinary light on the nature of Don's mind. If he invented it at the same time, I do not think the events it relates played the important part which Mr. Gosse assigns to them in Don's spiritual biography. It is impossible to read Mr. Gosse's 2 volumes without getting the impression that the deplorable but eventful liaison, as he calls it, was the most fruitful occurrence in Don's life as a poet. He discovers traces of it in one great poem after another, in the Nocturnal upon St. Lucy's Day, which is commonly supposed to relate to the Countess of Bedford, and in the Funeral, the theme of which Professor Grierson takes to be the mother of George Herbert. I confess that the oftener I read the poetry of Don, the more firmly I become convinced that far from being primarily the poet of desire gratified and satiated, he is essentially the poet of frustrated love. He is often described by the historians of literature as the poet who finally broke down the tradition of Platonic love. I believe that so far is this from being the case, he is the supreme example of a Platonic lover among the English poets. He was usually Platonic under protest, but at other times exultantly, so whether he finally overcame the more consistent Platonism of his mistress by the impassioned logic of the ecstasy, we have no means of knowing. If he did, it would be difficult to resist the conclusion that the lady who wished to continue to be his passionate friend and to ignore the physical side of love was Anne More, whom he afterwards married. If not, we may look for her where we will, whether in Magdalen Herbert, already a young widow who had borne 10 children when he first met her, or in the Countess of Bedford, or in another. The name is not important, and one is not concerned to know it, especially when one remembers Don's alarming curse on whoever guesses, thinks, or dreams he knows. Who is my mistress? One sort of readers will go on speculating, hoping to discover real people in the shadows as they speculate about Swift's Stella and Vanessa, and his relations to them. It is enough for us to feel, however, that these poems railing at or glorying in Platonic love are no mere goldsmith's compliments like the rhymed letters to Mrs. Herbert and Lady Bedford. Miracles of this sort are not wrought save by the heart. We do not find in them the underground and sardonic element that appears in so much of Donne's merely amorous work. We no longer picture him as a sort of Vulcan hammering out the poetry of base love, raucous, powerful mocking. He becomes in them a child of Apollo as far as his temperament will allow him. He makes music of so grave and stately a beauty that one begins to wonder at all the critics who have found fault with his rhythms. From Ben Jonson, who said that for not keeping accent, Donne deserved hanging down, to Coleridge, who declared that his muse on dromedary trots and described him as rhyme's sturdy cripple. Coleridge's quatrain on Donne is without doubt an unequaled masterpiece of epigrammatic criticism. But Donne rode no dromedary in his greatest poems. He rides Pegasus like a master, even if he does rather weigh the poor beast down by carrying an encyclopedia in his saddlebags. Not only does Donne remain a learned man on his Pegasus, however, he also remains a humorist. A serious, fantastic humor and passion pursue each other through the labyrinth of his being, as we find in those two beautiful poems, The Relic and The Funeral, addressed to the lady who had given him a bracelet of her hair. In the former, he foretells what will happen if ever his grave is broken up and his skeleton discovered with a bracelet of bright hair about the bone. People will fancy, he declares, that the bracelet is a device of lovers to make their souls, at the last busy day, meet at the grave and make a little stay. Bone and bracelet will be worshipped as relics, the relics of a Magdalene and her lover, he conjectures with a quiet smile. All women shall adore us, and some men. He warns his worshippers, however, that the facts are far different from what they imagine, and tells the miraclessicers what in reality were the miracles we harmless lovers wrought. First we loved well and faithfully, yet knew not what we loved nor why. Difference of sex no more we knew than our guardian angels do. Coming and going we perchance might kiss, but not between those meals. Our hands near touched the seals, which nature injured by late law sets free. These miracles we did, but now alas, all measure and all language I should pass, should I tell what a miracle she was. In The Funeral, he returns to the same theme. Whoever comes to shroud me, do not harm, nor question much that subtle wreath of hair that crowns my arm. The mystery, the sign you must not touch, for 'tis my outward soul. In this poem, however, he finds less consolation than before in the too miraculous nobleness of their love. Whate'er she meant by it, bury it with me. For since I am love's martyr, it might breed idolatry, if into other hands these relics came, as 'twas humility to afford to it all that a soul can do. So 'tis some bravery, that since you would have none of me, I bury some of you. In The Blossom he is in a still more earthly mood, and declares that if his mistress remains obdurate, he will return to London, where he will find a mistress as glad to have my body as my mind. The Primrose is another appeal for a less intellectual love. Should she be more than woman, she would get above all thought of sex and think to move my heart to study her and not to love. If we turn back to the undertaking, however, we find Donne boasting once more of the miraculous purity of a love which it would be useless to communicate to other men, since there being no other mistress to love in the same kind they would love. But as before, hence he will keep the tale a secret. If as I have you also do virtue a turd in woman see, and dare love that and say so too, and forget the he and she. And if this love, though placed so, from profane men you hide, which will no faith on this bestow, or if they do deride, then you have done a braver thing than all the worthies did, and a braver thence will spring, which is to keep that hid It seems to me, in view of this remarkable series of poems, that it is useless to look in Donne for a single consistent attitude to love. His poems take us round the entire compass of love, as the work of no other English poet, not even perhaps Browningsto's. He was by destiny the complete experimentalist in love in English literature. He passed through phase after phase of the love of the body, only phase after phase of the love of the soul only, and ended as the poet of the perfect marriage in his youth. He was a gay, but was he ever really gay freelover who sang jestingly? How happy were our sires in ancient times, who held plurality of loves no crime. By the time he writes the ecstasy, the victim of the body has become the protesting victim of the soul. He cries out against a love that is merely an ecstatic friendship. But oh alas, so long so far. Our bodies, why do we forbear? He pleads for the recognition of the body, contending that it is not the enemy, but the companion of the soul. Soul into the soul may flow, though it to body first repair. The realistic philosophy of love has never been set forth with greater intellectual vehemence. So must pure lovers' souls descend to affections and to faculties, which sense may reach and apprehend. Else a great prince in prison lies. To our bodies turn we then that so. Weak men on love revealed may look. Love's mysteries in souls do grow. But yet the body is the book. I for one find it impossible to believe that all this passionate versiverse, in which we find the quintessence of Donne's genius, was a mere utterance of abstract thoughts into the wind. Donne, as has been pointed out, was more than most writers a poet of personal experience. His greatest poetry was born of struggle and conflict in the obscure depths of the soul, as surely as was the religion of St. Paul. I doubt if in the history of his genius any event ever happened of equal importance to his meeting with the lady who first set going in his brain that fevered dialogue between the body and the soul. Had he been less of a frustrated lover, less of a martyr in whom love's art did express a quintessence even from nothingness, from dull privations and lean emptiness, much of his greatest poetry, it seems to me, would never have been written. One cannot unfortunately write the history of the progress of Donne's genius, save by inference and guessing. His poems were not, with some unimportant exceptions, published in his lifetime. He did not arrange them in chronological or in any sort of order. His poem on the flea, that has bitten both him and his inamorata, comes after the triumphant anniversary, and but a page or two before the nocturnal upon St. Lucy's Day. Hence there is no means of telling how far we are indebted to the Platonism of one woman, how much to his marriage with another for the enrichment of his genius. Such a poem as the Canonization can be interpreted either in a Platonic sense, or as a poem written to Anne More, who was to bring him both imprisonment and the liberty of love. It is in either case written in defense of his love against some who censured him for it. For God's sake, hold your tongue and let me love. In the last verses of the poem, Donne proclaims that his love cannot be measured by the standards of the vulgar. We can die by it, if not live by love. And if unfit for tombs or hearse, our legend be, it will be fit for verse. And if no piece of chronicle we prove, well build in sonnets pretty rooms, as well a well-wrought urn becomes the greatest ashes as half-acre tombs. And by these hymns all shall approve us canonized by love, and thus invoke us, you whom reverend love made one another's hermitage, you to whom love was peace that now is raid, who did the whole world's soul contract and drove into the glasses of your eyes, so made such mirrors and such spies, that they did all to you epitomize. Countries, towns, courts beg from above a pattern of your love. According to Walton, it was to his wife that Donne addressed the beautiful verses beginning, "Sweetest love, I do not go for weariness of thee," as well as the series of valedictions of many of the other love poems, However, we can measure the intensity, but not guess the occasion. All that we can say with confidence when we have read them is that after we have followed one tributary on another leading down to the ultimate Thames of his genius, we know that his progress as a lover was a progress from infidelity to fidelity, from wandering amorousness to deep and enduring passion. The image that is finally stamped on his greatest work is not that of a roving adulterer, but of a monotheist of love. It is true that there is enough Don Juanism in the poems to have led even Sir Thomas Browne to think of Don's verse rather as a confession of his sins than as a golden book of love. To the modern reader, on the contrary, it will seem that there is as much divinity in the best of the love poems as in the best of the religious ones. Don's last word, as a secular poet, may well be regarded as having been uttered in that great poem in celebration of lasting love, the anniversary, which closes with so majestic a sweep. Here upon earth we are kings, and none but we can be such kings, nor of such subjects be. Who is so safe as we where none can do treason to us, except one of us two? True and false fears let us refrain. Let us love nobly and live, and add again years and years unto years till we attain to write 60. This is the second of our reign. Don's conversion as a lover was obviously as complete and revolutionary as his conversion in religion. It is said indeed to have led to his conversion to passionate religion when his marriage with Sir George Moray's 16-year-old daughter brought him at first only imprisonment and poverty. He summed up the sorrows of the situation in the famous linear line, which has some additional interest, as suggesting the correct pronunciation of his name: John Donne and Don Undones. His married life, however, in spite of a succession of miseries due to ill health, debt, and thwarted ambition, seems to have been happy beyond prophecy. And when at the end of 16 years his wife died in childbed after having borne him 12 children, religious crisis resulted that turned his conventional churchmanship into sanctity. His original change from Catholicism to Protestantism has been already mentioned. Most of the authorities are agreed, however, that this was a conversion in a formal rather than in a spiritual sense. Even when he took holy orders in 1615 at the age of 42, he appears to have done so less in answer to any impulse to a religious life from within than because, with the downfall of Somerset, all hope of advancement through his legal attainments was brought to an end. Undoubtedly, as far back as 1612, he had thought of entering the church, but at the same period we find him making use of his legal knowledge in order to help the infamous Countess of Essex to secure the annulment of her first marriage, and at the end of 1613 he is writing an epithalamium for the murderers of Sir Thomas Overbury. It is a curious fact that three great poets, Don Ben Jonson and Campion, appear, though innocently enough, in the story of that sordid crime. Don's temper at the time is still clearly that of a man of the world. His jest at the expense of Sir Walter Raleigh, then in the Tower, is the jest of an ungenerous worldling. Even after his admission into the church, he reveals himself as ungenerously morose. When the Countess of Bedford, in trouble about her own extravagances, can afford him no more than 30 to pay his debts, the truth is to be 40, and a failure is an affliction that might sour even a healthy nature. The effect on a man of Don's ambitious and melancholy temperament, together with the memory of his dissipated health and his dissipated fortune, and the spectacle of a long family in constant process of increase, must have been disastrous to such a man. Poverty and neglected merit are a prison as they were to Swift. One thinks of each of them as a lion in a cage, ever growing less and less patient of his bars. Shakespeare and Shelley had in them some volatile element that, could one feels, have escaped through the bars and sung above the ground. Donne and Swift were morbid men suffering from claustrophobia. They were pent and imprisoned spirits hating the walls that seemed to threaten to close in on them and crush them. In his poems and letters, Donne is haunted especially by three images: the hospital, the prison, and the grave disease. I think preyed on his mind even more terrifyingly than warped ambition put all the miseries that man is subject to together. He exclaims in one of the passages in that luxuriant anthology that Mr. Logan Pearsall Smith has made from the sermon Sickness is. More than all in poverty I lack, but other things in banishment I lack, but other men, but in sickness I lack myself. Walton declares that it was from consumption that Donne suffered, but he had probably the seeds of many diseases. In some of his letters he dwells miserably on the symptoms of his illnesses. At one time his sickness hath so much of a cramp, that it rests the sinews, so much of a tetane, that it withdraws and pulls the mouth, and so much of the gout, that it is not like to be cured. I shall, he adds, be in this world like a porter in a great house, but seldomest abroad. I shall have many things to make me weary, and yet not get leave to be gone. Even after his conversion, he felt drawn to a morbid insistence on the details of his ill health, those amazing records which he wrote while lying ill in bed in October 1623 give us a realistic study of a sickbed, and its circumstances, the gloom of which is hardly even lightened by his odd account of the disappearance of his sense of taste. My taste is not gone away, but gone up too. Sit at David's table, my stomach is not gone, but gone upwards toward the supper of the Lamb. I am mine own ghost, he cries, and rather affright my beholders than interest them miserable and inhuman fortune, when I must practice my lying in the grave by lying still. 25 Donne's Sermons, selected passages with an essay by Logan Pearsall Smith, Clarendon Press, 6's net. It does not surprise one to learn that a man thus assailed by wretchedness, and given to looking in the mirror of his own bodily corruptions, was often tempted by a sickly inclination to commit suicide, and that he even wrote, though he did not dare to publish an apology for suicide on religious grounds, his famous and little-read Biathanatos, the family crest of the Donnes, was a sheaf of snakes, and these symbolize well enough the brood of temptations that twisted about in this unfortunate Christian's bosom. Donne, in the days of his salvation, abandoned the family crest for a new one, Christ crucified on an anchor, but he might well have left the snakes writhing about the anchor. He remained a tempted man to the end. One wishes that the sermons threw more light on his later personal life than they do, but perhaps that is too much to expect of sermons. There is no form of literature less personal, except a leading article. The preacher usually regards himself as a mouthpiece, rather than a man giving expression to himself. In the circumstances, what surprises us is that the sermons reveal not so little, but so much of Donne. Indeed, they make us feel far more intimate with Donne than do his private letters, many of which are little more than exercises in composition. As a preacher no less than as a poet, he is inflamed by the creative heat. He shows the same vehemence of fancy in the presence of the divine and infernal universal vehemence that prevents even his most far-sought extravagances from disgusting us, as do the lukewarm follies of the Euphuists. Undoubtedly, the modern reader smiles when Donne, explaining that man can be an enemy of God, as the mouse can be an enemy to the elephant, goes on to speak of God, who is not only a multiplied elephant, millions of elephants multiplied into one, but a multiplied world, a multiplied all that can be conceived by us. Infinite many times over, nay, if we may dare to say so, a multiplied God, a God that hath the millions of the heathens' gods in himself alone. But at the same time, one finds oneself taking a serious pleasure in the huge sorites of quips and fancies, in which he loves to present the divine argument. 9 out of 10 readers of the sermons, I imagine, will be first attracted to them through love of the poems. They need not be surprised if they do not immediately enjoy them. The dust of the pulpit lies on them thickly enough as one goes on reading them. However, one becomes suddenly aware of their florid and exiled beauty. One sees beyond their local theology to the passion of a great suffering artist. Here are sentences that express the paradise, the purgatory, and the hell of John Donne's soul. A noble imagination is at work, a grave-digging imagination, but also an imagination that is at home among the stars. One can open Mr. Pearsall Smith's anthology almost at random, and be sure of lighting on a passage which gives us a characteristic movement in the symphony of horror and hope that was Donne's contribution to the art of prose. Excerpts of great prose seldom give us that rounded and final beauty that we expect in a work of art, and the reader of Donne's sermons in their latest form will be wise if he comes to them expecting to find beauty piecemeal and tarnished, though in profusion. He will be wise too not to expect too many passages of the same intimate kind as that famous confession in regard to prayer which Mr. Pearsall Smith quotes, and which no writer on dawn can afford not to quote. I throw myself down in my chamber, and I call in and invite God and his angels thither. And when they are there, I neglect God and his angels for the noise of a fly, for the rattling of a coach, for the whining of a door. I talk on in the same posture of praying eyes, lifted up, knees bowed down, as though I prayed to God. And if God or his angels should ask me when I thought last of God in that prayer, I cannot tell. Sometimes I find that I had forgot what I was about, but when I began to forget it, I cannot tell. A memory of yesterday's pleasures, a fear of tomorrow's dangers, a straw under my knee, a noise in mine ear, a light in mine eye, and anything, a nothing, a fancy, a chimera in my brain troubles me in my prayer. If Donne had written much prose in this kind, his sermons would be as famous as the writings of any of the saints since the days of the apostles. Even as it is, there is no other Elizabethan man of letters whose personality is an island with a crooked shore, inviting us into 1,000 bays and creeks and river-myths to the same degree as the personality that expressed itself in the poems, sermons, and life of John Donne. It is a mysterious and at times repellent island. It lies only intermittently in the sun. A fog hangs around its coast, and at the base of its most radiant mountaintops, there is as a rule a miasma-infested swamp. There are jewels to be found scattered among its rocks, and over its surface, and by miners in the dark, it is richer indeed in jewels and precious metals and curious ornaments than in flowers. The shepherd on the hillside seldom tells his tale uninterrupted. Strange rites in honor of ancient infernal deities that delight in death are practiced in hidden places, and the echo of these reaches him on the sighs of the wind and makes him shudder even as he looks at his beloved. It is an island with a cemetery smell. The chief figure who haunts it is a living man in a winding sheet. It is no doubt Walton's story of the last days of Donne's life that makes us, as we read even the sermons and the love poems, so aware of this ghostly apparition. Donne, it will be remembered, almost on the eve of his death, dressed himself in a winding sheet tied with knots at his head and feet, and stood on a wooden urn with his eyes shut, and with so much of the sheet turned aside as might show his lean, pale, and death-like face, while a painter made a sketch of him for his funeral monument. He then had the picture placed at his bedside, to which he summoned his friends and servants in order to bid them farewell. As he lay awaiting death, he said characteristically, "I were miserable if I might not die," and then repeatedly in a faint voice, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done." At the very end, he lost his speech, and as his soul ascended and his last breath departed from him, he closed his eyes and then disposed his hands and body into such a posture as required not the least alteration by those that came to shroud him. It was a strange chance that preserved his spectral monument almost uninjured when St. Paul's was burned down in the great fire, and no other monument in the cathedral escaped. Among all his fantasies, none remains in the imagination more despotically than this last fanciful game of dying. Donne, however, remained in all respects a fantastic to the last, as we may see in that hymn, which he wrote 8 days before the end, tricked out with queer geography, and so anciently egoistic amid its worship. Donne was the poet-geographer of himself, his mistresses, and his god. Other poets of his time dived deeper and soared to greater altitudes, but none traveled so far so curiously, and in such out-of-the-way places, now hurrying like a nervous fugitive, and now in the exultation of the first man in a new-found land. The Novels of Mr. Compton Mackenzie by John Freeman. Wise men have foretold the death of imaginative literature. Spider-like science will seize the body of this gilded fly, stab it methodically into numbness, and then feeding upon its vitals will exhaust and destroy the useless thing with sedulous precision. The scientist will do what the artist, alas, has failed to do more than. Vaguely and uncertainly, he will reinterpret life. He will rediscover man's relation to a vaster universe, ignoring or spurning all attempts at the aesthetic apprehension of the significance of life and time. He will at length announce his own positive formula, by which all phenomena and all relations must be valued. It is the scientist who will feel and communicate with a dry ecstasy, wholly his own, the isolation of man amid the meanness or the majesty of the world. That language which we yet speak stiff with ancestral associations will be discarded. Obscure symbols their order intelligible perhaps to another scientist, but to no one else will be used. To express the secrets of life and riddles of death, Thebes never knew the watcher of the skies will be no Keats back to his gallipots. Will every Keats be driven in the midst of that web, called science? The spider will sit with vigilant eyes, holding their cunning in momentary suspense, swelling with vaster and vaster accumulations. It is not poetry alone that is threatened. Imaginative art is not confined to poetry. The strange thing is that when Thomas Hardy has carried an imaginative view of life to a finer expression than that of any artist of his time, and shown how easily prose may wear the strict shackles of scientific precision that prose itself should find no younger masters ready to use and develop it, as if Hardy's forsaking of prose for verse were no simple forsaking, but rather a subtle betrayal. Unique success is his in combining the imaginative with the scientific, the emotional with the rational in his novels. His younger contemporaries seem to have failed equally in both directions. It would be absurd to charge this dereliction to any single novelist or group of novelists. Mr. Conrad, for instance, simply evades the charge by being in his turn unique. Mr. Wells and Mr. Arnold Bennett fail in varying degrees, but in both directions and of their fellows, it is hard to think of any who has not similarly failed. Where gifts are eminent, the failure is eminent. Hence, this preface to remarks upon the novels of Mr. Compton Mackenzie, diligent, observant, experienced, inexhaustible, or at any rate unexhausted. He has made his opportunities, and gained a hearing indeed, as he reminds us in the second volume of Sinister Street. He has won the greater advantage of a hearing, refused the libraries having so ineffably rejected the first volume. Nevertheless from him that hath not, what is it, in fact, that has deprived him of the truest fruit of the gifts, which he has? I make no attempt to disguise the fact that Mr. Mackenzie appears to be a writer who is not an imaginative artist, yet who might have been an imaginative artist, a novelist who has not concerned himself with life at all save in its external and mechanic motions. He has not confined himself to a single manner. His first book, The Passionate Elopement, was an 18th-century story in a style familiarized by less capable and less versatile practitioners. Little indeed was to be expected from an author whose first book contained such writing as. Presently he saw her join a blue mask and lose herself in the flickering throng. Last time he had remarked particularly that her vis-a-vis wore brown and gold, yet the two figures were alike in movement and gesture, and he could swear the hands were identical. It was the same, without a doubt. Charles bit his nails with vexation and fretted confoundedly. "My dear boy, my dear Charles, pray, do not gnaw your fingers." Narcissus admired himself, teased true, but without carrying his devotion to cannibality. Charles turned to the well-known voice of Mr. Ripple. "A thousand pardons, dear Beau, I was vexed by a trifle. The masquerade comports itself with tolerable success, and the glitter and varnish of an upholstered narrative casually spangled with Meredithian brightness. But Mr. Mackenzie's second novel, Carnival, disappointed expectation. By being readable like some of its successors, it might be mistaken for realistic, while another, Guy and Pauline, might be termed idyllic by those who love the phrase. He moves and changes. He is a part of all that he has met, and you wonder at length what he is. For myself, I am reminded frequently of an ingenious character seen in provincial music halls who, to the eyes of a happy audience, swiftly and imperceptibly invests and divests himself of many costumes of marvelous hue, growing plain, as another is impetuously flung off blue gloves, giving place to pink, a crimson shirt, to an emerald, a shooting jacket, to a dinner jacket, until I laugh unrestrainably. Mr. Mackenzie has not sought a fugitive and cloistered virtue. His characters, as Johnson said of Gilbert, warmly mingle in the great world, without exemption from its follies and its vices. He loves their activities. He sets them going and follows their whirring motion with the ruthless gaiety of a child playing with toys, who stops them, breaks them, and sometimes sets them going again. He understands mechanics, and they must move, and when they are run down in one book, he winds them up again for another. He hurries hither and thither, clutching at the skirts of perpetual motion, like that other pageant master. Time, his scene, is the capitals of Europe, or a railway train. Between them, he shares with his characters, of whatever age their brilliant youth, he invents untiringly. He does not vex himself or his readers with description, but if he pauses to paint, he paints with unmistakable bright colors. He writes clearly. There is seldom a slovenly sentence, never a memorable one. He has a cruelly accurate ear for slang, and presents vulgarity with fond verisimilitude. Femininity haunts him. His flowers even remind him of frills. Something of extreme youth clings to his books, its zestfulness, curiosity, indiscriminateness, and its unregretful volatility. But when you may ask, remembering at once his gifts and his opportunities, his gifts and the world amid which they are exercised, when will he grow up? When rather will he grow down and strike first roots into the dark earth of the mind? When amid all his brisk preoccupations with men and women will he touch life? Leaving generalization, it is interesting to look at one of the simplest of Mr. Mackenzie's novels, Guy and Pauline, published in 1915, and conspicuously dedicated to the Commander-in-Chief and the General Staff of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force. It is the story of Guy Hazelwood wound up again after Sinister Street, and a rector's daughter, Guy, returned from Macedonian Relief Fund work, is charmed by a watery Oxfordshire house called Plasher's Mead, and settles there to write poetry. The rectory family are his neighbors, and with the rector's daughters, Margaret, Monica, and Pauline, he quickly obtains a brotherly footing, and then becomes engaged to the youngest. The rector is a shadowy gardener with a singular fondness for answering every question upon whatever subject and of whatever importance by a reference to a blossoming or decaying plant, an idiosyncrasy which is supposed to endear him to his family, and it is an endearing book. Everybody is unvaryingly sweet. The adjective is as common and as adhesive as mud. The three girls form a group of the kind for which the far more finely observant and delicate art of Miss Viola Meynell among living novelists has already obtained and exhausted our sympathy. Ungracious as the comparison must seem to both writers, it is irresistible and fatal. Linked sweetness, too long drawn out, becomes tiresome, and the indistinct softness of the style makes the book something more than tiresome. Pauline hurried through a shower to church on Easter morning and shook mingled tears and raindrops from herself when she saw that Guy was come to communion. So then, that angel had traveled from her bedside last night to hover over Guy and bid him wake early next morning, because it was Easter day. With never so holy a calm had she knelt in the jeweled shadows of that chancel, or returned from the altar to find her pew imparadised. When the people came out of church, the sun was shining, and on the trees and on the tombstones a multitude of birds were singing. Never had Pauline felt the spirit of Eastertide uplift her with such a joy for her lover beside her, joy for summer close at hand, joy for all the joy that Easter could bring to the soul. Elsewhere, the apple trees were already frilled with a foam of blossom, and on quivering boughs linnets with breasts rose-burnt by the winds of March throbbed out their carol. Chaffinches, with flashing prelude of silver wings, flourished a burst of song that broke, as with too intolerable a triumph, then sought another tree, and poured forth the triumphant song again. Thrushes, blackbirds, and warblers choired deep-throated melodies against the multitudinous trebles of those undistinguished myriads, that with choric pans saluted May, and on sudden diminuendos could be heard the rustling canzonets of the goldfinches rising and falling with reedy cadences. The story is clogged by Guy's meditations upon poetical ambition, is in the early 20s, and yet with all these grievous handicaps, it survives with sufficient force to express the poignancy with which an incomplete passion may sink to oblivion. In Pauline, Mr. Mackenzie has succeeded in showing with simplicity and truth the quick development of a child to a passionate, then a despairing, and at last a forsaken woman, and in Guy the aesthetic frog swollen to a fraction larger than his nature, and then relapsing into insignificance. I am not sure that the best of this novelist's achievement is not seen in the isolation of these characters, the sufficiency of quiet incident, and the sense of faintly yet perceptibly communicated that the tragedy of separation is implicit in the persons of his story. The atmosphere may seem close, the setting fanciful scenes, characters, and action diminished and slightly prettified, yet there is genuine movement, rise and decline. The occasion of Guy's last parting from Pauline is worth noting, if only because Guy happens to be but the present name of Mr. Mackenzie's invariable young man from Oxford, Let it be remembered, however, that Guy reappears years after in Sylvia and Michael as a larger shadow, and dies with the Serbians before Nish. Even if temporarily I were interested in another girl, you may be quite sure that she would always be second to you. But you might be interested, Pauline asked breathlessly. I must be free if I am going to be an artist. Free, she echoed slowly. There remains a negative merit if the artist, as 100 critics have asserted, and 1,000 authors forgotten, is proved by what he omits. It must be counted to Mr. Mackenzie for a virtue that this book of 400 pages does not contain a single seduction, and that despite the obvious piquancy of a contrast between Plasher's Mead and a London nightclub, he has so easily and so blessedly avoided it. The point is the more proper for remembrance, inasmuch as such forbearance is the last straining of the quality of mercy. In this author, Mr. Mackenzie commonly prefers cities to country scenes, although a country scene in his earliest novel yielded him his first opportunity of teasing innocent readers with an unsavory interior. Since he is a cultured writer, you might imagine that Hogarth had tutored him, but Hogarth is immensely masculine, and the origin of our novelist's inspiration need be sought no farther back than the 90s. Nothing is more surprising, at any rate to men approaching middle age, than the fitful incandescence of that spark with which the 90s were tinily illuminated. The inferior intelligence and the yet more inferior imagination which impelled certain artists pleased with the phrase decadento, magnify the ferment of youthful senses, may now seem even more trivial in their fruition than an Olympian judgment would allow. But it is hard to be impartial when a purely remote contemplation is forbidden by the flashing reflections from living writers who are only in a narrow sense contemporary writers. Coventry Patmore, chief poet and almost chief artist in that church of which we hear so much in Mr. Mackenzie's novels, asserted with more force than originality that what is morally bad is necessarily bad art, and he proceeded to say less tritely that the delicate indecency of so much modern art was partly due to deficient virility, which in proportion to its strength is naturally modest. Pleading for plain speaking, he maintained that indecency, which only a fool could identify with plain speaking, is an endeavor to irritate sensations and appetites in the absence of natural passion, that which passes with so many for power and ardor being really in his certain and indignant eyes impotence and coldness. The distinction between plain speaking and delicate indecency is to be remembered when Mr. Mackenzie's most ambitious attempts at the English novel Sinister Street and Sylvia Scarlett are considered. There may be coarseness of expression, a fondness for trivial bluntness of phrase, but it would be stupid to see in that more than coarseness or bluntness. The theme of Sinister Street, says the author, is the youth of a man who will presumably be a priest, a theme developed in nearly 400,000 words by something like the process of annual elongation, which Johnson observed in A Hebridean Road. The book moves upon familiar biographical lines: lonely children, the local school, and lesser public school, Oxford, and the betrayed passion for a prostitute. It is an enormous and minute chronically of what of the externals of a boy's life, of the customs of school flirtation with vulgar girls, evasions of school, tasks, the ways of a decrepit group surviving from the 90s Catholic ritual, and a little introspection here and there. And then in the second volume of the same externals of Oxford life, drawn to the same scale, such a scheme must needs attract the tens who have been to public school and university, and delight the tens of thousands who haven't. Is it taking a mean advantage of time's passage to compare Sinister Street with Serge Aksakoff's Years of Childhood and its successors? Aksakoff treats childhood with a simplicity, a quiet intentness, by the side of which Mr. Mackenzie's enormous reconstruction seems loose and artificial. Sinister Street is vast in size and meager in content. It is packed with superfluities. 3/4 of it is inessential to the author's declared intention. It is no more than a guidebook cleverly designed, for example, the first week at Oxford, to evoke an illusion of Oxford in Pimlico and Shepherd's Bush, and concentrating upon the remaining fourth you feel that your author has been aware of little more than the physiology of adolescence and the usual facile religious reactions. Boys from 17 to 23, girls from 16 to any age may find in Henry Meat's alias brother Aloysius, in Arthur Wilmot, the last of the decadents in the lilies, and the daisies of the streets in the whole rank multitude of Mr. Mackenzie's underworld, the irritation of sensation, which adolescents naturally seek here may curiosity be half satisfied. Have stimulated a guide to prostitution could add little to the informations of Sinister Street. The dress, the habitation, even the finances of those who have gone gay are meticulously recorded past, I am afraid, are the Orient Promenade and the underground gilded sty, but their glory is not departed, it is merely transferred, and Sinister Street remains sufficiently lively and up-to-date to provoke the youngest, and make the oldest feel young again. Do you ask why God gives brains for such a use? I cannot even guess. Mr. Mackenzie astonishingly blazons his book with Kate's famous analysis. The imagination of a boy is healthy, and the mature imagination of a man is healthy, but there is a space of life between in which the soul is in a ferment. Etcan astonishing phrase for index to this book, whether used in simplicity or in subtle defiance. This also I cannot guess clear enough. Is it that what passes for imagination is no other than the froth of yesty waves of youth? It is a book written, if offense may be disavowed, and avoided by a boy for boys. Mr. Mackenzie himself in his introductory letter refers to his study of Russian writers, this in explanation of the length of his novels, and in his epilogical letter he apparently regards the book as a work of art. An author's opinion of his own intention is to be respected, for who shall challenge it? It does but afford an additional ground for judgment and surprise. To consider Sinister Street a mere aberration is an extravagant possibility, but possibility itself is left panting behind Sylvia Scarlett. Here again the author is generous of space, and here he has not been content to write a guidebook. He has chosen a woman for his central figure, and she, unlike the male protagonists of the other books, is no colored, cloudy reflection of a reflection. She is no Minnikin, Michael, or Guy, or Morris, but assemblable. Moving figure. Sinister Street is her place of origin. Vanity Fair her scene of action. A world of music-halls where farce passes for fantasy and women's dress. For an exciting theme, farce. Sylvia is not only farcical in herself, but is like Falstaff, creative eth cause of farce in others. And though Book 1 opens so admirably with a paragraph showing how well the author can follow a good model, farce ensues and recurs and makes her chronicle an amusing thing. But it is amusing only so long as coarseness is not strained through a child's mind, coarseness of phrase only, or more significant coarseness of invention. I say more significant, for whether that worse coarseness is intended or involuntary must be immaterial, save as indicating the particular code against which the offense is primarily committed, the code of manners, or the code of art. There is here no such gentleness in the treatment of childhood as distinguishes the earlier chapters of Carnival. The point need not be stressed. I dislike the current practice of setting one's wits against the author, whose work happens to be the subject of discussion. I don't want to produce an artificial dilemma and pretend that Mr. Mackenzie is inevitably trapped by it. Put it then that there are certain obligations of civilized life and certain obligations of that flower of civilized life, which we call art. Put it that coarseness of phrase or incident outrages the former, and that an intention to commit that outrage or an insensibility of having committed it is equally an offense against the less assertive, but not less imperative obligations of art. In a word, the sin is vulgarity, two-edged vulgarity. It may be an offense against both canons, or if you will both conventions, and the further weight hangs on the charge that it is here committed in the person of a child, and is therefore wanton. Shall I add that the imminence of farce just spoken of does in a little degree mitigate the cruelty by generalizing the vulgarity here is rude, healthy Smollett out-Smolletted, reduced to the uncostly and only half-odious horseplay of a music-hall. The encouragement put a fine spirit into Danny's blows. He hammered the unfortunate Cohen round and round the room, upsetting table and chairs and washstand, until with a stinging blow he knocked him backwards into the slophill, in which he sat so heavily that, when he tried to rise, the slophill stuck, and gave him the appearance of a large baboon crawling with elevated rump on all fours. Danny kicked off the slophill and invited Cohen to stand up to him, but when he did get on his feet, he ran to the door and reached the stairs just as Mrs. Goner was wearily ascending to find out what was happening. He tried to stop himself by clutching the knob of the baluster, which broke the result, was that he dragged Mrs. Goner with him in a glissade, which ended behind the counter. The confusion in the shop became general. Mr. Goner cut his thumb, and the sight of the blood caused a woman who was eating a sausage to choke. Another customer took advantage of the row to snatch a side of bacon and try to escape, but another customer with a finer moral sense prevented him. A dog who was sniffing in the entrance saw the bacon on the floor and tried to seize it, but getting his tail trodden upon by somebody, he took fright and bit a small boy who was waiting to change a shilling into coppers. Meanwhile, Sylvia, who expected every minute that Juby and her pugilistic brother would come back and increase the confusion with possibly unpleasant consequences for herself, took advantage of Danny's being occupied in an argument with Cohen and the two Goners to put on her hat and escape from the shop. She jumped on the first omnibus and congratulated herself when she looked round and saw a policeman entering the eating house. Sylvia herself is capable enough as well as universally attractive. The citation just made is from a passage following the second amorous attack upon her when Danny Lewis threatens her with a knife, and she parries with the water in her bedroom. An earlier lover had retired from a similar contest with his underlip bitten through when some time after the knife and waiter episode Sylvia meets the Oxford type in Philip Iredale. She is sent by him being still but 16 for a year's schooling, and then marries him. Coquetting with the church is followed by flight alone, it must be added, and indeed Sylvia's whole recorded life is fugitive, a pilgrimage between this world and some other. 3 months later, her husband's Oxford composure is shocked by, "You must divorce me now. I've not been able to earn enough to pay you back more than this £10 for your bad bargain. I don't think I've given any more pleasure to the men who have paid less for me than you did, if that's any consolation." Adventures repeat themselves. A huge Russian officer bursts into Sylvia's room one night and is pitched out of the window by a couple of acrobats. The war begins and spreads itself over Europe as a background for her passages and parleyings, and maybe the commander-in-chief and the general staff of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force have beguiled many a tiresome afterwar hour in pursuing Sylvia's wanderings between places familiarized by their late anxieties. Sylvia is differentiated from the other women of these novels not only by her superior capacity for experiences, but even more by her superior volubility. She is consciously mind as well as body, and as the narrative goes on and on, she develops a passion for monologue terrifying in any woman, and rare among women whose occupation Sylvia Scarlett's own name is perhaps meant assonantly to suggest these monologues, recurrent as the farce, and more deadly, might be called shortly the jargon. I represent the original conception of the hetera, she asserts. Hell think of me, if he ever thinks of me at all, as one of the great multitude of wronged women. I shall think of him, though as a matter of fact, I shall avoid thinking of him either as what might have been a false concept, for of course what might have been is fundamentally inconceivabler, as what he was, a sentimental fool. She meditates upon the art of Botticelli, whose appeal she seems to think is only childlike, upon the conflict of nationality with civilization. She reads Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, putting Apuleius by goes to confession, analyzes her sensations, details the errancy of her parentage, and seeks to shock the priest who, when Sylvia acutely suggests that God is almost vulgarly anthropomorphic, can only murmur, "Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 farthings, and not one of them is forgotten before God?" But here is a brief specimen of the almost unbroken monologue, to which the priest of the wisest of the churches can make no answer, but a profession of the power of the church. "I suppose my running away was the direct result of my bringing up, because whenever I had been brought face to face with a difficult situation, I ran away. However, this time I was determined, from some perverted pride, to make myself more utterly myself than I had ever done. It's hard to explain how my mind worked. You must remember I was only 19, and already at 31 I am as far from understanding all my motives then as if I were trying to understand somebody who was not myself at all. Anyhow, I simply went on the streets. For 3 months I mortified my flesh by being a harlot. Can you understand that? Can you possibly understand the deliberate infliction of such a discipline, not to humiliate one's pride, but to exalt it? Can you understand that I emerged from that 3 months of incredible horror with a complete personality? Sylvia did not wait for the priest to answer this question, partly because she did not want to be disillusioned by finding so soon that he had not comprehended anything of her emotions or actions, partly because there seemed more important revelations of herself still to be made. Farce at least is unpretentious, but this crude jargon, this retroverted intellectualism, is offensive, beyond farce odious, beyond delicate indecency. It may not be wholly due to perversity if the characteristics of these long biographical novels should overshadow the sharp merits of, say, Carnival, even better than Guy and Pauline, may serve as a measure of Mr. Mackenzie's decline from his promise, since, although its conclusion is a disharmony, its best chapters are good enough to cause a reader to sigh over the later novels. Was it indeed quite a worthless aim to follow in the footsteps of George Gissing? Carnival suggests that a new Gissing might have grown up before our eyes, with a touch of the same veracity, the same mordancy, and a little less than the same humorless and dishumored regard for what is wry and hapless, but Carnival stands alone, and the exactions of that difficult sincerity have been put by or take again Poor Relations, the latest of Mr. Mackenzie's inventions, with its ease and brilliant vivacities, with the comedy of its conception. What a delightful play it would make! But might not the comedy have depended, as comedy must, more surely upon character, and less upon incident? The author of Sylvia Scarlett, however, has imposed a too swift facility upon the author of Poor Relations. If practice makes perfect, then nothing was wanting to the completeness of Poor Relations, but how much is wanting? Admirable are the opening notes, but of the rest too much is a brisk falsetto. There is excess in the situations, excess in the characterization, excess in the style. When he looked at the old lady, he could not discover anything except a cold egotism in every fold of those flabby cheeks, where the powder lay like drifted snow in the ruts of a sunless lane. It is equally the virtue and the fault of Mr. Mackenzie that he provokes melancholy regrets even in the middle of frequent chuckles, and when the chuckling has died away, the shadow of Sylvia Scarlett falls upon the book, just as with the same unhappy denigration it is flung backwards over the better qualities of the earlier Carnival. Yet Poor Relations, like Guy and Pauline, is free from the worst flaw of the longer novels, the crude determination to shock which breaks most starkly through the superficialities of Sylvia Scarlett. That is a breach of the code of art, rather than the code of morals, an eruptive epitism which would disfigure a better book if it could be found there. Can you conceive a more attractive subject, if you are but 23, than the philosophically harlot, or an easier? I do not suppose that it is less interesting to be on the streets than to be in the ministry of food. Neither occupation can be objectionable as subject of a novel. It would be untrue to say that the subject of a novel is a thing of complete indifference, and that the treatment is everything. For a writer would not do wisely to forfeit the advantage which a subject might offer him, but neither would he do wisely in exploiting a subject only to excite the curiosity or astonish the simplicity of his reader. Merely adventitious, at best, is the gain it is to reduce subject and treatment to their lowest terms and reject the implicit conditions which confront every writer who would explore the imaginative world where there can be no laws save honor, loyalty, and delicacy. The scientific writer is secured against deceiving himself or his readers, for long his assumptions can be verified, his deductions precisely analyzed. His whole professions rationally weighed. The imaginative and the quasi-imaginative writer have no such security, nor their readers such protection. Traditional values may be inapplicable. It is hard to discriminate novelty from originality. A book that shocks may be as profoundly conceived as Jude, the obscure as cheaply fashioned as Sylvia Scarlett. Incident may be prodigal equally in Dostoevsky and Mr. Compton Mackenzie, but significance of incident may vary infinitely. Mr. Mackenzie's incidents have no significance. They remain incidents. His thoughts are insignificant except in so far as they indicate a modern intellectual disvertebration. His view of character is insignificant except in so far as it betrays an adolescent apprehension. Who is Sylvia, you ask, and your author is silent. What is she? And the answer is dispersed among 800 garrulous pages. Yet it must be repeated Mr. Mackenzie has conspicuous gifts, and as the letters with which Sinister Street opens and closes indicate he is aware of them, and has not undertaken these enormous fictions without a sense of his task, but he has accepted the easier way. He can invest his scene with an illusion of activity, if not of reality, but he is unable to picture reality, for he does not distinguish, neither does he create a reality, a world for himself amenable to its own laws, establishing its own consistency. That would be a wonderful but a hard thing amid the booths of his Vanity Fair. He moves not soberly and critically as Christian and Faithful moved, but as one swiftly enchanted by externals. He approaches the field of imaginative art, and I cannot say that his powers and pretensions are such as must discourage entry, but for imagination he learns to substitute invention, chooses the superficial, and does not even trouble to secure the consistency of his characters. Michael Fane's mother, for instance, being declined from an irregular great lady in Volume 1 to a parish imbecile in Volume 2, he might have chosen otherwise. His alertness, his preoccupation with externals, his fullness of incident, his soft fluency of style, might have been flogged into subordination. He need not have been very serious to have taken his work seriously, but all that he promises now is if the tempting derangement of a line by a modern poet be pardonable. A torment of intolerable tales. Mr. Mackenzie has divagated. The task of presenting reality is left to the scientific mind, and the task of creating another reality is left to the poetic mind. Bibliographical notes and news. Correspondence from readers on all subjects of bibliographical interest is invited. The editor will, to the best of his ability, answer all queries addressed to him. General notes. Mr. Septimus Rivington's recently published book, The Publishing Family of Rivington 1919-10s Net, contains a certain amount of interesting information about the 18th century book trade. Charles Rivington started publishing in 1711. His successor John succeeded Jacob Tonson, great-nephew of the original Jacob Tonson, who published Dryden's works, as managing partner of the institution known as the Conger. The association of booksellers formed to share the risks and the profits of publishing ventures. In this volume, Mr. Rivington has printed a number of Conger documents in his possession. It is interesting to learn the trade value of well-known books of the period. Thus, 1/8 of Archbishop Tillotson's works is bought by Tonson in 1711 for 87 tens in 1730, 1/3 part of Watt's hymns is worth 70. Mr. Rivington prints several extracts from old catalogues in his possession which show that a book sale in the 18th century was a convivial affair. The catalogue of Thomas Osborne's Stock in Trade, consisting of books, copyrights, and shares in publications, is issued to a select number of booksellers at the Queen's Head Tavern in Paternoster Row on Thursday, the 9th day of February 17,434 at 11 of the clock. In the forenoon dinner will be served on the table exactly at 1 of the clock, consisting of turkeys and chines, hams and chickens, applepeas, etc., and a glass of very good wine. Another recent book by a member of one of our great publishing families is Mr. John Murray's brief memoir of his father John Murray III, the inventor of what was in his day an entirely new literary form. The guidebook, Murray's first guide, was issued in 1836. 3 years later, Carl Baedeker published a Handbuchlein of the same districts. Baedeker, like Shakespeare, disdained to invent his own plots. Murray's 18 European guides were the Plutarch and Holinshed of the Germans' stupendous creations. Those who hope by taking advantage of the present rate of exchange to secure German books at 1/8 or 10th of their value will be sorry to hear that German publishers are in league to put a stop to such delightful bargains. They are insisting on being paid at the rate of about 5 pence to the mark, so that your books will cost you as much as half their real price. We were surprised, considering the blockade and the general shortage, at the excellent get-up of such recent German publications, as we have seen. Among them were 2 illustrated volumes, one on Egyptian and the other on Negro art, published during the war and produced in the most magnificent style. Almost more surprising were some exquisite little volumes of Czech poetry published at Prague, in which print paper and binding were all equally admirable. A book for which one may search long in vain, but for which it is worthwhile to take some trouble, is the Memory di Lorenzo da Ponte de Seneda, 3 volumes, New York, 1829. Da Ponte is well known as the librettist of a number of Mozart's operas, and should be better known as the author of some of the most charming of 18th-century memoirs. His memoirs and poetical works were republished at Florence in 1871, and a French translation of the memoirs only was executed by Roman 1000 Roman 100 Roman 500 de la Chavan Paris Pagnera, 1860. So far as we are aware, no English translation of this work exists. If this is indeed the case, it is high time that the defect was remedied. The Memory in Utile of Da Ponte's earlier contemporary Carlo Gozzi, 3 volumes, Venice, 1797, were translated by John Addington Symonds and published in a very sumptuous illustrated edition by Nimmo in 1890. Another important book on the Italian 18th century, and one which it is not easy to find a copy of in any edition, is the Letters historiques et critiques sur l'Italie of the President Charles de Brosses, Paris, Ponthieu and Roman 7, and under the title Le Président de Brosses en Italie, Paris, 1858, de Brosses' letters make the best possible book to take on a voyage to Italy. Londoners cannot have failed to notice in the past weeks the presence of numerous posters. We have seen them in every part of the city bearing the legend, "The bishops must open Joanna Southcott's box and save the country from ruin." We hope that this faint echo of a vanished notoriety may arouse among book lovers an interest in Joanna's numerous literary works. The first of them, The Strange Effects of Faith, was published at Exeter in 1792, and from that time onwards, she poured forth a stream of prophecies in prose and verse. In one of the latest of them, the last part of the Book of Wonder, if we remember rightly, but it is some years since we saw the book, is a superb engraving of a cradle subscribed for by Joanna's disciples against the birth of Shiloh. Shiloh, unhappily, was never born, and Joanna Southcott died 3 months after the presentation of the 200 Guinea. Enthusiastic bibliographers will find plenty of interest in the study of Southcottian literature. First editions are satisfactorily scarce, as for the Boxwell, "Why don't the bishops open it? Who knows, it might save us from ruin more effectually perhaps than all the politicians together." An important collection of autograph letters and historical documents, the property of the late Charles Fairfax Murray, is to be sold at Messrs. Sotheby's on Thursday and Friday, February 5th and 6th. The first 163 lots are autographs of famous artists and include 4 letters of Blake Michelangelo's specification for the tomb of Julius Roman II, a letter of Benvenuto Cellini, a letter of Albrecht Dürer illustrated by charming little sketches, letters of Gainsborough Hogarth Reynolds, and Constable, a letter of Titian written at the age of 85, and a series of notes by Leonardo on the flight of birds. Lots 164 to 280 are of historical, literary, and musical interest. One of the most interesting items is the MS of Baudelaire's La Charogne, with a drawing of a woman by the poet. A beautifully written letter from Lucretia Borgia to Cardinal d'Este is another remarkable piece. Lots 280 1286 are documents which will appeal to collectors of relics of Mary, Queen of Scots. The first is a document signed by Bothwell. 4 are letters of John Leslie, Bishop of Ross, and the last, a document signed by William Davison, Queen Elizabeth's agent in Scotland. Items from the booksellers' catalogues. Messrs. Mag's Catalogue, No. 386 of autograph letters and MSS, contains a number of items which will be of interest to musicians. In a letter to Birchall, the English music publisher, dated October 1831, Beethoven writes the following sentence: "I have duly received the 5s, and thought previously you would not increase the number of Englishmen neglecting their word and honor, as I had the misfortune of meeting with 2 of this sort." He goes on to offer Birchall grand sonata for the pianoforte for 40, and a trio for piano, violin, and cello for 50. The letter is priced at 21. There are also 4 letters of Wagner, a note, in the handwriting of Sir Arthur Sullivan, 12s, 6d, a signed autograph piece by Gounod, 310s, letters of Berger, Spontini, Balfe, Hiller, and Heller, Verdi, Thalberg, Paganini, Brahms, and Liszt. There is an autograph musical MS of Mendelssohn, dated 1844 10/10s, and another of a Shana composed by Haydn for Signora Banti 85. Other pieces of the greatest interest are advertised in the same catalogue. A beautifully written letter in the hand of Benvenuto Cellini is priced 105. Another letter of slightly earlier date than Cellini's is the almost illegible scroll of Götz von Berlichingen, The Knight of the Eye. Hand 32. The collection also includes several very important letters of Byron I to John Murray, October 29, 1819, in which he speaks of his memoirs entrusted to Moore and afterwards solemnly burnt at Murray's house in Albemarle Street, 105-1, to Kinnaird 1822, on the morality of Don Juan. Mr. Francis Edwards has also issued a catalogue of autograph letters, which contains many items of remarkable interest. Hrothgar, a 78-verse ballad, unpublished by George Borrow, is a curious byproduct of Beowulf's scholarship, which ought to be worth the £30 at which it is priced. Among the 5 autograph letters of Thomas Carlyle, we find one addressed to the Bishop of Chester, August 23, 1840, in which Carlyle writes, "May I apply to you for a charitable service on behalf of a certain Mr. Mazzini, an Italian neighbor and friend of mine. 2 holograph manuscripts of John Evelyn are offered for 15 and 25 respectively. £10 is the price of a letter from Sir William Hamilton, Naples, 1792, to Horace Walpole, in which Hamilton remarks of his famous wife, 'She is most grateful to me for having saved her from the precipice into which she had good sense enough to see she must without me have inevitably fallen, and she sees that nothing but a constant good conduct can maintain the respect that is now shown her by everybody. It has often been remarked that a reformed rake makes a good husband. Why not vice versa? Why not?' The answer is to be found in a letter from Nelson to Lady Hamilton, Yarmouth, 180121. Other Nelson and Hamilton autographs, the Morrison collection, are on sale at Messrs. Sucklings of Garrick Street. Other interesting letters and manuscripts offered by Messrs. Edwards are by Dr. Johnson, Samuel Richardson, Swinburne, Meredith, Landor, Pepys, Lamb, Southey, Thackeray. We are glad to notice that a manuscript by a young contemporary can command as big a price as 10 guineas. This is the sum asked by Messrs. Davis and Orioli for the autograph MS of Mr. Robert Nichols, The Faun's Holiday, published in his volume of Ardours and Endurances. To buy it would certainly be a speculation, but we believe there is a good chance of the speculation turning out profitably. Early editions of Fielding, Messrs. Bowes and Bowes of Cambridge, are asking 25 for the first edition, 2 volumes in contemporary calf of the history of the adventures of Joseph Andrews and of his friend Mr. Abraham Adams. A copy of the second edition, published in the same year as the first, is offered for 31/6d by the Ex-Officers Book, Union 16, Rathgar Avenue, West Ealing. Messrs. Pickering and Chatto are offering a copy of Endymion Taylor and Hesse 1818 in the original boards for 78. Another interesting Keats relic is the original autograph MS of a portion of Otho the Great, which is offered by Messrs. Maggs Bros for 60. The MS, entirely in Keats' own writing, is a fragment of the first scene of the play. We note that a fine copy of Fulk Greville's Poems 1633, of which we recently had occasion to speak, is for sale at Messrs. Dobell's, the price being 6 guineas. Messrs. Maggs Bros' new catalogue Bibliotheca Aeronautica, price 5s, is a fascinating book. It contains the account of some 1,500 volumes dealing with the problem of flight from the earliest times to the present day. The first section contains books published prior to the invention of the Montgolfier balloon in 1783, a fine copy of Francesco de Lana's Prodromo over Saggio di alcune invenzioni appears in this section. 1616's Paltock's famous flying novel, The Life and Adventures of Peter Wilkins, London 1751, is offered at 15/15s, and the work which Restif de la Bretonne founded on it, La Découverte Australe par un homme volant au la Dédale Francais, at 1818's fine engravings are reproduced from these books. In the second section, we find a number of Blanchard's narratives, including the account of the first aerial crossing of the Channel. We find Lunardi's account of the first aerial voyage in England, London 1780, 7/10s, several books on the Montgolfier brothers, as well as the works of the great Baron Munchausen, so famed for his aeronautical exploits. The third section of the catalogue deals with the evolution of aircraft from 1851 to 1899. An interesting item is the first edition of Remy de Guermont's En Ballon Paris, 1883. A large number of works by Tissandier, author of the Bibliographie Aéronautique Paris, 1887, naturally appear. We may here note the remarkable fact that by far the greater number of the volumes on flight are in French. British interest in the problem was not aroused till a good deal later, after the first practical difficulties had been solved. A first edition of Jules Verne's Robert le Conquérant Paris, 1886, is included. 15's His 6 Weeks in a Balloon also deserves a place. In the fourth section, we come to aeroplanes and dirigibles in the 20th century. The period opens with the intrepid Santos Dumont and his flights, and falls over Paris. His My Airships London 1904 is priced at tens. The handsomest aeronautical work published during this period is perhaps La Conquête de l'Air by Grand Carteret, and Deltil, a finely illustrated folio offered at 3/3. A fifth section contains pictures of famous balloon ascents, portraits of aeronauts, caricatures, and the like. A Roman 50H. Correspondence. A protest. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, your dramatic critic writes of my play sacred and profane love. A writer of Mr. Arnold Bennett's eminence and great sagacity would be the last person to expect us to take this play seriously as a contribution to dramatic literature. Only a certain ingenuousness prevents this remark from being outrageous. Of course, I expect the play to be taken seriously. Your writer is perfectly entitled to condemn my play, but he is not entitled, on the strength of his opinion, to attribute to me an attitude which is not mine, and which, if it were mine, would render me odious in the sight of artists. Why, in the name of my alleged great sagacity, should I publish a play which I did not expect to be taken seriously? Did your critic perhaps imagine that he was being charitable? One does not expect from the critics of the London Mercury the ineptitudes which characterize the dramatic criticism of the stunt daily press. I mention the matter because I think that an important point of principle is involved, and because this is not the first time that one of your critics has exceeded his province. In your first number, there were references to the work of Mr. Frank Swinnerton, which amounted to a quite gratuitous imputation against the artistic integrity of the author. Yours, etc. Arnold Bennett, B. George Street, Hanover Square, W. December 19, 1919. We gladly publish Mr. Bennett's disclaimer, but we think he exaggerates the gravity of the supposition he repels. We need scarcely say that our critic had no intention of imputing to Mr. Bennett anything which we supposed would render Mr. Bennett odious. Taking the view that he did of Mr. Bennett's play, our critic thought he was paying a compliment to Mr. Bennett's intelligence. If it is odious to write occasionally things which we do not regard as serious contributions to literature, we can only say that a great many artists have made themselves odious. As for Mr. Swinnerton, our reviewer, detecting a falling off, suggested that it might be due to the novelist having got into the habit of turning novels out regularly, instead of waiting for the impulse. If a serious reviewer is to be precluded when he thinks himself justified from making suggestions like that, he might just as well be muzzled. Editor. The Duchess of Malfi. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir Mr. Turner says he can hardly believe that the section of the audience which behaved so abominably at the PHNIC's performance consisted largely of the theatrical profession. I think he is right. I happen to know that an effort was made by 2 actors in the audience to get a request for order made from the stage during the first interval. Nor were these people entirely of the uneducated sort in the conventional sense. One of the worst offenders was a terrible woman sitting next to me, who occasionally interrupted her nervous giggle to remark a wonderfully characteristic touch, or something of the kind. I believe she must have been a Don. May I suggest that at the next performance by the PHNICs, if similar trouble occurs, the matter should be brought to the notice of the management during the first interval, and that a request should be made from the stage by the latter. Personal requests to individual offenders were made by more than one member of the audience at the performance in question, but without result, it is worth, while making a concerted effort to prevent the authentic joy of the theatre, when at last it is offered to us from being marred by the behavior of vulgar sentimentalists and neurotic sures, etc. Victor Garlanks, Authors Club 2, Whitehall Court, SW, January 9th. Tom H. Stab. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, in vain Mr. Roman 50 Pearsall Smith held out a juicy carrot, lest Mr. J. Biggs also be disappointed in his hope of a solemn ass. I beg to offer myself in that capacity, and with well-feigned eagerness point out that this page, if held to a mirror, will show that Tam H. Tab is no more the reverse of bath mat than more epoch of coffee room. As you say, these public inscriptions are responsible for much distress, yours, etc. P. January 6th. The Lambkin MSS and Mr. Belloc. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, your valued bibliographer classifies the remains of the Rev. J. A. Lambkin among the verse attributable to their editor. I feel very strongly the impiety of this error, for although the influence of that eminent divine is traceable in the dedicatory ode prefixed by Mr. Belloc to the remains of his great mentor, it is nevertheless in the realm of prose that we must look for Lambkin's main contributions to knowledge and literature. True, it is that the late fellow of Burford's justly famed Newdigate poem is included in the definitive edition. Indeed, Mr. Belloc must have felt the impossibility of rejecting its claims to such inclusion, yet, if I may quote a delightful Lambkinism, which deserves a wider fame, one swallow does not make a summer, and as one who owes a goodly part of the culture discernible, as I trust in this letter to the author of the article on the northwest corner of the mosaic pavement at Bignor, I feel I should be untrue to the memory of my late dear tutor if I allowed such glories to be catalogued, as if they formed part of the verses of a mere poet. No, Sir, Lambkin is this England's Seneca, and all who treasure a great cultural inheritance should rally to do justice to its remains. The late Dr. Pusey, whose character held so much in common with that of his younger disciple, never tired of narrating that wonderful instance of Lambkin's profound, yet finely epigrammatic Latinity, which is connected with the death of the late pastor of Bremen. I think I was present on that occasion, and can testify that far from any library Mr. Lambkin, after a short silence lasting perhaps for 2 minutes, whispered the words requiescat, impatiently, the most terse and crisp of potential epitaphs, and one almost certain to secure the immediate popularity which it obtained, falling, as it did, upon the receptive soil afforded by the Oxford movement, from which event in our history the expression dates. As the fact is not generally known, perhaps, sir, you will allow me to state here that the present Sir Ezra Crumpton Padge of Hortlebury Towers near Brixton is now the sole surviving link between the author of Physiology of the Elephant and our own times. The claims to this honor made by Roman 1000 Lamkinsky, president-elect of the Kashifukan Soviet, having been expressly refuted by that gentleman's father-in-law Roman 1000 Georgiovich Bernardenko Shavkin, the well-known big-game hunter and editor of Agape. Curiously enough, Mr. Belloc's fine monograph on the Padge system of rhetoric makes no allusion to this interesting example of what we may surely describe in the truest sense of Lambkin's happiest aphorism. As a survival of the fittest, your bibliographer will doubtless wish to note these errata. Meanwhile, I trust the importance of the subject may condone in some measure for the length of this letter yours, etc. R.N. Green Armitage, Curator, Roman 50, Roman 50. Lambkin Library, Hortleborough near Weston, Esmere, January 10th. 1. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, your reviewer, in his notice of Mr. Dormer Creston's Clown of Paradise, claims to record a neologism, which he commends to the notice of the editors of the Oxford Dictionary. Unfortunately, they have anticipated him. If he will turn to the Oxford Dictionary, Vol. Roman 7, page 123, the top of the second column, he will find 11 examples, the last from a book, published as recently as 1839, of this astounding grammatical invention yours, etc. Gerard Hopkins. Oxford University Press, Amen Corner E. Roman, 100 December, 17th, 1919. Candide. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, it is interesting to learn from Mr. Lewis H. Grundy's letter in your issue of December that an English translation of Candide with the name of Roman 1000 de Voltaire, as the author of the original, was published in London as early as 1759. According to the preface of the edition of the Académie des Bibliophiles of 1869, Candide first appeared at the beginning of March 1759, the Journal Encyclopédique of the 15th of that month, containing an article on the book, which is headed by the following. We do not believe that this tale has a German original. It is attributed to Roman 1000 de Roman 5. This note produced a reply from Voltaire signed de Mad. Though the reply is dated April 15, 1759, it did not appear in the Journal Encyclopédique till July 15, 1762, with the following note. This letter has been mislaid for a long time, and when it reached us, we made fruitless efforts to discover the existence of Roman 1000 de Mad Captain in the Brunswick Regiment. A facsimile of the title page of the first edition of 1759 is also given in the edition of 1869, and is the same as that quoted in the bibliographical notes of your issue of November. L'Ingénu was also published anonymously in 1767. The title page runs as follows. L'Ingénu histoire véritable tirée des manuscrits du Père Quesnel à Utrecht, 1767 yours, etc. Ernest F. J. 61, Tregunter Road, SW, December 19, 1919. Learned Societies, etc. The Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings. In the recent housing supplement issued by the Times, the Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings has expressed its views on the housing problem. In connection with old cottages, there are in this article two main points. Worth noting, the first is that, until a subsidy is made proportionate to the value of the work of repair, old cottages will not be readapted, but allowed to fall into ruins. The failure to award this subsidy tends to shift the responsibility in regard to the upkeep of such property from the owner to the state. For whilst the state encourages and partially finances new building, old cottages, though in theory valued by the Ministry of Health, in practice will hardly receive the attention they deserve. The second point is this, that the Society shows clearly it is no lover of mere decay or old and mouldering walls features we are apt to associate with the sketches of an early 19th century schoolgirl. It lends no countenance to the habitual carping at all things new. It is as eager that the architecture of today should be as clean and decent, natural expression of the life of Tardaeus. It is anxious to preserve, and where possible render, habitable those buildings of the past, embodying the spirit of their time. But since words will build no walls, if our fine old cottages are to be preserved, it will need something more than mere discussions or eulogiums on their value. As relics of the nations past, by all who are interested, more practical help must be given, and it is for this that the Society now makes a special appeal. The Royal Numismatic Society. The monthly meeting of the Royal Numismatic Society was held on December 18th. Sir Henry Howarth, Vice President, presiding. Mr. G. F. Hill read a paper entitled The Mint of Crossraguel Abbey, written by Dr. George MacDonald, who was unable to be present. Recent excavations at Crossraguel Abbey, a Cluniac foundation in Ayrshire, founded in 1244, and endowed by the Scottish kings with extraordinary privileges, resulted in the discovery, in a latrine drain, of a large number of small objects, some of a miscellaneous nature, others, evidently, the remains of a local mint. Large quantities of small tags, of brass needles, portions of thin sheets, etc., as well as objects and pieces of copper, and lead together with 197 coins of Billen bronze or copper and brass. The coins are a contemporary imitations of pennies of James Roman III and Roman IV, and farthings of James Roman IV, including 20, which are a combination of the obverse of one type, with the reverse of another B51 pennies, bearing cross on one side and a regal orb on the other, and the inscriptions Jacobus de Gra Rex and Crux Pellet Omni Crimen, variously abbreviated C88 copper or brass farthings of types not hitherto known, inscribed moneta pauperum, the imitations of class, are the black money known from records. The pennies of Class B are almost exclusively found in Scotland. Though they have hitherto been attributed to one or other James of Aragon, they were clearly minted at Crossraguel, the types having punning significance. They and the farthings are the only known instance in Great Britain of an abbey coinage, such as is very frequent on the continent. For example, at Cluny, the inscription moneta pauperum shows that the coins were intended to provide small change for the especial benefit of the poor. Like the 17th century tokens, the mint was probably suppressed by James Roman IV at the meeting of the Society on January 20th. Rev. E. A. Sydenham gave the results of his study of the coinage of Augustus. The Library Association. The passage through Parliament of a new Public Libraries Bill was effected with the minimum of friction on, might almost say of interest, but public libraries, accustomed, as they have been through 50 years, to legislative stonings, can hardly yet realize that they have in their hands at length the very bread of life. For some that statement renews the unspeakable anguish of dissolution of the day when they closed their doors to the public from sheer inability to exist. Others may witness to a miracle of healing rescue when in extremis. Others again survey the nulligranted means wherewith to end bravely contracted debts, but the majority become slowly conscious that the burden has fallen from their backs, and that they may go forward with a lighter step to a far brighter future. The removal of the rate limit will effect a revolution in public library practice, but its results cannot become at once apparent. It rests with individual library authorities to make a rate each year to afford their charges the opportunity, as they now possess the power of proving to all sections of the public that they are necessities and not luxuries. That some of these councils will fail is certain. The public library idea is not yet sufficiently commended to minds with the parish pump ideal, and only external pressure and the education of the general public. Library values will bring certain painfully parochial legislators into line with their opportunities in London. The situation is diverting. One metropolitan borough has awakened rather late to its peril, and like a surprised bather is frantically making for shore, with a desperate consciousness that close behind is the shark-like shadow of the London County Council. Other two boroughs must be in doubt as to whether their very exiguous libraries, possessed of neither service nor system, neither use nor ornament, will place them out of reach of attack, and if so, for how long. Other legislation is foreshadowed, and the Library Association, deeply grateful that the long years in the wilderness have ended, intends to bring libraries to all the people as a necessary preliminary to bringing all the people to the libraries. A correspondent writes of a report in our first issue on page 109. You state that our Fortiscond annual meeting marked a definite cleavage between librarians and the Board of Education. With respect to future library policy, here you innocently place the association in a false position. The third interim report, the subject of the discussion to which you refer, was that of a committee appointed by the Ministry of Reconstruction, and was addressed to that ministry. The Minister of Education considerately invited the opinion of the Library Association on that report. The Library Association, whilst approving certain recommendations contained therein, differed from others and submitted a reasoned statement of its views to the Board of Education. As a reply to Mr. Fisher's request, it is therefore obvious that there is no cleavage between librarians and the Board of Education, and an incorrect statement to that effect would give a wrong and damaging impression of the facts. Moreover, the Library Association is by no means exclusively composed of librarians. A very considerable proportion of those present at the Southport meeting were members of library authorities, many of whom were also members of education committees. The Society of Antiquaries. Of the three fragments of Christian art described by Mr. Dalton, one is a spandrel of Morse ivory 3 inches long, carved in high relief, with two soaring angels back to back. This fascinating example of the Winchester School of Art dates from about 1000 A Roman 500, and having been found in a garden at St. Cross, is now appropriately housed in the museum a mile away. The other two are products of the Near East. The first, a detail from a mosaic pavement in a small church of the 6th century at Gerar south of Gaza, representing a phnix on a fire altar, a rare instance of this motive in early Christian times. The other is a marble slab in the British Museum, apparently part of a screen. From a church at Mayafarkin northeast of Diyarbakir, Kurdistan, dating probably from the 12th century, it is carved in low relief on both faces, and a central medallion bears a double-headed eagle, which had already started on its eventful career. A gift from Sir John Ramsden has enriched the national collection with a fine example of the penannular brooch. For a long time in the Breadalbane family, it was probably found in Scotland, and falls into its place in the series of Irish or Scotic works of art, the date being towards the end of the 8th century. The material is silver-gilt with gold filigree and glass settings, and even the back is ornamented with medallions of trumpet spirals. The Bibliographical Society. The occasion of the annual meeting of the Society, which was held on January 19th, was saddened by the recent death of Sir William Osler, the president of the Society, who had held that office for 7 years. During that time, he seldom failed to preside at the Society's meetings, and his courtesy and geniality, no less than his keen interest in bibliography, and especially in the Society's own sphere of work, won him the warm regard of the members. For some years past he had been engaged in the preparation of a monograph on medical works printed in the 15th century, which it is hoped will be issued by the Bibliographical Society. Sir William's successor in the presidency is Mr. Falconer Madden, formerly Bodley's librarian. At the January meeting, he read an abridgment of a paper which he had written describing the work of the Daniel Press, which since the death of its founder and owner has passed into the possession of the Bodleian Library. Books of the Month. Poetry. Flora by Pamela Bianco. Verses by Walter de la Mare Heinemann, 25s net. Miss Bianco is 12 years old, at least she was when these drawings were made. There is a sameness about them. Almost all of them contain a rather languishing female face, with something of a primitive Madonna about it, and something, if we dare suggest it, of the sophisticated 90s in the colored. And in the more elaborate of the black and white pictures, the faces are framed in setting of conventional but charming flowers, with, as Tennyson would put it here, and they're a rabbit. The drawings are unreservedly amazing for a girl of Miss Bianco's age. If her future progress were to be on a par with her present precocity, she would become one of the greatest artists in the world. We cannot assume that, nor on the other hand need we rummage in our notebooks for ancient generalizations about the fate of ancient prodigies. Miss Bianco is remarkable now, and she will be what she will be. If we were predicting, we should say that she would become a very skillful and charming decorator, a more complicated Kate Greenaway. She has at least performed one great feat. Already, she has provided little platforms from which Mr. de la Mare's Pegasus has sprung into the. We can imagine nothing which could more finally illustrate how small suggestions may germinate in a poet's mind than the verses which Mr. de la Mare has written to these so slight, so purely decorative pictures. His imagination has been colored and excited by every smallest hint of a mood, and where to the passing observant, Miss Bianco has left nothing more to be said. To the little she has stated herself anything, a droop of the eyelids, an indicated detail in the background, serves to send Mr. de la Mare off dreaming into remote fairylands. Behind one of Miss Bianco's damsels, slighted and straight-fingered, is a path leading to a small crude building. The wind bloweth where it listeth on this small thing, missing girl and child and leafy tree. Mr. de la Mare's eye has rested, the outlines have filled in, atmosphere has trembled in sounds and lights, and the outcome is something of which Miss Bianco never dreamed. Is it an abbey that I see, hard by that tapering poplar tree, whereat that path hath end? 'Tis wondrous still, that empty hill, yet calls me friend. Smooth is the turf, serene the sky, the time-worn, crumbling roof awry. Within that turret slim hangs there a bell, whose faint notes knell do colors dim Burn in that angled window there. Grass green and crimson azure rare. Wood from that narrow door. One looking in. See gem-like shine. On walls and floor. Candles whose aureole flames must seem. So still they burn in dream. And do they cry and say, see stranger come. Here is thy home. No longer stray. The poem Suppose, which appeared in our first number, starts on its fantastic flight from a face with eyes of wonderment in it, and from another head ahead, crowned a neck, girdled comes the comb perfect in itself, without any picture. My mother sate me at her glass. This necklet of bright flowers she wove. Criss-cross her gentle hands did pass, and wound in my hair her love. Deep in the mirror our glances met, and grieved lest from her care I roam. She kissed me through her tears and set on high this spangling comb. Mirage is lovelier still, and far more slender in its origins. How Mr. de la Mare's imagination can fill out an outline that really is given is shown in his delicious poem of Master Rabbit. There is a charming sketch, a rabbit, and nothing more. But to the poet, a whole scene comes up, country scents, green grasshoppers talking, and wings like amber, dispread in light. As from bush to bush, linnet took flight. He sees the rabbit, looking out from the shadow-rimmed mouth of his shady cavern at sunset. Rabbit sees him. Snowy flit of a scud. He was into his hole. And stamp, stamp, stamp. Through dim labyrinths clear. The whole world darkened. A human near. This is an extra number to Peacock Pie, and the poems as a whole make us once more impatient for a collected volume of Mr. de la Mare's work, which will show the bulk and the quality of the performance of one of the most exquisite artists in words who has ever contributed to the unequaled treasury of our English lyrics. Nevertheless, it must be admitted that his average level is higher when he is not writing verses to a series of pictures. 17th century English verse, 16,161,660, edited by H. J. Massingham Macmillan, Golden Treasury Series, 3s 6d net. Mr. Massingham collects here 400 poems written, with few exceptions, in the 4 to 4 years that followed the death of Shakespeare. It may not be correct to describe this period as the most neglected period of English literature. It is true that many of the authors and most of the poems to be found in Mr. Massingham's collection have been ignored by anthologists and are utterly unknown to the reading public, but we suspect that the periods of Anne and the Georges have been even less thoroughly searched, though they would not yield results so rich as those which have come from the claim that Mr. Massingham has staked out. There were great poets in that period. It left us many poems by Milton, Herrick, Herbert, Vaughan, Cowley, Crashaw, Lovelace, Suckling, and Carew, which are familiar to every reader at all interested in English poetry. Had the obvious best been always selected, Mr. Massingham would have found himself crowded out with stock pieces before he began. He has therefore, since he desired mainly to give publicity to the unfamiliar, left Milton and Herrick out altogether, and excluded some of the best-known poems of their nearest rivals. This has given him room for everybody, or at least for 100 and more poets, for Nabs and Festal, as well as for the poets above mentioned, for Donne, and for such other respectable poets as Brougham, Bunyan, Cartwright, Corbett, Davenant, Denham, the Fletchers, Habington, Bishop, King, Massinger, Jasper, Maine, Quarles, Randolph, Shirley T., Stanley, Traherne, Waller, Wither, and Wotton. It is an imposing array. Contemplating it, one realizes that if that age could not vie with the Elizabethan in the number of great works produced, it actually beat it in the number of men it produced who wrote a few or many good short poems. And it had, as Mr. Massingham rightly says, a quality of its own. It may be difficult to deduce tendencies from this mass of metaphysical, amorous, graceful, jocular, scholarly, tripping verse, but at least the age was no mere afterglow. There are very few poems in this fine selection which could have been mistaken for products of any other generation, and there are few which are mere degenerate imitations of the songs of an earlier race. There was under Charles and Cromwell a distinct civilization with a color, and a mind of its own less passionate save, in some quarters, in the matter of religion, than the last less certain in its music, more self-conscious in all its ways, but genuine and temperately ardent, cheerful, chivalrous, genial, often tender from the one pole of "What a dainty life the milkmaid leads," to the other of "I saw eternity the other night." It covered in its manner the whole range of poetic experience and expression, and it did many things perfectly. Herrick and Vaughan were its typical products, and neither in his sphere has an equal. We find no material fault in this most admirable and enjoyable anthology. We may, however, make in passing a few unimportant comments. Mr. Massingham, as we have said, has covered the ground more exhaustively than we had any right to expect, and for most of his important omissions he accounts satisfactorily on the ground that he does not want to reprint poems which everyone already knows. There are, however, a few things which he might have included. The selection would have been more thoroughly represented had it contained more of the controversial element, I suppose. He says that my political temper would urge me to declare for the Parliament in the Civil War, but a bruising disunion of feeling would arise were such a choice forced upon me before the Civil War. The middle and upper classes in England were highly educated and passionately drawn to music, turning over these old songbooks, printed 50 years after their Elizabethan prototypes. One feels a horror at the men who violated the temples of song and learning for the Puritans, killed the musical soul of England, and paved the way for our doomed triumph of the business sense. That is, as may be at all events, he who regarded royalism as the devil would have to admit that, not forgetting Milton and Marvell, the devil had most of the best tunes, and there is a lilt about many of the rump songs that equals anything in English polemic verse. Cleveland, in fancy, might have been more freely drawn on politics. Apart, there are things missing. A selection from Joseph Beaumont is given, but where is that beautiful poem about the sweet fury of Mary Magdalene? One poem of the mysterious Anne Collins. It is only, we think, one edition of her works, of which a unique copy is supposed to exist. There was a second is given, but not the best. Orinda is done scant justice, and another woman, not a genius, but as good as some of Mr. Massingham's men, who deserved quotation however brief, is Anne Bradstreet, the 10th muse, the female Homer, and what not of New England. The admission of Philip Ayres, who was 20 years out of date, is not really justifiable. Granted that he was old-fashioned in style and spirit, the same might be said of some of his Restoration contemporaries. Dr. Walter Pope's celebrated poem, for instance, would not have been out of place in a volume which contains Thomas Jordan, and might have contained Martin Parker. A few of Mr. Massingham's copious and highly entertaining notes invite controversy. It is cruel of him, so tender as a rule towards small poets who have patches of goodness, to describe Flatman as a poetaster. It is rash of him to declare that a good Alexandrian must have a noticeable caesura, and it must surely have been a moment of aberration which led him to detect a superb freedom of imagination in the ordinary tropes of Lord Herbert's elegy. Doth the sun now his light with yours renew? Have waves the curling of your hair? Did you restore unto the sky and air the red and white and blue? Have you vouchsafed to flowers since your death that sweetest breath? These things, however, matter little. You note, by the way, that Mr. Massingham, like his predecessors, is unable to contribute anything new to the discussion concerning one of the noblest of the poems that come under his survey. We refer to Yet, if His Majesty our Sovereign Lord, which was discovered by Mr. Bullen in Christ Church Library. Mr. Bullen, conjectured Vaughan as author. Mr. Massingham, with all deference, says that Mr. Bullen is wrong. We agree with Mr. Massingham, but we should greatly like this problem to be cleared up. A Miscellany of Poetry, edited by William Keynes Seymour Palmer Hayward, Fives Net. This miscellany is issued to the public as a truly Catholic anthology of contemporary poetry. We do not quite gather what the author means by this. He has restricted the range of his selection by printing only poems which have not yet appeared in book form, and he certainly cannot suppose that he has even half of the best living poets in his volume, or even half of the best poets of the younger generation. Mr. Chesterton appears, but not Mr. Belloc. Mr. Binion, but not a E or Mr. Yeats Mr. Davies, but not Mr. de la Mare Mr. Sturge Moore, but not Mr. Freeman Mr. Nichols, but not Mr. Sassoon Mr. Graves, or Mr. Turner. Possibly the suggestion is that Mr. Seymour has consulted other people's tastes, as well as his own. This might explain the presence here of poets who are not known to have written anything of any merit, and who certainly contribute nothing of merit to this collection. However the good things make the book worth having, chief among them is a long epistle by Mr. Sturge Moore, which contains pictures as clean-cut and vivid as those which made his mica so peculiarly rich a poem. Mr. Chesterton's Ballad of St. Barbara has glorious lines, and the spirit is the spirit of the white horse, but ballads should not be obscure, and this one is there is no obscurity in Mr. Chesterton's Elegy in a Country Churchyard. The men that worked for England, they have their graves at home, and bees and birds of England about the cross can roam, but they that fought for England, following a fallen star, alas, alas for England, they have their graves afar, and they that rule in England, in stately conclave met, alas, alas for England, they have no graves as yet. The series of lyrics by Mr. Davies are as usual delicious, and there is less of rotundity than usual and more exactness and feeling in Mr. John Drinkwater's Malediction. Mr. Gibson contributes a series of descriptive war sonnets, adjectival, but interesting, and Mr. Gerald Good 8 sonnets very skillfully written and full of good if reminiscent phrases, which are unfortunately not as intelligible as they look. The editor's fruitage is too much like the more pontifical octosyllabics of Mr. Drinkwater, but his siesta gives a hot-colored picture vividly of the other contributors, Mr. Binion, Miss Macaulay, Mr. Theodore Maynard, and Mr. Charles Williams, whose poems of conformity difficult but sinewy should be better known than they are interestingly represented. To these we may add Mr. F. Roman 5 Branford, who has almost made a good poem out of mathematics. It concludes, "For here and hence I sail, alone beyond the pales, where square and circle coincide, and the parallels collide, and perfect pyramids flower." Obscurity is more excusable in this poem than in his others. The discriminating reader who has read this book once will probably mark the poems he wants to read a second time. There are many here by authors who need not be specified, which have given us an uncompensated headache. If the editor means to follow the volume up, he would be well advised next time in being less catholic in this regard. An anthology of contemporary verse has to be almost uniformly good to serve any useful purpose. Novels. Interim by Dorothy Richardson, Duckworth Sevens Net. Valmouth by Ronald Furbank, Grant Richards, Sevens Net. Full Circle by Mary Agnes Hamilton Collins, Sevens Net. Invisible Tides by Beatrice Seymour Chapman Hall, Sevens Net. Miss Richardson's novel is her 5th volume in the same manner, and about the same person, and a 6th volume is announced. She has apparently in effect only one novel to write, and only one manner in which to do it. It is a manner distinctively her own, and yet not an isolated phenomenon. This kind of thinking and this kind of writing seem to be abroad at the moment. There are deep and genuine analogies between Miss Richardson's style and the style of Mr. James Joyce. There is a much more superficial resemblance between her work and the fumistery of Mr. Ronald Furbank she has influenced, but in this case it was a conscious discipleship. The method of Miss May Sinclair it would not be difficult to find in her traits, which she has in common with the more sincere exponents of futurist poetry, and with the theory and attempt to embody which was made in futurist paintings. She is in fact an individual member of a school, which is mostly posing and pretense, and which tends to discredit its very few genuine exponents. But that Miss Richardson is genuine, whether we like reading her books or not, is a question beyond dispute. She writes as she does, because she must, because it is the way in which it has been given her to write. It is her object to translate the memories of sensations into words directly, and with as little change as possible. This is a specimen. Miriam pulled up in front of a large oil painting over the sofa, its distance elsewhere, a meadow stream that was wide in the foreground, with a stone bridge and a mill-wheel and a cottage half hidden under huge trees, grew narrow and wound on, and on through tiny distant fields. until the scene melted in a softened, mist-filled all. Her early visits to the Brooms in the Banbury Park days before they had discovered that she did not like sitting with her back to the fire. She listened eagerly to the busy sounds of the brooms. Someone had bolted the hall door and was scooping a chair over the tiles to get up and put out the gas. Dust sheets was still being flaunted in the room behind her. Grace's arm came round her waist. So glad you've come, sweet," she said in her low, steady, shaken tone. "So am I," said Miriam. "Isn't that a jolly picture?" "Yes, it's an awfully good one, you know. It was one of Papa's." "What's O'Hara doing in the kitchen?" "Taking Grace by the waist." Miriam drew into the passage, trying to prance with her down the hall. The little kitchen was obscured by an enormous clothes horse draped with airing linen. "She's left a miserable fire," said Mrs. Phillips from behind the clothes horse. "She hasn't done the saucepans," Aunt scolded Florrie from the scullery. "Never mind, we can't have her down now. It's nearly midnight." This is the reconstitution of a moment, and for what it is worth, Miss Richardson makes the moment live again. But minds which observe and record in her close literal fashion are not normal minds, and therefore her impressions of life, colored as they are by her acute introspectiveness, cannot correspond to life as normal persons see it. The normal person simplifies life, not merely when, if ever, he describes it, but also when he perceives it. The world is not to him the fragmentary, incoherent whirl of feelings and events which it is to Miss Richardson. Nevertheless, it is obvious that this is how the world appears to her, and here again, for what it is worth, is her description of it. With such a book, a document rather than a novel, the ordinary attitude of the critic of fiction is naturally unsuitable and inapplicable. He cannot assume the conventional position of judgment from a definite and unalterable standard. He can in fact do no more than explain what is the book before him and leave it at that. We attempt to do no more. We do, however, think it worthwhile to establish the fact, if possible, that Miss Richardson's novels are the real expression of a real personality. On some readers, they may have absolutely no effect, on some a small or a transitory effect. Some, we know, appreciate them enormously, but they are genuine, they are not stunts. When the series is finished, it may of course appear that Miss Richardson has given to the life of Miriam Henderson an artistic shape and molding, instead of making it merely an endless film. But this does not at present suggest itself. What we have now is the record of a particular mind in various states, a mind which is not normal, but is not possessed to an abnormal degree of either beauty or power. That, we confess, is all we are able to say. That Miss Richardson's method is native and genuine may be seen by a comparison of it with that of Mr. Ronald Furbank, whose Valmouth is worth noticing here. In order to make the point here again, a random specimen is necessary. Depositing his scrip in the outhouse, the cowherd glanced around. "Where's Thetis got?" he asked, addressing the small boy who, brandishing a broken rhubarb leaf, was flitting functionarily about. "Thetis, he hopped, standing in the river." "What's she standing there for?" "Nothing." "Must I thrash you, Billy Jolly?" "Oh, don't, David." "Then answer me quick." "When the tide flows up from Spatter Bay, she pretends it binds her to the sea where her sweetheart is her be-betrothed away in the glorious tropics." "Ad you're a simple one, you are." "Me? You?" "Don't be horrid, David, to me. You mustn't be. It's bad enough quite without." "Odd." Throughout this curious book, we have again an attempt at an incoherent and bewildering style, a picture of a world which disintegrates into 1,000 pieces as we regard it. It is indeed in some sort that deliquescence of language and thought of which a certain school of French writers once dreamed, but it expresses not a native, if unusual, way of seeing so much as a perverse, deliberately assumed attitude. Mr. Furbank has clearly talents and ingenuity enough to prevent any nonsense he may write being thrown away as pure nonsense, but it is also clear that his aim is to write nonsense rather than sense, and perhaps to put forward under a film of absurdity a certain natural perversity which would not be welcomed if it were more lucidly expressed. He has a certain gift for inconsequence and highly etherealized frivolity, but this may be inextricably connected with his demerits, in which case it would be useless to ask him to change. If he does not, he will remain a curiosity, mildly amusing a few readers, deluding a few into a belief that they have found a super genius, and boring or displeasing the great majority. These two books taken together suggest an aspect from which it may be profitable to consider Mrs. Hamilton's Full Circle. Neither of them tells a story in the sense in which the miraculous inventors of the Arabian Nights told stories. Miss Richardson has no astonishing history to recount. She rather describes than tells, though her heroine moves chronologically. One has yet the sense, rather, of movement in space than of movement in time. Mr. Furbank tells some story or other, but it is not possible to discern it under his incessant saltimbanqueries. Mrs. Hamilton tells a definite tale. Certain persons enter into relations, find themselves in a situation, resolve it. There is an introduction, a complication, and a denouement. It is, however, the story that we miss when we look back on the book. Mrs. Hamilton has observed or imagined certain persons of various characters, and in order to exhibit them, has invented the shocks and clashes between them which carry on her narrative. But while the persons are clearly observed or imagined, the book suggests that nothing more than invention was used for the bringing forth of the incidents. The writer might easily have been content to describe her characters without showing them in motion. The Quahamptons, Iris Maldith and Wilfrid Elstree, are vivid and real, portrayed in the round. We should know them if we met them, and from their presentation here we can make such estimates of and guesses about them as we make in ordinary life. They are no less real than that, but in Wilfrid's affair with Bridget Quahampton, in his disappearance and return, in Roger's marriage and destiny, it is impossible not to discern a certain lassitude and want of interest. The incidents are not improbable or ill-drawn, but Mrs. Hamilton cannot have felt very much about them as incidents. Though the people have undoubtedly come to life in her hands, they have not proceeded to do anything of their own initiative, except in one instance. We feel the hand of the author jogging their elbows and ruling their fates when two of them, when Bridget and Wilfrid, are involved in an emotional situation. The author's interest continues to reveal itself in Bridget and in Wilfrid, not in the situation which the clash of their individualities has produced. A tale need not deal with the marvelous and fantastic, with genies in bottles and young princes transformed into calves, in order to exhibit the special gift of the storyteller. It may concern itself with themes as slight as those of the spoils of Poynton or what Macy knew, but it must at least deal not with isolated personalities, but with that which is produced by the fusion, whether in love or hate, or some other emotion, of two or more personalities, or by the impact of events on a single personality or more. We do not mean to suggest that Mrs. Hamilton's novel is deficient in this essential. We mean only that on this side of her work there are traces of what appeared to us to be lack of interest, even traces of boredom in one situation, only in the subtly and mysteriously hinted conflict between Wilfrid Elstree, the brilliant, untrammeled egoist, and Iris Maldith, the pretty girl whose commonplace character is as rigid as iron. Are these traces absent? And here the novelist's work is done so exceedingly well as to make the deficiencies of the rest especially noticeable. Mrs. Beatrice Seymour's novel is also distinguished by one remarkable incident. It is, we are informed, a first work, and as such it deserves praise for its smoothness and competence. But in 9 parts out of 10, it seems to be the attempt of a quite clever writer to sum up in short space what Mr. Bennet did in the 3 volumes of the Clayhanger series, and what Mr. Compton Mackenzie has not yet finished doing in the 4 volumes of the Sylvia and Michael series. It describes, that is to say, the separate childhood and youth of a young man and young woman, and then their union, which in this case is illicit, and which is terminated by the war. Much of it is a great deal too up-to-date to have any depth. Hilary Sargent is a painter, calls Helena Morden Deirdre as soon as he sees her, and one day, when they were together on the Downs, he read to her things she knew and things she didn't, from de la Mare Drinkwater, Good Hodgson, and most appropriately Hilaire Belloc. And there was Flecker and Brooke, and Frances Cornford, and Lady Margaret Sackville, and Dora Sigerson, whom Helena loved. No wonder that, as the reader easily foresees, they lost the last train home. They had confused their minds with too many styles, and had far too many books to carry. This kind of modernity is too superficial and too easy of achievement. It is presenting the reader with false coin. For the rest, the book has the slickness and the clicking regularity, which, though they are by no means common in novelists, cannot be of great interest, except to the subscribers to circulating libraries who are wont to ask for a novel which will enable them to support the tedium of the weekend. But in one chapter, Mrs. Seymour surprisingly faces and masters a real and a painful situation, that of a shallow girl who, having rejoiced that her husband at the front enables her to be in the fashion, collapses under the news that he has been made hideous by injuries received in the trenches. This is a thing which has undoubtedly happened. It is unspeakably agonizing to contemplate, and so far as we know, no novelist has hitherto attempted it, but there is no reason why it should not be used for purposes of art, if the novelist has the requisite skill and tact, and above all the requisite courage. Mrs. Seymour looks the basilisk in the eyes, and reduces it to her service. The conversation between Helena and Pamela Sandit occupies less than 8 pages, in which the whole affair is begun and ended. Projects violently out of the book, makes the rest of it look rather emptier than it really is, and testifies unmistakably to the genuine powers which Mrs. Seymour has not elsewhere employed. One scene does not make a novel, much less a novelist, but one such scene as this in a first book persuades us to look hopefully to Mrs. Seymour's future. The Chorus Girl and Other Stories by Anton T. Chekhov, Chateau Windows 3's net. In the title tree of this volume, the injured wife of Nikolai Petrovich Kolpakov calls suddenly at the house of Pasha, a chorus girl with whom he is accustomed to spend his time, and Kolpakov, who is there, goes into hiding. He has been ruined by his extravagances and is on the point of being arrested for embezzlement. His wife demands the return of the gifts he has lavished on Pasha, in order that the missing sum may be made up and dishonor averted, but Pasha has had no gifts from him. The wife refuses to believe it, repeats her demand, and then, without altering her attitude of contemptuous hatred, implores and entreats Pasha. At last gives her the presents she has received from more generous admirers. She declares these are not enough and asks for more, and Pasha gives her everything she has. When his wife has gone, Kolpakov comes out of his retirement, and expressing his angry remorse that she should have had to kneel to a low creature, pushes the girl aside and leaves her. Then Pasha lay down and began wailing aloud. She was already regretting her things which she had given away so impulsively, and her feelings were hurt. She remembered how 3 years ago a merchant had beaten her for no sort of reason, and she wailed more loudly than ever. This synopsis suggests more accurately than any analysis we could attempt in the space at our disposal why we should welcome the 8th volume of Mrs. Constance Garnett's admirable rendering of the tales of T. Chekhov into English. An extended study might discover many traits in this author which would be worthy of observation. There is, for example, the peculiar acuteness of his sense of smell. The air was full of the smell of freshly scrubbed floors. As I mounted the soft carpeted stairs, there was for some reason a strong smell of indirubber. A house was half dark and mysterious, and smelt of mushrooms. These are sentences taken at random from 2 or 3 stories in the present volume. A minute examination would reveal other characteristics by which a formal criticism could distinguish T. Chekhov from other writers of the short story, but it is doubtful whether any study could come nearer to defining the nature of his genius than by naming the qualities which are immediately obvious in the chorus girl. He has precision, economy, detachment, and for all his gloom and squalor, charm. Also he stoops, as it were, from an ineffable height, picks up a situation, describes it in the smallest possible number of words, and lets it fall back into the welter of human lives. It is not likely that any English author will imitate him, nor would it be desirable, but his qualities, if they cannot be learnt, can at least be used to correct excesses. And apart from that, these 8 volumes are a monument of narrative, and for with Mrs. Garnett's translation, one can say so much of style, belles letters, and criticism. The London Venture by Michael Arlen Heinemann, 4's net. It is a little hard to know under what classification this book ought to be considered, whether fiction, biography, or belles letters. The same difficulty has occasionally arisen with the works of Mr. George Moore, but since the author is alluded to in it by the name which he acknowledges to be his own, we have decided that it cannot be fiction for a reason which has sometimes occurred to the critics of Mr. George Moore. We beg to be excused from treating it as biography. There remains nothing but belles letters. And Mr. George Moore's name occurs here very appropriately, for not even Mr. Max Beerbohm has written anything so characteristically Moorish as some of these pages. Observe how it is done. But this letter has seemed strange to me because perhaps I shall never again receive a letter whose writer is dead, and who when writing it dreamt of all material things, but death. Were I Oscar Wilde, I might wonder now if Englishwomen who die in America come back to London for. There is much of London in the letter. I should like to be in London today, Bloomsbury, London, Mayfair, London, Chelsea, London, London, of the small restaurants and large draughts of wine, London, of the intellectual half-lights, drone of flippant phrases and racy epigrams with a thin fog outside. Out of the silence of 2 years at last came a letter from her. I found it when I came in very late one night, and for a long time I stood in my little hall and examined the Eastern stamp and postmark, and the writing on the envelope was so exactly the same as on the last note she had sent me before leaving England that I had to smile at the idea of Shelmerdine in the rush of her last pursuit of her. Perfect fate laying in a sufficient store of her own special nibs to last her for the lifetime she intended to spend abroad, for when I opened the letter, I found that as I had guessed she would never come back to England, saying I am a fugitive branch, which has at last found its parent tree. I have run my perfect fate to earth, Dickren, more perfect than any dream, more lasting than the most perfect dream. Here is the very attitude, here the very cadences of the original, and the adventures are not dissimilar. Now Mr. Moore has acquired his style by long labor, and it is a little amusing to see the flower of it culled by a writer who has neither dug nor watered, but Mr. Arlen will not in so close a discipleship make the best of the talents, which the very closeness of his discipleship shows him to possess. An author who can copy so exactly the manner of another ought to be able to evolve a manner of his own, and we look forward to seeing a book in which Mr. Arlen shall have done this. In the Garret, by Carl van Vechten Knopf. Mr. Van Vechten is an American critic, rather of the type of the ingenious Mr. Huneker. He is quite as fluent, not quite so versatile. No art or aspect of life presents itself to Mr. Huneker as superior to any other, but Mr. Van Vechten has a great deal more to say about music than about anything else. He touches the theater a great deal, literature a little, and music most of all, and he gulps down greedily all he touches. One name is as good as another to him, and he knows a great many names of all sorts. George Moore, he says apropos of Mr. Moore's suggestion that Robinson Crusoe ought to be rewritten, has rewritten many of his own books. Henry James rewrote all of his novels and tales that he cared to preserve for the definitive edition. On the other hand, Ouida believed, and expressed this belief in a paper published in her Critical Studies, that once a book was given to the public it became a part of life, a part of history, and that its author had no right to tamper with it. Mr. Ernest Newman likes the operas of Isaac Albanese, but Mr. Marliave does not share his enthusiasm. On 2 opposite pages, we discovered the names of the following persons: Mr. Cable, Mr. Arthur Machen, George Sand, Roman 1000 Meterlink, Mr. Cecil Forsyth, Monet, Leonardo, Homer, Rabelais, Cervantes, Ramai de Guermont, Dickens, Huysmans, and Mr. Havelock Ellis. This is lively enough in all conscience, and Mr. Van Vechten is able to keep it up without flagging, and to support it with an equal vivacity of style, as when he remarks that the art of the musician deals with Clanton's modern English criticism, is sometimes reproached with being a little too heavy. Here we have a critic so volatile that he bounces like a child's balloon from the name of one great man to another. Among Italian Peasants, by Tony Cyriax Collins, 12s, 6d net. The brush rather than the pen is evidently the medium of expression for Mrs. Tony Cyriax. The pictures in her book convey an infinitely better impression of the life of the peasant in an Italian mountain village than all she says about it in writing, which is rather crude and colorless, but the pictures are delightful and are sufficiently praised in an appreciative introduction by Mr. Muirhead Bone. The best chapters in the book are those dealing with the tending of silkworms in peasant cottages and the greatly dreaded hailstorm, which, despite the prayers of the priest, religious processions, and the ringing of church bells, destroys in an hour the labor of months and brings the villagers to the verge of starvation. Such a storm, as the writer describes, will recall vividly to the memory of anyone who has stayed in an Italian hillside village the pathetic anxiety of the natives, when a thunderstorm is brewing all around. Stretch the vineyards which from dawn till dusk have been the care of people to whose toil the day's work of an English agricultural laborer is child's play. Will the hailstones utterly ruin the vines If so, the villagers will be faced with semi-starvation. And yet more breadwinners in despair must emigrate to America, that refuge for the Italian destitute. Pathetic, too, is an account of weeks of unceasing toil in connection with the cottage silkworm industry. The cavalry, as the peasants call the silkworms, remorseless in their greed for mulberry leaves, and their demands for the right temperature, will keep a whole family working for them from morning till night. Here, as given by Mrs. Tony Syriacs, is the result of the labor of one such household. The work from start to finish had covered 40 days, and Rossina's cocoons had weighed 56 kilograms, so Rossina had earned exactly 224 lire, which is all but 9. As a record of the hard existence that may be passed in the midst of nature's graciousness and beauty among Italian peasants, is not without value. Sussex in bygone days, reminiscences of Nathaniel Payne Blaker, Roman 1000 R. Roman 100 S. Hove, Combridge's 1919 fives. The recorders of Sussex must have a shelf to themselves by this time, and there are many reasons for it. Sussex has not only individual quality, amenity, and interest, all counties have them, but it is accessible, and it is the fashion not to go back to Dalloway, and his likes. The best of the moderns are Mr. Lucas and Mr. Halsham, and the better of them Mr. Lucas, as we think he has the mellower outlook, a benevolent postprandial regard. Mr. Halsham is more pedagogical. He regrets much, and seldom approves. He cannot praise a landscape without reminding us how much better it was before old what's-his-name cut down those trees, taken at some length, indeed taken in series 479. He becomes tiresome nevertheless. He wrote a novel once called Kitty Fairhall, which contains more of the essence of the Sussex peasant than Mr. Lucas himself is likely to apprehend. Mr. Nathaniel Blaker, the latest chronicler, earns a place upon the shelf the rather, because it need only be a little one. Our quarrel with him would be that it did not ask a larger. He has lived long and served his county honorably in an honorable profession, but he has not much to say. That is a pity. He has stored his mind, but cannot load his page. He remembers mail coaches, he remembers the ox teams, he remembers the days of reaping with the sickle, the futhy, stubbles, the thrashing with a flail. To some of us, those memories have a savor so sharp that with the wind one might catch and transfigure it in words. To Mr. Blaker, they are as the primrose was to Mr. Bell, and one feels that he puts them down rather because that is the kind of thing one does put down in books of this sort than because they import a perfume which it is luxury to distill upon the page, lacking gusto. Mr. Blaker tantalizes his reader. The beautiful names which he strews about him, Selmiston, Staining, Hurstpierpoint, Ringmer, Fulkingflicker, like a mirage. He tells us, for example, that Staining Fair in the old days was a scene of great excitement and confusion, and probably as much iniquity as could be crowded into so small a space. We dare say so, but we are athirst for the iniquities, and he gives us none to drink of. One wishes to get Mr. Blaker by the fire with a matured cigar and ply him with questions. Gypsies, now obviously he knows a great deal about them. He says, I well recollect, very many years ago, one rainy afternoon, which prevented them working, watching a family of gypsies in a barn. I think the family must have consisted of the father and mother and several children, one daughter nearly grown up, and 2 or 3 acquaintances. They all sat or lay about upon the straw, doing absolutely nothing, while 1 or 2 girls kept singing a peculiarly plaintive and monotonous, but soothing and agreeable tune in a language I believe I did not know, for I could not catch a single word. That is the sort of thing Mr. Blaker will do with a pen in his hand, give us the materials of a picture, and leave us burning. His broken hinted sights do but sting the mind. Of course he tells us, can't help it, some interesting things. One of them is a common saying that Sussex girls had such long legs because they stretched them by pulling them out of the mud that must have been in the wheel. But we did not know that feature of Sussex girls. Cobbett knew, and so do we, that they are remarkable for their good looks. Mr. Blaker does not say so. We regret his Peter Bell attitude to life. His best chapters are upon the horse and the birch, with both of which he is evidently acquainted. It used to be considered, he says, a great joke when a lady's first baby arrived to send her a carefully packed parcel containing a small birch rod, with a label to be used when required, that is what we want, and again, he says that it was the custom when the cloth was laid for dinner. In the middle of the day, for the cane which was kept over the mantel to be placed with the carving knife, and steel on Papa's right hand, excellent these scraps, show what a handsome sack of oddments Mr. Blaker must have, he should have shaken it more liberally over his book. A Pilgrim in Palestine, after its deliverance, by John Finley Chapman Hall 10's net. Of Mr. Finley's sincerity and enthusiasm, there can be no question of his taste. There is a good deal to be said. Many books have been written about the Holy Land, but surely none before which deliberately puts the history and the personages of Palestine into the background of a picture whose foreground is occupied. The events of the recent campaign. Mr. Finley has no hesitation in viewing sacred history sub specie temporis hodierni. For him, Allenby's battle at Armageddon is the beginning of the end of the battle with the beast. The German is not, however, only Antichrist. He is also Judas. Here are Mr. Finley's meditations over the holy city. I was an ashamed spectator, standing there at the Gethsemane gate, feeling that we had been sleeping when we should have been watching, when we should have been preparing for defense against the German Judas, who had professed devotion to the teachings of him who spoke the Sermon on the Mount. Did not the great German hospice stand most conspicuously on the Mount, that its pilgrims might dip their bread in the very sop of the Master's dish? And do not the towers of the German churches stand out most prominently and offensively in the inner city? Most of his book is like that, and if you cannot see history in quite the startling black and white of Mr. Finley's imagination, you had better leave the book unread. Mr. Finley was with the American Red Cross, and he tells one happy story of himself, which it is only fair to quote. He was worshipping in the Russian Church of the Ascension on the Mount of Olives. A woman of sharp, eager face, as of a zealot with a grey shawl over her head, seeing me standing near the door, approached me, and said, in rather sharp voice, Quelle croix. I did not at first understand the import of her inquiry, though I realized that she was putting to me an all-important question. Quelle croix, O Latin. My answer was La Croix Rouge. If the soil of Palestine be favorable for legends, no doubt a tale will arise of a strange religion whose devotees cross themselves neither in the Western or Eastern manner, but in some strange red mode, which Mr. Finley's zealot was probably eager to see. Addresses in America by John Galsworthy, Heinemann 6's net. Generalization, which used to be a philosophy, is rapidly becoming little more than a hobby. During the war, it was a hobby savagely or amiably ridden by those who sought to explain the mentality of the Allies or the enemy. Gradually individuals learnt that not every Belgian was Belgium, nor every German Germany. But for propaganda purposes, we still used great typical figures. It saved thought, and it flattered either our own pride or that of our friends. Propagandists' most delicate task was always to explain Great Britain to the United States of America, and certainly it was a wise thing to send Mr. Galsworthy across the Atlantic. Surely he, if anyone, might be able to justify the ways of the country house to Boston and New York to Washington, and even to Chicago. Here we have his addresses delivered during 1919 in the United States. In his paper on America and Britain, he takes the line that by words we are saved. The tie of language is all-powerful, for language is the food formative of minds, why a volume could be written on the formation of character by literary humor alone. It sounds not unconvincing until one remembers that French is not the language of Alsace, that English is spoken by most of the inhabitants of Ireland, or to go further back, that the possession of a common language did not prevent Athens and Sparta from indulging in the Peloponnesian War. We like Mr. Galsworthy better when he leaves his generalizations and tells stories in the paper Tallery at large. He displays that sweet-naturedness, that mellowed irony, which never lapses into satire, that humor which is always aware, that a sense of pity is invaluable in comedy. Here is the true Galsworthy. In the 5th year of the war, 2 men sat alone in a railway carriage. One, pale, young, and rather worn, had an unlighted cigarette in his mouth. The other, elderly, prosperous, and of a ruddy countenance, was smoking a large cigar. The young man, who looked as if his days were strenuous, took his unlighted cigarette from his mouth, gazed at it, searched his pockets, and looked at the elderly man, and said, "Could you give me a light, sir?" The elderly man regarded him for a moment, dropped his eyelids, and murmured, "I've no matches." The young man sighed, mumbled the cigarette on his watering lips, then said very suddenly, "Perhaps you'll very kindly give me a light from your cigar, sir." The elderly man moved throughout his body, as if something very sacred had been thrilled within him. "I'd rather not," he said, "if you don't mind." A quarter of an hour passed, while the young man's cigarette grew moister, and the elder man's cigar shorter. Then the latter stirred, took it from under his grey mustache, looked critically at it, held it out a little way towards the other with the side, which was least burner down foremost, and said, "Unless you'd like to take it from the edge." And there are people who are surprised that the returned soldier occasionally commits acts of violence. Thoughts in Middle Life by G. Locker Lampson Humphreys, 3s 6D net. This book is beautifully printed on admirable paper and is priced very low. Unfortunately, Mr. Locker Lampson has reached middle life without learning that most platitudes are better unwritten. No man is a hero to his own valet, and the same principle may be applied as in part the cause of our invidious comparisons between the men of yesterday and those of today. He alone has a right to be called successful who has led a happy life. Sometimes he will enliven his platitude by a pleasing derangement of metaphors. Autobiographies are of little value. In extending the personality of their authors, we may get an occasional glimpse below the surface, but the waters are generally agitated by all kinds of subsidiary motives, and the eye cannot pierce them. The one sentence which explains the author is to be found in the essay "One's Own Company." No man then need ever be bored by himself, although he cannot avoid being bored by others. Domus Doloris by W. Compton Leith, The Bodley Head, 7s 6D net. In the unornamental language, from which even the loftiest intelligence may extract apt expression for itself, this little book may be called a collection of thoughts in hospital from a patient's standpoint, and an impression of the various nurses who attended him, and yet such a description is unjust and utterly beside the point. The publisher's note upon the cover tells us that Mr. Leith has a rare sense of the value of words and the beauty of phrases, and there is no doubt of it, but the value to literature and humanity of phrases, which are but the vehicles of their own intrinsic beauty, is to be questioned. The whole essay is precious in the last degree. Oblivion flowed up like evening gloom. Life moved with it to the edge of a great deep. It was drawn over it, floated down, and down, wound in the arms of sleep. A faint awareness stole into being like the gray of morning, then a sense of movement, but whether it was a coming up and forth or a declining, there was no power to tell. This sort of thing, exquisite as it may be sometimes, constantly reminds us, however, and with relief, that Henley, with simplicity and humor, covered the same ground in verse from time to time. An unpretentious passage comes to us with a shock, and we ask ourselves again and again if, as it seems, the writer has opinions to air, observations about life and death, to make what a special virtue there is in the highfalutin obscurity of his expression. One of the chief and most necessary concealments of art lies in a well-simulated nonchalance to the more obvious kind of purple patch. Here the entire robe is of purple, though certainty of a royal shade. There were voices, Mr. Leith tells us on the first page, and it was not until the 15th that we knew where the voices came from, which kept thought strained after a meaning. A light strain is no doubt good for thought, but in reading this book it is not light, and it is hard to say which strain is the more severe, students for meaning or the authors for effect. A Childhood in Brittany, 80 Years Ago, by Anne Douglas Sedgwick Arnold, 10s 6D net. Nowhere in England, nor even in Ireland or Scotland, could the life pictured in this book be paralleled. Feudalism has lingered, but not in delicate or decorative ways, in the Brittany of which Miss Sedgwick tells us the beauty, the generous abundance, and the sincere brotherliness of life almost overcome one's distaste for the feudal system, which formed its basis. The lady whose childhood is shown us was of a noble Breton family. Her father seems to have been the only republican she knew among the company of royalists. Life was still so ordered that the country people coming to mass would bow to the lord and lady of the manor after paying their respects to the altar. Yet one is left with a sense of fraternity as genuine as that one feels in reading Chaucer, as the story witnesses. One peasant, I remember, Paul Simmer, by name, of whom my father was specially fond, was so dirty and unwashed that a sort of mark of dirt had formed upon his features one day at a hunting party. Papa called to Paul to come and sit beside him, and the other huntsmen, with singular bad taste, began to make fun of Paul, who sat much abashed with hanging head. Papa affectionately laid an arm about his neck and defended him until his friends finally cried out that they wagered he would not kiss him. At this, although he confessed afterwards to the most intense repugnance, he at once kissed Paul heartily. Poor Paul was quite overcome. He came to my father afterwards with tears in his eyes, and said, standing before him and gazing at him, "O mon maître, que je t'aime." Although the accounts of old Breton customs, glimpse at the Falgoat, pardon the gently critical analysis of the lives of the gentry, the sidelights on the peasants, their cooking, and their cottage fare, all full of interest, the book is chiefly to be valued for preserving the fragrance of an order of living, which too many of us are apt to think of as one of harsh tyranny alleviated by wanton luxury. History and Biography. The Life of Thomas Coutts, Banker, by Ernest Hartley Coleridge, 2 vols Lane, 42s net. Thomas Coutts, virtual founder of the bank of his name, as it now is, was born in 1735, and according to the standards of Scotland, well born, having that is wise, reputable, forbears relatives, with place names of their own, Stewarts of Allenbank, and the like, and a coat of arms, instead of which, as the old story has it, at the age of 28, he married his mother's nursemaid and loved and served her faithfully until after some 50 years' partnership she wandered out of her mind, and then out of his world. By that time, his 3 daughters by her had married, one an Earl of Guildford, one a Marquis of Bute, and one Sir Francis Burdett. By that time, also, Coutts was one of the most considerable bankers in London, and one of the richest men in England. It might now be thought that his adventures in life were over, but not at all. At 70 years of age he stepped once more into the pays du tender, and took into his protection, which in his case, it really appears, had no secondary meaning, Miss Harriet Mellon, a low comedy actress of abundant charm, humble birth, little education, and excellent disposition. She was then 28. He fell headlong in love with her, and head over heels he endowed her with stock and other movables to the amount of 500 a year. And when at the age of 80 he made her his second wife, he settled the whole of that endowment upon herself. At his death, Mr. Coleridge tells us her private fortune could not have been less than 200,000, notwithstanding the estrangement and unconcealed disgust of the ladies, as he always called his daughters. She made him perfectly happy for 9 years, and when at 89 he died very reasonably, he left her practically everything he possessed. That in outline is the life history of Thomas Coutts, as Mr. Ernest Coleridge pleasantly and ably narrates it in 2 portly volumes. The book offers a view of 18th-century manners, which is not often and seldom so well illustrated. Coutts must have been, and he was a notable man of affairs, but he was a good deal better than that. He knew, of course, everybody who was anybody. He was the friend and correspondent of Lord Bute, the favorite of Lord Chatham, of William Pitt. He lent Miro Matu Idus 10,000 to Charles Fox. Without security of any kind, he lent large sums to the Duchess of Devonshire, and forwent the interest, until such time as her son was pleased to pay it for her husband. Never would he lectured that great and gay lady upon her follies with perfect freedom, and no result. All the royal rip sons of George Roman III banked with him, or in other words, borrowed from him, and they dined with him too. Edward, Duke of Kent, the only one of them who was not a rip, made a friend of him as well as a convenience. It is interesting to remark how Coutts deals with these disreputable magnates. He is respectful of their degree, insofar as he is shopkeeper and they customers, but outside the bank parlor he stands on level terms. His children are to commence with their children. His wife's table is as good as their table's servant girl, or not. His wife, Mrs. Coutts, is the equal of their wives. There is nothing of Sir Pertinax Mac Sycophant in his letters, although as a trader he continually has his eye upon business, and is never above doing himself a good turn. Mr. Coleridge is to be congratulated upon having presented so engaging a picture of the sound, cautious, and upright Scots merchant who kept his head and his balance through the convulsions of the American and French wars, and cultivated the domestic virtues in the same social set as Old Q and the Duchess of Gordon. But except for that sappy core of romance, which twice betrayed itself in act and once in word, Tom Coutts was a dry stick. While his views of political affairs were sound and uncommonly independent, his expression of them was not interesting. He was by inheritance a Tory, yet he was staunch upon the American war, the idea he wrote in 1775 to Lord Stair of reducing such a continent to obedience, especially after letting them have so much time to unite, appears to me, so far as I am capable of judging, to be absolutely impossible. So too, he opposed the war with revolutionary France. The war made against their growth seems to me to be exactly the way to encourage, instead of destroying them. There is no instance of opposition by force of arms subduing opinions, which by such manners have always grown stronger, and more inveterate one might be reading the present Dean of St. Paul's, the same faculty of seeing things as they really were allowed him to have no good opinion of Pitt's reform proposals of 1784, and gave him as early as 1785 a plan of dealing with Irish disaffection, which was in fact adopted in 1800 to our cost. As to Ireland, I apprehend it is an aristocracy of about 30 nobles, etc., who command 200 votes in the lower house, and that these 30 may be bought, and a union accomplished more easily than that heap of nonsense called the Irish propositions. They were bought. Mr. Coleridge prints a recently discovered bundle of his love letters to Harriet Mellon, from which, if one could feel love letters to be fair game, it would be tempting and easy to make extracts. They are striking by their extraordinary difference from his other familiar correspondence. Coutts becomes emotional, profuse, sentimental, and occasionally ridiculous. Few love letters, however, will stand the test of examination in cold blood. It can be said of his, at least, that there is nothing in them which is not intended to honor the recipient. To Coutts, his Harriet was a pattern of womanly virtue. It is Mr. Coleridge's opinion, as it is our own, that she deserved it, that she made him happy is obvious, that she returned him a grateful love. Let this, which was written by herself 5 years after her wedding day, bear witness. I never lose my spirits. My blessed Tom said these words to me in a dream, after he had kissed me and laid his dear head on my bosom. I felt his tears on my cheek. I was so happy, but so melancholy happy. He looked so well, tranquil and divine. I see him at this moment, upright, beautiful, and composed, as in his long and immaculate life. He looks just as I first saw his dear blessed face upwards of 20 years ago. That is both tenderly and prettily said. Tom Coutts in his marriage, as in other things, knew what he was about. The Turks in Europe, by W. E. Roman 500, Alan Murray Tens, 6d net. La Turquie est le pays classique du massacres. It has been truly said, Sun History, see Resuma Sessai, pillages, murders, vols, concussionshire touts, les HLS, revolts, insurrections, repercussions, guerras étrangères, guerras civils, revolutions, contra-revolutions, seditions, mutinaries. All these things are the theme of Mr. Allen's interesting and well-written sketch of the Turkish power from the rise of Osman in the 13th century down to the Treaty of Bucharest in 1913. Mr. Allen does not, however, confine himself to a mere record of horrors. He contrives throughout his book to draw in a few lines the characters of the chief actors in the drama, and especially in the later chapters, to expose the policies, European and Turkish, which have created and complicated the long nightmare of the Near East. Many of our troubles of the last 40 years are attributed by him to the Treaty of Berlin in 1878, the triumph of Lord Beaconsfield's policy. It was a treaty concluded, he says, in a spirit of shameless bargain, with a sublime disregard of elementary ethics, and in open contempt of the right of civilized peoples to determine their own future. It was essentially a temporary arrangement concluded between rival imperialist states. A few years later, the grim raw races in the Balkans were again in a savage ferment, and we could enjoy the spectacle of the heads of the civilized world in their palaces in the capitals of Europe, setting those same grim raw races to kill. Mr. Allen, in his narrative of this later period, does not spare his criticism of the diabolic diplomacy of Berlin and Vienna, of the brilliant cunning of their agents in Turkey, and, notably, Baron Marshal von Bieberstein. St. Catherine of Siena, by Alfred W. Pollard, Sidgwick Jackson 3's net. In this little volume, one of a series called Messages of the Saints, Mr. Pollard has retold the ever-fascinating story of St. Catherine Siena's 14th century saint in the present sketch. Says the author, there is nothing original save possibly its point of view, and I believe the chapter on St. Catherine's book. Its point of view is that of an ardent if critical admirer of St. Catherine, and full justice is done to what after all are the qualities which made of her not only the most lovable, But perhaps the most amazing of saintly women, amor vincit omnia, is the motto which springs to the mind as most fit for Catherine of Siena in an age of cruelty. She is love personified. It was love for her fellow creatures, concern for their immortal welfare, that led her, a poor, ignorant little bit of a woman, to face, with the simplicity of a child, and the wisdom born of simplicity, princes and popes, and forced them not to her own will, but to what she conceived to be the will of God. To all who have lived long enough in Siena, Catherine becomes a living personality, so real indeed that it would scarcely be surprising to meet her one evening at dusk, in that long steep street, still the street of the tanners, where 600 years ago she walked with her lantern on her way to the sick and dying during the plague in Siena. One is apt to forget that St. Catherine was a figure in politics and the composer of a book about which the learned dispute still on the day of her festival. The townsfolk sing the praise of Catherine, to them merely the tanner's daughter, who greatly to the glory of their beautiful little city somehow became a saint. Mr. Pollard's chapter on the Libro della Divina Dottrina, the treatise said to have been dictated by St. Catherine while in a trance, is valuable because it summarizes typical pronouncements of the mystic upon the various stages of the soul in its pilgrimage towards a spiritual goal. As a revelation of the subconscious self, if for no other reason, St. Catherine's book has its own intense interest. Those who are already familiar with her story may, by the help of Mr. Pollard's pleasant sketch, refresh their memory of its details, and to those who are not, it should, as he hopes, prove a stimulating introduction to the life of a wonderful woman. Victorian Recollections by J. H. Bridges, Bell 7s, 6d net. Mr. Bridges deliberately adopts the attitude of the laudator temporis acti si puro. The worst of this prose is that just as it may attract the sympathy of men of his own generation, it inevitably repels slightly those of a younger. Nothing is more tiresome than to listen to judgments on life and manners whose chief point lies in the opening words, "Well, I tell you, in 185, we did not, or we did." Such criticism automatically provokes the retort, "Well, this isn't 185, we're at your ancient growls, I would to God it were." And youth and eld stand back to uncomfortable back, with no chance of doing any useful work. Fortunately, Mr. Bridges, although angry at the modern depreciation of things Victorian, is better than his threat. He is not too comparative, and although overfond of censure, his blame has a humorous quality which keeps it inoffensive. At times the humor is unconscious, as in Mr. Bridges' charming suggestion that the beauty of the primrose is more noticed and more respected because ardent Tory enthusiasm associated Peter Bell's flower with the late Lord Beaconsfield. But Mr. Bridges' essentially pawky quality of mind, we use the word in an amiable sense, crops out not infrequently, as for instance in his grave statement that he would be in favor of a law forbidding anyone to own more than 150 newspapers. Mr. Bridges gives an account of his school days under a flogging master, which adds yet another count to the indictment against Victorian methods of education. He does not tell us much that is unfamiliar either of Eton or Oxford, though many will be glad to have his description of the old-time Don, and the Dean Gaisford's letter to a noble father who inquired after his son's university progress. "My lord, such letters give much trouble to your humble servant, the Dean of Christ Church." In the late 50s, Mr. Bridges visited Canada and the United States, and he records his conviction that Senator Douglas was Lincoln's superior as speaker and politician, a verdict which makes one wonder a little what his standards of oratory are, and how a politician obviously inferior in moral character, who also fails to keep his country's confidence, can be called the inferior of one who wins its trust. Mr. Bridges abandoned his plan to settle in the New World and returned to England and started farming first in the eastern counties and subsequently in Shropshire. In the chapters dealing with his life in rural England, he sketches some village types for the reader with a genuine feeling for character. Particularly good is the final chapter, A Survival, with its touching picture of Old Tom, the last survivor hereabouts of the old-style agricultural laborer. Whatever one's political color, one cannot help sympathizing with Mr. Bridges and Old Tom in their lament at the decay of rural England and at the growth of conditions which made it possible for more and more people to wax rich in London and in the big towns, while no one can earn a living in the country, though the latter ceased to be true during the war. One is yet uncertain how far the prosperity then enjoyed by the farmer will continue as war conditions slowly depart. The Life of Lisa Lehman by herself, T. Fisher, Unwin 10s, 6d net. Born in London, daughter of a Scotswoman, educated in Italy, married to an Englishman, Lisa Lehman's heartand. She was a woman who always let her heart rule. Her head was unconsciously fixed in England. Yet as we turn the pages of her autobiography, there is hardly one in which we do not feel conscious that she belonged by unalterable temperament to the land of Die Gartenlaub and family Butchhulls. Many English singers and audiences in the happy days before the war have felt that for all their devotion to Schumann, the domestic intimacies of Frauenlieb und Leben were too intensely German for an English sense of proportion and sense of humor. Let them read the life of Lisa Lehman in their own tongue, and they will turn with relief to the reticence and dignity of Chamisso's lyrics. It is evident that she was a woman who never did an act, never cherished a thought that was not a kind one. She collaborated in an opera with Mr. Lawrence Houseman. He considered that she had wrecked his play. She thought that he had wrecked her music, but she records the awkward incident without the least trace of ill will, nay, without the least supposition that he or anyone else in the world could have borne ill will to her. Liszt, Brahms, Browning, and Verdi were among her acquaintances, but she has little to tell us about them. They counted for far less in her life than Madame Clara, but Mr. Kennerly Rumford, Mr. Arthur Bussey, and Mr. Landon Ronald, and even these were unsubstantial shadows compared to her mother, her husband, and her sons. A large proportion of her book is taken up with newspaper criticisms and interviews, mostly American. They gave the authoress no little pleasure, and they will give the reader no little amusement. Indeed, as studies of American literary style, they are most instructive. The final chapter, dealing with the death of her elder son, so shortly to be followed by her own, can hardly be touched upon in a review. It seems an intrusion to read it. The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb, Hodder Stoughton 7s net. The 25th Division in France and Flanders, Harrison 4s net. These two war books, extremely dissimilar, belong to two well-known types. Mr. Cobb is an American journalist, and he gives a lively journalistic account of the coming and doing of the American armies in France. The other book is a detailed and somewhat bare record of the doings of the 25th Division by Lieutenant Colonel Roman 1000 Kincaid Smith. The 25th Division made a great name for itself in the war. This book shows that it was not unearned. The Paravane Adventure by Roman 50 Cope, Cornford, Hodder Stoughton 7s 6d net. The story of the Paravane, the remarkable anti-submarine contrivance invented by Commander Birney and used by the Allied navies and also by merchant ships during the later period of the war, is told by Mr. Cope Cornford in a popular style, and with considerable enthusiasm. It is possible that he is over-enthusiastic, for in prefatory note he tells us that some naval officers and also the Admiralty consider that he exaggerates the effects of the Paravane. There is no doubt, however, as the official figures themselves show, that paravanes and otters, as they were called when fitted to merchant vessels, did have an enormous success. The total tonnage of Roman 1000 ships and merchant ships definitely saved by them comes to over 250,000, and the financial saving to the British Empire is estimated at approximately 100 million. Mr. Cope Cornford has a good deal of criticism, some open, and more we think implito, make against the Admiralty. Exactly how far it is justified we cannot say, but there are certainly a good many people with inside knowledge who assert that the Admiralty were decidedly cold about the Paravane, even if they did not actually crab it, and the rewards and honors bestowed on the brilliant young officers who devoted themselves to the Paravane and otter services were not particularly generous. Submarines and Sea Power by Charles Domville Fife, Bell 10s, 6d net. Mr. Domville Fife's purpose is to discuss the importance of the submarine arm in naval warfare of the future. His treatment of the subject is very balanced, and his conclusions are cautious. He gives us a great deal of interesting information about the history of submarine craft, beginning as far back as 1578, and of the submarine explosive mine in dealing with the tactics of submarines and their influence in naval strategy. he speaks as an expert, for not only has he devoted many years to their study, but during the war he was in command of anti-submarine craft and an instructor at H. Roman 1000 School of Submarine Mining. The economic influence of the submarine on this country, Mr. Domville thinks, is summed up in the words of Lord Selborne in 1915. After the war, the whole question of our agricultural and economic policy of the food production at home will have to be revised in the light of our submarine experience. What of the League of Nations? Are we not entitled to voice our views of the future of naval warfare? In the light of that, here, Mr. Domville Fife is guarded. He looks forward steadfastly and even hopefully towards the vivid dawn of a new era, but he is not for abandoning the old motto si vis pacem para bellum. Politics and Economics. Before the War, by Viscount Haldane Cassell, 7s 6d net. The Economic Consequences of the Peace, by John Maynard Keynes, Roman 100B Fellow of King's College, Cambridge, Macmillan's, 8s 6d net. These two books must rank among the most important documents yet produced which bear upon the antecedents and the consequences of the war insofar as British policy is involved. Lord Haldane was for many years War Minister, and during the critical period of Anglo-German relations, he was also a sort of supplementary Foreign Secretary whose influence over the most important department of foreign affairs was very great, partly because of the weight his opinion carried with Sir Edward Grey and Mr. Asquith, and partly because of his special knowledge of Germans and Germany. His book has a double subject, as it has a double object. He outlines the main elements and the principal stages in our policy versus Germany before the war, and he sketches what was done during his administration to perfect the organization of our army. He defends our national policy. There are interesting sidelights thrown by his personal experiences with the Emperor and among the governing classes of Prussia on the ground that we did the best we could when we combined an earnest effort to prevent war with a resolution to be ready for it. And in his personal apologia, he argues in effect that in the circumstances we must not forget that the nation as a whole and Parliament in particular viewed military expenditure with a very jealous eye. His regime did the utmost that could have been expected. It is now commonly conceded even by those who distrusted Lord Haldane's views in foreign affairs, and those who were bitterly against him, because of his refusal to adopt universal military service, that he did a great work at the War Office. What he says about the efficiency of his expeditionary force: if the warrior looked slender, he was at least as well prepared for the ring as science could make him, must be universally admitted, and with his great work in that department must be coupled the creation of the territorial force. On the point of compulsory service, Lord Haldane defends himself by saying that in 1912, the General Staff was allowed to investigate the question whether we could or could not raise a great army. The outcome was embodied in a report made to me by Lord Nicholson himself, a soldier who had a strong desire for compulsory service, and a large army. He reported, as the result of a prolonged and careful investigation, that alike as regarded officers and as regarded buildings and equipment, the conclusion of the General Staff was that it would be in a high degree unwise to try during the period of unrest on the continent to commence a new military system. We might have become seriously weaker before we had a chance of becoming stronger, and an enemy might have sprung on us. I quite agreed, and not the less, because it was highly improbable that the country would have looked at anything of the sort. We imagine that the one thing which should, in the light of our subsequent experience, have been done, and was not done, though lack of money would have been a severe limitation to the actual accumulation of large stores, whether of rifles or of clothing, was to prepare a scheme whereunder the material for a greatly expanded force would be easily and rapidly obtained immediately an emergency had arisen. Lord Haldane has many interesting obiter dicta. He insists on the need, never more necessary than now, for politicians to understand the meaning of the words they use, and the nature of the main conceptions which are entertained by the nation, and those which dominate their own minds. He says that his opinion of the German people remains unchanged. They were very much like our own people, except in one thing. This was that they were trained simply to obey, and to carry out whatever they were told by their rulers. Used during numerous unofficial tours in Germany to wander about incognito, and to smoke and drink beer with the peasants, whenever I could get the chance. What impressed me was the little part they had in directing their own government, and the little they knew about what it was doing. Lord Haldane dates this habit of mind back to the days of Frederick the Great. But is there not something to be said for the view that it is to be traced back through the period of the religious wars into the baronial Middle Ages? Lord Haldane's conclusion is that the question is not one simply of the letter of a treaty, but is one of the spirit in which it is made. The foundations of a peace that is to be enduring must therefore be sought in what is highest and most abiding in human nature. These sentiments are eloquently supported by Mr. Maynard Keynes, who resigned his position at the peace conference, where he represented the Treasury, because he felt that the negotiations were not being inspired by that spirit and by those high and abiding ideals. His argument, which is supported by very acute reasoning, is that the economic clauses of the treaty threaten the ruin of our interlocked economic civilization, and with the skill of an artist, he strengthens the gloom of his tale by giving in introductory chapters a tragic setting, a concourse of statesmen oblivious of the greatness of the issues involved, men of mechanical or cunning minds, men obstinate and narrow, ruthless and cynical, adroit and cunning, intriguing, hoodwinking. Whilst their world was rolling towards the precipice, the issues he considers, the arguments he advances, are far too controversial to be entered into here. But it is a book which states one point of view far more powerfully than it has been stated anywhere else, and as such should be read if only to be answered. We take it that beyond the public questions which engage the author's mind, there must have been a personal one, which is also, however, a public one, which must have caused him much disquiet. The question how far a civil servant, whilst the events under discussion are still in progress, is morally entitled to divulge things he would not have seen save in his official capacity, he maythise, we suppose, is beyond disputation, and conduct argument on the basis of facts known to the public. But should he watch statesmen at private assemblies, judge their characters by what he sees there, and then come out and attempt to blow them sky high? We suppose that Mr. Keynes, who is no doubt convinced that his estimates are sound, and that the whole future of the world may depend upon people realizing what he believes to be the truth, would say that there was a conflict of obligations, and that the larger one had overcome the lesser. But we do think that there is room here for investigation and definition by a political philosopher with some practical experience. The problem is not a simple one. A Handbook of the League of Nations by Sir Geoffrey Butler, with an introduction by Lord Robert Cecil Longmans, 5s, net. The Responsibilities of the League by Eustace Percy Hodder Stoughton, 6s, net. It would hardly be possible to find two more different books on the same subject than these two, hence it is extraordinarily instructive to read them together. Sir Geoffrey Butler is an academic international lawyer, a lecturer in international law and diplomacy in the University of Cambridge. He is therefore well qualified for the task, which he has undertaken, a short and elementary treatise, which tries to place the League in its historical perspective. He traces the history of international relations and shows that the League is a development of the idea of a concert of Europe, as opposed to the idea of a balance of power. He then explains the constitution and machinery of the League, as it appears in the Paris Covenant, gives the text of the Covenant, and adds a commentary or explanation of its various clauses. Sir Geoffrey does not possess a light or facile pen, and occasionally his meaning is singularly obscure. The book is academically cautious and unoriginal, but it sticks to its object, which is to explain the kind of international instrument which the victorious statesmen fashioned in Paris. Hence, it will be useful to those who do not possess technical knowledge, but wish to understand the significance of the clauses or bare bones of the Covenant. Lord Eustace Percy is not concerned with bare bones, but with the flesh and blood which may or may not one day clothe the skeleton which the victorious powers produced at Paris. No one could call the author or his book cautious. They are always trying to get back to fundamentals. To Lord Eustace, the Covenant of the League is a revolution, and he endeavors to show the revolution in British policy, which it implies ultimate fundamental responsibilities, which with the signature of the Covenant the nation and its statesmen assumed. In order to do this, he not only examines the League and Covenant, he gives a most interesting account of the previous international position and policy of Britain, the United States, and the chief continental powers. He analyzes and criticizes the terms of the Paris peace treaties. He deals with labor, unrest, the epidemic of revolution, Bolshevism. The whole forms a restless, brilliant, and often paradoxical essay on international relations. Its great merit is that the natural reaction to it in the reader is thought. It is true that the author's own political thinking is frequently much less deep than it would appear to be on a cursory examination. But at least, if he cannot himself go to any great depths, he always tries to go as deep as he can, and he carries his reader below the obvious surface of political platitudes. His method is to appear at first to go almost to the extreme limits of progressiveness and unorthodoxy, and then by the help of a paradox to double on his tracks, and to show that after all the progressives are out of date. And nothing much could have been done other than has been done thus. He begins by writing about such terms of the peace as the Saar, the Balkans and Austria, Shantung, the Adriatic, and the economic clauses in language, which we might expect from the extreme left. And then when the reader is beginning to feel that he has been robbed of his last illusion, he is headed back from despair with the paradox that in a sense the strength of the treaty lies in its weakest parts in those provisions which are the least workable in practice. For some tastes, there will be too much of this kind of paradox. In this book, Lord Eustace is perhaps at his best when he is dealing either with past history or with the immediate subject of his book, the responsibilities of the League. The League, in his view, is the one novel contribution made to the settlement by the conference at Paris. It creates the conditions and machinery necessary if the family of nations is to realize a policy of joint responsibilities, to deal continuously in a spirit of friendly cooperation with the standing common interests of nations. This thesis is explained, worked out, and illustrated with very great ability. Lord Eustace obviously considers that those who framed the covenant produced the best international framework and machinery, which at the moment it was possible for practical statesmanship to produce. Those who expected or asked for more are, in his opinion, impractical idealists, or what is worse, they do not see that the whole object of the League is to continue and develop the existing international system of absolutely sovereign states. His treatment of this extremely difficult and important question of sovereignty is the least satisfactory part of his handling of the League. He holds that the doctrine of communal society, applied to the League of Nations, clearly rules out first of all any encroachment upon the sovereignty of its members. Sovereignty does not consist solely, as he seems to imply, in the claim of the state against any of its members, and surely the League might limit or encroach upon the sovereignty of its members without necessarily creating a super-state. It is a pity that Lord Eustace has not dealt more thoroughly with this question, for it is vital to another important opinion held by him, namely, that the League must be the enemy of and bulwark against Bolshevik or communist governments. The Government of India, by J. Ramsay MacDonald, Swarthmore Press, 10s, 6d net. This is not a mere list of criticisms and reminiscences written by a carpetbagger. Mr. MacDonald was in India as a member of the last Public Services Commission. He has studied numerous official and unofficial books and documents, and has met and heard the views of representatives of all classes and schools of political thought. He has stayed with provincial governors, Indian leaders, district officers, and heads of native institutions, such as the Gurukul of Hardwar and the Rabindranath Tagore School at Balpur. The result is a book of great interest, written with an insight and moderation, which will commend it to many who do not agree with all its conclusions. It was written, Mr. MacDonald tells us, before the Montagu-Chelmsford report was published, but it is none the worse for this. References and comments on the report have been added, and every line may be read with profit alike by the extreme reformer, the moderate constitutionalist, and the firm conservative. Mr. MacDonald begins with an account of the rise of nationalism and a sketch of the history of European penetration and the advance of the East India Company in India. This enables the British reader at once to understand the remainder of the book, and places him in possession of a store of knowledge which may help to foster that interest in India and her problems so lacking in British electors and politicians alike. The pronouncement of August 1917, the Montagu-Chelmsford Report, and the passing of the Government of India Act of 1919 are first steps towards the establishment of self-government for India, But the real difficulty to be solved is the representation of the mass of the people. Mr. MacDonald holds that the democratic forms of the West are not the only forms in which democracy can take shape. India is not a nation of equal citizens so much as an organization of cooperating social functions. The question of diversity of race and language will remain even when primary education has become general, and Mr. MacDonald might have made clearer his views of the lines on which genuine popular representation can be secured. He does, indeed, in his account of the 50 million outcasts of India, give us a dim vision of his hopes that with education will come leaders of ability to represent them. But this does not solve the main problem of ascertaining and giving expression to the will. The people with the councils and reformed administration. India will be somewhat in the position of England in 1832, and whether she is to develop under British tutelage or to be left to work out her own salvation under her own bourgeois government is a question which statesmen will be called on to decide in the near future. The chapters on finance and on religion and nationalism are among the best in the book, while the pithy accounts of the ceaseless toil of a lieutenant governor and of a district officer should disabuse the minds of those who have been accustomed to regard Indian civilians as comfortable overpaid loafers. Science. Theoretical and Applied Colloid Chemistry by Wolfgang Ostwald, John Wiley Sons and Chapman Hall, 11/6d net. The Chemistry of Colloids by Richard Zsigmondy, John Wiley Sons and Chapman Hall, 13/6d net. Colloid chemistry, for which Dr. Wolfgang Ostwald claims to have established the right to existence as a separate and independent science, is a study of very recent development which has come to its own during the past 20 years. In many respects, its development offers a close parallel to that of catalysis, a branch of chemistry recently noticed in these columns. In both cases, we have a few brilliant isolated studies succeeded by a long period during which little attention was paid to the subject. In both cases, this century has seen a large body of chemists, especially younger men, attracted to the investigation. The phenomena in question and results have been rapidly attained which have proved of great theoretical interest and have already found wide application in industry, just as the old idea that there were a few special catalysts has been succeeded by the belief now held that every substance can be made to act as a catalyst in suitable circumstances. So it is now stated freely that instead of there being a small class of colloids, any substance can be prepared in a colloid state. Incidentally, colloidal preparations are widely used as catalysts. Colloid chemistry may be said to have arisen some 50 years ago in the researches of Thomas Graham, who showed that a large class of liquids or semi-liquids would not diffuse through animal membranes as do ordinary solutions of salts, because many of these substances were sticky. He gave to the whole class the name which they now hold, colloids. Since then, his conception has been extended, and it is now realized that, strictly speaking, we should talk rather of a substance in a colloidal state than of a colloid, since typically crystalline substances, such as ordinary salt, can be prepared in colloidal solution. The characteristic of such a solution is the fineness of subdivision, dispersion of the dissolved substance. In a true solution, in the ordinary sense, we have in general the substance existing as separate molecules dispersed throughout the solvent in a mechanical suspension, such as may be prepared from exceedingly fine sand and water. The suspended particles, which take some time to settle, can be easily seen with a microscope, if not with the naked eye. In between these two classes of dispersed systems we have solutions in which the particles, while consisting in general of a very large number of molecules, are small enough to pass through filter paper and escape the ordinary microscope, while at the same time they do not diffuse through membranes and can be seen by special optical arrangements. Roman 1e, the so-called ultramicroscope. Such dispersed systems are colloidal systems, which have only recently been investigated in detail, although Faraday prepared colloidal solutions of metallic gold, which still exist. Colloidal chemistry has been picturesquely called the world of neglected dimensions, which is appropriate enough. Of course, the exact degree of dispersion which constitutes a colloidal solution is purely arbitrary, since as Wolfgang Ostwald, son of Wilhelm Ostwald, insists in the book before us, solutions are known which show all ranges of subdivision of the dissolved substance from molecular dimensions to visible particles. Various distinguishing tests have led to solutions in which the diameter of the particles lies anywhere between a millionth and a thousandth of a millimeter, being conventionally called colloids. The scientific, industrial, and medical applications of colloid chemistry increase in number daily, are already confronted with the word colloidotherapy, and there is a growing demand for books on the subject. The two before us are each by authors who are celebrated for their researches in the subject. Zsigmondy invented the ultramicroscope, which has been responsible for the most important recent advances in the study of colloidal solution, and Wolfgang Ostwald has added clearness to nearly every branch of the subject. Ostwald's book, adequately translated by Dr. Martin Fisher, although we may remark the word enormity is not generally used as a synonym for hugeness, is based on a series of lectures given by him in America just before the war. Publication has been delayed by the war, and it is interesting to note that in the preface written in 1915, when Germany was apparently in a good position, the author looks to science to form the first bridge between the peoples then at war, and exclaims, "How should I, for example, cease to admire, to adopt, and to develop the labors of a W. B. Hardy, a W. Roman 1000 Baylis, a J. Perrin, a P. P. von Weimar, and others, just because they belong to people hostile to my own." The book gives a most excellent sketch of the whole field by one who is an enthusiast in his subject, and may be thoroughly recommended as an introduction for those who are beginners, even if their general knowledge of chemistry is slight, while even the expert will find much in it to interest him. As a detail, we may mention that Ostwald gives a quick receipt for the preparation of red colloidal gold with ordinary distilled water, while other authors, including Zsigmondy, insist that the preparation is a delicate undertaking requiring specially distilled water, and the greatest care. The wonderful range of phenomena now included in the subject is clearly brought out, and the pictures of Liesegang rings and the ultramicroscopic photograph of a setting cement are beautiful. The treatment of gels, the jelly-like form into which certain colloidal solutions pass, is particularly good, and gives much valuable information not hitherto available in popular form. The last two chapters or lectures on scientific applications and technical applications of colloid chemistry are of surpassing interest, as indicating the practical importance which this young science has attained. All life processes take place in a colloid system, and the necessity to physiologists of the study of colloids is forcibly emphasized. Rubber, milk, or later is a colloid, so that all the problems of coagulation of rubber and its subsequent vulcanization are included in the subject. The setting of cements is a colloidal problem. These and many other questions are briefly but clearly discussed. The experiments which accompanied the lectures are described and are most suggestive. Professor Zsigmondy's book is more technical and deals mainly with hydrosols and hydrogels. The author's reputation in this field vouches for the excellence of the treatment of the many expert problems discussed. Naturally, the subjects of ultramicroscopy and protective colloids are discussed in detail. The author originated the gold figure used to express the protective effect of a colloid. The theoretical discussions are particularly valuable, and physiologists will read with interest the long discussion of protein bodies. There is an appendix on industrial colloid chemistry by the translator Dr. Elwood Spear, in which the problems of rubber manufacture, tanning, and other industrial processes are very briefly treated. There is in this section a chapter on smoke abatement, but the methods mentioned scarcely fall within the province of colloid chemistry, as generally understood. A final chapter by Dr. J. F. Norton deals with the application of colloid chemistry to sanitation. Modern Science and Materialism by Hugh Elliott Longmans Green, Co. 76 D-Net. This book is an exposition of monism, the philosophically theory that asserts the identical nature of mind and matter, as distinct from the dualistic superstitioners our author terms itof matter and spirit. Sir Oliver Lodge, in a recent article, claims that three fundamental things are required to explain our universe, viz. mind with its rudiment life, matter with its element, the electric charge, and ether with its fundamental properties equivalent to elasticity and inertia. Mr. Eliot will have none of this for him. There is no reason to postulate other things than those capable of investigation by physical sciences. Ether and matter are essentially of the same kind, while all the phenomena of life are, if not at present explained on a physico-chemical basis, yet ultimately explicable in terms of the exact sciences. Life is named for certain properties of protoplasm, and the chemical reactions of life are more complicated, but not more mysterious, than those of the laboratory. As for ghosts, gods, souls, et hoc genus omni, our author holds that these have long been rejected from the belief of most advanced thinkers. He traverses the assertion of Professors Mach and Karl Pearson that while science can explain how things occur, it cannot explain why. The point under discussion depends, of course, on Mr. Eliot's interpretations of the words. He pours scorn upon Herbert Spencer Bergson and all the vitalists altogether. The book is one of the most pugnacious defenses of monism which we have read, and will delight the bitter opponents of all spiritualistic philosophies. At the same time, the author maintains that his philosophy is not materialistic in the ordinary sense, but a form of idealism. And this, of course, is true in a way of any form of monism, it being possible either to say that the atom of matter is as full of mystery as life, or that life is as full of mechanism as the atom. It is obviously impossible, in the limited space at our disposal, to criticize the arguments put forward on a subject so complicated and controversial, but we think that nobody will admit Mr. Eliot to be as unbiased as he appears to consider himself, judging by his remarks on the bias of the vitalists. His claim for the support of the physiologists reminds us that Dr. J. S. Haldane recently opened a discussion on the question: are physical, biological, and physiological categories irreducible by a pronouncement in the affirmative? The physicists also are not all monists. The question is more two-sided than our author will admit. His science is unfortunately by no means beyond reproach. To say that the charge on the electron is inconceivably immense is either extraordinary inaccuracy of phrase or extraordinary error, while to state that the electron has weight is to assert something of which we have no experimental evidence. That light is a vibrating motion of the same character as sound is incorrect. And such instances can be multiplied. These things are not of fundamental importance to Mr. Eliot's argument, but they show, to say the least, a deplorable looseness of expression. Nevertheless, the book is worth reading to all interested either as friends or enemies in the monistic philosophy, and may lead some of those who talk so freely of souls and mind to be a little more precise as to what they mean by these terms. Accounts rendered of work done and things seen by J. Y. Buchanan, Cambridge University Press, 21's net. Selections from the papers of the author have already appeared under the titles of Scientific Papers, Oceanographical, and Comte's Rendus of Observation and Reasoning. This third volume, with an English modification of the title of the latter work, continues the plan of that book. The papers are very varied in character, including chemical studies, accounts of physical determinations, addresses on geography and oceanography, more technical geographical writings, and short articles on topics of general interest, reprinted from Nature, the Times, and other periodicals. Many of the latter recall events of our generation important, but already half forgotten, such as the stranding of the Sultan and the wreck of Santos Dumont. 6. An excellent feature of the author's Comte's Rendus was the detailed summary with page references provided for every article, and the same plan is followed in this work. The author's work on oceanography is too well known to need commendation. Was chemist and physicist to the Challenger expedition. His retrospect, the second article in the book, gives a fascinating summary of the work done on that expedition, and the other papers on oceanographical subjects are of great general interest, and incidentally recall the great services of the Prince of Monaco to that science. His general outlook, which lends such freshness to all his writings, cannot be better expressed than in his own words in a former book. It was conveyed to me through an old friend and former colleague that this contribution had done much to retard the standardization of research. I took it as a compliment. To standardize research is to limit its freedom, and to impede discovery. Originality and independence are the characteristics of genuine research, and it is stultified by the acceptance of standards and by the recognition of authority. It throws much light on the recent increase in the expenses of publishing that whereas the Comptes Rendus was published in 1917 at 7/6d, the present volume of similar size and form is published at 21s. Book production notes by J. H. Mason. The studio special number Modern Woodcuts and Lithographs by British and French artists with commentary by Roman 1000 Roman 100 Salomon is the first collection with any claim to comprehensiveness of the artistic work of the present renaissance of the woodcut. The woodcut has a twofold employment. It may be used for pictorial broadsides or for book illustration. It concerns us here as a means. I wonder if I ought not to write the means of book illustration, notwithstanding the great technical advances made in line and halftone photo process, engraving. There is a tendency to return to the use of the woodcut for certain kinds of catalog illustrations, and to a still greater extent for book illustration and decoration. The halftone process involves the use of so-called art paper Roman 1, a wood pulp or grass pulp paper, as a center coated over with kaolin or china clay, with a high finish, the glazed polish of which reflects the light very unpleasantly. This objectionable paper, apart from the incongruity of wash drawings or photographs with typography, relegates this method of book illustration to utilitarian ends. The line process is far preferable for book illustration, but in itself, it has no pleasant quality, usually very much the reverse, and pen drawings are no more directly suitable for book illustration than pen lettering is for use with type. The woodcut modifies the character of the drawing with a discipline which produces a character more in sympathy with that which type has acquired at the hands of the punch cutter and type founder in its passage from writing. And the same discipline modifies the artist's vision as well as the drawing material too has its own character. And when the user is not too clever, this character becomes active in the work, not merely passive. The wood block itself can contribute a valuable quality, and either the knife or the graver is a responsive tool. The corresponding elements in line process work are the zinc plate and etching acid, and they do contribute something of their quality to the work, but it is not an attractive quality. The rediscovered qualities of the wood block have attracted many artists to its use. They are producing work of great variety of interest, but it is rather in the pictorial direction than as book illustration. The work of Vallotton elsewhere, and of Jane Bouquet and Brangwyn, of Sidney Lee and Verpilou in this studio special number, are examples of this. The work of Lucien Pissarro, of Charles Shannon and Charles Ricketts shows the right use of the woodcut as decorative illustration, but their work belongs to the early days of this revival. Dura Holbein and the Polyphilus, printed by Aldus, are the great exemplars for a pre-Bewick brotherhood of the decorative woodcut, where work of a freer quality is desirable. Miss Jackson's, on page 13, shows the texture that goes with type satisfactorily. Miss Gribble has given the right degree of formal treatment to the pastoral motives she has chosen for tailpieces and makes them decorative without letting them lose their interest, and so become vapid conventions. Both Miss Jackson and Miss Gribble are pupils of Mr. Noel Rook, who has done so much for the right use of the woodcut for decorative illustration. The lithographs suffer much more than the woodcuts by reproduction. To begin with, they are very much reduced in size, and they are printed by a letterpress method Roman 1e from a relief surface, instead of from the plain surface, for which they were drawn. The loss which they suffer by these changes can only be appreciated by those who know the originals. Both Mr. and Mrs. Hartrick's fine examples suffer through the loss of the rich lithographic black. Bibliographies of modern authors. G.K. Chesterton. Verse. Greybeards at Play, Brimley Johnson, 1900. The Wild Knight, Grant Richards, 1900, enlarged edition, Dent, 1914. The Ballad of the White Horse, Methuen, 1911. Poems Burns, Oates, 1915. Wine, Water, and Song, Methuen, 1915. A reprint of the songs from The Flying Inn. Prose. The Defendant, Brimley Johnson, 1901, cheap edition, in Dent's Wayfarer's Library, 1914. 12 Types, a Roman 50 Humphreys, 1902. G. F. Watts, Duckworth, 1902. Robert Browning Macmillan, English Men of Letters Series, 1903. The Patriotic Idea, Brimley Johnson, 1904. The Napoleon of Notting Hill, John Lane, 1904. The Club of Queer Trades, Harper, 1905, cheaper edition, Hodder Stoughton, 1912. Heretics, John Lane, 1905. Charles Dickens, Methuen, 1906, popular edition, 1913. The Man Who Was Thursday Arrowsmith, 1908. All Things Considered, Methuen, 1908. Orthodoxy, John Lane, 1908. Tremendous Trifles, Methuen, 1909. Alarms and Discursions, Methuen, 1910. 5 Types, a Roman 50 Humphreys, 1910, reprinted from 12 Types, 1905. What's Wrong with the World, Cassell, 1910. William Blake, Duckworth, 1910. George Bernard Shaw, John Lane, 1910. The Bowl and the Cross, Wells Gardner Darton, 1910. Appreciations of Dickens, Dent, 1911. Prefaces from Everyman series of Dickens, reprinted. The Innocence of Father Brown, Cassell, 1911. Simplicity and Tolstoy, a Roman 50 Humphreys, 1912. A Miscellany of Men, Methuen, 1912. Manolive Nelson, 1912. Magic, a Play, Martin Secker, 1913. The Victorian Age in Literature, Williams Norgate, 1913, Home University Library Series. The Wisdom of Father Brown, Cassell, 1914. The Flying in Methuen, 1914. The Barbarism of Berlin, Cassell, 1914. Letters to an Old Garibaldian, Methuen, 1914. The Crimes of England, Palmer, 1915. A Shilling for My Thoughts, Methuen, 1916. A Short History of England, Chatto Windus, 1917. Irish Impressions, Collins, 1919. He has also written prefaces to the following: Carlyle's Past and Present, extracts from Boswell's Life of Johnson, The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table, Sartor, Resartus, The Pilgrim's Progress, Creatures That Once Were Men by Maxim Gorky, Dickens, Works, Essays by Matthew Arnold, Literary London, The Book of Job, From Workhouse to Westminster, Ruskin's Poems, The Cottage Homes of England, A Vision of Life, Meadows of Play, selections from Thackeray, Eyes of Youth, an anthology, extracts from Samuel Johnson, The Book of Snobs, Famous Paintings, reproduced in color, The English Agricultural Labour, Sops, Fables, Dickens' Christmas Carol, Bohemia's Claim for Freedom. He has also illustrated the following books: Nonsense Rhymes, The Great Enquiry, Emmanuel Burden biography, for beginners, The Green Overcoat. John Freeman. Verse. 20 Poems, Gay Hancock, 1909. Out of print. 50 Poems, Herbert Daniel, 1911, new edition, Selwyn Blount, 1916. Stone Trees and Other Poems, Selwyn Blount, 1916. Presage of Victory and Other Poems of the Time, Selwyn Blount, 1916. Memories of Childhood, Moreland Press, 1918. No One of Green Pastures series, cover and frontispiece, by James Guthrie. Memories of Childhood and Other Poems, Selwyn Blount, 1919. Includes the 12 poems published in the last named. Prose. The Moderns, Robert Scott, 1916. Critical Studies of Robert Bridges, H. G. Wells, Bernard Shaw, etc. Drama. Children's plays. The hold of the pantomime on the affections of the public is possibly as strong as ever it was, but the character of those entertainments has been slowly changing, and with it, the character of the audience. Professedly, I suppose, the pantomimes are for children, but accept that almost any entertainment will amuse children owing to their extreme curiosity. There is little in the modern pantomime that seems to have been devised for them. In fact, the Christmas pantomime has of late years come to have a particularly sophisticated and adult savor, which is to be noticed in the treatment of the old fairytale. or other of which in name at least, still forms the basis of every Christmas pantomime, although in a shape that would scarcely be recognized by the compilers of Grimm's fairy tales. This is particularly noticeable in the metamorphosis of the witch, who, fatigued by the possession of mysteriously terrible powers, dwindles into the obscene-faced mother-in-law, the seer old woman, who turned the 7 white-horsed princesses into low stones, over which the moss crept slowly, has become a gin-inoculated widow Twankey, who dances like a man and gloats over the highly successful love affairs of her son as leading to more and better drink. Pantomimes have always been less concerned with the imaginative, the more than human, than with the extraordinarily actual. Some will remember the artillery bombardment, which was introduced one Christmas during the war into a pantomime at Drury Lane, which was, if I remember rightly superficially, Story of the Sleeping Beauty. It was good fun, that bombardment, much better fun than are the majority of these topical excrescences, but one felt that it had been introduced because the principal comedian had got bored with the comparative sober quietness of that land of imagination in which the inhabitants of a fairy-tale progress, as if seen in a glass darkly. He had therefore deliberately pulled the story out of its semi-supernatural country into the limelight, and was rewarded by instant mirth and vociferous applause from 9/10 of the audience. Only a few children hesitated, feeling the pangs of a violent uprooting, of being torn out of a land through which they had been slowly, but with intense delight, traveling into a mass of gesticulating faces, ranged in circles, watching the elaborate and apparently comic contortions of 2 small grotesque figures on what was obviously the stage. I have no doubt at all that the instincts and judgment of children in these matters is far superior to that of the majority of their elders. The steady vulgarization in the theater of fairy tales, originally the inventions of adult minds of fantasy and sensibility superior to the general, is a record of the debasing influence of the mass of the inhabitants of our large cities, who are dissatisfied with less than an instant reaction to the efforts of those whom they pay to amuse them. They are too restless to submit, to sit quietly, and by slow degrees receive the heritage of beauty accumulated by the ambages of minds, whose devious and amazed wanderings are like the apparently directionless perambulation of bees who are without pause gathering honey. Sinbad the Sailor, Aladdin, Ali Baba, Hatva, they be the essence of these pantomimes, is something grosser than any fairy tale, and whether borrowed from the brothers Grimm or Anderson or any other source, their fragile and mysterious beauty is roughly obliterated to give place to an obvious rough-and-tumble humor and crude topicality of the kind that not one in a million could miss. Of course, the somewhat hardy atmosphere of Christmas time is not conducive to fineness of vision, the subtler outlines in which resides the beauty of a fairy tale, a girl or a mountain, are not to be grasped by eyes slightly dazzled with the inner glow of good feeding, that glow which has more heat than light. It is a time when a joke has to be obvious to be seen, and the propensity to enormous girth perceptible in the most popular characters of pantomime may have a similar origin, but I speak from a painful experience when I declare that, for a Christmas pantomime, nothing can be too crude, too stale, too trivial to be funny, and that the best condition in which to go to the pantomime would be that in which you could see simultaneously the largest number of moons. The change in the pantomime. The pantomime has become a sort of Christmas review, and parents in large numbers have ceased taking their children to these entertainments, appealing, as they almost exclusively do, to the grown-up in their place. We have had of late years a large number of children's plays, of which Sir James Barrie's Peter Pan is the best known. It is years since I saw Peter Pan, but I remember, greatly taken with it, and went during that season 5 or 6 times. Part of the attraction it had for me lay in the charming personality of Peter himself, as played by Miss Pauline Chase, whose postcard portraits I bought in large numbers, and gazed on adoringly for long intervals in the seclusion of my own room. But the very fact that the play gave scope to a young actress to embody a figure of such originality and charm as Peter must be accounted as a virtue in the author. I know there are people who object to fairy tales. They have lately been greatly cheered by the public confession of Madame Montessori that she belongs to them, apparently the essence of their and also of her objection to such seemingly innocent and delightful inventions of the human brain, is that the most desperate need of children is for a steady inculcation of facts. Having schooled your child in facts rights, in a letter to the observer, the gentleman who knows the secret of human power in the pleasantest manner possible up to the age of, say, 16. Then the lessons to be derived from fiction may be gently and cautiously dealt with. The spectacle of an adult dealing gently and cautiously with a fairy tale is one of those which seem to have been invented as a subject for a Max Beerbohm cartoon. But it is curious that anyone should have such a narrow conception of reality as to think that it is compassed in material facts, how one is to present love, honor, bravery, beauty, virtue, daring, adventurousness, and all the other qualities of the human mind, except by imaginative creation when they are purely creations of men's minds. I cannot see perhaps these deluded realists imagine that they are abstract nouns. They would have us say here, dear children, are a number of abstract nouns, contemplate them as you would marbles, but remember that they are not marbles or even peanuts, but nouns. You cannot play with them, you cannot eat them, and what good they are nobody knows. But everybody is supposed to know their names, as there is no other way of distinguishing them one from another. This same champion of Madame Montessori's anti-fairy tale campaign writes further in his letter to the Observer that Shakespeare's plays were not written specially for children, but as morality incentives distinctly for adults. This is a pitiful notion for any intelligent adult to have, and one that no child with a mind not distorted by unnatural virtue could be expected to understand. It is most expressive of that horrible seriousness which seizes some minds like a cramp, until the sufferer drowns himself in an ocean of blithering nonsense, refusing all the ropes which the onlookers on terra firma throw him, because their faces are convulsed with laughter. Morality incentivesto cling to the shocking expression of Madame Montessori's disciple. 500 are of two kinds. They are either negative or positive. The negative class is the only one that an anti-fairy tale league could put in its syllabus. It consists of a series of ejaculations: do not drink, do not swear, do not tell lies, etc., drawn up in an amended form suitable for children. It might read like this. It may appear excellent advice, but virtues many religious teachers have suspected, and modern science is proving does not reside in turning oneself into a vanload of inhibitions. Virtue is wholly positive. It is an expression of the spirit. He that imagines virtue is virtuous, and no other. It is a fairy tale that men are trying to live in the world, and it can only be expressed in art. There is no virtue in a mere exhortation to be virtuous. Nobody takes any notice of exhortations, and quite rightly, but men who have seen a vision will try to capture it. What the creative artist does is to give men a vision of virtue, of beauty, for beauty is virtue. And it is just this vision which the Montessori teachers would have us put behind the backs of children, while they glue their eyes to material things. Not only would this practice be pernicious, it would be impossible to carry out, for brought to its logical conclusion, the theory would demand the abolition of the teaching of mathematics, and of science, as well as of poetry and of drama, or rather, it would reduce mathematics to the counting of beads, science to the naming of smells, a return to stinks, from which the schools are just escaping, poetry to this sort of thing. Last night, in pulling off a sock, I gave my little nose a knock. Today, in jumping to get up, I fell across my brindle pup. That is to say, poetry would vanish. And as for drama, the only drama we could have would be by taking a proscenium into the park and putting it up in front of two lovers kissing on a seat. But the moment the lovers saw us, the drama would cease, and we could not pay them to go on with it for our amusement, for that would be deception, that would be make-believe. Those of us who are not by infirmity of constitution natural victims to every new fad that is advertised will take pleasure in anticipating a great growth in the supply of and demand for children's plays. They offer great scope for development, and will increasingly appeal to authors who have no desire to write the conventional stage play, a thing without imagination or beauty, a mere artificial contrivance, to enable actors to exhibit their charm and skill. There is no possibility of getting literary men of the highest class to write the plays we see succeeding in our London theatres during the greater part of the year. They could not possibly have any interest in work of that kind, and they could not do it well, but the children's play is a much more elastic and adaptable dramatic form today. For instance, even verse is used in successful children's plays, and managers do not demand for this purpose work so conventional and stereotyped as they require. Ordinarily this Christmas, there were 3 children's plays produced in the West End: Peter Pan, Once Upon a Time, and Where the Rainbow Ends. Of these, only Once Upon a Time was new, and it was rather a series of fairy tales connected by the device of an elf telling the stories to a goblin who captured Herthan, an original work. But it was cleverly done by the author Miss Wildig, and delightfully produced by Miss Edith Craig. I must confess to having enjoyed Once Upon a Time far more than most of the plays I had seen during the preceding year, but it was a pastiche, not a homogeneous invention, and it contained an absurd and very irritating pseudo-patriotic melodrama called The Woman of the Black Mountain, as well as an extremely amusing and rather savage burlesque of certain marriage customs, which are not yet quite extinct, entitled The Bone of Contention. This latter would make an excellent sketch for a review, or possibly Mr. Oscar Ashe will introduce it into Chu Chin Chow. Demand and supply. It is a great pity that the pantomime has so degenerated now, when it had got rid of much of the knockabout farcical element, of a great deal of the tyranny of the spectacular, and of the transformation scene, because it is a form that offers great possibilities to the author, and if a genius came along, he could do something wonderful with it, even without a genius, or without waiting for him. A great deal could be done, if only those responsible for the annual pantomimes at Drury Lane and the Lyceum would leave the beaten track for once, and get into touch with the younger generation of writers, and commission them to produce a pantomime. We might get a valuable addition to our dramatic literature. It involves very little commercial risk, and holds the possibility of an immense financial success. Apart from other considerations, it may be asked, why do not these young men write a pantomime on their own initiative? But the answer is simple: our young writers have no time to spend on work which has no prospect of ever being looked at, much less produced. Besides, a pantomime is essentially a thing for collaboration between 2 or 3 of them, and they are nearly all as busy as they can be with bread-and-butter journalism, and with individual projects in those few spare hours that remain to them. There is, however, little doubt that they could produce a pantomime which would draw all London for months, just as there is little doubt that the pantomime and the children's play are the most promising and flexible of the dramatic forms which confront our young writers. The review may be thought to offer almost equal opportunities and to be capable of development out of its present chaotic state, but it is rather more restricted by the fact that it has such a large public. To have the largest public is to have the least hope of commanding the attention of your audience sufficiently for them to appreciate what is not obvious. Besides, the review supplies definite demand which does not change from year to year. It is a demand for pretty girls, pretty dresses, dancing, and humor. And if there suddenly appeared among us a greater dramatic genius than any that has ever lived, he would not be able to satisfy that demand as well as Mr. Roman 100, B. Cochrane, Mr. André Charlotte, or Sir Alfred Butt do. It is the minority that is not catered for in drama as it is catered for in literature. Where are the 35,000 readers of the Times literary supplement in the land of theaters? They are scattered in 2s and 3s here, and they're always dissatisfied and disgruntled, whether at a pantomime, at a review, at a comedy, or at a drama. They find the entertainment 100% below the standard they demand, and their only pleasure is an occasional Shakespearean production or a children's play, but they could be mobilized and brought together to support solidly, and without the fickleness of the large public, a theater that gave them what they wanted. If the experiment were made with children's plays, they would be reinforced by the thousands of parents who will not submit their children to the vulgarities of the latter-day pantomime. The next performance of the PHNX Society will take place on February 8th and 9th, when Dryden's Marriage à la Mode will be given. It is rumored that Mr. Henry Ainley's next production at the St. James will be Stephen Phillips' Paolo and Francesca, in which Mr. Ainley made his first success. Dramatic Literature. Problems of the Actor by Louis Calvert Simpkins Sevens. This is a book which can be thoroughly recommended not only to every amateur, but to every professional actor and theatre lover. It is full of the most uncommon sense, and although Mr. Calvert has decided opinions on voice training, gesture, teamwork, scenery, dressing, music, and producing, he does not lay down the law with the evidence of inexperience, but reasons his position from point to point with a quietness that is far more impressive and convincing. Mr. Calvert has also done more than he probably set out to do. The book is in the first instance a guide for the young actor or would actor, giving him a good deal of wise advice on the technical side of his craft. But in doing this, Mr. Calvert has written a book which should be read by every theatregoer, since it will increase his appreciation of the theater enormously by opening his mind to detail of which he was in all probability completely unaware, although more or less conscious of its cumulative effect. After reading Mr. Calvert's book, he will find himself itching to go immediately to the nearest playhouse and regard the drama being enacted there with what he will feel are new eyes. And since the standard of acting and of drama generally is dependent largely upon the level of intelligence of its audience, Mr. Calvert's book will be as beneficial to the theater when studied by the ordinary public as when studied by the actor. Finally, this book is an attempt to put the actor again in his proper position as the pillar of the drama. On this point, I am in absolute agreement with Mr. Calvert. Plays are conceivable in which the actor may be no more than an instrument in the orchestra. I think they will be written, but I have yet to see them. But in the plays of Shakespeare and the Elizabethans, the actor is first in importance, and scenery, dressing, music, and everything else must be used simply as a background and a subsidiary to him. Moreover, Mr. Calvert makes a claim which is also made by the late Mr. H. B. Irving in an introduction to the consideration of the actor in his highest moments. As a creative artist, this claim, in my opinion, Mr. Calvert makes good. And if there are any people today who still cherish the old superstition that the actor is merely a sort of clever but shallow showman, then, unless they are bigoted beyond the reach of intelligence, this book will dispel it once for all. W. J. Turner. The Fine Arts. War Pictures at Burlington House. One would have hesitated to predict success for a set of commissioned war pictures, meaning success in the sense of excellence in commissioning any painting or piece of sculpture with a dictated subject. There is always the danger that the subject will be uncongenial to the artist, that it may have no connection with his own intimate experience. This is one of the disadvantages of portrait painting. The artist is supposed to be capable and desirous of depicting all kinds of characters, not to speak of flattering them. The novelist and dramatist are more fortunate people, are anxious to avoid and also tired of their revelations. But Mr. Horatio Bottomley still expects the poet laureate to boom out the appropriate ode. Besides the general objection, there was the further feeling that the war was a sufficient preoccupation in itself, and a disagreeable one of such a kind that deliberately to set out to make contemporaneous art about it would be not only superfluous, but almost profane. It would amount to gloating. The war was a foul and dirty job that had to be gone through with, and the experience of concentrating on this was enough. It was not without good reason that immediately following the war, the most popular forms of art were the revue and the Russian ballet. Again, one rather grudges the large sums of state money spent on war pictures when one thinks of the comparatively small expenditure on art in peacetime, and those two rich and influential patrons who started the ball rolling with large contributions. Did they before the war? Will they now, after the war, patronize art extensively and seriously? The motive may have been sound, but it was in all probability very mixed. But doubt and skepticism tend to be quashed by the result, which must be admitted to be a very considerable success. The field appears to have been so wide that the artists have been able to select the themes which had most significance for them, and there is a direct continuity in their present with their past work. Even pure landscapes have not been ruled out. It is in fact far the best modern exhibition that has graced the walls of the Academy for some time, and the memory of it will still be fresh in the spring. It is not meant, however, that the exhibition is full of masterpieces. It contains work that is representative of much of the best English art of today, but the keynote of that art is talent, accomplishment, and not genius, and this judgment does not exclude such well-known painters as Sergeant Cameron, Muirhead Bone, Francis Dodd Clawson, Orpen Lavery. I shall no doubt be accused of iconoclasm, of indulging in easy destructive criticism, and the term futurist will be hurled at me with such a lot of prejudicial glue on it, that although it is inapplicable, it will inevitably stick, and I shall be asked if I would consign the whole of the past to the rubbish heap and abolish all tradition, and so on. The answer is emphatically and vehemently no, it is. Precisely because the past looms so imposing and ever watchful that the late 20th century English painters are dwarfed place a Muirhead Bone beside a Marianne. The comparison is not irrelevant, because there are definite similarities between the two, and the Muirhead Bone will disappear into the Marianne. Two possible exceptions in the present exhibition are the great crater Athys 280 and Denicourt Chateau. Estries place a sergeant beside a man at Courbet or Velázquez, and sergeants' horses beside those of Géricault, and the sergeant loses all vitality, or again neither Stier nor Clawson will stand very prolonged comparison with Constable or even Monet. Practically, the whole of English late 20th century art is derived from Constable and from the French Barbizon and Impressionist schools, and is inferior to it. The latter is the significant point. This may sound too sweeping, and indeed it probably does leave out of account the few gems, which a complete collection would reveal. Still, the fact of it being necessary to hunt for these few gems, and not rather to eliminate the few failures, would confirm the general judgment: we have never had anything like the great constellation of French 19th century art. In reaction against the tendency of English Impressionism to degenerate into the pleasant but slipshod aestheticism of a Lavery, there is the crude vorticism of Wyndham Lewis and W.P. Roberts. It had once a negative, destructive, rebellious value, but as a permanent constructive effort, it surely is a cul-de-sac, a mere mechanical formula. Before any theory comes into play, the primary test is whether a picture really moves us, appeals to us. If vorticist or futurist art did this, then no amount of argument refuting their abstract theory could condemn the actual art. But at any rate, so far as I am concerned, this art has no appeal to me in a picture frame. Indeed, it seems to me to be becoming increasingly stereotyped, and it is amazing that Mr. Wyndham Lewis should honestly believe in it himself. Mr. Wadsworth's vorticist design for a house, which was recently exhibited by the Arts League of Service, absurdly unpractical, though it had far larger possibilities in it. The most interesting work exhibited by the younger painters is that painted in the more traditional manner, that is to say, it is not abstractionist. It is possible that on seeing for the first time the pictures of the Nash brothers, Meninsky, Schwabe, Elliott, Seabrook, one might mistake them for futurist efforts. This is, however, not owing to any distortion or abstraction, but to the fact that they have in common with the abstractionists a certain restlessness of design, even when allied to absolute truth in representation. This trait might at first sight appear novel and revolutionary. It is or tends to be expressive of a new outlook. Paul Nash's large picture, The Men in Road, is a distinct achievement. It grips one's attention, yet it is overloaded. The incident, the drama of the landscape, is piled on too thickly. John Nash's Over the Top, on the other hand, attracts attention because of its very bareness and simplicity. On a small section of a snow-covered front, men are stumbling out of a jagged, muddy trench into rolling fog cloud, yet in spite of its success in convincing us that that is exactly how it was, the picture lacks intensity and depth. We are grateful to Mr. Nash, as also to Mr. Sargent, for having spared us the harassing agonies of the typical old-fashioned Academy war picture, but neither has altogether succeeded in providing the real substitute. What such a picture would be like still remains to be seen, for it has not yet been painted. The distinctive characteristics of the younger school, its sense of actuality, of lively conflicting movement, its combination of realism with rhythm, are summed up in Stanley Spencer's Travails arriving with wounded at a dressing station at Small in Macedonia. In spite of certain possible faults of perspective, this is a thoroughly good picture, but although about a scene in the war, it is not of the war. It contains an inner civilian joyfulness, expressed in unhampered rhythmical activity. Equal praise must be bestowed on Henry Lamb's Irish troops in the Judean hills, surprised by a Turkish bombardment, which possesses the same sense of concrete, not abstract, dynamic form. The New English Art Club. There are two large pictures by Stanley Spencer at the New English Art Club exhibition, which confirm the impression that there is an immense promise in his art and already considerable attainment. It has such depth and breadth, such spontaneity and comprehensiveness boggle, as we may at certain neo-primitive tendencies in his figures, at certain humorous irrelevancies in their occupations, overriding and almost justifying these eccentricities. There is the fact that these two pictures do immediately and irresistibly heighten and intensify our consciousness. They give us a silent and instantaneous flash of collusion with beauty. The picture Swan-upping at Cookham is freer from the static archaistic convention than the pseudo-biblical composition, The Sacrifice of Zacharias, which is nevertheless, because of the landscape background, equally fascinating in the former. It is the rigid mask of the woman lifting the cushion out of the punt, and the distortion of the shoulders of the dark-faced gentleman that provoke criticism in the latter. Nearly all the figures are a little inexplicable, except, and here the realist will demur strongly, the gentleman who is footing it gently towards Zacharias, and the Florentine gentleman who is indulging in a graceful and somewhat reminiscent dancing gesture. These two are an inevitable part of that luxuriant and yet refreshing scenery. Pre-Raphaelite will doubtless be the derogatory term applied to Mr. Stanley Spencer, and it is true that he has affinities with that group, which started with such promise, and then proceeded to develop its vices more fully than its virtues. But Spencer has not got these particular vices, an inordinate love of photographic detail, and a languishing sentimentality. His work suggests rather than actually contains an infinite wealth of detail, and it is swept with fresh country air, precluding any pre-Raphaelite hothouse languor. Nor must we fall into the error of demanding realistic character studies from an artist who does not see people from that point of view at all. His outlook is nearer to that of Blake. His people are embodiments of universal emotions. They are penetrated with a sense of religious awe and beauty, or rather this is what they would be if his expression were to reach its full maturity and get rid of its present archaistic obsession. His figures might still be stiff and intense, but we would not notice this because of their profound significance. Howard Hanley. Music. Mr. Arthur Rubinstein's recital. During the last few months, the Wigmore Hall has been the scene of some very notable recitals given by pianists of the first rank. They had several interesting points in common. Their audiences consisted largely of professional musicians. Their programs were generally of a severe and far from popular type. Yet in spite of the somewhat exclusive character of both programs and audiences, so well adapted one might think to the intimate atmosphere of a small hall, intimacy was exactly the quality that in all cases was entirely absent from the performances, both with Busoni and Cordat. And lastly, with Mr. Arthur Rubinstein, it was impossible to avoid feeling that one was at much too close quarters. The difference between such players as these and the more intimate type of pianist is moral rather than physical. Some players give the impression that they are playing for themselves alone, and that it is by mere accident that we happen to overhear them. The others seem almost to assume that their audience will not listen to them unless its attention is gripped and consciously dominated by the overmastering compulsion of a powerful personality. If we are soothed and charmed by the intimate players, we may indeed be uplifted and transported by the men of might, but there is at the same time the chance that we may be crushed and exhausted. Mr. Arthur Rubinstein is certainly to be counted among the great pianists, but not yet among the greatest. He is a player of outstanding ability, but not of outstanding personality. He lacks Cortat's inspiring animation, and still more the monumental intellectuality of Busoni. A conventional program, or an almost conventional one, was the index of an almost conventional mind. The usual Bach somebody, the usual heavy Chopin, no Beethoven, thank goodness some modern French and Spanish, a Liszt rhapsody, to end up with what saved the program were the Spanish pieces and Liszt's funerales. If Mr. Rubinstein had had the courage to offer a program as individual as those of Busoni, he might have given himself a better chance of asserting his own individuality. To begin with the two extremes, the Bach transcription at the beginning and the Liszt rhapsody at the end are long out-of-date. Liszt's arrangements of Bach's organ works may have been very wonderful 50 years ago or more, when there were not many organs in England on which the originals could be played. Even if there were the organists to play them today, they are familiar to all of us. Moreover, the modern big pianists play them too easily. They seek to reproduce as far as they can the effect of the organ, and sometimes achieve a very remarkable uniformity of tone, as faultlessly regular as any given row of pipes can produce. But this uniformity of the organ's tone color is just the obvious deficiency of that instrument, and the exact reproduction of it on the pianoforte very easily tends to reproduce no more than the relentless accuracy of the mechanical piano player. Mr. Rubinstein played his Bach Liszt with intelligence and skill, and even succeeded in suggesting a certain organ-like effect of sonority by means of an ingenious method of pedaling. But in these days, we should prefer either a more astounding miracle of transcription, or, still better, the direct simplicity of Bach unadorned. Again, if it is still necessary to end a recital with a display of fireworks, there are surely more showy things available now than Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsodies. And if we want Liszt for his own musical thoughts, we want something that represents him in a more serious mood. For the funerales, Mr. Rubinstein deserves sincere gratitude. This Hungary is only less difficult to believe in than Chopin's Poland. It is true that Hungary exists, and true that in Hungarian cafes one may still hear the tunes which Liszt embellished, but such underlying truth as the Rhapsodies possess is completely disguised by their tawdry romantic theatricality. As for Poland, if she had not existed, it would have been necessary to invent her for Paris of the 1830s, that Poland populated entirely by devout and amorous aristocrats. Is the musician's Mrs. Harisno, his Countess Harika. Certainly, the robust vigor of Mr. Rubinstein's playing makes short work of the languor and swagger of the scherzo in B-flat minor and the polonaise in a flat. All pianists are expected to play Chopin, but there are not many works of Chopin that will stand the strain of interpretation in the modern virtuoso's manner. The barcarolle is one of the few which, by virtue of its serene and classical beauty, has still been able to survive it. Modern Spanish music. One composer stood out with unexpected prominence from Mr. Rubinstein's program. Isaac Albeniz. Albeniz is hardly to be counted among the moderns. His training as a composer was mainly German, and he came to a certain extent under English influences as well. Like Chopin, he was primarily a pianist and a composer for the pianoforte. His songs, a few of which have been heard recently in London, are pianoforte pieces with a voice thrown in. He lives almost entirely by virtue of the volume of Spanish pictures entitled Iberia. Mr. Rubinstein has spent a considerable time in Spain, and it is clear that he has succeeded to a wonderful extent in absorbing the musical spirit of the country. There was a depth of poetry and passion about his playing of the evocation and Triana, which he never attained in any other item of his program. Spanish music has at last begun to come into its own. We can trace its development clearly in the successive stages represented by Albeniz. Granados Tirrena and de Falla. Granados, like Albeniz, writes on a harmonic system that is predominantly German, in that German influences are the foundation of almost all 19th century music. Tirrena, a pupil of Vincent d'Indy at the Schola Cantorum, has affinities with the French intellectuals. He is the chief Spanish representative of chamber music. De Falla is more definitely one of the moderns. All four are pianists. Tirrena less obviously so than the other three. It is easy to see the Spanish element that is common to the whole group. Anyone can recognize the rhythms and turns of phrase that are derived from Spanish national song and dance, the more so as all four have drawn their principal inspiration from popular sources. But it is to us foreigners that the Spanish local color is most insistently obvious. In listening to the music of any particular school, we may approach it in two ways. At first, we are conscious of the school as a homogeneous group. We notice similarities and look out for more of them. This may easily lead us into error, for we are tempted thus to regard as essential characteristics things that in reality are only tricks of manner or stereotyped conventions of a particular place or period. If we are to form a reasonable judgment, we must be prepared to ignore these and keep our ears open for differences. We must note not so much the local theme that is common to all the group as the diverse treatment of it which each separate composer affects. If there is anything really Spanish about these four composers that is of vital importance, it should be not the mere choice of a Spanish melody or rhythm, as the foundation of their music, but the method on which the complete structure is designed and built up. Here begin the difficulties of understanding even Albanese and Granados. The Spanish themes appeal directly to the foreign ear, almost too directly. We might even dismiss them as cheap and obvious. It is the treatment of them that is individual one's first impression of Iberia, and the Gozskas is that they are rambling and incoherent. Yet it would be strange if a Latin composer should lapse into a Celtic indifference to form and logic. Mr. Rubinstein succeeded in making the Albanese pieces not only poetical, but lyrical. They tempt a pianist at first to play them at top speed. Their style of pianoforte writing suggests the rattling brilliance of the virtuoso. Mr. Rubinstein avoided the era, but it takes a very skillful pianist to do so. It is not the local color about Spanish music that we must respect, but its grave seriousness of intention. Spain has always remained artistically somewhat behind other countries, just as England has done, and Spain at the present moment, unlike England, is not anxious to be in a hurry over progress. Hence, even de Falla, the most modern of the group, is possibly a little old-fashioned as compared with the modern French and Italian composers. Yet he is modern in the sense that he is intellectual and anti-sentimental as compared with Albanese. This was very evident in his ballet The Three-Cornered Hat, which the Russians performed all too seldom. But his intellectuality and anti-sentimentality are distinguished and serene. He makes no experiments with the purely grotesque. He has no desire to make a complete and irrevocable breach with the art of the past, as some of the French and Italians appear to do. Even in a traditional idiom, he has something genuinely new to say. A Scriabin recital. If anyone could have converted me to Scriabin, it should have been Mr. Edward Mitchell, who gave a whole afternoon of his works on January 17th at the Westminster Central Hall, ranging from Op. 8 to Op. 72. Mr. Mitchell is a player of extraordinary persuasiveness. He evidently understands Scriabin and is determined to make his audience understand him. He has a very efficient and vigorous technique and plays with remarkable accuracy and assurance. No one could listen to his program without learning a great deal about the composer to whom it was devoted. Yet, in spite of a very well-chosen selection of pieces, in spite of considerable variety of touch and style, the concert left only an impression of deadly and morbid monotony. An afternoon of Scriabin recalled at once to memory the effect of a concert of Hugo Wolf's songs or of Elgar's The Apostles. It was morbid and narcotic, a perpetual command to abrogate reason and abandon one's brain to feeling, to emotion, to a mystical trance. The emotional force of such music is at times undeniable. What it sets out to achieve, the representation of moods and emotions, it achieves overwhelmingly. Scriabin has in the main three moods: a mood of violence and pain, a mood of comatose oppression, and a mood of struggle, the last of which is well illustrated by vers La Flamme. Perhaps this is all that some people require of music. Others demand a sense of dignity and nobility with a conscious beauty of formal design. Technically, Scriabin can be summed up in a few words. His outlook on music is purely harmonic. Even in his early works, he shows a partiality for certain well-known discords, which he gradually comes to use so often that the resolution of them becomes superfluous. By this road we lead on to Stravinsky, Casella, and Malipiro. Melodic tone. There is none. This melodic poverty is very apparent and easily demonstrable in the early works. Here Scriabin is obviously building or trying to build on Chopin, but while comparing Scriabin with Chopin, compare Chopin with Field. Chopin is clearly an advance on Field in every way, has a much stronger melodic line and a much deeper sense of harmonic values, but Scriabin is no advance on Chopin, only a retrogression from him. He can only imitate Chopin's emotional climaxes. He appears to be more interesting harmonically because he keeps Chopin's discords and omits his concords, roughly speaking. Edward J. Dent. Select list of publications. Anthropology. Totem and Taboo: Resemblances Between the Psychic Lives of Savages and Neurotics, by Professor Sigmund Freud, authorized English translation by a Brill Routledge, Tens, 6d. An Introduction to Anthropology by the Rev. E. O. James Vicar of St. Peter's Limehouse, Macmillan, S6d. Art. The Gardens of Italy by E. March Phillips, edited by Arthur T. Bolton. Country Life, 63s. Outlines of Chinese Art by John Roman 100 Ferguson, Chicago University Press, London Cambridge University Press 3. Printing a practical treatise on the art of typography as applied more particularly to the printing of books by Charles Thomas Jacoby 6th edition, revised and enlarged Bell 10s 6d. The Stones and Story of Jesus College, Cambridge, traced and told by Iris and Gerda Morgan, Cambridge, Bowes 21s. The Foundations of Music by Henry J. Watt, Cambridge University Press, 18s. Bellis Letters. From Friend to Friend by Lady Richie Murray, 6s. Sir Roger de Coverley and Other Literary Pieces by Sir James George Fraser Macmillan, 860. The London Venture by Michael Arlen Heinemann, 4s. A Cypress Grove by William Drummond of Hawthornden Roman 100 J. Sawyer, 6s, 6d. The Dial of Princes by Don Anthony of Guevara Scholars Library, Philip Allen, 10s, 6d. The Story of Purton, a collection of notes and hearsay gathered by Ethel Roman 1000 Richardson, Simpkin Marshall, 7s, 6d. Essays on Poetry by George O'Neill, S.J. Fisher, Unwin, 5s. The Cistercians in Yorkshire by J. S. Fletcher, S.B. Roman 100 K. 17s, 6d. Biography and Memoirs. The Life of Thomas Coutts Banker by Ernest Hartley Coleridge, 2 volumes, John Lane, 42s. Victorian Recollections by J. A. Bridges Bell, 7s, 6d. Further Incidents in the Life of a Mining Engineer by E. T. McCarthy Routle, 25s. Classical. Thucydides with an English translation by Roman 100 Foster Smith, in 4 volumes, Vol. Roman 1. Plutarch's Lives with an English translation by Bernadette Perrin, in 11 volumes, Vol. Roman 8. Martial Epigrams with an English translation by Walter Roman 100 A. Kerr, in 2 volumes, Vol. Roman 1. Ausonius with an English translation by Hugh G. Evelyn White, in 2 volumes, Vol. Roman 1. Livy with an English translation by B. O. Foster, in 13 volumes, Vol. Roman 1. Books Roman 1 and Roman 2. Homer the Odyssey with an English translation by a T. Murray, in 2 volumes, Vol. Roman 2. The Correspondence of Marcus Cornelius Fronto, edited, and for the time translated into English by Roman 100 R. Haynes, in 2 volumes, Vol. Roman 1. The Loeb Classical Library, Heinemann, 7s, 6d each. Drama. Plays of the Writings by F. W. Morman Elkin Matthews, 2s, 6d. Problems of the Actor by Louis Calvert, Simpkin Marshall, 7s. The Choice A Play in 4 Acts by Alfred Sutro Duckworth, 2s, 6d. Education. The Child's Unconscious Mind, the Relations of Psychoanalysis to Education by Wilfrid Lay Keegan Paul, 10s. Fiction. The Strongest by Georges Clemenceau Evely Nash, 7s. The Chorus Girl and Other Stories by Anton Tchekhov, Vol. Roman 8 of the Stories of Tchekhov, Chatto Windus, 3s. The Strange Case of Mr. Jocelyn Thew by E. Phillips, Oppenheim Hodder, Stoughton, 7s. The Everlasting Arms by Joseph Hocking Hodder, Stoughton, 5s. The Gale by Edward E. Lysat Monsell, 6s, 6d. Full Circle by Mary Agnes Hamilton Collins, 7s. How They Did It by Gerald O. Donovan Methuen, 8s. Pirates' Gold by David Whitelaw Hodder, Stoughton, 7s. Ladies in Waiting by Kate Douglas Wiggin Hodder, Stoughton, 7s. Farewell to Janimore by Roman 1000 A. Rathkel Fisher, Unwin, 3s, 6d. History. Some Sources of Human History by W. Roman 1000 Flinders, Petrie, S.B. Roman 100 K. 5s. Naval History and National History by J. Holland Rose, Cambridge University Press, 2s, 6d. A Guide to the India Office, records 16,001,858 by William Foster Roman 100 Roman 1, E. Registrar and Superintendent of Records for the India Office, Constable 2s. Law. A selection of cases illustrative of English criminal law by Courtney Stanhope, Kenny, 4th edition, Cambridge University Press, 15s. Naval and Military. The Last Crusade by by Donald Maxwell John Lane, 25s. A Galloper at Ypres by Major and Brevet Lieutenant Patrick Butler Roman 500 S.O. Fisher, Unwin 15s. The Defeat of Austria, as seen by the 7th Division, by the Rev. E. Roman 100 Cross Roman 500 S.O. Yearbook Press, 7s 6d. The Paravane Adventure by Roman 50 Cope Cornford Hodder Stoughton 7s 6d. The Romance of the Battle Line in France by J. E. Roman 100 Bardley, Constable 7s 6d. Indiscretions of the Naval Censor by Rear Admiral Sir Douglas Brownrigg Cassell, 12s 6d. Poetry. Flora, a Book of Drawings by Pamela Bianco, with illustrative poems by Walter de la Mare Heinemann, 25s. The Happy Tree and Other Poems by Gerald Good Blackwell, 3s 6d. The Guards Came Through by Arthur Conan Doyle Murray, 2s 6d. The New Navy and Other Poems by Rear Admiral Ronald A. Hopwood Roman 100, B. Murray, 4s 6d. The Australian and Other Verses by Will H. Ogilvy Sidney Angus Robertson London Milford, 4s 6d. The Young Guard by E. W. Hornung Constable, 3s 6d. A Prisoner of Pentonville by Red Band Elkin Matthews, 2s 6d. The Peddler by Ruth Manning Sanders, Selwyn Blount, 3s 6d. Twixt Clyde and Tweed by Gilbert Ray Erskine MacDonald, 5s. Politics, Economics, etc. The Peace in the Making by H. Wilson Harris, The Swarthmore Press, 6s. The Bolshevik Adventure by John Pollock Constable, 7s 6d. The State and Revolution by Roman 5 Roman 1 Ulyanov, N. Lenin Allen, Unwin 3s. Clerical Incomes, an Inquiry into the Cost of Living Among the Parochial Clergy by 11 diocesan contributors, edited with an introduction by J. Howard B. Masterman Bell, 6s. Before the War by Viscount Haldane Cassell, 7s 6d. Education by Violence, Essays on the War and the Future by Henry Seidel Canby, Professor in Yale University, The Macmillan Co. 6s 6d. Leagues of Nations, Ancient Medieval and Modern by Elizabeth York, The Swarthmore Press, 8s 6d. These Things Shall Be by George Lansbury, The Swarthmore Press, 1s 6d. The League of Nations by the Right Hon Sir Frederick Pollock, B.T. Stevens, 10s. A Short Primer of Industrial History by W. Riddick, Independent Labour Party, 6d. The Peace Treaty and the Economic Chaos of Europe by Norman Angell, The Swarthmore Press, 2s 6d. The Dictatorship of the Proletariat by Karl Kautsky, translated by H. J. Stenning, National Labour Press, 2s 6d. Religion and Philosophy. The Life and Letters of S. Paul by the Rev. David Smith Hodder Stoughton, 21s. Lectures on Industrial Psychology by Bernard Mussio Routledge, 6s 6d. The Testing of a Nation by Randall Thomas Davidson, Archbishop of Canterbury Macmillan, 6s. The Promise of Life by the Rev. Roman 100 Harrington, Lees Morgan Scott, 3s. The Modern Craze of Spiritualism by the Rev. F. B. Mayer Morgan Scott, 6d. Upon God's Holy Hills by Roman 100 Martindale, S. J. Washburn, 3s 6d. A Girl's Ideals by Mrs. Armel O'Connor Ludlow Marys, Meadow Press, 2s. Great French Sermons from Bossuet Berdelau and Massillon's second series, edited by the Rev. Roman 500 O'Mahony Sands. An Introduction to Social Psychology by William McDougall, Methuen, 7s 6d. A Fragment of the Human Mind by John Theodore Mers Blackwood, 12s 6d. Science. Pleasure and Pleasure by a Woolajemouth Cambridge University Press, 14s. Psychology of the Normal and Subnormal by Henry Herbert Goddard Keegan Paul, 25s. Applied Chemistry by Roman 100 Kenneth Tinkler and Helen Masters, Crosby Lockwood, 12s 6d. Outlines of the History of Botany by R. J. Harvey Gibson, Black, 10s. The London Mercury. Editor J. Roman 100 Squire, Assistant Editor Edward Shanks. Vol. I know 5 March 1920. Editorial notes. As we write, a deputation is to wait upon Mr. Fisher, President of the Board of Education, in order to press the claims of a national theatre. Why Mr. Fisher, it may be asked, a member of the deputation, was in fact asked the question. The Board of Education cannot establish a national theatre. The Treasury would scarcely allow Mr. Fisher to make a grant to the National Theatre Fund, and whatever the advantages of a national theatre and the elevating influence which might conceivably be exercised by the drama, few people think of it primarily as educational in the narrow sense of the word. The answer given to the question was because he's the nearest approach we've got to a minister of fine arts. Decorative break. We suppose that in this special connection the answer was a true one. The President of the Board of Education may be supposed to stand in a closer relation with the drama than other ministers, though had other arts been under consideration, other ministers would have been thought of. Had domestic architecture been the deputation's concern, it would have addressed itself to the Minister of Health, and within a narrow range Sir Alfred Maund, at the Office of Works, actually performs some of the functions of a Minister of Fine Arts. The fabric of the Houses of Parliament is under his care. His predecessors, Lord Harcourt and Lord Beauchamp, left their marks upon it. It was the Office of Works which commissioned and supervised the later frescoes on staircase and corridor at Westminster, and it is its business to see that alterations are made consonantly with the character of the structure. But this is a very minor thing compared with the vast field in which the government does, at present, exercise functions in which aesthetic considerations are largely involved. Let us for a moment ignore the things which might be done, such as the subsidization of a national theatre. Think of a few of the things which have been done or are habitually done at this moment. A government department is supervising or preparing to supervise the erection of hundreds of thousands of houses. These houses will materially affect the architectural landscape, design the suitability of materials to local features and traditions. These things are of immense importance. What is done depends upon the competence, the information, the industry, the numerical sufficiency, and the domestic influence within the department of the Ministry of Health's experts. Many departments build or arrange for building to their own designs numerous large public structures, or could exercise a determining pressure upon the design of buildings erected by local authorities. You cannot go many miles along the English coast without finding a barracks, and when you find it you will not like it. We have a complex of public museums, which are the particular care of no minister. We have an immense government printing business, which is directly under the Treasury. It is no powerful person's concern to see that its publications are well produced. Our mint produces coins, our post office produces stamps, our war office produces medals. The most important medal ever produced by the British government is the large memorial bronze plaque, which is to be given to the next of kin of nearly 1 million fallen. The last word as to the nature of this, and the process by which it should be made, rested first, we believe, with the contracts branch of the War Office, which has been incorporated in the Ministry of Munitions. We have mentioned but a few typical illustrations of the confused, haphazard way in which the state is in operative contact with the arts, and even then we have not mentioned the most recent and striking instances: the commissioning of a large number of war pictures by a Minister of Information who happened to want to see contemporary art well represented in the Imperial War Museum, and the employment of both British plays and British drawings as propaganda abroad. The Salome incident may be recalled. Decorative break. Is there not an overwhelmingly strong case for a Ministry of Fine Arts? We know there are always those who, when the suggestion is made, drop the curtain in their minds at once, with contemptuous remarks about official art. What they ignore is that we are bound to have official art, that it could not conceivably be worse than it is, and that proper organization would at least give an occasional intelligent minister a chance. Design at present is everybody's business and nobody's business. It is not to be expected that even most aesthetic of war ministers should much preoccupy himself with the elevations of barracks, that the best of ministers for education should devote his days to the physical appearance of schools and training colleges, that the First Lord of the Admiralty should mind what his stores look like, or that even new government buildings in the middle of London, though they do engage serious attention, sometimes should be anything but bad. The Office of Works itself, which actually builds, is principally concerned with seeing that so-and-so gets so many rooms and so-and-so has his partition pulled down. There is no specialist authority in engraving or metalwork. Ministers and officials sometimes consult experts, but it is a matter of chance what sort of experts they will consult in no capital. Not even in Berlin are there uglier public offices than there are in Whitehall, or more pretentious ones. As for the immense amount of War Office building, the Guards Barracks at Chelsea may stand as a type. We commend them as a medicine for anyone who suspects himself of exaggerated national vanity. Our museums, our starved readers, will remember the ridiculous cheese paring at Bloomsbury early in the war, which combined with the ruthless occupation and closing of museums and galleries, reduced many able and devoted public servants almost to despair. Had these institutions been under the control of a minister, whose prime concern they were, they would have had a higher status in Whitehall, and he could have fought for them, as it was no one's interest or business to fight for them. Decorative break. We believe that in many regards a minister of fine arts would preserve us from the worst infamies, and that a good minister of fine arts would have great opportunities of doing more than that. For certain things, he should be directly and solely responsible to Parliament, the art galleries, and those museums which are not first and foremost technological. It should rest with his department at least to sanction all designs for public buildings erected by the central authorities, and it might act in consultative capacity to other authorities. His staff should include men capable of originating, obtaining, or vetoing designs for any other department doing work in which design is important for the stationery office. Though it be primarily a not very well-run publishing business, we do not see why that should not be bodily transferred to him. The format of most government publications is disgraceful both from the point of view of appearance and from that of convenience, and were they better produced, they might be better marketed. We are not under the illusion that any minister of fine arts would initiate great revolutions in art, but he could certainly greatly increase our facilities and add to the comfort of our walks abroad. And where a subsidy for some definite object, such as the National Theatre, is wanted, he would be as the mouthpiece of the state, and a minister amongst ministers, far more likely to be able to do something than Mr. Fisher or any other existing minister. We hope shortly to return to the subject, one of the few at all impinging on politics, with which we feel entitled to deal. Several correspondents have written drawing our attention to the prices paid at the sale of Lord Foley's library, and to Truth's comments on them. The facts in brief are these: the Ruxley Large Library was sold locally. There were few, if any, bidders for the important books, except a number of London booksellers, and the sums fetched were deplorably small. All 4 Shakespeare folios, the third imperfect, were there. They fetched £146, £28, and £20, respectively. 2 months ago the Britwell copy of the first brought in £2,300. At Sotheby's 13 first editions of Shelley fetched £52 the lot, and Keats' Endymion and Lamia volumes produced 7 between them. Some valuable books were lumped in with bundles of miscellaneous books, and went for a song. It is likely that with such cataloguing many rare and valuable works may have escaped mention, except as and others our contemporary goes so far as to say that there is every probability that in this way old books worth hundreds, even thousands of pounds were disposed of for a few shillings. Decorative break. It is really deplorable that owners or their executors and legatees should suffer. Thus nobody grudges dealers their fair profits, nor does anyone deny that a dealer, like anybody else, is entitled to pick up bargains, because he knows what the other side doesn't know. But for dealers to combine at an auction in order to prevent a vendor from having more than a tithe of the known market value of his goods is another matter. We make no direct allusion to this particular sale. We did not see the catalogue or the goods, and it is at any rate for the purposes of argument conceivable that the best books may have been in very bad condition, nor do we suggest that there are not dealers in London who keep outside rings and do not take part in knockouts, but everybody knows that there are rings in all the important collectors' trades, and that these rings frequently put up at auction sand. The country auction gives them their best chance at merest simulacrum of competition bidding and retire to share out the loot among themselves. In the new volume of Mr. Wilfrid Blunt's diary, there is an account of the beginnings of the late Sir Hugh Lane's career, given to Mr. Blunt by Sir Hugh's aunt Lady Gregory. She apprenticed him to Colnaghy at 100 a year, where he learnt his business of picture editing. He began his fortune, she tells me, by an accident. He happened to hear of a picture which was for sale in some remote country place, and travelled down to look at it, but having no money to buy, although there was almost no bidding, he was obliged to let it go for a very small price. When the sale was over, the bidders, who were all professional dealers, went to a public house, and he with them, and it then turned out that they had been standing in together not to bid, and they held a private sale of the picture among themselves, dividing the price realized between them. And as Lane was known to belong to Colnaghy's, he was included in it, and got 160 as his share. We remember that the picture was a Hal's at all events. This illustrates the sort of thing that happens not long before the war. There was a considerable disturbance about the operations of an alleged ring at Christie's. There were rumors of knockouts in which picture editors shared out enormous sums. It was widely argued that this sort of operation should be legally defined as fraudulent and legally punished, that nothing came of the agitation in the light of the fact that every honest man, which includes dealers who have been forced into rings, sympathized with the agitators, suggests that investigation opened up more difficulties than had been suspected. Decorative break. People are again urging a legal remedy. It appears to us that it would be impossible to enforce a law preventing rings and knockout auctions. Nobody can compel men to bid against each other if they have an agreement, verbal and private not to, and though large gatherings for a knockout might occasionally be detected, but proof of guilt would be difficult. 2 or 3 are entitled innocently to gather together, and can easily do so for purposes not entirely innocent. An occasional bad sale in London is bound to occur so long as rich private buyers continue their modern practice of not attending sales. We don't think anybody complained about prices when the Huth Library or Lord Vernon's rarities were sold, and we have been to many quite ordinary sales in Chancery Lane or Bond Street, at which scarcely anything went for less than the owners had probably paid for it a few years ago. There are usually quite enough outsiders present to keep prices up, and it is only by accident that an agreeable little collection sometimes goes at a sacrifice. Moreover, a private buyer, if he bids, is not harried, as he is in some minor rooms where other commodities are sold, and some of the biggest dealers, if present, act entirely on their own. Such as the conditions in London are, we cannot see much hope of change unless, and until, as we said, there is a return to the days when peers of the realm bid against each other for the jewels of the Roxburgh Library, and their friends stood by them betting on the results. But the most calamitous occurrences, those which take place away from London, might easily be avoided if owners or executors would have a little sense. It is hardly conceivable that Lord Foley took really expert advice about his books. It is certain that, if he knew anything about the market in old books, he would never have had his put up at a local auction. Persons disposing wholesale of valuables, books, pictures, or china from country houses should never allow them to be sold in the country at Messrs. Sotheby's or Hodgson's, though a bad patch may now and then be struck. Books would never go for the prices fetched at Ruxley Park, and when a really important collection comes up, the big American buyers are almost invariably present, and the only comment likely to be made on prices is that there seems no end to their possible inflation. Decorative break. Last month we stated in this place that we had recovered a few copies of No. 1 of the London Mercury. These are now exhausted. We shall have no more copies, and if people send us money for No. 1, we shall only be at the pains of returning it. We would advise those who are anxious to get No. 1 to take steps to secure it privately by advertisement or through second-hand booksellers. We have still a certain stock of No. 2, and new subscriptions may still begin. As from that issue, we repeat our invitation to readers who will be wanting binding cases for Vol Roman 1 to let us know. Literary intelligence. The death recently reported from Germany of Dr. Richard Daimel at the age of 56 removes after a long interval the second of the two poets who were admiringly regarded by their contemporaries as rivaling the literary partnership which once existed between Goethe and Schiller. The Freiherr Detlev von Lilienkron, who died in 1909, was one of the initiators of a new movement in German literature, and of this movement his much younger friend was often proclaimed the most distinguished ornament. Daimel was the son of a forest official in the Mark of Brandenburg, and it has been speculated without obvious results whether there was not some Slavonic admixture in his blood which was reflected in his work. But there is little in his career which requires further broad explanation than the conditions of its time and place. He was educated at the University of Leipzig, where he took his doctor's degree with a thesis on a point in the business of insurance, and he worked for some years as secretary to an insurance company, a period of his life, which he regarded as having profitably taught him discipline and orderliness of mind. He developed late as a poet. He himself said that he wrote nothing worth having till his 26th year, and many of the pieces in his first volume, Erlesungen, published when he was 28, were afterwards discarded or altered. His works consist of several collections of poems, which he continually shuffled and regrouped with every new edition. He was inclined to rebuff critics who wished to trace the development of his powers. Die Verwandlungen der Venus, a series of poetical visions of all types of love, from the highest to the lowest. Reinvention, a novel in verse describing the elopement of a librarian with his employer's wife. Der Mitmensch, a modern play in prose to which he himself attached great importance, an elaborate wordless play called Lucifer Mitchell Michael, a political tract in dramatic form, a collection of short stories, a collection of essays, and a collection of tales and verses for children. Like most of his generation, he was subject to many exotic influences, ranging from Verlaine to P.R. Zybisiewski, and from Shakespeare to Pierre Lois, and his works contain many admirable translations, those from Verlaine being among the best in the German language. His own poetry is preeminently didactic, and he preaches consistently in allegory, in direct narrative, and in direct precept the doctrine of self-control, and of the full utilization of all human faculties. He had passion and vigor, a not always active power of psychological discernment, and an occasional perception of beauty. He is justly reproached with a certain brutality, vulgarity, and one might add with strange lapses of humor. His courage and determination are beyond question, but in his erotic, as well as in his mystical rhapsodies, which are often combined, there is too frequently a disagreeable element of frigid calculation. His obscurity is sometimes tiresome and unnecessary, and many of his allegories and symbols are incomprehensible without an external key to their meaning. Some of his lyrics, however, are extremely beautiful. There are passages of insight and dramatic force. In Zweimenschen, some of his epigrams and aphorisms are wise and terse, and a strain of earnest sincerity runs through all his preaching. In August 1914, though his class was not called up, he volunteered for service, and possibly as a reward for a great deal of patriotic poetry, he received the Iron Cross. He died at Blankenese near Hamburg, where he had lived for several years before the war. Decorative break. Those many who knew the late Edward Thomas, who fell in France in 1917, will be glad to hear that a memorial is being prepared of an admirable poet and essayist. It will take the form of a volume, biographical and appreciative, of prose and verse, and the contributors will include, amongst others, Messrs. W. H. Davies, Walter de la Mare, Roman 5, Locke Ellis, Edward Garnett, James Guthrie, E. S. P. Haynes, and Edward Rees. Extracts are given from Thomas' letters to Mr. W. H. Hudson. The book is being printed by Mr. Guthrie, whose beautiful work as draftsman and painter in root and branch has not yet had the full recognition it deserves. It will be a quarto set in Caslin old-face type and bound in dark green cloth with a device in gold by Mr. Guthrie, who has also designed a frontispiece title page and initial letters. The price is to be 10 shillings, and prospective subscribers should apply to the Secretary, Pear Tree Press, Flansham, Bognor. Decorative break. Lady Burne-Jones, widow of the painter, died early last month. She was the author of one of the most readable and delightful biographies in the language. Her life of her husband was written vivaciously rather than brilliantly, and it revealed in Lady Burne-Jones no notable gift for literary creation, but her 2 volumes contain no dull page, few slipshod sentences, and a lifelike portrait of one of the most lovable of men. Decorative break. The next number of the London Mercury will contain the first of 2 long contributions by Mr. Edmund Gosse, embodying his reminiscences of Henry James, and an article by Sir George Henschel on interpretation in singing, either in that or the next number. We hope also to publish a first installment of the last diary of the late W.N.P. Barbellion. Poetry. The senses. Lo, as a garden-wandering bee, the soul seeks out her immortality from all the growths and blossoms manifold, which in this life men hold, as things material plying busy rounds, from the world's odors, sights, and sounds, to fill her honeyed stores, from the perfume acrid sweet of dead leaves burning, when autumn sunsets into dusk are turning, from the breath of damp stone floors, and paraffin pervading the cool porches, and aisles of village churches, from the tepid, flat, mechanic exhalations of desolate tuba stations, from woody savors stirred when children wrench tufts out of deep mosses, from the subtle stench of bad cigars and household slops begetting delighted memory of sunny towns in France and Italy, from the stronger, tawnier stink of dust and sweat and camel dung which haunts the glaring east, and the heavy, sweet, heart-piercing odors breathed from pale large lilies and narcissus wreathed round some dear head deceased. Such smells as these, and of the sights, the gleam on blue May nights, of the young moon in high ancestral boughs, among the scant young leaves, and in the wake of the moving ploughs, the shining earth that as the straight share cleaves, turns flowingly over, and the half-seen sweep of the high circles and the looming hollow of the dark opera house where through the leap and lapse of the music unseen hundreds follow, the curtain's slow ascent, and the rosy apple blossom on the bent and knotted bough against the blue of heaven, and the sudden rainbows riven by the salt breeze from the billows manilaping in the sunny Mediterranean, and of things heard, the cooling whisper of summer breezes sweeping the gray-green barley fields, and the echoes stirred by music interwoven in some dim-lighted cavernous cathedral, and the 18-pounders, buoyant drumbeats and hisses and whoops united in a hurricane barrage, and the clear laughter and shouting of girls in old green gardens playing rounders, and the ripple of fountains spouting over marble nymphs and dolphins drenched and cool, to the sun-splashed fountain pool, where golden in the Tuscan sun the age-worn palace sleeps, but deep in all the immortal spirit leaps, unquenchably the imperishable one, to whom through all this multiplicity of scattered universes longingly the soul world-wandering mendicant upreaches, imploring hands, and as an alms beseeches the humble coin which buys that one small treasure beyond all worldly measures. Martin Armstrong. The coming of greens. Here like flame and there like water leaping, green life breaks out again in sunlight gleaming. Small bright emerald flames through gray twigs creeping, little freshets of leafage shyly streaming among dark tangles, and sunlight grows serener. Daily and wider extends the leafy awning, and the green undying lawn beneath grows greener, greener and lovelier, with lights and shadows dawning, alternate manitoned, born of the trooping of clouds o'er sun, assembled plains are bending, long festoons high-hung and heavily drooping, from domes of luminous greenness willows are sending their fountains live and manna-shafted swooping, skyward and lazily backward, coolly showering. Like tongues of flame, like water showering dripping. Green life slides down the branch from bushes shaking. A verdant dew or out, on a long curve slipping. At the far extreme, to a shivering soft foam breaking. A spring in the desert, a fire in the darkness leaping. Greenness comes transparently roofing and walling. Garden ways with an indolent downward sweeping. Or mounded, high aspiring, airily falling. Or leaning fan over fan, a green and golden. Lucent cave enfolds us cunningly vaulted. With delicata screened, high chambers to embolden. Birds to flutter and sing or nest exalted. In swaying sanctuaries and the limit trees clustering. Flowers to blow that the leafy ways be fragrant. A dancing flood, a wildfire strengthening mustering. Over the gardens, the young green life runs vagrant. Martin Armstrong. The modern Hippolytus. Not like poor monks with fasting and the rod. To mortify the flesh for fear of God. Not like Sir Galahad to run to waste. In sentimental worship of the chaste. Not like the Puritan to hug disgust. And feast on others' sins to quench his lust. Not like the saint with dreams of future bliss. Lost in a fancied world, this world to miss. But like Hippolytus, in pride to make the body's servant for the body's sake. Spurning the Cytheran's toils who craves, with servile heart the passion of her slaves, freely to render homage unto her, who being free desires no worshipper, to render soul for soul without pretense, not wooing sense through soul, nor soul through sense, to shun the twilight of the world's mistrust, where lust for love's mistaken love for lust, and seek Diana's cold and hueless light, that knows no difference save of dark and bright. There lay the man's will, but the unborn child cried in the darkness, and the old world smiled. Kenworth Rushby. Nature's fruitfulness. This summer on our yard wall there does swing a groundsel bush from one seed last year sown. A burnet moth, sun-wakened in the spring, flew out and laid its 100 eggs thereon. 100 seeds each blossom on it gives. 100 caterpillars eat its leaves. Its plumed seeds, scattered by the wind, now fall into our yard on water and on stone. Here too the caterpillars overblown gyrate and starve, for few can climb the wall. Next year again there will be one of both, one bush of groundsel and one burnet moth. Francis Burroughs. Almswomen. At Quincy's moat the squandering village ends, and there in the almshouse dwell the dearest friends of all the village, 2 old dames that cling as close as any true loves in the spring. Long, long ago they passed 60, and in this doll's house lived together then. All things they have in common being so poor, and their one fear death's shadow at the door. Each sundown makes them mournful, each sunrise brings back the brightness in their failing eyes. How happy go the rich, fair-weather days, when on the roadside folk stare in amaze at such a honeycomb of fruit and flowers, as mellows round their threshold, what long hours they gloat upon their steepling hollyhocks, bees' balsams, feathery southernwood and stocks, fiery dragonsmith's great mallow leaves, for salves and lemon plants in bushy sheaves, shagged Esau's hands with 5 green fingertips. Such old sweet names are ever on their lips, as pleased as little children where these grow. In cobbled pattens and worn gowns they go, proud of their wisdom when on gooseberry shoots they stuck eggshells to fright from coming fruits. The brisk-billed rascals waiting still to see their neighbor owls saunter from tree to tree, or in the hushing half-light mouse the lane, long-winged and lordly. But when those hours wane, indoors they ponder, scared by the harsh storm, whose pelting Saracens on the window swarm, and listen for the mail to clatter past, and church clocks deep bay withering on the blast. They feed the fire that flings a freakish light on pictured kings and queens, grotesquely bright, platters and pitchers, faded calendars, and graceful hourglass trim with lavenders. Many a time they kiss and cry and pray. Both may be summoned in the selfsame day. And Weissman linnet tinkling in his cage, and too with them the friendship of old age, and all together leave their treasured room. Some bell-like evening when the May's in bloom. Edmund Blundell's intimacy. Since I have seen you do those intimate things that other men but dream of lull asleep, the sinister dark forest of your hair, and tie those bows that stir on your calm breast, faintly as leaves that shudder in their sleep. Since I have seen your stockings swallow up a swift black wind, the pale flame of your foot, and deemed your slender limbs so meshed in silk, sweet mermaid sisters drowned in their dark hair, I have not troubled overmuch with food, and wine has seemed like water from a well. Pavements are built of fire grass, of thin flames. All other girls grow dull as painted flowers, or flutter harmlessly like colored flies, whose wings are tangled in the net of leaves, spread by frail trees that grow behind the eyes. Egil Rickward, the soldier, addresses his body. I shall be mad if you get smashed about. We've had good times together, you and I, although you groused a bit when luck was out, and women passionless, and we went dry. Yet there are many things we have not done, countries not seen where people do strange things, eat fish alive and mimic in the sun the solemn gestures of their stone-grey kings. I've heard of forests that are dim at noon, where snakes and creepers wrestle all day long, where vivid beasts grow pale with the full moon, gibber and cry and wail a mad old song, because at the full moon the hippogriff, with ivor-appointed snout and agate feet, with his green eye will glare them cold and stiff, for the coward wyvern to come down and eat vodka and kvass and bitter mountain wines. We have not drunk nor snatched at bursting grapes, to pelt slim girls among Sicilian vines, who'd flicker through the leaves elusive shapes. Yes, there are many things we have not done, but it's a sweat to knock them into rhyme. Let's have a drink and give the cards a run, and leave dull verse to the dull peaceful time. Egil Rickward, Night Rapture. For Florence Lamont, how beautiful it is to wake at night, when over all there reigns the ultimate spell of complete silence, darkness absolute, to feel the world tilted on axletree, in slow gyration with no sensible sound, unless to ears of unimagined beings, resident incorporeal or stretched, in vigilance of ecstasy among ethereal paths and the celestial maze. The rumor of our onward course now brings a steady rustle as of some strange ship, darkling with soundless sail all set and amply filled by volume of an ever-constant air, at fullest night through seas forever calm, swept lovely and unknown forever on. How beautiful it is to wake at night, embalmed in darkness, watchful, sweet, and still, as is the brain's mood, flattered by the swim of currents circumvalent in the void, to lie quite still and to become aware of the dim light cast by nocturnal skies on a dim earth beyond the window ledge, so isolate from the friendly company of the huge universe which turns without, to brood apart in calm and joy a while, until the spirit sinks and scarcely knows whether self is or if self only is. Forever. How beautiful to wake at night, within the room grown strange and still and sweet, and live a century while in the dark. The dripping wheel of silence slowly turns, to watch the window open on the night. A dewy silent deep where nothing stirs, and lying thus to feel dilate within. The press, the conflict, and the heavy pulse of incommunicable sad ecstasy, growing until the body seems outstretched, in perfect crucifixion on the arms of a cross pointing from last void to void, while the heart dies to a mere midway spark. All happiness thou holdest happy night, for such as lie awake and feel dissolved. The peaceful spice of darkness and the cool breath hither blown from ethereal flowers, that mist thy fields, O happy, happy wounds, conditioned by existence in humanity, that have such powers to heal them slow, sweet sighs, torn from the bosom, silent wails the birth of such long-treasured tears as pain his eyes, who waking hears the divine solicitudes of midnight with ineffable purport charged. How beautiful it is to wake at night, another night in darkness, yet more still, save when the myriad leaves on full-fledged boughs, filled rather by the perfume's wandering flood than by dispansion of the still sweet air, shall from the furthest utter silences, in glimmering secrecy, have gathered up an host of whisperings and scattered sighs, to loose at last a sound as of the plunge and lapsing seeth of some Pacific wave, which risen from the star-thronged outer troughs, rolls into wreath with languorous foam away. The flutter of the golden moths that haunt the stars, one glimmer daggered on wet sands. So beautiful it is to wake at night, imagination loudening with the surf of the midsummer wind among the boughs, gathers my spirit from the haunts remote of faintest silence and the shades of sleep, to bear me on the summit of her wave, beyond known shores, beyond the mortal edge of thought terrestrial, to hold me poised above the frontiers of infinity, to which, in the full reflux of the wave, come soon I must bubble of solving foam, borne to those other shore snow, never mine, save for an hovering instant short as this, which now sustains me ere I be drawn back, to learn again, and wholly learn I trust. How beautiful it is to wake at night. Robert Nichols. The Black Mountains, 1919. Elsie Inglis. Who is it lies here, betwixt the wind and the water, whom all Scotland mourns, as a mother for her daughter? I was Elsie Inglis when I trod the ground. Now I am lying here, in a long sleep and sound. What did you do, Elsie Inglis, to prove your heart's worth? I labored all my life long to serve women on earth. And what was it you did? Earned you this requiem? When men went out to fight, I went out with them. What could a woman do in such unholy revel? Men fought with each other, and I fought with evil. When men fought with men, what foe could you hold? The foe they left behind them, fever, famine, and cold. Which was the bitterest of all you saw fight? My foe slew blindly, but men in broad light. My foe slew blindly, the children with the mother. My foe slew men, but men slew each other. Maurice Hewlett. Sorrowing for childhood departed. Who is there among us who has found the key of the treasure that is locked in the hearts of men? Only the poet, lonely in his chamber, or the man remembering his childhood again. Hearing gay voices, my heart is hollow. An empty room with bright colors on the walls. The speech of my brother is no more than a traffic that remote and coldly on my dull brain falls. I am deaf to the song in the speech of my fellows. I have outwitted my childhood's desires. And where have I traveled that to the far horizon? Dead in the landscape are earth's bright fires. Didst thou ever murder, Macbeth, thy sorrow? Didst thou ever murder thy soul's young joy? Thou hadst never flinched from the life of another. Thou hadst but with laughter stolen from him a toy. Would that a spirit had stolen from me the glittering baubles of my cunning mind, and left me the sweet forest of my wandering childhood, its transparent water in tall trees enshrined. Then was I happy, love was my companion. I was in communion with star and stream. With bird and with flower I was linked in rapture. We stared at each other the valley's dream. Out of the mountains we were carven. Birds and flowers, stream, rock and child. Oh, but I belong there, I am torn from my body. In that faraway forest it lies exiled. There falls the water, transparently shining. Hangs there a flower that blooms in my eyes. Long have I been ready, let me go thither, and unloosen my limbs to those dream-colored skies. Oh, that it were possible, but that land has vanished. The magic of that valley has crumbled away. Bright crowds are there only the mind's cold idola, and my footprints on the dead ground startle the day. W. J. Turner. Servants. By Max Beerbohm. It is unseemly that a man should let any ancestors of his rise from their graves to wait on his guests at table. The Chinese are a polite race, and those of them who have visited England and gone to dine in great English houses will not have made this remark aloud to their hosts. I believe it is only their own ancestors that they worship, so that they will not have felt themselves guilty of impiety in not rising from the table and rushing out into the night. Nevertheless, they must have been shocked. The French Revolution, judged according to the hope it was made in, must be pronounced a failure. It effected no fundamental change in human nature, but it was by no means wholly ineffectual. For example, ladies and gentlemen ceased to powder their hair because of it, and gentlemen adopted simpler costumes. This was so in England as well as in France, but in England, ladies and gentlemen were not so nimble-witted as to be able to conceive the possibility of a world without powder. Powder had been sent down from heaven and must not vanish from the face of the earth, said Sir John to his lady Tease, a matter easy to settle. Your maid Deborah and the rest of the wenches shall powder their hair henceforth. Whereat his lady exclaimed in wrath, Lud, Sir John, have you taken leave of your senses? A parcel of Abigails flaunting about the house in powder, oh preposterous. Whereat Sir John exclaimed zounds, and hotly demonstrated that since his wife had given up powder, there could be no harm in its assumption by her maids. Whereat his lady screamed and had the vapors, and asked how he would like to see his own footmen flaunting about the house in powder. Whereat he, always a reasonable man, despite his hasty temper, went out and told his footmen to wear powder henceforth. And in this they obeyed him, and there arose a lord of the treasury, saying, let powder be taxed. And it was so, and the tax was paid, and powder was still worn, and there came the great Reform Bill, and the steam engine, and all manner of queer things. But powder did not end, for custom hath many lives, nor was there an end to those things which the nobility and the gentry had long since shed from their own personces. Laced coats and velvet breeches and silk hose, forasmuch as without these powder could not aptly be. And it came to pass that there was a great war, and there was also a Russian Revolution greater than the French one, and it may be that everything will be changed fundamentally, and soon, or it may be merely that Sir John will say to his lady, my dear, I have decided that the footmen shall not wear powder and not wear livery any more, and that his lady will say, oh, all right then. At length will the 18th century vanish altogether from the face of the earth. Some of the shallower historians would have us believe that powder is deleterious to the race of footmen, they point out how plenteously footmen abounded before 1790, and how steadily their numbers have declined ever since. I do not dispute the statistics, one knows. From the table talk of Samuel Rogers that Mr. Horne took dining tete-a-tete with the first Lord Lansdowne, had counted so many as 30 footmen in attendance on the meal, that was a high figure higher than in Rogers' day, and higher far I doubt not than in ours. What I refuse to believe is that the wearing of powder has caused among footmen an ever-increasing mortality. Powder was forced on them by their employers because of the French Revolution, but their subsequent fewness is traceable rather to certain ideas forced by that revolution on their employers. The nobility had begun to feel that it had better be just a little less noble than heretofore. When the news of the fall of the Bastille was brought to him, the first Lord Lansdowne, I conceive, remained for many hours in his study lost in thought, and at length rising from his chair went out into the hall and discharged 2 footmen. This action may have shortened his life, but I believe it to be a fact that, when he lay dying some 15 years later, he said to his heir, "Discharged 2 more such." Enlightenment and adaptability were not to be wondered at in so eminent a Whig. As time went on, even in the great Tory houses, the number of retainers was gradually cut down. Came the industrial age, hailed by all publicists as the millennium. Looms were now tended, and blast furnaces stoked by middle-aged men who in their youth had done nothing but hand salvers, and by young men who might have been doing just that if the Bastille had been less brittle. Noblemen becoming less and less sure of themselves under the impact of successive reform bills wished to be waited on by less and less numerous gatherings of footmen, and at length, in the course of the Great War, any nobleman not young enough to be away fighting was waited on by an old butler and a parlour-maid or 2, and the ceiling did not fall. Even if the war shall have taught us nothing else, it will have taught us almost from its very outset to mistrust all prophets, whether of good or evil. Pray stone me if I predict anything at all. It may be that the war and that remarkable byproduct, the Russian Revolution, and the whole spirit of the age have so worked on the minds of noblemen that they will prefer to have not one footman in their service, or it may be that all those men who might be footmen will prefer to earn their livelihood in other ways of life. It may even be that no more parlour-maids and housemaids, even for very illustrious houses, will presently be forthcoming. I do not profess to foresee. Perhaps things will go on just as before, but remember, things were going on even then. Suppose that in the social organism generally, and in the attitude of servants, particularly, the decades after the war shall bring but a gradual evolution of what was previously afoot. Even on this mild supposition, must it seem likely that some of us will live to look back on domestic service, or at least on what we now mean by that term, as a curiosity of past days. You have to look rather far behind you for the time when the servant question, as it is called, had not yet begun to arise, to find servants collectively knowing their place, as the phrase not is but was. You have to look right back to the dawn of Queen Victoria's reign. I am not sure whether even then those Georgian notice boards still stood in the London parks to announce that ladies and gentlemen are requested and servants are commanded not to do this and that, but the spirit of those boards did still brood over the land. Servants received commands, not requests, and were not obliging, but obedient as, for the task set them. I dare say the footmen in the great houses had an easy time. They were there for ornament, but the comparatively few maids there, and the maid or 2 in every home of the rapidly increasing middle class, were very much for use, having to do an immense amount of work for a wage which would nowadays seem nominal, and they did it gladly, with no notion that they were giving much for little, or that the likes of them had any natural right to a glimpse of liberty, or to moments more leisure than was needed to preserve their health for the benefit of their employers, or that they were not in duty bound to be truly thankful for having a roof over their devoted heads. Rare and reprehensible was the maid who, having found one roof, hankered after another. Improvident too, for only by long and exclusive service could she hope that in her old age she would not be cast out on the parish she might marry. Meanwhile, the chances were very much against that was an idea misbeseeming her station in life. By the rules of all households, followers were fended ruthlessly away. Her state was sheer slavery. While she was not technically a chattel, the law allowed her to escape at any time after giving a month's notice, and she did not work for no wages at all. Remember, this was hard on her owners. Well, in ancient Rome and elsewhere, her employers would have had to pay a large sum of money for her down to a merchant. Economically, her employers had no genuine grievance. Her parents had handed her over to them at a tender age. For nothing, there she was. And if she was a good girl and gave satisfaction, and if she had no gypsy strain to make her restless for the unknown, there she ended her days, not without honor from the second or third generation of her owners. As in ancient Rome and elsewhere, the system was in the long run conducive to much good feeling on either side. Poor Anne remained very servile in soul all her days, and was altogether occupied from the age of 15 to 72 in doing other people's wills, not her own. Thus wrote Ruskin in Preterita of one who had been his nurse, and his father's. Perhaps the passage is somewhat marred by its first word, but Ruskin had queer views on many subjects. Besides, he was very old when in 1885 he wrote Preterita. Long before that date, moreover, others than he had begun to have queer views. The halcyon days were over. Even in the 60s, there were many dark and cumulus clouds. It was believed, however, that these would pass. Punch, our ever-quick interpreter, made light of them. Absurd that Jemima Jane should imitate the bonnets of her mistress and secretly aspire to play the piano. Punch and his artists, as you will find in his old volumes, were very merry about her, and no doubt his readers believed that his exquisite ridicule would kill, or his sound good sense cure, the malady in her soul. Poor misguided girl, was she flying in the face of nature? Nature had decreed that some should command, others obey, that some should sit imperative all day in airy parlors, and others be executive in basements. I dare say that among the sitters aloft there were many whose indignation had a softer side to it. Under the Christian emperors, Roman ladies were really very sorry for their slaves. It is unlikely that no English ladies were so in 60s. Pity, after all, is in itself a luxury. It is for the summer measure of the gulf between themselves and the others. Those others had now begun to show signs of restiveness, but the gulf was as wide as ever. Anthony Trollope was not, like Punch, a mere interpreter of what was upmost in the average English mind. He was a beautifully patient and subtle demonstrator of all that was therein. Reading him, I soon forget that I am reading about fictitious characters and careers. Quite soon do I feel that I am collating intimate memoirs and diaries for sheer conviction of truth. Give me Trollope. You too, if you know him, must often have uttered this appeal. Very well, have you been given Orley Farm? And do you remember how Lady Mason felt after confessing to Sir Peregrine Orme that she had forged the will? As she slowly made her way across the hall, she felt that all of evil, all of punishment, had now fallen upon her. There are periods in the lives of some of us, I trust, but few when, with the silent inner voice of suffering. And here, in justice to Trollope, I must interrupt him by saying that he seldom writes like this, and I must also, for a reason which will soon be plain, ask you not to skip a word. We call on the mountains to fall and crush us, and on the earth to gape open and take us in when, with an agony of intensity, we wish our mothers had been barren. In these moments, the poorest and most desolate are objects to us of envy, for their sufferings can be as nothing to our own. Lady Mason, as she crept silently across the hall, saw a servant girl pass down towards the entrance to the kitchen, and would have given all that she had in the world to change places with that girl. But no change was possible to her. Neither would the mountains crush her, nor the earth take her. In this was her burden, and she must, etc., etc. You enjoyed the wondrous bathos, of course, and yet there wasn't any bathos at all, really. At least there wasn't any in 1862, when Orley Farm was published. Servants really were most desolate in those days, and their sufferings were less acute only than those of gentlewomen who had forged. Was this is an exaggerated view? Well, it was the view held by gentlewomen at large in the 60s. Trust Trollope. Why, to a modern gentlewoman, would it seem so much more dreadful to be crushed by mountains and swallowed by earthquakes than to be a servant girl passing down towards the entrance to the kitchen? In other words, how is it that servants have so much less unpleasant a time than they were having half a century ago? I should like to think this amelioration came through our sense of justice, but I cannot claim that it. Roman 999. somehow our sense of justice never turns in its sleep, till long after the sense of injustice in others has been thoroughly aroused, nor is it ever up and doing till those others have begun to make themselves thoroughly disagreeable, and not even then will it be up and doing more than is urgently required of it by our convenience at the moment for the improvement in their lot. Servants must, I am afraid, be allowed to thank themselves rather than their employers. I am not going to trace the stages of that improvement. I will not try to decide in what year servants passed from wistfulness to resentment, or from resentment to exaction. This is not a sociological treatise, it is just an essay, and I claim an essayist's privilege of not groping through the library of the British Museum on the chance of mastering all the details. I confess that I did go there yesterday thinking I should find in Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Webb's History of Trade Unionism the means of appearing to know much, but I drew blank. It would seem that servants have no trade union. This is strange. One would not have thought so much could be done without organization. The mere spirit of the time sneaking down the steps of areas has worked wonders. There has been no servants' campaign, no strategy, nothing, but an infinite series of spontaneous and sporadic little risings in isolated households. Wonders have been worked, yes, but servants are not yet satiated with triumph. More and more, on the contrary, do glide. Long before the war, they had begun gliding away into other forms of employment. Not merely are the changed conditions of domestic service not changed enough for them, they seem to despise the thing itself. It was all very well so long as they had not been taught to read and write, but there no doubt is the root of the mischief. Had the governing classes not forced those accomplishments on them in 1872. But there is no use in repining. What's done can't be undone. On the other hand, what must be done can't be left undone. Housework, for example, what concessions by the governing classes, what bribes will be big enough hereafter to get that done? Perhaps the governing classes will do it for themselves eventually, and their ceilings not fall, or perhaps there will be no more governing classes, merely the state and its swarms of neat little overseers, male and female. I know not whether in this case the sum of human happiness will be greater, but it will certainly it, and the sum of human dullness more evenly distributed. I take it that under any scheme of industrial compulsion for the young, a certain number of conscripts would be told off for domestic service to every family in every flat. Houses not legal would be assigned one female member of the community. She would be 20 years old, having just finished her course of general education at a municipal college. 3 years would be her term of industrial subsect domestic service. Her diet, her costume, her hours of work and leisure would be standardized, but the lenses of her pince-nez would be in strict accordance to her own eyesight. If her employers found her faulty in work or conduct, and proved to the visiting inspector that she was so, she would be penalized by an additional term of service. If she, on the other hand, made good any complaint against her employers, she would be transferred to another flat, and they be penalized by suspension of their license. To employ, there would always be chances of friction, but these chances would not be so numerous nor so great as they are under that lack of system which survives today. Servants would be persons knowing that, for a certain period, certain tasks were imposed on them, tasks tantamount to those in which all their coevals were simultaneously engaged. Today, they are persons not knowing, as who should say, where they are, and wishing all the while they were elsewhere, and mostly, as I have said, going elsewhere. Those who remain grow more and more touchy, knowing themselves a mock to the rest, and their qualms even more uncomfortably than their demands, and defects are always haunting their employers. It seems almost incredible that there was a time when Mrs. Smith said, "Sarah, your master wishes," or Mr. Smith said, "Sarah, go up and ask your mistress whether." I am well aware that the very title of this essay jars. I wish I could find another, but in writing one must be more explicit than one need be by word of mouth. I am well aware that the survival of domestic service in its old form depends more and more on our agreement not to mention it. Assuredly, a most uncomfortable state of things is it, after all, worth saving a form so depleted of right human substance, an anomaly so ticklish. Consider in your friends, how's the cheerful smile of yonder parlour-maid? Hark to the housemaid's light, brisk tread in the corridor. Note well the slight droop of the footman's shoulders as he noiselessly draws near. Such things, as being traditional, may pander to your sense of the great past. Histrionically, too, they are good, but do you really like them? Do they not make your blood run a trifle cold, in the thick of the great past? You would have liked them well enough, no doubt. I myself am old enough to have known 2 or 3 servants of the old schoolater editions of Ruskin's Anne. With them there was no discomfort, for they had no misgiving. They had never wished heaven help them for more, and in the process of the long years had acquired for inspiration of others much a fine mellowness, the peculiar sort of dignity, even of wisdom, that comes only of staying always in the same place, among the same people, doing the same things perpetually. Theirs was the sap that rises only from deep roots, and where they were you had always the sense of standing under great wide branches. One especially would I recall Hono. Personally, I admire the plungingly intimate kind of essayist very much indeed, but I never was of that kind, and it's too late to begin to be so now. For a type of old-world servant I would recall rather some more public worthy, such as that stout old hostler, whom whenever you went up to stay in Hampstead, you would see standing planted outside that stout old hostelry, Jack Straw's Castle. He stands there no more, and the hostelry can never again be to me all that it was of solid comfort. Or perhaps, as he was so entirely an outside figure, I might rather say that Hampstead itself is not what it was. His robust but restful form, topped with that weather-beaten and chin-bearded face, was the hub of the summit of Hampstead. He was as indigenous as the pond there, that famous pond which in hot weather is so much waded through by cart-horses, and is at all seasons so much barked around by excitable dogs and cruised on by toy boats. He was as essential as it, and the Flagstaff, and the gorse, and the view over the valley away to Highgate. It was always to Highgate that his big blue eyes were looking, and on Highgate that he seemed to be ruminating. Not that I think he wanted to go there. He was Hampstead-born and Hampstead-bred, and very loyal to that village. In the course of his life he had been down to London a matter of 3 or 4 times, he would tell me, and slept there. Once he knew me to be a native of that city, and for he was the most respectful of men, did not make any adverse criticism of it. But clearly it had not prepossessed him. Men and horses, rather than cities, were what he knew, and his memory was more retentive of horses than of men. But he did, and this was a great thrill for Medid, after some pondering, at my behest, remember to have seen in Heath Street, when he was a boy, a gentleman with somewhat long hair settin' in a small cart, talking a picture to me. Ford Madox Brown's work is of all modern pictures the most delightful in composition, and strongest in conception, the most alive, and the most worthwhile, and I take great pride in having known someone who saw it in the making. But my friend himself set little store on anything that had befallen him in days before he was took on as stable lad at the castle. His pride was in the castle wholly. Part of his charm, like Hampstead's, was in the surprise one had at finding anything like it so near to London. Even now, if you go to districts near which no great towns are, you will find here and there an inn that has a devoted waiter, a house with a fond butler. As to butlers elsewhere, butlers in general, there is one thing about them that I do not at all understand. It seems to be against nature. Yet it is a fact that in the past 40 years they have been growing younger and slimmer. In my childhood they were old without exception, and stout at the close of the last century. They had gradually relapsed into middle age, losing weight all the time, and in the years that followed they were passing back behind the prime of life, becoming willowy juveniles in 1915. It is true the work of the past decades was undone. Butlers were suddenly as old and stout as ever. They were, and so they still are, but this, I take it, was only a temporary setback. Since peace came, butlers have reappeared as they were in 1915, and maybe will soon be losing height and weight too, till they shall have become bright-eyed children with pattering feet. Or will their childhood be of a less gracious kind than that, I fear? So I have seen from time to time butlers who had shed all semblance of grace, butlers whose whole demeanor was a manifesto of contempt for their calling and of devotion to the spirit of the age. I have seen a butler in a well-established household strolling around the diners without the slightest droop, and pouring out wine in an offhand and quite obviously hostile manner. I have seen him towards the end of the meal yawning. I remember another, whom positively I heard humming, a faint sound indeed, but menacing as the roll of tumbrils. These were exceptional cases, I grant. For the most part, the butlers observed by me have had a manner as correctly smooth and colourless as their very shirt-fronts. And in 2 or 3 of them, modern though they were in date and aspect, I could have sworn there was a flame of old-world fealty. All bright were these, but the finer comedians, there was one, I will call him Brett, who had an almost dog-like way of watching his master. Was this but a calculated touch in a merely aesthetic whole? Brett was tall and slender, and his movements were those of a greyhound under perfect self-control baldness. At the temples enhanced the solemnity of his thin, smooth face. It is more than 20 years since first I saw him, and for a long period I saw him often both in town and country against the background of either house. He was impeccable. Many butlers might be that Brett's supremacy was in the sense he gave one that he was. After all human that, he had a heart in which he had taken the liberty to reserve a corner for any true friend of his master and mistress. I remember well the first time he overstepped sheer formality in relation to myself. It was one morning in the country, when my entertainers and my fellow guests had gone out in pursuit of some sport, at which I was no good. I was in the smoking room, reading a book sudden lino. Brett never appeared anywhere suddenly. Appeared paused at precisely the right speaking distance, and said in a low voice, "I thought it might interest you to know, sir, that there's a white-tailed magpie out on the lawn, very rare, as you know, sir. If you look out of the window, you will see the little fellow hopping about on the lawn." I thanked him effusively as I darted to the window, and simulated an intense interest in the little fellow. I greatly overdid my part. Exit Brett, having done his to perfection. What worries me is not that I showed so little self-command and so much insincerity, but the doubt whether Brett's flawless technique was the vehicle for an act of true good feeling, or was used simply for the pleasure of using it. Similar doubts abide in all my special memories of him. There was an evening when he seemed to lose control over himself, but did he really lose it? There were only 4 people at dinner: my host, his wife, their nephew, a young man famous for drollery, and myself. Towards the end of dinner, the conversation had turned on early marriages. I said, "The young man presently shall not marry till I am 70. I shall then marry some charming girl of 17. His aunt threw up her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, Tom, what a perfectly horrible idea! Why, she isn't born." "Yet no," said the young man, "but I have my eye on her mother." At this, Brett, who was holding a light for his master's cigarette, turned away convulsively with a sudden dip of the head, and vanished from the room. His breakdown touched and pleased all 4 beholders, but was it a genuine lapse, or merely a feint to thrill us? The feint of an equilibrist so secure that he can pretend to lose his balance. If I knew why Brett ceased to be butler in that household, I might be in less doubt as to the true inwardness of him. I knew only that he was gone. That was fully 10 years ago. Since then I have had one glimpse of him. This was on a summer night in London. I had gone out late to visit some relatives and assure myself that they were safe and sound, for Zeppelins had just passed over London for the first time. Not so much horror as a very deep disgust was the atmosphere in the populous, quiet streets and squares. One square was less quiet than others, because somebody was steadily whistling for a taxi. Anon, I saw the whistler silhouetted in the light cast out on a wide doorstep from an open door, and I saw that he was Brett. His attitude, as he bent out into the dark night, was perfect in grace, but eloquent of a great tensity. Even of agony. Behind him stood a lady in an elaborate evening cloak. Brett's back must have conveyed to her in every curve his surprise, his shame, that she should be kept waiting. His chivalry in her behalf was such as Burke's for Marie Antoinette. A little had he dreamed that he should have lived to see such disasters fallen upon her. In a nation of gallant men, in a nation of men of honor and of cavaliers, he had thought 10,000 taxis must have leaped from their stands, etc. The whistle, that at first sounded merely mechanical and ear-piercing, had become heartrending and human. When I saw from whom it proceeded, a very heart-cry that still haunts me. But was it a heart-cry? Is Brett more than a mere virtuoso? He is in any case what employers call a treasure, and to anyone who wishes to go forth and hunt for him, I will supply a chart showing the way to that doorstep on which last I saw him. But I myself, were I ever so able to pay his wages, should never covet him, no, nor anything like him. Perhaps we are not afraid of manservants if we looked out at them from the cradle. None was visible from mine. Only in later years, and under external auspices, did I come across any of them, and I am as afraid of them as ever. Maidservants fright me less, but they also accept the 2 or 3 ancients aforesaid have always struck some degree of terror to my soul. The whole notion of domestic service has never not seemed to me unnatural. I take no credit for enlightenment. Not to have the instinct to command implies a lack of the instinct to obey. The 2 aptitudes are but different facets of one jewel, the sense of order. When I became a schoolboy, I greatly disliked being a monitor's fag. Other fags there were who took pride in the quality of the toast they made for the breakfasts and suppers of their superiors, my own feeling was that I would rather eat it myself, and that if I might eat it myself, I would rather it were not very good. Similarly, when I grew to have fags of my own, and by morning, and by evening one of them solemnly entered to me bearing a plate on which those 3 traditional pieces of toast were solemnly propped one against another, I cared not at all whether the toast were good or bad, having no relish for it at best, but could have eaten with gusto toast, made by my own hand, not at all understanding why that member should be accounted too august for such employment. Even so in my later life, loth to obey, loth to command convention, for she too frightens me, has made me accept what servants would do for me by rote. But I would liefer have it ill done than ask even the least mettlesome of them to do it better, and far liefer, if they would only be off, and not do it at all, do it for myself. In Italy, where I have lived much, servants do still regard service somewhat in the old way as a sort of privilege, so that with Italian servants I am comparatively at my ease. But oh, the delight, when on the afternoon of some local festa there is no servant at all in the little house. Oh, the reaction, the impulse to sing and dance, and the positive quick obedience to that impulse. Convention alone has forced me to be anywhere a master. Ariel and Caliban, had I been Prospero, on that island would have had nothing to do, and nothing to complain of. And Man Friday on that other island would have bored me had I been Crusoe, when I was a king in Babylon, and you were a Christian slave, I promptly freed you. Anarchistic, yes, and I have no defense to offer, except the rather lame one that I am a Tory anarchist. I should like everyone to go about doing just as he pleased, short of altering any of the things to which I have grown accustomed. Domestic service is not one of those things, and I should be glad were there no more of it. W.N.P. Barbellion. 26. The Journal of a Disappointed Man, Enjoying Life, and Other Essays, by W.N.P. Barbellion. Chatto Windows 6s, net each. By Edward Shanks. When the Journal of a Disappointed Man was first published in March 1919, the suspicious circumstances that it contained an introduction by Mr. H.G. Wells, and purported to be written by a young assistant in the Natural History Museum at South Kensington, immediately produced the impression that it was a fictitious work composed by Mr. Wells himself. He was known at that time from other books acknowledged to be his, to be feeling a particular interest in the philosophical problem of human suffering. He had done something of the kind before, and many readers, it may be conjectured, unconsciously found it a relief to suppose that this almost unbearably tragic history had been invented. But the impression could not long survive a careful study of the book. The author's identity was soon guessed at by a few persons who knew him, and suspected by some who had heard of him. And presently Mr. Wells wrote to a newspaper to say that the only fictitious details in the journal were the author's name, and the date of his death, there given as December 31st, 1917. This date was in fact incorrect. By nearly 2 years Bruce Frederick Cummings lived, until October 30th, 1919, that is to say for 7 months after the publication of his diary. Thus it comes about that the later part of it, which has not yet been printed, contains many references to his critics, in whose opinions he was deeply and frankly interested. He remarks again and again on the ordinary incompetence of reviewers, the usual complaint of an author, but especially poignant here. He mentions once in a letter, and once in the diary, an imbecile who thought that he was a social climber, and he welcomes with joy the first writer who seemed to him to have read the book carefully. But among all these references to his work, there is none more illuminating than the last entry he ever made. Friends and relatives say I have not drawn my true self, but that's because I've taken my clothes off, and they can't recognize me. Stark. The book is a self-portrait in the nude. Thus, with this final self-explanation, he ends his work. The last 2 words stand alone at the top of a left-hand page, and opposite them in the book lies the blotting paper he used. He had often before said farewell to his journal. Once, it was in a fit of disgust with it and himself, and he took it up again to record the discovery that he was suffering from an incurable disease. Once again, owing to the paralysis of his right-hand, writing became too painful for him, and he thought this the hardest and shrewdest stroke of fate, to deprive him of his secret consolation, Last, under the date May 25, 1919, he made an entry of 4 pages chiefly supplementing earlier entries and concluded with the words large and scrawled, but legible: "This is the end. I am not going to keep a diary any more than on June 1st without explanation." He made a long entry recalling an experience of early life, and on June 3rd, the very last, which I have quoted, he desired that at the end should be written "The rest is silence," for an inscription on the base of his self-erected monument. Genuine self-portraits in the nude occur very rarely in the history of literature. This is a picture of a man of genius, superbly drawn by himself. It is an astonishing book about an astonishing man. Barbellion was born on September 7, 1889, and was the third son of a reporter employed by a newspaper in a Devonshire town. He was able to remember the first time a bird's nest was ever shown to him, but a passion for natural history became very early the most important part of his life. He was articled as a boy to his father's unattractive and uncongenial profession. He nevertheless continued to pursue his passion with an extraordinary energy and strength of will, and was determined to secure, somehow or other, an entrance into the desired career. He was otherwise and exactingly occupied, and he was entirely self-taught. And in 1910, just when by great good fortune he had been offered and had accepted a post in the Plymouth Marine Laboratory, his father's health broke down altogether, compelling him to renounce this dazzling but ill-paid opportunity. But in the following year, he won in open competition an appointment in the Natural History Museum, which justified the abandonment of journalism. In 1909, there first appears in the diary the definite indication of a theme which was soon to rival natural history in importance, and at last most horribly to overwhelm it. Feeling like a sloppy tadpole, my will is paralyzed. I visit the doctor regularly to be stethoscoped, ramble about the streets, idly scan magazines in the library, and occasionally rink with palpitation of the heart. As a consequence, in view of the shortness, bitterness, and uncertainty of life, all scientific labor for me seems futile. After this, the subject of his health is rarely absent for many pages. Together, the deaths of his father and mother deepened the preoccupation, and Barbellion's symptoms and dreads were almost infinite in their variety. He suffered from intermittent action of the heart, from nervous weakness, and from dyspepsia. He feared now paralysis, now blindness, now consumption. The thought of death was constantly with him, but until the end, he could not be sure in what form it would come. Sometimes he longed for it to finish his sufferings. Sometimes he hoped it would linger enough to allow him to complete the work he had in hand. Meanwhile, amid the unescapable and agonizing reflections which this condition induced, another side of his nature was being developed. In 1910, there is an entry which again is like the first tentative introduction of a musical theme in a symphony. "I hope to goodness she doesn't think I want to marry her in the park, in the dark, kissing her. I was testing and experimenting with a new experience." He was not, of course, by any means so callous and inhuman as this brief note might make him appear, but he was immensely curious about himself and about other people, and immensely greedy for new sensations. He dabbled a good deal in lovemaking, and his dabbling was prompted partly by the natural pressure of the senses, partly by curiosity. At last, he fell in love, could not make up his mind whether he wanted to marry, made it up, and was rejected. Felt relieved, then unhappy, renewed his suit, and was accepted in September 1915. He was married a few weeks before during a holiday at Coniston. Boisterously prosecuted with his usual reckless disregard of his weak health, he had fallen and jarred his spine, and this had brought on a partial paralysis which filled him with the gloomiest thoughts and seemed to suggest the cancellation of all his plans. But his doctor made light of the matter, and the marriage took place. In the following November, having formally presented himself for recruitment, he was led by curiosity to read the sealed certificate written by his own doctor, not supposing that its being sealed had any particular significance. Thus he discovered, while sitting in a railway carriage, that 18 months before he had shown the first symptoms of a terrible and incurable disease, and that this had been concealed from him, though it had been communicated to his relatives. He found later that it had been known to his wife before their marriage, and also that his fall at Coniston had reawakened activity among the bacteria and hastened the end. In 1916, his daughter was born, and in July of the following year, his rapidly failing strength compelled him, after ineffectual periods of sick leave, to resign his appointment at the museum. His health varied, he grew worse, and recovered a little, but never recovered what he had lost. He prepared his diary for publication, but the publishers who had accepted it became afraid of it when it was partly set up in type, and asked to be relieved of the undertaking. Another publisher was found. The book appeared, and its reception did something to soften the miseries of his last months. How profound and unremitting were these miseries, and how he bore them is shown in the last section of the diary. His disease was painful, and the end certain. He had a wife who was often fatigued and ill, and a child, and he had next to no money. The strain of witnessing his sufferings, as well as the necessity of earning her living, made it imperative that his wife should spend long periods of time away from him. In 1919, there was an idea that a certain prolonged and troublesome treatment might possibly, though only possibly, effect an improvement, but he did not care to be experimented with then. He was already dead, he said. It was too late. He could not bear the burden of a fresh hope. He continued to be tortured by the long-drawn-out agony of his dissolution, by the defeat of all his ambitions, and by the black prospects of his wife and child. But the success of his book brings a curiously sweeter and gentler note into the diary, a note most poignant to the reader who could understand his refusing to be grateful for anything. "I am still miserable," he writes, "especially on E's account, that dear brave woman. But I have suffered a change. My whole soul is sweetened by the love of those near and dear to me, and by the sympathy of those reading my book." Grants were made to him out of various funds, and just before his death, a committee of distinguished literary men was formed to see that his wife and child did not want this. In particular, touched him to gratitude, and he died proud and happy in the thought that those who should have been dependent on him had so many good friends to serve them instead. A few hours before the end, he said to his brother, "You will soon be able to blow the trumpets and bang the brasses," but his eyes were full of a pathetic desire to have it denied. It is not difficult to understand the complaint made by his friends and relatives that he had drawn a misleading portrait of himself, any more than it is difficult to understand his own protest that he had drawn himself with the clothes off. Both points of view are exceedingly natural, and perhaps it is possible for a disinterested observer to see in the diary the whole truth, which could not be immediately obvious either to himself or to those who were closely connected with him. We need not involve ourselves very deeply in the theories of psychoanalysis to make the point that a man who keeps a journal will use it very largely to put down what he can say nowhere else, and to express that side of him which cannot be expressed in the ordinary world. Why else indeed should he keep a journal? It is thus that arise apparent contradictions between the outward appearance and the confession. On one occasion, Barbellion says, "I have no personal courage, and all this pride boils up behind a timid exterior. I quail often before stupid but overbearing persons, who consequently never realize my contempt of them. Of course, to intimate friends, only about 3 persons in the wide world, I can always give free vent to my feelings, and I do so in privacy with that violence in which a weak character usually finds some compensation for his intolerable self-imposed reserve and restraint in public. I can never marvel enough at the ineradicable turpitude of my existence, at my double-facedness, and the remarkable contrast between the face I turn to the outside world and the face my friends know. It's like leading a double existence, or artificially constructing a puppet to dangle before the crowd while I fulminate behind the scenes. If only I had the moral courage to play my part in life, to take the stage and be myself, to enjoy the delightful sensation of making my presence felt instead of this vaporish mummington, this journal would be quite unnecessary." No man who is a hero to himself stands a very good chance of seeming a hero to other people, but in this passage Barbellion not only shows the difference between his appearance and his self-portraiture, but also directs attention to one of the factors which make his diary so extraordinary a document. He was aware of the contrast between what he allowed the world to see and the rest of his nature, but this contrast remained profoundly mysterious to himself. He understood himself enough to be able to describe himself, but not so thoroughly that the knowledge could remove all curiosity. And in fact, while he knew much of his own character that no one else knew, there was left something over of which he was ignorant. He once said, "I am apparently a triple personality, 1 the respectable youth, 2 the foul-mouthed commentator and critic, 3 the real but unknown Roman, 1 curious that these 3 should live together amiably in the same tenement." One might also say that the reader of the diary discovers another triple personality, 1 Barbellion, as he must have seemed to others 2 Barbellion, as he thought he seemed to others 3 the real Barbellion, not fully known even to himself. Yet between his appearance and his confessions, forever unconsciously betraying himself, in actual fact, he was, it is agreed by all who knew him, a man of enormous, almost demonic force of character. I have already alluded to the reckless vigor with which he drove his failing body through all manner of tasks and difficulties, and this trait in him gives a fair idea of his spirit from boyhood onward. He was weakened by continual ill health. The diary is full of medical observations and forebodings, but no one, not even his family, realized how constantly the fear of sickness and death attended him. He never mentioned his health save in a tone of cheerful cynicism. He never pampered himself or allowed himself to be pampered. In spite of his palpitating heart, he exposed himself to fatigues and performed feats of endurance, which a sound man might well have avoided. He worked furiously, and unceasingly he kept his balance, and his courage under staggering blows of ill fortune. Never was there so impossible an ambition as that of this sickly youth in a provincial town, already chained to the dreary work of a reporter, who desired, without any help, without even any decent opportunities for self-instruction, to obtain scientific appointment. Yet he overcame these obstacles, and his ambition was fulfilled. And when this was taken from him, when nothing was left but a few painful months of life, and his journal, when it was infinite labor even to trace a few words on the page, he continued the self-portrait, which had become his last ambition, as long as he could hold a pen. At all, the straggling, irregularly formed letters which sprawl across the paper are the last witnesses of his invincible courage. And to others, this timid and cowardly young man seemed strong, masterful, difficult to manage, frightening, sometimes savage and bitter in conversation, but always magnetic and fascinating. "I know," he says, "I am not prepossessing in appearance. My nose is crooked, and my skin is blotched. In reality, his height, his distinction of bearing, and fine hair produced an immediate effect of good looks which, with the emaciation of his final days, changed into an austere and painful beauty. He had particularly beautiful hands, and his photographs certainly represent him as being not only noticeable, but also attractive. The disparity between what he says of himself and what others thought of him involves no real contradiction. He is writing of the hidden and secret personality whom no one else knew, and the fact that no one else could know this personality save by his own deliberate act of revelation is another proof of his strength. He is describing the other side of the moon. His ambition was the one part of his secret life which was too great and too violent for even him to hide altogether. He might doubt his own qualities, but he could not conceal from himself or from others what he desired to be and to do. His ambitions were, he thought, very soon and very easily defeated, but the title he gave to his book, a catchpenny title as he owned, and something wanting in sincerity, confessed to a graver defeat than he actually sustained. His achievements were not great in bulk. His scientific triumph was the triumph of reaching a self-proposed aim in spite of almost impossible obstacles, but it was worth less in itself than as a witness to character. He might have become one of the greatest of English biologists, but promise is only promise, and this, besides, is promise of a kind with which we are not concerned here. In time, he once said, I should have revolutionized the study of systematic zoology, but he was not allowed time, and his scientific observations will be amplified, superseded, heaped under at last by an accumulation of the work of his successors. In literature, his position is very different. When his book was being prepared for publication, and while he was still ignorant what reception it would have, he remarked without hesitation that he liked to look at himself posthumously as a writer, and it appears from the introduction to Enjoying Life that his friends had long before expected him to turn his whole attention to literature. Even here, his work is comprised in small space. It consists of 3 things: the published Journal of a Disappointed Man, containing extracts from his diaries between 1903 and 1917, the posthumous volume Enjoying Life, and other literary remains containing, together with a number of essays and articles, long passages omitted for the sake of space from the previous book, and the still unpublished diary from the beginning of 1918 onwards. Even from this, certain deductions must be made. The scientific articles in the second volume were only just worth reprinting, and the essays on journal writers and the two short stories, though they are promising, are yet no more than the experiments of a man who was considering giving himself formally to the profession of literature. But when all these deductions are made, there is a residue which is unique in value. In the introduction to the first volume, Mr. Wells very comprehensively lays stress on the circumstances of Barbelion's fate. He represents the diarist as saying, "You shall have at least one specimen carefully displayed and labeled. Here is a recorded unhappiness when you talk about life and the rewards of life and the justice of life and its penalties. What you say must square with this. This is, of course, an aspect of the matter which no reader could manage to overlook even if he desired, as he might conceivably desire to do so. It would be a pity, however, if we were to consider it to the exclusion of every other aspect. Barbellion was not essentially a specimen who, by good luck, had the ability to display and label himself. If his circumstances had been quite other than they were, he would still have been a remarkable man, and would almost certainly have done remarkable work. His disease and death ought to play the same part in our conception of him that they do in our conception of Keats, with whom, besides, he had certain affinities which he half-consciously recognized. We do not know what part disease played in creating or forcing or conditioning Keats' genius. We only know that it infuses a poignancy and a color into our picture. Of his life, he does not appear to us as the diseased poet, but as a poet who, as it happened, was stricken with disease. So with Barbellion he had a personality and a gift for describing his experiences. And since it fell out that his experiences were tragic, therefore the story he tells is a tragedy. But the tragedy is not interesting only as such. It is interesting because the principal figure in it is Barbellion. The comparison with Keats is natural, is suggestive, and can be supported by a number of particulars, both accidental and essential. Since the fateful November 27th, says Barbellion, my life has become entirely posthumous. I live now in the grave, and am busy furnishing it with posthumous joys. Keats writes in his last letter, "From Rome I have an habitual feeling of my real life having passed, and that I am leading a posthumous existence. But there is a closer similarity between them than the superficial parallel suggested by their use of the same word." Barbellion himself made the comparison more than once, and once in a very significant context. "You can search all history," he exclaims, "for an ambition more powerful than mine, and not find it. No, not Napoleon, nor Wilhelm Roman II, nor Keats." And this uncontrollable ambition in both of them was one manifestation of the innermost ruling characteristic which they had in common, the passion for life, in all its shapes and forms, for all the sensations life can bring, which inspires Barbellion's journal as surely as it inspires Keats' poetry and letters. The title of Barbellion's second book was not, as it might seem, intended in irony. He enjoyed life to a terrifying degree, and could abandon himself to the ecstasy which it produced in him. "As you say," he writes in a letter referring to a review of the journal, "the rest of the notice distinguishing Marie Bashkirtseff from me by her zest for life is an astonishing and ludicrous misreading. Why, even since I became bedridden, as you will see one day, my zest for life took a devil of a lot of killing, like a sectioned worm, with all the parts still wriggling." In the last part of the diary, his assertion is amply proved. Here the zest for life in a man who could no longer indulge it save in memory is sublimated to a piercing but sweet lyrical cry, which is one of the most moving utterances in literature. Before, when he was in possession of all his faculties, when the shadow of illness could sometimes be forgotten, it is a rapturous and boisterous expression of infinite energy, high spirits, and gusto. Almost any paragraph in the essay called Enjoying Life would serve to demonstrate this. "Dan's literature," said Roman 1010 James Tout, "I would shake his hand for saying that, and add in life, monsieur, as well. All things attract me equally. I cannot concentrate. I am ready to do anything, go anywhere, think anything, read anything. Wherever I hitch my wagon, I am confident of an adventurous ride. Somebody says, "Come and hear some Wagner. I am ready to go." Another, I say, they are going to ring the bulland who wants to complete his masterpiece, or count his money. When they are going to ring the bull, I will go with you to Norway, Switzerland, Jericho, Timbuktu. Talk to me about the Rosicrucians or the stomach of a flea, and I will listen to you tell me that the Chelsea power station is as beautiful as the Parthenon at Athens, and ill believe you everything is beautiful, even the ugly. We did Whistler paint the squalor of the London streets, or Brangwyn the gloom of a steam crane? To subscribe to any one particular profession, mode of life, doctrine, philosophy, opinion, or enthusiasm is to cut oneself off from all the rest. I subscribe to all with the whole world before you. Beware lest the machinery of education seizes hold of the equipotential of your youth and grinds you out the finished product. You were a human being to start with. No, you are only a soldier, sailor, tinker, tailor. Leonardo da Vinci, racked with frustrate passion after the universal, is reported to have declared that only to do one thing, and only to know one thing, was a disgrace, no less. Crying for the moon, the essay which follows, also extracted from the journal, is the obverse of the same coin. I am passing through the world swiftly and have only time to live my own life. I am cut off by my own limitations and environment from knowing much or understanding much. I know nothing of literature and the drama. I have but little ear for music. I do not understand art. All these things are closed to me. I am passing swiftly along the course of my life with many others whom I shall never meet. How many dear friends and kindred spirits remain undiscovered among that number. There is no time for anything. Everything and everyone is swept along in the hustling current. Oh, to sun ourselves a while in the water meadows before dropping over the falls. The real tragedies in this world are not the things which happen to us, but the things which don't happen. There are critics who would trace the source of such outbursts as these and of the joy in life that constantly appears in Keats to the effects of bacterial disease. We cannot contradict the conclusion, which may have a certain truth. We can only point out that the same cause does not always produce the same effect, and we must therefore deduce a particular genius in those in whom this spirit manifests itself. Barbellion was from one point of view a case of pathology, but he was not any more than was Keats. Nothing but that he had a fine temperament which he expressed very finely. There is a temptation, when one is considering the journal to which Barbellion's work must eventually be reduced, to consider it as so much raw material, and to speculate how, if he had lived, he would have used the many talents he displays in it. He began it as a record of a naturalist's observations, and it developed only very gradually into a self-portrait and a repository for all his reflections and impressions. He was still, when his last illness overtook him, a professional scientist, scribbling in his diary at night for a hobby, but he was thinking of going over to literature, and one cannot help asking whether, if he had done so, he would not have turned his genius to some more formal and less miscellaneous method of expression. It is easy to discern in him any number of capacities. He might have become a critic, a statement which can be proved by a few examples taken at random. I thoroughly enjoy Hardy's poetry for its masterfulness, for his sheer muscular compulsion over the words and sentences in his rough-hewn lines. He yokes the recalcitrant words together and drives them along mercilessly with something that looks like simple brute strength. All this pleases me the more, for I know to my cost what stubborn, sullen, heftian beasts words and clauses can sometimes be. It is nice to see them punished. Hardy's poetry is Michelangelo rather than Greek, Browning, not Tennyson. It amuses me to discover the evident relish with which the author of the Daffodil Fields emphasizes the blood and the flowers in the attack on a Chai Baba. It's all blood and beautiful flowers mixed up together, to Macefield's great excitement. Still, to call Gallipoli bloody hell is after all only a pedantically exact description. You understand, though, a very remarkable book, a work of genius. James Joyce's portrait of the artistone of those books, which the mob will take 50 years to discover, but once discovered, will again neglect. He might have been a psychological or a satirical novelist, a metaphysician, a casual essayist. He might have been a poet of nature. His diaries are studded with the most exquisite descriptions of landscapes and living things, which grow only more vivid and moving as the end approaches, and they become transcripts from memory instead of recent impressions. The last long entry in the journal is one of them, and it is so good and so characteristic that it insists on being quoted. Rupert Brooke said the brightest thing in the world was a leaf with the sun shining on it. God pity his ignorance. The brightest thing in the world is a sea tenoffer in a glass jar standing in the sun. This is a bit of a secret, for no one knows about it, save only the naturalist. I had a new sponge the other day, and it smelt of the sea till I had soaked it. But what a vista that smell opened up! Rock pools, gobies, blennies, anemones, crassican, dahlia, I forget. And at the end of my little excursion into memory, I came upon the morning when I put some sanded opaque bits of jelly lying on the rim of the sea into a glass collecting jar, and to my amazement and delight they turned into sea tenofors, live swimming and iridescent. You must imagine a tiny soap bubble about the size of a filbert, with 4 series of plates or combs arranged regularly on the soap bubble from its north or to its south pole, and flashing spasmodically in unison as they beat on the water. But I think that this way of looking on Barbelion's work, excusable as it might be, would nevertheless be mistaken. Every author writes the book that it is given to him to write, and Barbelion's book was the journal. If, as seems very likely, he had developed altogether into a writer, he might still not have abandoned this form, which had become, by a gradual process, peculiarly his own. Goethe said that all his works were the fragments of a great confession, and this is true in a greater or lesser degree of most authors. Barbellion would have differed from the rest only in that his works would have been ostensibly and formally as well as actually his confessions. And this view is supported by the fact that up to the last, he was improving the flexible and accommodating method of literary expression, which his diary had become. The last 18 months of it seemed to me to show an advance on the third part of the published journal, almost as striking as the advance of that third part on the first. The form fitted very closely to Barbelion's man-sided and individual temperament, and as time went on and he understood better what he was doing, he made it fit more closely still. It was a frame into which he could put with perfect ease all that his roving perceptions picked up in life, an impression of a landscape or an animal, a conversation overheard in the street, a suddenly flashing truth about himself or some other person, a general reflection upon humanity. As a journal writer, he is not, of course, alone, but being a strongly marked personality, he is unique even among journal writers. His intense interest in his own consciousness does not, as it did with Amiel, blind him to the actual outside world. He has more humor, more gusto in concrete detail than Marie Bashkirtseff, a vein of sheer poetry that we do not find in Pepys. This is not intended to rank him above the writers with whom he loved to compare himself, but rather to emphasize his individuality among them. We find ourselves at last wondering not how he would have employed the gifts he displays in the journal, but to what pitch of excellence he might have brought the journal itself. The last entries are admirably full of matter, and admirably worded. The passage I have quoted on the sea tenoffers is of almost perfect lyrical beauty, not random jotting, but an impression seized and made permanent with all the proportion and balance of a sonnet by Heredia over against it. There might be quoted passages on the old village nurse who attended him for months, closely and humorously observed, and set down without the waste of a syllable, or there are pages of reflections like this. The icons. Every man has his own icon. Secreted in the closet of each man's breast is an icon, the image of himself concealed from view with elaborate care, treated invariably with great respect, by means of which the ego, being self-conscious, sees itself in relation to the rest of mankind, measures itself therewith, and in accordance with which it acts and moves and subsists in the self-righteous man's bosom. It is a molten image of a little potentate who can do no wrong in the egotist's, an ideal loved and worshipped by almost all men, addressed with solemnity and reverence, and cast in an immutable brazen form. Only the truth-seeker preserves his image in clay, covered in damp rags. Working hypothesis. A man towards his icon is like the tenderness and secretiveness of a little bird towards its nest, which does not know you have discovered its heart's treasure, for everyone knows the lineaments of your image, and talks about them to everyone else save you, and no one dare refer to his own. It is bad form so that in spite of the gossip and criticism that swirls around each one's personality, a man remains sound, tight, and insulated. The human comedy begins at the thought of the ludicrous unlikeness in many cases of the treasured image, to the real personas, much verisimilitude about it, as say about a bust by Gaudier Brzesca. Heavens, what a toy shop it will be at the last day, when all our little effigies are taken from their cupboards, undraped, and ranged along beside us nude, and shivering in that day, how few will be able to say that they ever cried. God be merciful to me, a sinner, or a fool, or a humbug. The human tragedy begins as soon as one feels how often a man's life is ruined by simple reason of this disparity between the image and the real image, or the man's mistaken idea of himself like, an ignis fatuus leading him through devious paths into the morass of failure, or worse off, sheer laughingstock, silliness the moral is. Nath I Seuton. My dear chap, quoting Greek at your time of life. The mellowness and sweetness of these lines are worth noting as characteristic of a transformation, which is obviously taking place through all the last pages of the diary. This transformation adds something in the nature of a rounding, and a completion to the whole work, which might otherwise have been merely an interrupted record. It enlarges too our conception of the author's character and capacities, and fills in most graciously our picture of him. Barbellion was accustomed to accuse himself of being an egotist, but on his own definition, he was a truth-seeker. His portrait of himself was not immutable, it grew clearer as he understood himself better, and it changed as he changed. It was not complete when he died. Because his own development was not complete, but he carried it as far as he could and made of it a singular picture. His journal is a book of an enduring sort, not merely because it is an accurate and candid self-portrait, but also because of the inherent attractions of its subject. Barbellion was a poet, a humorist, an observer, a philosopher, as well as a truthful, passionate, and extraordinarily courageous man. In drawing a picture of the last, he also made a picture of the world, as it seemed to the first four, and thus captured in it poetry, humor, observation, and philosophy. The subject is still too fresh, and by the vividness of its presentment, too painful for any attempt at a final valuation to be made. A few months ago, Barbellion was still alive, suffering and hoping, and with the best will in the world. No critic can avoid being influenced by this fact, but his book is a fair topic for prophecy, and it is not very rash to predict that as it loses the sharpness and painfulness of a record of fact, so its qualities as a work of literature will come more into prominence. And we shall realize that Barbellion was not only a genius untimely overwhelmed by an evil fate, but a genius who, before he was overwhelmed, had opportunity to do some at least of his appointed work. Then, whatever may be the theoretical views we hold on the connection between disease and genius, we shall be able to think less of Barbellion as a case, and more of him as a writer. We shall perhaps not think that we have a complete portrait of him in his journal any more than we have a complete portrait of Keats in the Odes or even in the Letters. The greatest of artists cannot entirely disclose himself in his work. Barbellion did so no more than others, but he was an artist, and between what he wrote of himself and what was otherwise revealed, it is possible to form a picture of an extraordinary personality. A little classic of the future. 27 Bibliographical note: Principal works by Edith Somerville and Martin Ross. An Irish Cousin 1889, Naboth's Vineyard 1891, Through Connemara in a Governess Cart 1893, The Real Charlotte 1895, The Silver Fox 1897, Some Experiences of an Irish Roman 1000 1899, All on the Irish Shore 1903, Some Irish Yesterdays 1906, Further Experiences of an Irish Roman 1000 1908, Dan Russell The Fox 1911, In Mr. Knox's Country 1915, Irish Memories 1917, Mount Music 1919, all published by Longmans. By Orlo Williams. The evanescence of laughter is most pathetic. Its bubbles vanish from the sparkling wine that held it so soon after it has been uncorked, leaving a sadly flat beverage. To the critical palates of future generations, wit, being a subtler and less easily disintegrated essence, does not so quickly pass away, but the buoyant bubbles of laughter, except in some rare vintages, survive. But a moment the uncorking of their bottle, we may smile at the things that aroused the laughter of our ancestors, bringing our intellect and our imagination to the tasting, but it is seldom that we experience spontaneously the sudden glory of bursting sides. When we read the words which aroused it, it is almost painful to look through the files of Punch of some 60 years ago, for it arouses that agonized shame with which one witnesses the failure of an inferior joke, injudiciously introduced into superior society. One blushes for its pitiful exposure, nor is it any consolation to reflect that the laughter of our own day will for the most part seem like the cracking of most unsubstantial thorns under ghostly pots to those who come after us. Very little of the literature of the past, which truly survives, is really provocative of hilarity. The Falstaffian passages of Shakespeare at once leap up, as if to deny this statement. But in the first place, Shakespeare brewed one of those rarer vintages whose beaded bubbles wink ever at the brim. And in the second place, dramatic literature can always be revived by the fresh infusion of a living actor's personality. It is the purely written word of humor which will not give that sudden jerk to our emotions which it gave on its first outpouring. We say that we can appreciate Rabelais and the comic tales of the Canterbury Pilgrims. We profess to revel in Tristram Shandy and to find the Pickwick Papers delicious. And we are not wrong, but it is a soberer enjoyment than that which these works of art gave to their first audiences. We pick them up certainly when we wish to be entertained, but seldom when we wish to laugh. There was a tutor at Oxford, there may be one still, who was invariably annoyed when any of his pupils attributed a historical phenomenon to the spirit of the age, averring that there was no such thing. But surely he was wrong in coupling this convenient spirit with the ghosts of Stephen Sly and old John Naps of Greece, for the peculiar changes undergone by laughter are there to prove its existence. Laughter is compounded of the spirit of the age. It is excited by peculiar and irrecoverable felicities and conjunctions of temperament and environment, all of which are ingredients in that very real but intangible spirit. We can guess at this spirit, but we cannot recapture it any more than we can recapture the light effervescence of its laughter. Further, laughter is not a lofty emotion. The beasts, they say, have it not, but those who are little better than beasts laugh heartily. We ourselves are not so proud of our laughter that we wish it to echo through the ages, as we would have our high thoughts ring and our tears perhaps drip. The heady wine that moves it is often an unworthy vintage, more like the champagne, which Merger's Chaunard christened cocoa epileptique, than the true Hippocrene. So it has been in the past. The shelves of libraries are full of these flat draughts from which all the liveliness that alone gave them savor has departed. Yet in all ages there have been nobler bins of these light literary wines, which, for all that they no longer catch at the throat, have a more lasting quality and never entirely lose their gratefulness to the tongue of the taster. They may not have sparkled in their prime more brightly than their now neglected contemporaries, but they live for certain finer essences in their composition, wit, style, finish, color, bouquet, or something even subtler than these, that indefinable taste which distinguishes all that has been grown on a rich literary soil, warmed by the sun of beauty, and matured by a vintner who has carefully and lovingly learned his trade. Such, after exciting the laughter of the present in their youth, may in their ripeness, and even in their decline, earn the humor of posterity. They may possibly be numbered among the classics, that is to say, among the productions of any age which deserve to live as models for the future, or as peculiarly happy expressions of a bygone time. The test of a classic is what men and women of any age will always call its modernity, which means that it possesses some of those timeless qualities of greatness or artistic excellence which permeate the spirit of any age: skill in construction and delineation, accuracy of vision, fine rhythm, perfect choice of language, happy adaptation of form to matter, sense of beauty. All these, like beauty itself, do not die. The work which holds them, even though thinly commingled, will outlive the evaporation of its bubbles, and may by their preservative effect become, if not a great, at least a little classic. To have done then with the bush, which no good wine needs, I would like to taste again, in the company of the reader, what, if I may prophesy in hope rather than in certainty, may become in English literature a little classic of the future. The bush would not have been so thick had it not been on the face of it unusual so to greet a work that has moved so many thousands of us to hearty and inextinguishable laughter. I mean the work of Miss Edith Somerville and her mourned for second self in letters, who wrote under the name of Martin Ross. Few humorists who write merely to catch the passing fancy of the day can have been more successful or more popular in the merely temporary quality of effervescence. They can compete with any of their contemporaries, the sportsman who hates art and loathes poetry has the Irish R. Roman 1000, and its fellows in well-thumbed copies on his bookshelves. The man who only reads for laughter and never for improvement praises these authors as highly as the most discriminating, and those who would faint at the suspicion of becoming in any way involved in classic literature will joyfully immerse themselves in Somerville and Ross like thirsty bibbers, quaffing a curious vintage for its exhilaration, rather than its quality. Appreciation has poured in upon them from all sides, from those who know and delight in the comic sides of Irish life, when treated observantly and not fantastically, from those to whom hunting and horseflesh are almost the be-all and end-all of existence, from those who treat their brains to a good story, to a stimulative drug, as well as from those who bring more discrimination to their appraisement. The devotees will often claim that they alone can scent the subtler flavor from these hilarious pages. The Irishman, unless he be of the kind that despises all lightheartedness in writing of his country, will assert that none, but he can get the exquisite appreciation of comparing the work of art with the reality which inspired it. The hunting fraternity will find it hard to suppose that one who knows not what it is to be oft listening how the hounds and horn clearly rouse the slumbering morn from the side of some hoar hill, through the high wood echoing shrill, can possibly enjoy the skill shown by these authors in describing the joy of horses and the thrill of hunting. Nevertheless, the books of Miss Somerville and Martin Ross are heartily enjoyed by a host of readers who are neither Irish nor hunting people, for the simple reason that they are prompted to an explosion of laughter whenever they take up one of these stories. The bulk of these readers would wish to go no further in their appreciation. They embrace the givers of present laughter with so full a measure of enjoyment that it would seem to them unnecessary to probe any further into the chemistry of such excellence, nor perhaps would they deem it possible that any higher praise than their freely expressed enjoyment could be looked for by any authors. Yet to my mind it is possible, while including in one's general testimony all that can be said by the most extravagant of these admirers. The taster who is considering the cellar of English literature, which is being laid down for posterity, may discern qualities not so apparent to the quaffer for immediate exhilaration. It is hard to conceive it, but the bubbles may vanish. If they do, the question is what will be left. My point is that the work of Miss Somerville and Martin Ross has the qualities of a wine that will keep. It cannot be a great wine, for the vineyard is too restricted. The high winds of emotion have not swept over its soil, nor has the soft rain of tenderness moistened it. It will always be bright and rather dry, like Vouvray gay, but with a little bite in it. Posterity may even call it curious, but they will recognize that it holds the authentic flavors that distinguish infallibly the finer products of English literary bins. The authors have chosen a small field, but they direct on it an accuracy of vision which is remarkable, and seeing that they were to a unity of vision, which is a miracle in the expression of this vision, they display an unfailing sureness of touch, and a precision which is perfect in its admirable economy. They handle our language with a deftness and flexibility which is a rarity in itself, and their style, though always original, is nourished by a recollection of great models, both in prose and poetry. Theirs is a literary equipment of the first class, solidly framed, well-clothed, attractive in appearance, and ornamented with taste. They touch nothing that they do not embellish events by their unflagging narrative power, which goes as unfalteringly as one of their choicest hunters' character, by their sympathetic insight scenery, by their love of natural beauty dialogue, by their dramatic sense. It is not all Ireland that they draw. Let that be admitted. They prefer to laugh, letting others weep. Yet if the whole heart of Ireland does not beat within their pages, a part of it is there, pulsing with true Irish blood and throbbing with truly Irish emotions. Their aspect is no more that of Mr. James Joyce or Mr. Synge or Mr. Yeats than it is that of Mr. George Moore or Mr. Devlin. But if they are justly praised for their merits, that praise cannot be diminished, because they looked on Ireland with laughing eyes through a West Carbery window. Their books are literature no less certainly than Castle Rackrent is literature, and for very similar reasons. Well, let us taste. It is a bright, dry wine, I have said. It is not perhaps the quality which the authors would ascribe to what they consider their best work, the real Charlottean estimate, in which Mr. Stephen Gwynne agrees with them. This is a fine, sombre story of a middle-aged woman's jealousy, for Charlotte is a kind of Irish Cusain Bet. But if the subject is comparable to that of Balzac's novel, the treatment is certainly not so, and that is my reason for not regarding this as the work by which their achievement can best be judged. It is the work in which they have aimed highest, and the measure of their success is not small, but the theme of Charlotte's jealousy and the havoc in other lives which it caused needed. For its convincing development, all the powers of a great tragic artist, it is with no want of recognition of the author's artistic aims or want of sympathy with their regret at abandoning them for others less lofty, that this is said, but the work of an artist can best be judged from that part of it which most nearly reaches perfection. Miss Somerville and Martin Ross most nearly reached perfection in their lighter stories of Irish life, and it says much for their acumen that they saw the line on which their talent could naturally reach its maturity, courageously turning their backs on higher and more tragic paths likely to tax them beyond their capabilities. At the same time, it would be unjust not to point out that even in their best work, comedy does not exclude the more poignant feelings. It would be the greatest mistake to regard these two writers as nothing more than jesters. Their humor is the true humor which runs hand in hand with pity, and the sympathy mingled with their laughter robs it of any taste of bitterness. There is a chapter in Some Irish Yesterdays which shows how their hearts were touched. It treats of marriage and love, death and birth among the peasantry in the southwest of Ireland, with a delicacy of feeling which is beyond praise, and shows that the writers did not observe with the aloofness of an explorer among savages, but that for them seeing and describing alike were deeply emotional experiences. The chapter opens with a memory of a wedding in the little Roman Catholic chapel of the village, a simple ceremony after which the bridegroom hauled his wife up beside him on to a shaggy horse and started for home at a lumbering gallop. Then, in a brilliant transition, by way of Tom Cashin's reflections on marriage and a glimpse of his married life, we are introduced at Tom Cashin's funeral to the bride of 25 years ago, a middle-aged stranger in a frilled cap and blue cloak, with handsome eyes full of friendliness, with her ill health, her profusion of children and himself, whose nose glowed portentously above a rusty gray beard, and beneath a hat brim of a bibulous tint. Then listen to the passage which follows. 28. In Irish Memories, Miss Somerville says that this chapter is the reprint of an article by Martin Ross, a fact which throws some light on the respective contributions of the two collaborators. I should like to mention another passage in which these writers touch the pathetic with distinction. It is that chapter, Dan Russell the Fox, in which, while tending a poisoned hound, the Irish mother tries vainly to persuade her younger son to propose to the infatuated young lady. He rejects her suggestion as an outrage on the lady, and sets his face towards America as the saved hound licks her hand. "It's no good now, poor puppy," she says. The sunny Shrove Tuesday in early March lived again as she spoke, the glare of the sunshine upon the bare country brimming with imminent life, the scent of the firs already muffling its spikes in bloom, the daffodils hanging their lamps in shady places. How strangely, how bleakly different was the life history summarized in the melancholy October evening, instead of the broad-backed horse galloping on roads that were white in the sun and haze of the strong March day, with the large frieze-clad waist to meet her arms about, and the laughter and shouting of the pursuers coming to her ear. There would be a long and miry tramping in the darkness behind her spouse, with talk of guano and geese and pigs' food, and a perfect foreknowledge of how he would complete at the always convenient shebeen the glorious fabric of intoxication, of which the foundation had been well and truly laid at the funeral. From the funeral we pass again to the cottage, in which the triplets are holding their reception, the three day-old babes cradled in the stuffy room, hazy with the smoke of the turf fire, the crowd in the doorway, the old woman rocking the cradle. Obscure corners harbored obscure masses that might be family raiment or beds or old women. Somewhere among them, the jubilant cry of a hen proclaimed the feat of laying an egg in muffled tones that suggested a lurking place under a bed between the cradle and the fire. Sat an old man in a prehistoric tall hat, motionless in the stupor of his great age at his feet. A boy wrangled with a woolly puppy that rolled its eyes till the blue whites showed in a delicious glance of humor as it tugged at the red flannel shirt of its playmate. Such a passage in a Russian novelist would warrant ecstasies on the part of our Illuminati. Let us no less highly praise our own art. When it is possible, the chapter concludes with some lights on the commercial methods of matrimony practiced by the peasant class. The writers do not defend them, but call attention to the surprising bloom that is apt to spring. From them springs like a flower from a dust heap, the unsullied, uneventful home life of Western Ireland. There is here no material of the accepted sort for a playwright, no unsatisfied yearnings and shattered ideals, nothing but remarkable common sense, and a profound awe for the sacrament of marriage, humorous, commercial, and quite unlovely, is the first act. The second is mere preoccupation with an accomplished destiny. The last is usually twilight and much faithfulness. The dialogue is a masterpiece throughout epigram, heart-piercing pathos, with humor heavenly and inveterate lubricating, all of an elderly couple married by a happy thought some 30 years before it was said, as the authors record their hearts were within in each other. This chapter, through which breathes all the soft beauty and humor of the soil, is a sufficient answer to those who would tax these writers with a uniform attitude of rather heartless derision, or with following what a blind criticism, the benighted footsteps of those who have given us the dreary horror of the traditional stage Irishman. Then again, there is another spirit that breathes delicately through these stories, tempering their outlines as the mists of the Atlantic, those of the craggy western hillside. It is the spirit of natural beauty, which to the hearts of Miss Somerville herself, an accomplished draftsman, and Martin Ross, makes ever the sharpest appeal. They make the reader plainly feel that if the unconventional dignity and penetrating wit of the Irish folk clutches powerfully at their feelings, the inexhaustible beauty of its surroundings pierces to their very marrow. Quotation after quotation might be given to show their remarkable gift of rendering the scenery which has so moved their imaginations. I can only choose a few, embarrassed at the richness of the field of choice. The last chapter of Some Irish Yesterdays opens with an example which it is hard to surpass. The road to Connemara lies white across the memory, white and very quiet in that far west of Galway. The silence dwells pure upon the spacious country away to where the 12 pins make a gallant line against the northern sky. It comes in the heathery wind. It borrows peace from the white cottage gables on the hillside. It is accented by the creeping approach of a turf cart, rocking behind its thin grey pony. Little else stirs, save the ducks that sail on a wayside pool to the push of their yellow propellers away from the road, on a narrow oasis of arable soil. A couple of women are digging potatoes. Their persistent voices are borne on the breeze that blows warm over the blossoming boglands and pink heather. Scarcely to be analyzed is that fragrance of Irish air. The pureness of bleak mountains is in it, the twang of turf smoke is in it, and there is something more inseparable from Ireland's green and grey landscapes, wrought in with her bowed and patient cottages, her ragged whales and eager rivers, and intelligible only to the spirit. Here is another landscape, the Irish R. Roman 1000's view of his own domain. Certainly the view from the roof was worth coming up to look at. It was rough heathery country on one side, with a string of little blue lakes running like a turquoise necklet round the base of a furry hill, and patches of pale green pasture were set amidst the rocks, and heather, a silvery flash behind the undulations of the hills, told where the Atlantic lay in immense plains of sunlight. What again could be a more delightful overture to the lifelike description of the regatta on Loch Lomond than the short paragraph which conveys in a few touches all the beauty of the scene? A mountain towered steeply up from the lake's edge, dark with the sad green of beech trees in September. Fir woods followed the curve of the shore and leaned far over the answering darkness of the water, and above the trees rose the toppling steepnesses of the hill, painted with the purple glow of heather. The lake was about a mile long, and tumbling from its farther end, a fierce and narrow river fled away west to the sea some 4 or 5 miles off. In these descriptions, there is no striving for elaborate effect. The authors simply place the scene before our eyes with that aptness of language which is like the unerring needle of a master etcher to travel on the wings of Miss Somerville and Martin Ross gives one constant thrills of amazement at their hawk-like swoops. After a telling phrase, they catch an apt simile on the wing with an arresting suddenness, which adds moments of breathlessness to the already exhilarating flight of their rapid narrative. Instances can be picked out from any of the stories like plums from a pudding. In the depths of the wood, Dr. Hickey might be heard uttering those singular little yelps of encouragement that to the irreverent suggest a milkman in his dotage. It was a gleaming morning in mid-May when everything was young and tense and thin and fit to run for its life like a Derby horse. I followed Dr. Hickey by way of the window, and so did Miss M. Evoy. We pooled our forces and drew her mamma after us through the opening of 2 foot by 3 steadily, as the great god Pan drew pith from the reed. Old McRory had a shadowy and imperceptible quality that is not unusual in small fathers of large families. It always struck me that he understood very thoroughly the privileges of the neglected, and pursued an unnoticed, peaceful, and observant path of his own in the background. I watched him creep away, in his furtive, stupefied manner, like a partly chloroformed ferret. Miss McRory's reins were clutched in a looped confusion that summoned from some corner of my brain a memory of the Sultan's cipher on the order of the Mejidi. Like smuts streaming out of a chimney, the followers of the hunt belched from the lane and spread themselves over the pale green slopes. Though the temptation is almost irresistible, I refrain here from displaying this incisive power, applied to character, notably to Irish character. The success of our authors in this respect is so notorious that further testimony is superfluous if we have any appreciation of their art at all. The Major, and the gentle Philippa his wife, Fleury, and Sally Knox, old Mrs. Knox, looking as if she had robbed a scarecrow, with her white woolly dog with sore eyes, and a bark like a tin trumpet, against the inimitable background of her ramshackle mansion of Ossolas, scene of many wit combats between her and Fleury, Miss Bobby Bennet, the McRory family, John Kane, Mrs. Knox henchman, and Michael the huntsman, all are as vivid to us as our dearest friends. It is worth pointing out, however, that an almost diabolical power of delineation is not the only compelling quality in these portraits. There is in their introduction of their characters that natural dramatic instinct which they have so humorously observed in their Irish neighbours. I need only instance the ingenuity by which Mrs. Knox is first heard off, easily vanquishing in speech that doughty antagonist, an Irish countrywoman, or the introduction of John Kane in the Ossolas Martin cat in 2 inimitable pages, which are followed by another perfect passage of comic drama, the entry into the old domain of Ossolas of vulgar Mr. Tebbutts, the wood tenant. Away near the house, the peacock uttered his defiant screech, a note of exclamation that seemed entirely appropriate to Ossolas. The turkeycock in the yard accepted the challenge with effusion, and from further away the voice of Mrs. Knox, Carrie Bull, equally instant in taking offense, ascended the gamut of wrath from growl to yell. Blended with these voices was another, a man's voice in loud harangue, advancing down the long beach walk to the kitchen garden. As it approached, the wood pigeons bolted in panic, with distracted clappings of wings from the tall firs by the garden wall in which they were wont to sit, arranging plans of campaign. With regard to the fruit, we sat in silence. The latch of the garden gate clicked, and the voice said in stentorian tones, "My father kept a splendid table." Every gathering of their countrymen, meet the run, the horse show, the races, the regatta, the auction, have an intensity of motion and character which is achieved not by the tiresome enumerative methods of some modern realists, but by the skillful selection of the practiced artist, and by a clever condensation of observations, their only form of exaggeration gathered over a wide range of times and places. Finalized word starts up all too soon. Let us praise the powerful sweep of their narrative, for it is this rapidity and staying power which sets the crown on their achievement when they are out with the hunt. Whatever be the quarry, they are as crabbed lepers as ever moved the picturesque admiration of an Irish hunt. Following, they are off at the first cry of the hounds, and nothing stops them. They drop over the slaty fences, change feet on the banks, thread the rocky paths of steep ascents, and career down the craggy hills like Fleury Knox, mounts to the discomfiture of staider Saxon hunters with them. Moreover, there is never a check. They gallop hot on the scent from first to last, and run the story to a triumphant death in an ecstasy of unquenchable laughter. Their climaxes are marvelous, led up to, as they are, by a brilliant and sustained crescendo. Think of the melee at the end of High Tea at McKeown's, or of the Danes' Breachin, with its exquisite interlude of the search for the pin in the village post office. Think of the finale to Philippa's fox hunt with the Irish clergy and Mrs. Knox pulling the small boy out of the drain, or of Lady Knox's ominous arrival at the end of O Love, O Fire, and the escape of Sally in Mrs. Knox's pony chaise, or of the combined catastrophe that fell upon the Major's household. In A Royal Command for Pure Art in Narrative Construction, these finales are unexampled in English literature of today, all the more because they are free from all buffoonery. Here is one that starts a movement con brio. A shout from the top of the hill interrupted the amenities of the check. Fleury was out of the wood blowing shattering blasts upon his horn, and the hounds rushed to him, knowing the gone-away note that was never blown in vain. The brown mare came out through the trees and the undergrowth like woodcock down the wind, and jumped across a stream on to a more than questionable bank. The hounds splashed and struggled after him, and as they landed, the first ecstatic whimpers broke forth. In a moment, it was full cry, discordant, beautiful, and soul-stirring, as the pack spread and sped and settled into line. It is only one of many such. Let me send the reader to his shelf to take down in Mr. Knox's country, and read put down too, and carry one with its account of the events which led to Miss McRory's riding pillion behind the Major into the scandalized sight of Lady Knox, or to expire once more over the mingling of Mrs. McRory's golden butterfly with Philippa's hat-trimming at the Harvest Festival. The bosom of the McRorys I am compelled to quote for its rendering of the purely ludicrous from the incident of Playboy's nocturnal rescue in the conspiracy of silence. Further experiences of an Roman 1R Roman 1000 Major Yeats as deputy master in Fleury Knox's absence has taken the hounds over to hunt with Mr. Flynn, who after a run full of incident has connived at the secretion of Playboy, fine hound of the old Irish breed, in a bedroom at the top of the house. The Major is warned of this by the youngest boy, whose gratitude he has earned by giving him a mount. That day the pair thereupon groped their way upstairs to raid the bedroom in its owner's absence. A dim skylight told that the roof was very near my head. I extended a groping hand for the wall, and without any warning found my fingers closing improbably awfully upon a warm human face. It was the servant Maggie Kane, bringing up a drumstick of a goose to pacify the hound. They opened the door of the room, and Playboy is revealed tied to the leg of a low wooden bedstead. He was standing up. His eyes gleamed green as emeralds. He looked as big as a calf. He obviously regarded himself as the guardian of Eugene's bower, and I failed to see any recognition of me in his aspect. In point of fact, he appeared to be on the verge of an outburst of suspicion that would waken the house. Once and for all, we held a council of war in whispers that perceptibly increased his distrust. I think it was Maggie Kane who suggested that Master Eddie should proffer him the bone, while I unfastened the rope. The strategy succeeded almost too well. In fact, following the alluring drumstick, Playboy burst into the passage, towing me after him on the rope, still preceded by the light-footed Master Eddie. He took me down the attic stairs at a speed which was the next thing to a headlong fall, while Maggie Kane held the candle at the top. As we stormed past old Flynn's door, I was aware that the snoring had ceased, but the pace was too good to inquire. We scrimmaged down the second flight into the darkness of the hall, fetching up somewhere near the clock, which, as if to give the alarm, uttered 3 loud and poignant cuckoos. I think Playboy must have sprung at it in the belief that it was the voice of the drumstick. I only know that my arm was nearly wrenched from its socket, that the clock fell with a crash from the table to the floor, where by some malevolence of its machinery it continued to cuckoo with a jocund and implacable persistence. Something that was not Playboy bumped against me. The cuckoo's note became mysteriously muffled, and a door revealing a firelit kitchen was shoved open. We struggled through it, bound into a sheaf by Playboy's rope, and in our midst the cuckoo clock, stifled but indomitable, continued its protest from under Maggie Kane's shawl. And now, if I may close with a recollection of what is perhaps the most brilliant of all these brilliant narratives, I will call to the reader's mind the story of the pug-nosed fox, from the same volume, Every Gift of Language Delineation, vigorous intensity, dramatic gradation, and swiftness of progress over a series of crises to a perfect culmination has been lavished by the authors on this story, from the misguided efforts of the photographer to take a picture of the hounds on a sweltering August day all through the untimely chase of the old fox, to the discovery of Tomsey Flood sewn up in a feather mattress in the loft of the McRory's stable, and the raid of the hounds upon the wedding breakfast. At the moment of the entry of the guests, there is not a moment in which to draw breath. It is life itself, with all the added quickness to its revolutions and intensity to its vision that art can give. With this memory, I must leave this little classic to its future, but so that art rather than criticism shall have the last word, a typical passage showing the author's ease of transition from beauty to comedy shall close this grateful appreciation. At the top of the hill we took another pull. This afforded us a fine view of the Atlantic, also of the surrounding country, and all that was therein, with however the single exception of the hounds. There was nothing to be heard save the summary rattle of the reaping machine, the strong and steady rasp of a corncrake, and the growl of a big steamer from a band of fog that was advancing ghost-like along the blue floor of the sea. 2 fields away, a man in a straw hat was slowly combing down the flanks of a haycock with a wooden rake, while a black and white cur slept in the young aftergrass beside him. We broke into their sylvan tranquility with a heated demand whether the hounds had passed that way. Shrill glamour from the dog was at first the only reply. Its owner took off his hat, wiped his forehead with his sleeve, and stared at us. "I am as deaf as a beetle this 3 weeks," he said, continuing to look us up and down in a way that made me realize, if possible more than before, the absurdity of looking like a Christmas card in the heat of a summer's day. "Did ye see the hounds?" shouted Michael, shoving the chestnut up beside him. "It's the neurology I got," continued the haymaker, "and the pain does be whistling out through me ear till I could mostly run into the say from it." "It's a pity he wouldn't," said Michael, whirling Moses round. "Forgotten satirists" by Aldous Huxley. All readers of the literary press must often have noticed that the most ardently contested and the most prolonged controversies among all those that fill correspondence columns with the rumor of inkpot wars turn almost invariably upon subjects remote from actuality and of a nature profoundly trivial: questions of philology and spelling, questions of dates and names, and little odd facts. It is on such circumscribed arenas that month-long combats clash and sway, and would go on clashing and swaying forever if it were not for the editor's tyrannically imposed peace. To the practical man intent on the immediate, as well as to the philosopher in his abstract world of ideas, this preoccupation with facts that are irrelevant both to the moneymaker and the seeker after truth seems at first sight quite incomprehensible. But the explanation is simple: we have leisure, and we hate being bored. We must find something that will keep our mind busy without exhausting it. We might, too, be sure occupy ourselves by studying the Einstein theory, but the effort, the agony of trying to think abstractly, no, decidedly, the Einstein theory is too much of a good thing, so we fall back on stamp collecting, or on what is more absorbing even than stamp collecting, and the inexhaustible past. We turn to history not for any ambitious Wellesian ideas about humanity, but for the anecdotes, the innumerable bits of notes and queryish information, which a little patience and curiosity can pick up like shells on a dry beach. How pleasant it is, and how restful after an effort of abstract reasoning, if one has been unwise enough to make that effort, to turn to Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature, or to the literary recreations of Sir Edward Coke. We are amused, absorbed, instructed, and all without the least expense of spirit. What song the sirens sang, what were Mr. Gladstone's favorite Latin quotations, these things we learn, and 1,000 more pleasantly, effortlessly, without tears. This then is my excuse and justification for directing attention to an incident so remote as the Popish plot, to men so obscure as Settle and Portage and Flecknoe. Their very names are absurd Dickensian. These long-dead days of controversy fairly bristle with curiosities of literature. We catch glimpses of odd fantastic men performing odd fantastic actions. We see thrown up by the storm of political passion strange traits of human psychology that float on the surface like grotesque fishes of the depths, dislodged by a submarine earthquake. And so, as we cannot all be Newtons or Empedocleses, let us content ourselves with small things finding the occupation and amusement we desire in the anecdotes and old wives' tales of history, so pleasant, so futile, so absorbingly human. Our purpose is to do Justitia little more than justice. It may bestow a few of the minor characters in the drama of the popish plot, but with the best will in the world, it is impossible not to mention the hero of the piece. Dryden is the Prince of Denmark of the plot, and without at least a casual reference to his part, the play has no sense at all. Our curtain then goes up on the autumn of 1681, for in the approved style we plunge in medias res. The Earl of Shaftesbury is in the Tower on a charge of high treason. A bill of indictment is to be presented against him. It was in anticipation of this event, and with the deliberate intention of turning public opinion against Shaftesbury, that on November 17th, Dryden published Absalom and Achitophel. This was not by any means the first time that Shaftesbury had been attacked. For the past 2 years, the Tory pamphleteers had made him the target of their most envenomed shafts. One at least of these anonymous satires, a modest vindication of the Earl of Shaftesbury in a letter to a friend concerning his being elected King of Poland, is worthy to be rescued from oblivion. Like almost every pamphleteer of the time, the author of this modest vindication seizes on the story that Shaftesbury had offered himself as a candidate for the throne vacated by the death of John Sobieski. The pamphlet opens with an admirable ironic eulogy of the Earl for his unshaken obedience to every government he has been concerned in, or lived under his steady adherence to every religion that had but hopes to be established. We are now shown the Polish Diet debating on the choice of a king who shall be capable not only of ruling Poland but also of conquering and converting the Turk. Upon these considerations, you may imagine the eyes of the whole Diet were turned upon little England, and there, upon whom so soon as the little Lord of Shaftesbury, the new King Anthony Roman I, draws up a list of the attendants whom he proposes to take with him, there is of course Prince Pretaman Perkinoski Monmouth, to cure the plica or king's evil of this country, in case our own majesty should fail of that virtue. And finally, at the end of the list, Jean Dreidnoutzitz, our poet laureate, for writing panegyrics upon Oliver Cromwell and libels against his present master King Charles Roman II, and to be his deputy no less than Tom Shadwarisky Shadwell. This tract, it must be remembered, was written after the production of the Spanish Friar, and before the publication of Absalom and Achitophel. The author of the Protestant play might still be thought to be a Whig. The pamphlet ends up with the account of a vision wherein the Kingelect sees first the figure of the whore of Babylon, which changes into that of a murdered justice of the peace, Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey, strangled by a crew of ruffians, who afterwards ran him through with his own sword, that it might be thought he hanged himself. This gives place to a troop of pilgrims, armed with black bills. These pilgrims were one of the happiest products of Odes' rich imagination, and they in turn are followed by the hideous vision of the Doctor of Salamanca, Oates himself. All this so deeply impresses King Anthony that he gives up his imperial ambitions, preferring the task of confounding the Pope at home to that of converting the Turks in Poland. To this same Polish legend, and to a certain physical peculiarity, which was the delight of the Tory satirist Shaftesbury, owed one of his most popular nicknames, Tapski. The ski was Polish, but the tap was English, and had a real existence. Shaftesbury suffered from an internal abscess, which had to be kept drained by a silver tube let into his side. For the Tories, this tap represented all that was most loathsome, most repulsive, most Whiggish. They exulted in descriptions of it when Shaftesbury wanted to make himself look important. So one pamphleteer assures us he had only to turn off the tap in order to swell up to a prodigious size. Shaftesbury's tap, and that mysterious black box reputed to contain the certificate of a marriage between Charles Roman II and Lucy Waters, were the two symbolic objects on which public imagination most greedily seized. Dryden's satire was issued anonymously, but its authorship was evidently an open secret, for within 3 weeks of its publication, a reply called Tozer II, in which Dryden is named as the author, made its appearance. The writer of this piece was the Whig journalist Henry Kerr, whose breeding, says Anthony Wood, was in the nature of a petty fogger, a little despicable wretch, afterwards much reflected upon for a poor snivelling fellow in the Observators published by Rog Lestrange. This person had been the writer of a newspaper entitled The Weekly Package of News from Rome, an anti-Catholic journal started in the height of the excitement caused by Titus Odes' evidence. He had been tried in 1680 for libeling Justice Scroggs. His later history is the sadly common tale of the poor Grub Street hack, at the accession of James Roman II, for bread and money's sake, and nothing else, he passed over to the side in power and turned his pen against the Protestants. Tozer II is as little and despicable as its author Tozer Dryden, brother to the original bad dog Tozerella Lestrange, suffering from a worm that of the Jebusites, smells very strong, runs mad, snarls and snaps at all. He meets, treats the whole world. The king included a la mode de Billingsgate. Care's poem is only less stupid than the ponderous Some Reflections upon a Late Poem, by Person of Honour, which appeared a few days later. The Person of Honour was Dryden's old enemy, the Duke of Buckingham, goaded to exasperation by the onslaught made upon him in Absalom, and Achitophel. Buckingham set out to overwhelm Dryden under mountains of moral indignation. He succeeded only in proving conclusively that his own share in the rehearsal, in its own way, a masterpiece, must have been extremely small. Early in 1682, the Reflections were followed by Samuel Portage's Azaria and Hushai. 20 years before Portage had proved himself the possessor of a certain ingenuity, by his feat of turning the philosophy of Jacob Boehme into English-rhymed couplets. There are even a few passable passages in the Mundorum Explicatio, but in this satire of his later years, he seems to have lost such cunning as he may once have possessed. The sole merit of the piece is a certain dull restraint of language, an avoidance of the drosser scurrilities. He is very temperate, for instance, in what he says of Dryden. The falling glory of the Jewish state. Sweet was the muse that did his wit inspire, had he not let his hackney muse for hire. Zimri, we know, he had no cause to praise, because he dubbed him with the name of Bays, because he durst with his proud wit engage, and brought his follies on the public stage. But the next Whig satire to appear has real merits. Settle's Absalom Senior is the one good thing produced by the Whigs in their battle with Dryden. Dryden himself had grudgingly to admit that Settle was something of a poet. Dogue, though without knowing how or why, made still a blundering kind of melody, spurred boldly on and dashed through thick and thin, through sense and nonsense, never out nor in, free from all meaning, whether good or bad, and in a word, heroically mad. He was too warm on picking work to dwell, but faggoted his notions as they fell, and if they rhymed and rattled, all was well. This is not altogether just the verse of Absalom Senior does more than rhyme and rattle. It has a music of its own, and there are passages that are curiously Elizabethan in their conception and execution. Take, for example, this character of the Duke of York, the Absalom Senior of the poem. The mercy and the clemency divine, those sacred sparks which in mild David shine, were all put out and left a starless night. A long farewell to all that's good and brave, not cataracts more headstrong as the grave, inexorable, sullen, and untuned, as pride deposed, not Lucifer unthroned, more unforgiving. It is hardly credible that this should have been written in 1682. It reads like the work of some minor poet in the giant age before the flood, a contemporary of the grave Lord Brooke. Here again is something no poet of the Restoration has any business to write, a simile in which Settle compares the papist plotter to the alchemist, who, though he see his bursting limbex crack, and at one blast, one fatal minute's rack, the forward hope of sweating years expire, with sad yet painful hand new lights the fire, pale, lean, and wan does health wealth all consume, and for the great elixir yet to come, toils and hopes on. The poem opens with a history of the ceaseless Catholic efforts ever since the time of Henry Roman VIII to recapture England for the old faith. This serves as a preface to the main body of the piece, which deals with the popish plot. There is the usual portrait gallery, imitated from Absalom and Achitophel, of the most important figures on either side. This spirited description of Lauderdale is worth quoting. Let not that hideous bulk of honor scape, Nadab, that sets the gazing crowds agape. The old kirk founder, whose hoarse croak could sing. The saints the cause, no bishop and no king. By the triumphant Saul he was employed. A huge fangtusk to gore poor David's side. Like a proboscis in the tyrant's jaw. To rend and root through government and law. Settle mentions Dryden in connection with Amiel the Duke of Buckingham. It is pleasant to note that like Portage he pays tribute, albeit a somewhat equivocal one, to Dryden's poetical genius. But Amiel had alas the fate to hear an angry poet play his chronicler, a poet raised above oblivion's shade, by his recorded verse immortal made. No muse could more heroic deeds rehearse. Each had with an equal all-applauding verse. Great David's scepter and Saul's javelin praised. A pyramic to his saint interest, he rise Roman 500. The rest of the remarks about Dryden are not so edifying. They refer to that subject so fruitful of raillery, the poet's marriage with Lady Howard, whom Settle repeating scandal describes as Laura in faithful constancy confined to Ethiop's envoy and to all mankind. The poem ends with a long list of eulogies addressed to the chiefs of the country party dull, as such eulogies always are, and are always bound to be, for while we listen to abuse and defamation of almost any kind with pleasure, we are apt to find the recital of a man's virtues extremely tedious, a fact well known to newspaper proprietors, for whom moral indignation or mud slinging for the terms are usually synonymously spiritual meat and drink as well as material bread and butter. The publication of Absalom Sr. was the high-water mark of Settle's life. In 1673, at the age of 25, he had all the appearances of a great man. He was the author of The Empress of Morocco, but he was very definitely one of those who have had greatness thrust upon them, the success of his fantastic tragedy gravely judged, by the most advanced undergraduate opinion of the day, to be superior to anything Dryden had written, was wholly due to the prodigies of log-rolling performed by that shifty and malicious patron of the arts, Wilmot Earl of Rochester, who had for a time bestowed his favors upon Dryden, suddenly threw him over, and exalted Elkanah Settle in his place. He had The Empress of Morocco specially produced at court before its appearance on the public stage, and himself contributed a prologue. The boom was so well organized that the public for a time actually took Elkanah seriously. The Empress and her infamous gallant Grimmel has stamped about the stage, giving rhymed utterance to sentiments of an unheard of turpitude. Grimmel has, have you considered, madam, what you've done? Empress poisoned my husband, sir, and if you need examples to instruct you in the deed, I'll make my actions plainer understood. Copying his death on all the royal blood. Loud and prolonged applause bursting out again with redoubled fury when the Empress hisses into the ear of this new Macbeth. And your next step, tar throne, must be, dear sir, the murder of my son. The applause died away, and with it the catcalls of Settle's three envious rivals, Dryden, Crown, and Shadwell. Then came Absalom Sr., and for its author the deserved laureateship of Whiggery. But a year later things took an awkward turn for the country party. Settle recanted and wrote a history of the Popish plot, in which he gave Oates his full due as a scoundrel. When James Roman II came to the throne, he wrote a fawning coronation ode in the hope of placating one whom he had himself so short a time before called inexorable as the grave. He even went so far as to publish a panegyric of Judge Jeffreys. Inch by inch, he was sinking deeper into the slough of Grub Street. With the Revolution he gave up politics. They seemed altogether too unsafe, and applied for the post of City Laureate. Lord Mayor's shows were now immortalized to the extent of living in Settle's numbers. One day more grown old and very miserable, he was reduced to writing puppet plays, better works of art. Who knows than the proud empress of his youth? And we find him at last hissing in his own dragon at Bartholomew Fair. He was 76 when he died in 1724, having survived long enough to be the target of Pope's barbed malice. Absalom Sr. closes the first act of the drama. The second opens with Dryden's medal. This personal attack on Shaftesbury roused more fury among the Whigs than even Absalom and Achitophel in a single day. Edmund Hickeringle wrote, and sent to press a long retort called The Mushroom. And if any man think or say that it is a wonder if this book and verses were composed and writ in one day, and sent to the press, since it would employ the pen of a ready writer to copy this book in a day it may be. So but it is a truth as certain as the sun in the firmament, and which if need be the bookseller, printer, and other worthy citizens that are privy to it, can avouch for an infallible truth. Dio soli gloriohen, a divine hand assists one of despicable, dull and inconsiderate parts, may do wonders which God usually performs by most weak and unlikely instruments. Hickeringle is a charming character, but he hardly comes within the scope of our article. He is not so much a man of letters as a mental case. Portage once again stepped forward and dealt a perfectly ineffective blow. He was followed by a new and more truculent champion. Shadwell laid about him with a will of Dryden's poetical powers. He says condescendingly, he has an easiness in rhyme and a knack of versifying, and can make a slight thing seem pretty and clinquant. On the other hand, he is wholly lacking in originality, and even in his satires has done nothing but turn the observator into rhyme. When he is not writing in rhyme, in which he has a kind of excellence, he is completely insipid. He has no sense of comedy. Thou never maxed, but art a standing jest. So much for Dryden's literary reputation. Now for his character. At this point, Shadwell throws the moral indignation about so freely that we are forced to hold our noses and to avert our eyes. Left scathless by the clumsy grossness of Shadwell's attack, Dryden retorted murderously with Mac Flecknoe. But enough of Shadwell. He has his meed of fame and recognition. His body lies in Westminster Abbey, and his plays have been resurrected in the Mermaid edition. Who was Flecknoe? What manner of man was that grandiose figure who, in prose and verse, was owned without dispute through all the realms of nonsense absolute? There must be many who, like myself, have cherished a sneaking hope that this is an ungenerous judgment, that Flecknoe is not so bad after all. Might one not even discover him, edit him, unearth buried beauties? Alas, one has but to read a few of his many works to realize that Dryden was only speaking the modest truth. We catch our first glimpse of him at some date, about the year 1645, when Andrew Marvell on his travels in Rome climbed up 3 pair of stairs and found at last a chamber as 'twas said, but seemed a coffin set on the stairs head. The lodgment of Richard Flecknoe, Irishman, priest, poet, and musician, a strange figure. As thin he stands as if he only fed had been with consecrated wafers, and the host hath sure more flesh and blood than he can boast. This bassor levo of a man, who as a camel tall, yet easily can the needles I thread through without any stitch. No sooner is Marvell within the bassor levo's clutches than, straight without further information, in hideous verse, he in a dismal tone begins to exorcise as if I were possessed. And so it goes on, till the tyrant, weary to persecute, left off and tried to allure me with his lute. Desperate measures have now to be taken. Marvell asks the man to dinner, and for a little time at least secures a respite, but not for long. The poet, satisfied with eating but not tame, turns to recite, though judges most severe. After the assizes, dinner mild appear, and on full stomach do condemn but few. Yet he more strict my sentence doth renew, and draws out of the black box of his breast 10 quire of paper in which he was dressed. It is a sad example of that all too frequent inconsistency between a man's art and life, that the best poem Flecknoe ever wrote should be to silence. Stillborn silence, thou that art floodgate of the deeper heart, offspring of a heavenly kind, frost oth mouth and thaw oth mind. There is a certain absurd charm about this reckless mixture of conceits, a charm which would have melted Marvell's heart if he had heard the piece as it later melted Lamb's, for what is almost the first and the last time Flecknoe's poetic method, which is the method of Marvell himself, and of all the 17th century metaphysicals reduced to the absurd, actually comes off only once again, was he ever to produce anything faintly resembling poetry, and that is in this stanza about the ant. That small republic too at home, where thou'rt perhaps a magistrate, little think'st thou when thou dost come, there's greater in the world than that. But this is exceptional. His average poetic level is exemplified by such lines as, now to the woodlands, now to th champaigns, with subtle nets and pitfalls slyly made, she innocently silly fowls betrayed, while the more lofty inhabitants ath skies, sh allured to ground with brightness of her eyes, or by that astonishing couplet on ph bus which runs, from S harnessing of S horses in the east, unto S unharnessing of them in the west. From Rome, Flecknoe carried his juvenile verses to Constantinople, to Portugal, to Brazil, to Flanders, but no amount of travel could cure him of his fatal habit of writing re-established in England. After the Restoration, he turned an unlimited leisure to the worst account. He was the author of 4 plays, only one of which was put upon the stage, and that was duly damned. He contented himself by printing the others with a list of the actors he would have liked to see in the different parts, if he had been able to get them perform at a touching piece of naivete which does much to endear him to us. Of his prose works, the most ambitious is a little collection of enigmatical characters, of which perhaps the choicest is this on the drunkard. The drunkard's wit is rather the hogshead than his own, savouring more of Heidelberg than of Helicon, and he being rather a drunken than a good companion. Flecknoe dies like the lady on whose decease he wrote an ode, died, as having nothing else to do, in the year 1678. Such was Flecknoe. Shadwell's claim to being ranked as Flecknoe's son is amply substantiated by his own protest that in Mac Flecknoe he had been represented as an Irishman, though Mr. Dryden knew very well that he had not set eyes on the country till he was 23, and had remained in it then only for 4 months. Dryden followed up Mac Flecknoe with the character of Og in the second part of Absalom, and Achitophel Shadwell was unable to reply. He could only faintly complain. With part the second of Absalom and Achitophel, the drama of the popish plot comes to an end. The curtain falls on this last orgy of murder. All the minor characters are now dead, for Doeg and Mephibosheth lie bleeding by the side of the monstrous Ogend. Only the hero remains alive. Turning with a bow to the audience, he delivers the epilogue, in which he explains with the best of good humor exactly why it is that he, Dryden, is still alive, and all the rest lie punctured about him. How easy it is, so runs the epilogue, how easy it is to call rogue and villain, and that wittily, but how hard to make a man appear a fool, a blockhead, or a knave, without using any of these opprobrious terms. There is still a vast difference between the slovenly butchering of a man and the fineness of a stroke that separates the head from the body and leaves it standing in its place. A man may be capable, as Jack Ketch's wife said of his servant, of a plain piece of work, a bare hanging, but to make a malefactor die sweetly was only belonging to her husband. I wish I could apply it to myself, if the reader would be kind enough to think it belongs to me. Architecture as Form in Civilization, by Professor W. R. Letheby. Towns and civilization are 2 words for nearly one thing. The city is the manifestation of the spirit, and its population is the larger body it builds for its soul. To build cities and live in them properly is the great business of large associations of men. The outward and the made must always be exact pictures of the mind and the makers. Not only is this so at any given stage, but it is so all the more in a going concern, for the outward is always reacting again on the inward, so that the concrete becomes a mold. For the spiritual man builds towns, so that the towns shall build his sons. As the old Greek said, the city teaches the man. William Morris says somewhere that the religions of antiquity were the worshipping of cities. It may seem strange, this idea of city worship, but it explains much in the history of art, and we need something of similar sort even now. This and other worships besides and beyond. Before the recognition of the universal and the national, we require a much deepened sense of the Roman 203. Here comes before the beyond. Almost the greatest question of the time is the one of finding wells for the refreshment of our vitality-inducing of national spirit, town spirit. And home spirit, such spirit, is a very subtle essence, and yet it dwells in houses and cities, are its reservoirs in the army. It has always been recognized that the foundation of the whole vast violent business is spirit. The children of war are wiser than the children of peace. As an example, take this scrap from the experience of a new soldier. The private is taught from the beginning that the first duty of a soldier is obedience, the second cleanliness, and the third may be gathered from this short dialogue between a drill sergeant and a squad of recruits. What is the third duty of a soldier? Asks the sergeant. Honesty, sobriety, and self-respect. We reply. And what is self-respect? Keeping your buttons bright. We know that Jerusalem was a sacred city, and so was Athens too in its way. So indeed were all the cities of antiquity, each in its proper status. In the later classical age, every one had its impersonation of sculptured images. Titch of the city fragments of a figure of Silchester were found in the basilica of the old British town, an image which stood for the genius of the place. London and York were also sacred in those Roman days, and the figure on our pennies is a similar Roman imagination for the whole country. Britannia, a fine inscription from Ephesus in the central hall of the British Museum, is a delightful example of the forms and ceremonies observed by the proud cities of antiquity. Ritual prescribed for their worship. In fact, this marble slab, about 7 feet by 312 feet, bears, in large clear lettering, the copy of a letter addressed by Antoninus Pius to the magistrates and people of Ephesus, Roman 100 Roman 500. The emperor approved that the people of Pergamon had written letters to Ephesus correctly addressed with the prescribed titles, first and greatest metropolis of Asia, or the like. He thinks that the people of Smyrna had accidentally omitted this from a decree about joint sacrifice, but they will behave correctly in future, provided that the Ephesians use the approved titles in writing to Smyrna, preeminent in beauty, or the like. This is indeed politeness on a high plane. One of the ways in which civic spirit, pride, and love must be refounded is in the sense of historical continuity. Such a sense of regional reverence is being cultivated in France on a definitely psychological basis, and those alert Americans have already begun to work the ground of their antiquities. A publication of a local historical society, issued as far back as 1900, contains an account of what they in America call an old Ipswich house. It begins with some words, which I must quote. The extraordinary production and large circulation of the historical novel is but one of the consequences of the remarkable growth of patriotic societies in this country in the last few years. One of the most admirable results of the movement is the widespread interest in the establishment of local historical societies in the old towns of New England. Older towns of Old England. Please note and copy. These societies have a very fascinating work before them in the collection of local records, the preservation of old buildings, in the marking of historic sites. This soil is fertile, and delving therein bears rich fruit of interest, love for the community, heightened civic feeling, encouragement of local improvement, and a care for the future of the town. In not a few places, the local society has taken some old house for its headquarters, adorning it with attractive historical collections. Such a collection is that of the Bostonian Society, to which the city long ago gave the use of the old State House. What might our English towns still do in this way, or is it to be that, for authentic touch with antiquity, we shall soon have to go to America? In passing, may I commend this idea to those who have the destruction of the old Dean's house at Wolverhampton in their mind, or at least their power. Germany has long consciously cultivated this field for spirit production, and I remember an official tract on the psychological value of ancient monuments in promoting national consciousness. It is in Denmark, however, that an effort to promote national spirit has been most systematically based on a common knowledge of national traditions, arts, and music, and spread by means of their admirable folk schools. Monumental history is a stirring, vital thing. It can be touched in every town. Every child citizen should know the story and antiquities of that place. This has always been the way, until now. What mean these stones? The children say. And we answer, I don't know. The history that can be seen is a strong and stimulating soul food, entirely different from vague and wearying written history. The historical starting post is only one of many ways of approach to fine forms of civilization. We must not wait on the order of our going, but go at once. And from every point at once, much is being thought and said about housing and town planning. They are both of the greatest possible importance, but they are not all. We need at least a third to go with them. That is a general cleaning, tidying, and smartening movement, an effort to improve all our public and social arts, from music to cooking and games. We must control and tax advertisements to some order, bring pressure on the railway companies to sweep the microbes out of their stations, and we must whitewash our own backyards. The danger is to think of housing and planning as technical matters for experts. It may almost be feared that current talk of town planning and garden cities may harden with a jargon-like political formal. Our arts and customs, our indexes and pictures of our inner life, fine, bridges clean, smiling streets, liberal public buildings, are not merely shapes, and nothing more. They are essential to our sense of order, brightness, and efficiency, to our pride, confidence, and content. A sore protesting slap it in the face feeling cannot be good for the temper and digestion. A civilized life cannot be lived in undisciplined towns. More and more we become the victims of our words and live frightened by names. Such a name is architecture. In its mystery, vague and vain pretensions, may be shrouded in its shadows, hide many minor superstitions about correct design, the right style, true proportions. High priests arise who are supposed to know subtle doctrines and can point the way to aesthetic safety. And yet all the time there are the streets, Edgware Road and Euston Road, Oxford Street and Holborn. There again are our cities, Leeds and Liverpool, Bristol and Plymouth. Surely these potent and indeed blatant facts might raise doubts as to the dogmas. The mystification about architecture has isolated the intimate building art from the common interest and understanding of ordinary men. To talk with a believing architect on his theories is almost as hopeless as to chaff a cardinal. All the ancient arts of men are subject to the diseases of pedantry and punditry. Music, painting, poetry, all suffer from isolation. Architecture is human skill and feeling shown in the great necessary activity of building. It must be a living, progressive, structural art, always readjusting itself to changing conditions of time and place. If it is true, it must ever be new. This, however, not with a willed novelty, which is as bad as, or worse, than trivial antiquarianism, but by response to force majeure, the vivid interest and awe with which men look on a ship, or an engine, an old cottage, or a haystack, come from the sense of their reality. They were shaped so, by a higher power than whim, by a higher aim than snobbery. So must it again be with our buildings. They must be founded fast on the rock of necessity. Wordy claims are often made for architecture that it is a fine art and chief of all the arts. These two claims are indeed incompatible and contradictory. Any mastership in architecture depends on its universality, and its service. It is only chief in the sense that he who serves is the greatest, but the fine arts are by definition free from conditions of human need, and architecture was specially ruled out from among them by Aristotle. Even so, this idea of fine art, unconditioned and free for delight, was a heresy of the Hellenistic decline. To Plato and the great masters, even the musical arts were to be not only healthy, but health-giving. They were to be foods for the soul, and not aesthetic raptures and intoxications. On the other side of the account, it may be objected that bare utility and convenience are not enough to form a base for a noble architecture. Of course, they are not, if bare utility is interpreted in a mean and skimping and profiteering way. All work of man bears the stamp of the spirit with which it was done, but this stamp is not necessarily ornament. The unadorned, indeed, can never stand as low as that which is falsely adorned in borrowed, brazen bedizenments. High utility and liberal convenience for noble life are enough for architecture. We confuse ourselves with these unreal and destructive oppositions between the serviceable and the aesthetic, between science and art. Consider any of the great forms of life: activity, salesmanship, farming, housekeeping. Can anyone say where utility ends and style, order, clearness, precision begin? Up to a point, and indeed a long way on. Style is a utility. We have to begin again and look on architecture as an art of service. From the communal point of view, the faces of buildings, which are turned outwards towards the world, are obviously of interest to the public and all citizens have a property in them, the spectator is in fact part owner. No man builds to himself alone. Let the proprietor do as he likes inside his building. For we need not call on him, bad plays need not be seen, books need not be read, but nothing but blindness or the numbing of our faculty of observation can protect us from buildings in the street. It is to be feared that we are learning to protect ourselves by the habit of not observing, that is, by sacrificing a faculty general interest. An intelligent appreciation of public arts are a necessity of civilization. Civic alertness, honest pride, or firm protest are not matters of taste for a few. They are essential activities of the urban mind. In cities, buildings take the place of fields, trees, and hedgerows. Buildings are an artificial form of nature. We have a right to consideration and some politeness in buildings. We claim protection from having our faces slapped. When we venture into the street, our cities do not wholly belong to profit lords, railway companies, and advertisers. Architecture, however properly understood, not only concerns the man in the street. It comes home to all householders and households. While our eyes have been strained on the vacuity of correct style, the weightier matters of construction and efficiency have necessarily been neglected. We need grates, which will warm floors, which may readily be cleaned, and ceilings, which do not crack. These, and such as these, are the terms of the modern architectural problem, and in satisfying them, we should find the proper style. For today, architecture is a current speech. It is not an art of classical quotation, as it is as much burdened by its tags of rhetoric as Chinese literature. It has become a dead language. The house of the future will be designed as a ship is designed, as an organism which has to function properly in all its parts. Does this not concern everyone, not only as economy and comfort, but in the mind? Our houses must be made to fit us like garments and to be larger projections of ourselves. A whole row of ambiguous words, such as design, ornament, style, proportion, have come between us and the immediately given data of architecture. Design is not abstract power exercised by a genius. It is simply the arranging how work shall be well done. The more necessary the work, and the more obvious, simple, and sound is the foresight, the better the design. It is not a question of captivating paper patterns. It is a question of buildings which will work. Architecture is a pragmatical art. To design in the classic Gothic or Renaissance styles is as absurd as to sculpture in the manner of Praxiteles, paint like Holbein, or write sham Shakespeare. We do not really need a waxwork art by Wardour Street professionals. We require an active art of building, which will take its style for granted, as does naval architecture. Modern building must shake itself free from its own withered and cast-off skins. It is commonly supposed, and architects themselves in older days believed it, that an architect's business was to be an expert in style. Why he should be so was never explained, except perhaps by Philibert de l'Orme. According to this authority, the Temple of Jerusalem was built in the classical style, and this work was designed in heaven. Therefore, this was the only true or revealed style. An excellent argument. Modern practitioners have kept up a battle of the styles without any such basis for their logic, or rather their eloquence. But what is, or was, a style? It is a museum name for a phase of past art, as a means of classifying what is dead and done. The style labels are quite useful. It is, however, to be kept in mind that these styles, while they lived and moved, were processes which began, continued, and passed into something else. They were only phases like those of the changing moon. That which now professes to be designed in a style, or as the still more disgusting slang runs, to be period work, has not the essence of life. It is therefore not actually of the style which it simulates, but is only in the style of the style. Indeed, the essence of all the old arts was in their vitality, their response to the natural conditions, and the psychology of their times. The better we seem to reproduce their dead images, the more we are unlike their soul selves. There is little more reason for an architect to pretend to work in a style than there is for a chemist. Architects are properly arrangers and directors of certain classes of structures. I would like to say that they were building engineers, were it not that our engineers have failed so shamefully in hiring themselves out for any form of exploitation, and in showing no care for orderliness and decency. All the past of architecture, as of engineering and shipbuilding, belongs to us, of course, as race experience, but only as far as the same is true in all fields of science and literature. The orders of architecture are names for particular forms of ancient Greek temple building style. Names apply to all past fashions of buildings, orders only to three: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. The names are useful as history, but that is all now that these orders have become sharp advertisements. Even the would correct may be more ready to give them up. Style in a modern and universal sense is equivalent rather to stylish than to a style. It interpenetrates the whole texture of a work. It is clearness, effectiveness, mastery. Often, it is simplification. We have to conceive of it in the building art as we do in literature or athletics. The style is the menes, and it is also the thing itself. It is an informing spirit, the spirit of form. It is not a varnish. We have become so accustomed to architecture looking dressy that we have forgotten the logic of clothes and bury buildings, good enough in themselves, under outgrown rags. It has been a true instinct which calls sham architectural features dressings. Another word which the architecturally superstitious whisper with great awe is proportion. In dealing with such a limited field as the order's, old scholars examined existing examples by measuring them very carefully to find out their proportions. But if we had them, Greek chairs and tables might be measured in exactly the same way. No general rule of the Greeks has ever been found out by these measurings, and if it had, it would prove nothing for us. Proportion, of course, rests properly on function, material, and size. There may be a perfect proportion, for instance, for a certain class of ships, but that will only be discovered experimentally and not by measuring Greek galleys. I wish I could find some leverage of argument to bring a sense of citizen responsibility for form in life into the minds and hearts of all, but right and reason are hardy enough. We may perhaps hope more in a sense of international rivalry in the works and evidences of life. Civilization is an Olympic contest in the arts and sciences, a sort of international istedvad. It is admitted that we must have literature, and we must have music. We must also have building skill, and we have to aim at inducing a flowing tide in all the things of civilization, of words and arguments. I am rather hopeless. One thing only I would ask of every benevolent reader, that he would take notice of what he sees in the streets. Do not pass by in a contemplative dream, or suppose that it is an architectural mystery, but look and judge. Is it tidy? Is it civilized? Are these fit works for a proud nation? Look at Trafalgar Square and Piccadilly Circus, and that terrible junction of Tottenham Court Road with Oxford Street. Play a new game of seeing London. We need a movement in the common mind, a longing to mitigate the vulgarity and anarchy of our streets, and the smothering of the frontages with vile advertisements, a desire to clean the streets better, to gather up littered paper, to renew blistered plaster. Some order must be brought into the arrangement of the untidy festoons of telegraph and telephone wires hitched up to chimneys and parapets. These are the architectural works which are needed as a beginning and a basis. The idea of beauty, deliberate beauty, not style pretenses, must be brought back into our life. Every town should set up an advisory committee on its betterment. We must try to bring back the idea of town personality and town worship. We must set up ceremonies and even rituals to bring out a spirit of pride and emulation. If we can only stir up general interest, all will yet go well, or at least better, by exalting our towns. We should make a platform for ourselves. As it is, what can great money fortunes buy beyond swine, comfort, and titles? Man is more than a stomach moving about on legs. A mistake of modern education has been to train for appreciation of the past rather than for present production. Such merely critical learning comes at last to be actually sterilizing. As production fails, so even appreciation decays. Full understanding depends on the power to do. Therefore, leaving the things of the past, press forward to produce, to be, to live. Remember Lot's wife. There is much talk of patriotism, but patriotism requires a ground on which to subsist. It must be based on love of home, love of city, and love of country. Let nothing deceive us. Civilization produces form, and where noble form is attained, there is civilization. Life is a process, a flow of being, and where there is this vital activity, music, drama, and the arts are necessarily thrown off. Living art comes on a tide of creative intelligence. Bibliographical notes and news. Correspondence from readers on all subjects of bibliographical interest is invited. The editor will, to the best of his ability, answer all queries addressed to him. General notes. We have just received the catalogue of the library of the late Dr. Daniel Provost of Worcester, which was bought in its entirety by Mr. Chaundy of Oxford. Dr. Daniel, who died in the autumn of last year, was born in 1836. From boyhood onwards, his favorite hobby seems to have been printing as early as 1846, a small hand press at Frome Vicarage in Somerset painfully produced a little letter, and in 1852, at least 3 numbers of the Busy Bee printed and published by H. and W. E. Daniel at their office Trinity Parsonage, Frome. In 1856, 2 more substantial volumes, sonnets by Roman 100 J. Roman 100, and the 7 epistles to the churches in Greek were issued from Frome. So much for origins. The Daniel Press, known to fame, only came into existence in 1874, when the little hand press from Frome was set up in Worcester. The first book printed by the Daniel Press at Oxford was Notes from a Catalogue of Pamphlets in Worcester College Library, 1874, of which 520 copies were issued. A copy of this pamphlet is priced at 45s in Mr. Chaundy's catalogue. A new sermon of the newest fashion, printed from a MS found in the college library, appeared in 1877. In this volume, Dr. Daniel first made use of the fount of type, which had been cast for Dr. Feldine of Christ Church, and which had lain forgotten in the Clarendon Press for a century and a half. Henceforth, Dr. Daniel was to make use of the fell type in all his publications. The most treasured book of these earlier years is The Garland of Rachel, 1881, which consists of poems offered to Miss Rachel Daniel on her first birthday by, among others, Andrew Lang, Austin Dobson, Robert Bridges, John Addington Symonds, Edmund Goss, W. E. Henley, T. Humphrey Ward, and Margaret Roman. 50 Woods. Only 36 copies were printed, one of which is priced in Mr. Chaundy's catalogue at 40. In 1882, the old press was replaced by a much more scientific machine, and among the first books to be printed on the new press was Prometheus, the Firegiver, 1883, by Robert Bridges. A number of the poet laureate's poems were to be issued from the Daniel Press. Of the poems of 1884, 150 copies were printed, 3/10s in Mr. Chaundy's catalogue. The Feast of Bacchus, 105 copies, and The Growth of Love, published anonymously in an edition of only 22 copies, appeared in 1889. The year 1903 witnessed the publication of 2 more pieces from Mr. Bridges' pen, namely Now in Wintry Delights, and Peace, an ode written on conclusion of the 3 Years' War. In 1884, Dr. Daniel made use for the first time of a number of fine 17th-century woodcut ornaments. His printer's mark was a piece of contemporary work designed by Alfred Parsons, representing Daniel in the lion's den, with the motto Missit Angelum Suum. Noteworthy volumes which issued from the Daniel Press in the 90s were Our Memories, Shades of Old Oxford, 1893, a collection of Oxford reminiscences by various hands, The Child in the House, 1894, by Walter Pater, published only a month or 2 before his death, Poems of Lawrence Binion, 1895, Kebble's Easter Day, of which only 12 copies were printed by Miss Rachel Daniel, 1897, 8 years before Miss Daniel had printed The Lamb by W. Blake in 12mo, 1889. Besides those already mentioned, Dr. Daniel issued a number of reprints of old books. 6 Idylia, translated from Theocritus, by E. Roman 500 possibly. Dyer was reprinted from the unique copy, 1588, in the Bodleian Library. Love's Graduate, a comedy, by John Webster, being Mr. Goss's distillation of what was Websterian in the Webster Rowley Comedy of 1661, appeared in 1885. The Muses' Garden of Delights, a reprint of a unique Elizabethan volume, edited with an introduction by William Barclay Squire, was printed by Dr. Daniel in 1901. Another edition, printed by the Clarendon Press, was published in the same year. We have mentioned only a few of the Daniel books. A complete bibliography of the publications of the press during its first 30 years of activity may be found in an article by Mr. Madden, at that time sublibrarian of the Bodleian, contributed to the Times Literary Supplement of February 20, 1903. As we have already had occasion to mention in these columns, the Daniel Press is now in the Bodleian, together with specimens of the books produced on it. Contemporary private presses are fairly numerous. The two which produce what are from a literary point of view at any rate the most interesting books are the Hogarth Press and the Ovid Press. From the Ovid Press, Mr. John Rodker has just issued a very handsome edition of the poems of Mr. T.S. Eliot. Poems by Mr. Eliot have also been published by the Hogarth Press together with works in verse and prose by Virginia and Leonard Woolf, Catherine Mansfield, and J. Middleton Murray. Our French allies seem to be making a serious effort to break with that tradition of bad printing, which has for so long oppressed their literature. Several new publishing houses have come into existence with the avowed purpose of producing books that shall be handsome objects in themselves. The directors of the Nouvelle Revue Francaise have set a higher standard in their publications than most of their rivals, but even in their editions, the most horrible atrocities, such as the omission of a whole sheet of 16 pages in the middle of a book, occasionally happen. But the books produced by La Scion, by La Belle Edition, and the Société Littéraire de France are worthy of all praise. The selection of rare and valuable books from the Arbery Hall Library, which is announced in the January number of the London Mercury, was to have been offered for sale by auction at Sotheby's on behalf of the owner, Sir Francis Newdigate K. Roman 100 Roman 1000 G, has instead been sold privately. Neither the name of the purchaser nor the destination of the books has yet been made public, since the collection contains editions of Elizabethan books of the utmost rarity, and indeed some that are apparently unique. It is to be hoped that it will not pass beyond the reach of students of literature. Collectors of Swinburniana will be interested in a catalogue of the works of Algernon Charles Swinburne in the library of Mr. Edmund Gosse, London, privately printed at the Chiswick Press, 1919. Only 50 copies of this catalogue have been issued, of which a few can still be obtained from Mr. James Bain, bookseller, 14, King William Street, Strand. Many items of the greatest rarity are included in Mr. Gosse's collection. Among them, we would note one of the 15 copies of The Devil's Due 1875, preserved by accident when the issue was destroyed, Laus Veneris Moxon 1866, one of a few trial copies issued before the poem was included in Poems and Ballads, the essay on William Blake Houghton 1868, with the original title page afterwards cancelled, ornamented by the vignette of Zamiel, from the Book of Job, the Jubilee, the Question Gathered Songs, all three published by Otley in 1887, in editions of only 25 copies each. Among the Swinburne MSS, in the possession of Mr. Gosse, are the holograph of Pan and Thalassia, and the holograph of the first draft of Anactoria. The new Public Libraries Bill, which received the royal assent in the last days of 1919, should do much to assist the development of what is already an important educative force. We look forward in time to a national library system with a central clearing-house of books and a free interchange between the individual libraries. It is surely only in this way that the multifarious needs of an increasingly alert and well-educated society can adequately be met. Tuesday, March 23rd, is the date fixed for the sale of the second portion of Mr. Henry Yates Thompson's collection of illuminated manuscripts. 34 lots are to be sold. 26 MSS and 8 15th-century books printed on vellum and more or less illuminated, which mark the transition from writing to printing and are an indispensable addition to any complete collection of medieval illumination. The first 14 lots are English manuscripts. A 12th-century book, Hegesippus de Excidio Judaeorum, is remarkable for its contemporary binding, one of the very few of such bindings which have come down to us. Lot Roman 40 is a 14th-century psalter, which appears to have belonged to John of Gaunt and subsequently to Henry Roman 6, a similar psalter, evidently by the same hand, though of a rather later date, exists in the library of Exeter College. These two psalters are in Mr. Yates Thompson's opinion the high-water mark of English illumination, being perhaps second only to the St. Omer Psalter. The 8 printed books range in date from 1466 to 1498 and include a copy of the excessively rare Institutions of Justinian, printed at Mainz by P. Scoffer, 1468. The 12 MSS, which conclude the sale, are of French and Italian origin and have all belonged to famous owners. Among them is an early 15th-century MS of Boccaccio's Des Clercs et Nobles Femmes, illustrated by miniatures of that Parisian school of illuminators, who almost renounced the use of gold for backgrounds and made use of bright and rich colors in broad masses. The book belonged to the Admiral de Coëtevy, who was killed at the siege of Cherbourg in 1450. Mr. Yates Thompson quotes an extract from one of the Admiral's letters, which proves him to have been an ardent lover of his books. Enveloppés bien mes livres, he writes to his servants giving directions for the packing and dispatching of his library, et les fêtes enfoncer en pips casques, en et par manière qu'ils tuoyant en low quills, ni si puissant mola, ni gaster en aucune manière. Items from the bookseller's catalogues. An extremely elegant little catalogue of old editions of Greek and Latin authors has been sent to us from the Eads Dunsterry Canterbury Novum, or in other words, the Dunster House Bookshop, Cambridge, Mass. No word in the vulgar tongue is allowed to pollute these classical pages, where everything with the exception of the $sign in the prices is the choicest Latin. We have already had occasion to speak of the Daniel and other private presses. We are reminded by Messrs. Maggs Brothers Catalogue, No. 385, of the magnificent examples of typography and binding, which have issued from the Doves Press and Bindery. A copy of Paradise Lost and Paradise Regained, 2 volumes, 19,021,905, printed at the Doves Press and bound by Mr. Cobden Sanderson in Toulon, Morocco, is priced at 120. None of the 15 Doves Press books mentioned in this catalogue is priced at less than 8/8. Collectors will remember the boom in Kelmscott books. Good prices were fetched at Messrs. Hodgson's sale on January 28th. For first editions of Stevenson, An Inland Voyage 1878 was sold for 22 travels, with a donkey 1879, and Virginibus Purisque 1881 went for 16 each. First editions of The Ebb Tide 1894 and The Wrong Box 1889 may be bought for 12/6d at Messrs. Davis Orioli. Messrs. Sutherland's catalogue of the library of the late Sir Edward Poynter, P.R.A., has just reached us. Out of the many items of the greatest interest which this catalogue contains, we can mention only a few, notably a fine set of Piranesi etchings, a collection of 250 caricatures by such masters as Hogarth, Bunbury, Gilray, and Rowlandson. 75, a copy of Blake's illustrations to the Book of Job, presented by Mrs. Opie to the French sculptor David, with the inscription. This work, remarkable both for its genius and extravagance, is the gift of Amelia Opie to her friend David, whose own genius will make him prize the former, while his excellent taste makes it impossible for him to imitate the latter. A complete set of the Kelmscott publications, 70 volumes in all, is priced in this catalogue at $900. The main bulk of the collection consists of books on the fine arts, and a certain number of original drawings are included. A Roman 50H. Correspondence. American copyright. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, in the second number of the London Mercury, I note a reference in an editorial note to the status of the copyright relations between America and Great Britain. You emphasize the unsatisfactory status of the American copyright law. It is the case, as you point out, that the provision inserted in the original International Act, which went into effect in 1891, and in the amended Act, which became law in 1909, makes it a condition that any book, whether by an American or an English author, must, in order to secure copyright protection in the United States, be published in an edition wholly manufactured within this country. It has also been the law up to within the past fortnight that the American edition must be brought into the market within a term of not less than 60 days from the date of publication in Great Britain. This act, as amended in 1912 and again in December 1919, represents the largest measure of copyright protection that it has thus far been found practicable to secure for transatlantic authors. The fight to secure any measure of recognition for the property rights of foreign authors had continued from 1837, when my father organized the first Copyright League, to 1891, when a provision for international copyright first found place in the American statute. I succeeded my father as the secretary and executive of the International Copyright League. As a representative of this league, which at that time comprised authors as well as publishers, I took to Washington in 1886, the draft of a bill which, if enacted, would have enabled the United States to become a member of the Convention of Berne. After 4 years of effort with 2 successive Congresses, I was obliged to report to the Copyright League that there was no possibility of securing favorable attention for any international copyright measure that did not make provision for American manufacture. The Book Manufacturing Union, comprising typesetters, printers, binders, etc., had made clear to Congress that they would block the enactment of any measure that did not include the manufacturing requirement. In this position, they were supported by the other unions, which had no direct interest in, and in fact no knowledge of the matter at issue. The unions have wisely, probably for their own interests, held increasingly to the policy of giving a general support to a claim made by any one union or group. Our league took the position that it was wiser to secure such measure of recognition for literary property as was then practicable, rather than to leave without protection the books of transatlantic authors, and the authors and publishers of Great Britain were in full accord with this decision. We are obliged to report that the unions have today a stronger influence over Congress, and as a rule over the executive, than they had in 1890. There is no possibility of securing the cancellation of the manufacturing requirement unless, or until, the book manufacturing unions can be persuaded to give their assent. There has been an increasing effort to this end, and we hope yet to be able to make clear to the book manufacturing trade that the American printers and binders are now quite strong enough to secure their full share of the work done, and that they do not need this special restriction in their favor. We have just succeeded in securing the enactment of an amendment, a copy of which is enclosed. This amendment has 2 purposes. First, the extension of the ad interim term of copyright from 60 to 120 days. An English author now has 4 months' time within which to complete the arrangements for his American edition, and there is no reason why any book having value for American readers should not secure the full protection of American copyright. Second, the bill has the further purpose of giving protection to the books of transatlantic authors, which, under the special conditions of the years of war and the dislocation of transatlantic mails, had failed to fulfill the requirements of the copyright law. These books, as far as they may not already have been appropriated, are now placed in a position to meet these requirements and to secure copyright for the full term. It is, however, a condition of this special protection that the British authorities shall give reciprocal protection to books by American authors, which under the same war conditions have failed to meet the requirements of the English statute, and have therefore forfeited the protection of the British Copyright Act. The American authors have here a fair ground for complaint against Great Britain. The British Act of 1912 provides that copyright protection will be accorded only to a book which has been brought into bona fide publication, and the courts take the ground that this means placing adequate supplies of the book in the market within the term specified 14 days. This term is, you will note, very much smaller than the 60-day term granted in the earlier American Act, or the 120 days, which are now available. In 1916, books were included under the heading of luxuries, the importation of which into Great Britain was prohibited by the Embargo Act. Great Britain had therefore granted copyright with one hand, and with the other, under this Embargo Act, had made it impossible for American authors to meet the requirements of the Copyright Act. The copyright arrangement between the United States and Great Britain that went into effect in 1891, and that was confirmed by the Act of 1912, carried with it the obligations of a treaty, and the Embargo Act constituted, therefore, as far as copyright was concerned, a violation of the treaty obligation. I found, in bringing this matter in 1918 to the attention of the Comptroller General, that this consideration had not occurred to the British authorities at the time of the Embargo Act. I pointed out to the Comptroller General that as a result of this embargo provision, property rights had been lost not only for American authors, but for a certain group of British authors who, not being able, under the manufacturing difficulties of the war period, to secure prompt publication of their books in Great Britain, had made first publication in the United States. In so doing, they had forfeited their British copyright. Although it had been their impression that they would be able, when the war had come to an end, to secure protection for British editions, the Controller General agreed that the condition was unsatisfactory and agreed further that if the United States would do what was now practicable to protect the publications of the war period, a similar protection of books of American authors would be arranged for by the British authorities. A fortnight back on the day on which the President signed the bill, I cabled the report to the Controller General that books by British authors issued during the war period would be protected in America as soon as the British authorities were prepared to grant reciprocal protection. I hope to hear that prompt measures have been taken to such effect. Lord Asquith, as I may mention, interested himself in the matter, and will I understand take prompt action to initiate the necessary legislation. I can but think that those who are critical of the present status of the American copyright law should understand that the unsatisfactory provisions in the law do not represent the opinion of the American people, but the disproportioned influence of the manufacturing unions. It would be in order also to give some measure of appreciation to the American publishers and authors who have for many years been doing what was in their power to secure adequate recognition for literary property on both sides of the Atlantic, yours, etc. Geo Haven, Putnam. The American Publishers Copyright League. Office of the Secretary, 2 West 45th Street, New York, January 3rd. Major Putnam's news, which we briefly recorded in our editorial notes last month, is excellent. Hearing in congratulating him on his work in connection with copyright, we must also mention the Authors League of America and our own Authors Society with their respective indefatigable secretaries, Mr. Eric Schuler and Mr. G. Herbert Thring, editor. Mr. Sturge Moore and Flaubert. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, in the review of Mr. W. K. Seymour's Miscellany of Poetry, London Mercury, February, the best thing in the book is said to be a long epistle by Mr. Sturge Moore, which contains pictures as clean-cut and vivid as those which made his Micah so peculiarly rich a poem. This is, of course, a very just remark, but it is a curious thing about Micah that the particular piece of imagery which struck one reader at any rate can be paralleled almost verbatim from Salammbô. I intend no discourtesy to Mr. Sturge Moore when I say that I consider the parallel should have been acknowledged. In the text he has written much about Flaubert, and much also about the virtues of joint authorship, and I think nothing but praise for what is apparently a verse translation in Micah would have resulted from the acknowledgement. As the matter stands, it seems that an explanation of some sort is wanting, and I suggest that when Micah is published in a collection of Mr. Moore's poetry, the point should surely not be overlooked. The following are the lines referred to. Salammbô. Le toit de la haute maison s'appuie sur de minces colonnettes raperchies, comme les batons d'une clerve, et par cs intervalles le maître étendu sur un long siege apricot touts, cs plains autour de lui, avec les chasseurs, entre les blés le pressoir, au long vendange, les buffs qui battent la paix. Mr. Sturge Moore. The roof of that tall house lightly was raised on slender colonnettes set nigh as close as palings. Micah through these intervals had oft at leisure from his couch surveyed the plain stretched round him, slingers in the corn, the winepress whither they bring in his grapes, unmuzzled and well-fed slow oxen trod, the terrace threshing floor, yours etc. H. W. Crundell. Prose and Mortality. To the editor of the London Mercury. So there is a good example of the recurrence of that one music and one speech so richly instanced in your article Prose and Mortality, January's London Mercury, in Keats' letter to Brown written on board the Maria Crowther off the Isle of Whitegood. Because though the music is not full nor the harmony flawless, it is yet heard unmistakably in a familiar letter where it rises from the midst of an invalid's colloquial writing. Here it is. Land and sea, weakness and decline are great separators, but death is the great divorcer forever. When the pang of this thought has passed through my mind, I may say the bitterness of death is past, yours etc. S.P.J. Llangollen, February 8th. This is a perfect example, as it comes not from a set composition, but from a familiar letter editor. Tentative. To the editor of the London Mercury. So there is an example of the more ephesist language, which is not open to a P.S. very just objection. When I was very young and had a vivid imagination, I was taken into a Chinese restaurant where I saw Chu Yaw writ large on a glass door. For a long time, I thought I knew at least 2 words of Chinese, yours, etc. Donald J. Wardley. 25 Elgin Crescent, W. February 7th. The Song of the Mandrake. To the editor of the London Mercury. So will you allow me to point out a curious slip in Mr. Walter de la Mare's most wonderful little story, The Creatures, in the current January number. On page 281, 8 lines from the bottom, he gives a list of birds: gull, mandrake, plover, wagtail, finch, robin. Does Mr. de la Mare really mean his readers to understand that the mandrake is a bird? If so, surely the root must cry aloud, as it is dragged from the ground, to be hurled into a different natural order, yours, etc. W. Walmesley White. Ellergarth Budley Salterton, January 28th. The verb to do. To the editor of the London Mercury. So will no one protest against and endeavor to check the ugly and quite unnecessary modernism of, as it does. I give an example of a sentence adequate and harmonious as written, which would be spoiled with a favorite journalese, as it does inserted after the word embracing. The glorious view from this spot, embracing the valley of Ville d'Avray, the slopes opposite the great city in the distance, was a delight to Balzac. Martin Stones of Paris, Roman 269, yours, etc. R. Owens. Belmont Hall, Outgate, Ambleside, January 12th. John Donne. To the editor of the London Mercury. So Mr. Robert Lind, in his very readable essay on Donne in your last number, has inadvertently fallen into the old error of saying that Donne was in 1612 making use of his legal knowledge in order to help the infamous Countess of Essex to secure the annulment of her first marriage. It is true that Donne wrote an epithalamium for the Countess' second marriage, and that is mortifying enough without any further charge, but Professor Grierson pointed out some time since that it was Dr. Daniel Donne, or Dunn, who drew up the paper referred to Grierson's Donne Roman II. If further evidence were needed, it might be supplied from M.S. Rawlinson 1386. In the Bodleian on page 201 is the autograph Daniel Dunn, and someone, probably Rawlinson, has added S.R. Daniel, Doctor of Civil Laws, concerned in Somerset's divorce. Mr. Lind very rightly insists that John Donne is the supreme example of a Platonic lover among the English poets, but he implies that the impassioned logic of the ecstasy is not quite consistent with Platonism. What is Platonism? It is customary to develop a system of philosophy of love from a few famous pages of the Symposium, ignoring the rest, and this more or less hypothetical or mythical Platonism has caused many people to forget Plato's real teaching. A careful study of the Symposium will, I think, show Donne to be much more truly in the genuine Platonic tradition than were some of the poetical Platonists who preceded him. Mr. Lind is quite right on this point, and I think he might have put it even more strongly, yours, etc. Ben Crocker Clough. Oxford, February 13th. Dogs. To the editor of the London Mercury. So your reviewer, in his notice of that interesting book, 17th Century Life in the Country Parish, referring to the dogwhipper, says, "But why did the dogs of those days show such a church-going disposition?" I would remind him that the dogwhipper's office was not created in the 17th century, but in those remoter times when no gentleman appeared anywhere in public without his hawk on his wrist, and his hound at his heel. In Barclay's Ship of Fools, 1509, he writes, "One time the hawk's bells jangleth high, and now the hound's barking strikes the sky. They make of the church for their hawks a mew, and kennel for their dogges, which they shall after rue." It was the custom to supply a pew or pen for the dogs of the lord of the manor, Holdog's pew, and, as people worshipped in their hats, with the church doors standing open, I suppose the hounds of the lesser gentry and inimitative yeomen would run in and fight and distract attention. Though in the 17th century, the hawk had ceased to be an integral part of a gentleman's equipage, the dogs had inherited the tradition of taking their masters to church maybe, and as the worshipper even in the 17th century went from divine service to a bull or bear baiting, he would like to have his dogs on the spot, and no doubt all the curs of the village would want to follow them into church and ask the news of high life yours, etc. G. Roman, 1 Witham. Lineham Cottage, Chudley, S. Devon, February 13th. Learned Societies, etc. The Society of Antiquaries. Interest in the Near East is maintained, and a useful lead was given in 1913 by the Cyprus government, who entrusted Professor Myers, assisted by the keeper of the Cyprus Museum, and Mr. Roman 50 H. Roman 500 Buxton, with a good round sum to conduct excavations in the island. The results were described at length and illustrated on the screen, the most notable discovery being a ruined sanctuary containing a collection of statues with many of the painted surfaces in brilliant preservation, ranging in date from the 7th century B. Roman 100 to Greco-Roman times. Elsewhere, many antiquities of the Bronze Age were brought to light, but at present there are few, if any, traces of a Stone Age in the island. The first stratified series of Cypriot pottery was provided by a complete section of the Bamboula Hill at Larnaca, and the situation is full of promise. A marble statuette now in the Ashmolean Museum was the text of Professor Langdon's discourse, and gave scope for surmise as well as scholarship. It was found by the 14th Sikh Regiment when entrenching before the Battle of Istabalat 8 miles below Samara on the Tigris. The object originally carried on the head has disappeared, but the standing figure still holds a boomerang or scepter, and the dress was made in imitation of the fleece, a fashion to which Aristophanes is supposed to refer in the Wasps. Perhaps 3,000 years later, various prehistoric specimens from England exhibited to the Society have an interest of their own, but cannot compete with relics from the cradle of civilization. And at present, the watchword is Ex Orient Lux. The Egypt Exploration Fund. The third of a series of lectures arranged by the Egypt Exploration Fund, to which we referred in our December number, was given at the rooms of the Royal Society at Burlington House on January 23rd by Professor T. Eric Peat. The subject of the lecture was El Amarna, the city of Egypt's heretic king. The lecturer said that from the evidence of the mummy, generally supposed to be his Amenhotep Roman IV, appears to have been little more than a boy when his father died. Nevertheless, as early as the 4th year of his reign, he introduced the worship of the Aton, the disk of the sun, and did his utmost to establish it as the state religion and to suppress the worship of Ammon and all other Egyptian gods. The new religion was purely monotheistic in character, for the Aton was regarded as the creator not of Egypt only, but of the world. The new deity was represented in the art of the period by a picture of the disk of the sun, from which emanated numerous rays, each terminating in human hands, some of which are holding out the sign of life to the worshippers. The king changed his own name from Amenhotep. Ammon is content to Akhenaten, the disk is pleased, and he shifted his capital from Thebes to El Amarna. Excavations at El Amarna have brought to light remains of a temple dedicated to the Aton, and a palace erected for the use of the king, with beautifully painted floor fragments, of which show a freedom of drawing and lack of convention, which distinguish this period from most other Egyptian art. The remains of many private houses have also been discovered, and from these, it is comparatively easy to gather the size, design, and general construction of the houses of the nobles of that time. Most of them seem to have been built on the same plan and comprise a central hall with small apartments surrounding and leading from it. Some of these smaller rooms were used as workrooms, and in one house, excavated, a number of plaster casts were found, obviously taken from living models, proving that the Egyptians of this period were experts in this work. There were also many finished and unfinished statues of the royal family, some of which were in very natural positions, quite unlike the usual Egyptian statues of other sites. The tombs of the officials of the court were discovered in the cliffs behind the town, their walls being covered with sculptured scenes depicting the everyday life of the capital. At the close of the lecture, The chairman, Colonel H.G. Leon, FRS, pointed out the extreme importance of systematic and scientific excavations in Egypt and other countries, and the gains which might accrue to science. The Geologists' Association. At the meeting held at University College, Gower Street, W. Roman 100, on Friday, December 5, 1919, the following lecture was delivered: Geological Work on the Western Front by W. B. R. King, B.A., FGS. A short description was given of the geology of that part of Belgium and France over which military operations were conducted by the British armies between 1915 and the summer of 1918. It was mainly confined to the lithological divisions and did not deal with the paleontological side of the subject. The main physical features were taken showing how they are connected with the geological structure, the effect of the geology and geological structure on certain questions of military operations was dealt with, notably with regard to water supply and military mining and dugout construction. Particular attention was paid to the problem of obtaining water from boreholes in the Landenian Thanet, sans the causes and effect of the seasonal variation of water level in the chalk, and the problem of the military mines near Messines, given Chancellor Bassi and Sauchet. The lecture ended with a description of certain maps which were prepared for the armies in France and notes on several other problems which had to be dealt with by the geologists attached to General Headquarters. On Friday, January 2, 1920, Dr. A. E. Truman, FGS, read a paper on the Liassic rocks of the Cardiff district. The author said that the greater part of South Glamorganshire from Cardiff westwards to beyond Bridgend consists of lower Liassic rocks, Hettangian and lower Sainmurian, which are well seen in some 20 miles of magnificent cliff sections. Only meager descriptions of these rocks have been hitherto published. A detailed study has been undertaken, first, because nowhere else in this country are such continuous sections of these rocks available, and secondly, because the normal deposits consisting of limestones and shales seen near Cardiff, when traced westwards, pass into a literal facies of massive limestones and conglomerates in the present communication. An account of the normal Liassic rocks of the Cardiff district is given, as this will form a basis for the correlation of the modified deposits further west. The lecture was illustrated by lantern slides and specimens. The Modern Humanities Research Association. The January number of the Bulletin of the Modern Humanities Research Association contains a summary of the presidential address delivered in October 1919 by Roman 1000 Gustave Lanson, the famous French scholar and critic. The association, which though founded only in June 1918 numbers nearly 500 members, is now penetrating to some of the remoter quarters of the globe. Among the last candidates to be elected were some from Czechoslovakia, the Malay States, New Zealand, and Western Canada, and most of these were at once put into touch with members at home belonging to subject groups representing their particular interests. The Hun's secretary, Mr. E. Allison Piers, 24 Beaufort Road, Kingston-on-Thames, writes in the Bulletin of Proposals submitted to the association that it should produce a comprehensive bibliographical annual, a task which a body with so wide a membership seems peculiarly fitted to attempt. The Modern Humanities Research Association is fulfilling another obligation which rests upon all who speak the English language in its efforts to bridge the Atlantic and unite those on both sides who are engaged in higher studies in modern languages and literatures. Its membership is growing in the United States so rapidly that an American secretary, Professor Roman 1000 Blakemore Evans of The Ohio State University, has been appointed at its most recent London meeting on January 6. Professor Carlton Brown of Minnesota was among the speakers on conditions of postgraduate study. Such interchange of help and information as the association brings about between England and America can have none but good effects. Among the vice presidents of the association, prominent names are those of Sir Sidney Lee, its first president, Dr. Walter Leaf, Sir A. W. Ward, Roman 1000 Jusserand, Signor Farinelli, Professor Jesperson, Professor Oliver Emerson, and S.R. Menendez Piddle. The Royal Numismatic Society. At the January meeting of the Royal Numismatic Society, the Rev. E. A. Sydenham read a paper on the coinages of Augustus. He began by giving a chronological summary of the various series and groups of coins under Augustus. There were 7 species of mints of the senatorial. Mint of Rome, B. Military mints, C. Mints in senatorial provinces, D. Mints in imperial provinces, E. Autonomous mints, issuing bronze only, F. The imperatorial mint, G. The imperial mint, after brief notes on the senatorial mint. 4336 B. Roman 100, the military coinage of Octavius in Gaul and Italy. 4139 B. Roman 100, incidentally attributing the S. Roman 100 coins to camp mints of northern Italy. Mr. Sydenham proceeded to discuss the Asiatic coinages 2815 B. Roman 100 and the imperatorial mint 2115 B. Roman 100, besides coins generally attributed to Asiatic mints. The reader proposed to give the undated silver and gold with Caesar Divi F to Asia rather than Rome, and criticized Lafranche's attribution of certain coins to Phrygia and Gabricis. To Athens, the Ka bronze coins he attributed to Asia, reading the Ka as commune C. The coins attributed to the imperatorial mint are very distinctive in style and were probably issued under direct control of Augustus. These coins had been attributed by Gruber to Rome and by Lafranchi to Spain. Mr. Sydenham gave cogent arguments against these views and added reasons for considering them a distinct imperatorial issue. A theory on which a good deal of the argument turns is that in 28 B. Roman 100 Augustus made a formal surrender of his triumviral office, and the extraordinary powers pertaining to it included in the powers was probably the right of coinage. The surrender of this right was merely an act of policy which Augustus did not regard as permanently binding, but he held to it to this extent that for 5 or 6 years he issued no coins of any sort on his own authority, and even down to the end of his reign he issued no coins in Rome. After an experimental coinage through P. Carisius in Spain 2422 B. Roman 100, he inaugurated his imperatorial mint, but confined its operations to the provinces. Finally, he fixed the imperial mint at Lugdunum 14 B. Roman 100. The Society of Genealogists of London. The Society of Genealogists of London is collecting lists of books, articles, deeds, MSS, and documents generally in reference to specific families and places. It has many such lists and references to documents, as well as collections of documents themselves, and wishes to add to them to facilitate research. Readers kindly supplying such lists, long or short, are assured that they are filed at once by the Society in such a manner that they are immediately available for reference. An excellent example of the form such lists might take is provided in Mr. Walter Rye's Norfolk Topography Communications, should be addressed to 5 Bloomsbury Square, W. Roman 100. Books of the Month. Poetry. Mansell or the Riddle of the World, by Charles Roman 1000 Doughty Selwyn Blount Sevens, 6d net. We imagine that there is no difference of opinion amongst those who have read it about Mr. Doughty's prose book, now a generation-old, Wanderings in Arabia Deserta. It was one of the great prose works of the 19th century, a book which the geographers assure us was astonishingly accurate as a record of exploration, and which repeatedly soared into passages of description and meditation unsurpassed for muscularity and grandeur. Even that book, however, was the work of a man odd in temperament and outlook, and possessing peculiar ideas as to the use of the English language in the volumes of poetry which he has been producing so rapidly in his old age. His eccentricities have been projected very much farther. We should not be surprised to hear that he had never read, barring perhaps Shakespeare and Milton, any poet later than Spenser. We are certain that he habitually reads no one later than Spenser, and the poet with whom a comparison most frequently leaps to the mind is someone earlier still, namely Langland. There are those, a very few, who swallow Mr. Doughty whole, who enjoy his archaisms, real and pseudo, who think the Dawn in Britain the greatest poetical work of our time, and will hear nothing against even the topical passages of his poem about the German war. There are more who find him frankly unreadable in bulk, but are willing to turn over his pages for the sake of the occasionally lovely passages of description that they find on them, whilst the average intelligent reader would probably run from any page of any of his poetical works. So stony is the way that the disciple must tread, and so vigorous the discipline to which he must subject himself. For ourselves we read Mr. Doughty through as in duty bound, and we perceive even in his naughtiest, and even in his naivest, passages the workings of a powerful and original mind, the observations of an eye which looks at history and the material world as though they had never been looked at before, the strivings of a heart that has always been acutely aware of the world behind the scene. Nevertheless, not even this compensates us fully for a cumbrousness of style, a malformation of shape, and a guttural obscurity of speech hard to equal in all the annals of literature, and we fear to be most sympathetic to that second class of readers who look to Mr. Doughty only for occasional flowers, and remember out of all they have read of his only stray images, as of a shepherd on a hill or swallows circling over the fresh meadows in the dawn of the world. Mansell is all of a piece with the others. We almost think that in a few months it will, in our own memories, have amalgamated with the others. It opens in the familiar mode, the grand manner, but just a little awry. As chanced I sate on terrace of an house, in summer season, after sickness past, and fell surprised my sense into deep trance, wherein meseemed much musing in my thought. I cogitations heard of many hearts that came and went in Manton's marketplace, whereon I looked, and in my spirit I asked, what were indeed right paths of a man's feet, that lacking light want stumble in world's murk. There can be heard the grave voice, there seen the something like majesty of port, there noticed a little of Mr. Doughty's obscurity, and some of his, we dare say, even unconscious fads, such as the avoidance of particles, and the refusal to use the apostrophe s. Thus, it continues for 200 pages of contortion and clouds, with flashes of sunshine coming through them at one moment. We are wondering why on earth Mr. Doughty should call Tigris and Euphrates Digla and Frat, if he has to translate these terms. In a footnote at another, we are giving up an unusually dark passage. In despair at another, we are wondering whether perhaps his best things do not actually gain something from the mannerisms that normally make our heads ache. The narrative is very hard to follow. The singer, accompanied by Mansell and one minimus, peregrinates through the underworld, surveys past civilizations and converses, with amongst others Nebo, Zoroaster, Socrates, and St. Stephen, the Kaiser. We conceive is in anticipation interviewed. One crowned, cast lately down unto this place, a warmonger and a coxcomb, whose werewolf's face is now blotted by a loathly leprosy, and there is a pagan to the soul of all things at the end, the muse of Britain and Colin, presumed Spencer, being intermittently in mind throughout. Yet at any time, Mr. Doughty is liable to break without the least awareness of writing a purple patch into a packed passage full of feeling and sweet to the memory. Take one such. I stayed where pleasant grassy homes depart, those streaming waters bordered all along with daphne and willow, herb, sweep, sedge, laughing robin, with woodbine garlanded and sweet eglantine, and azure-hued in creaky shallows still. Forget-me-nots lift our frail thoughts to heaven, broods o'er those thymy eyot's drowsy hum, bourdon of glistering bays in mails of gold, laboring from sweet to sweet in the long hours of sunny heat. They sound their shrill small clarions, and hurl by booming doors gross bee-fly kin, brogered diverse hued in their long pelts, that solitary whiles their light endureth in summer skies each becking clovertuft haunt. We do not think that Mr. Doughty should be ignored by anyone who wishes to be familiar with all the good work done in poetry in our time, but in recommending him, we warn readers that they should approach him almost as they would approach Piers Plowman itself. Chaucer is distinctly more easy and modern. Images of War by Richard Aldington Allen, Unwin 3's 6D net. Worms and Epitaphs by H. W. Garrod Blackwell 3's 6D net. The first of these small books seems to have been written on active service, the second on return to Oxford after active service. That Mr. Richard Aldington's verse should have a larger content than before is natural. His pre-war verse, to the non-imagist eye, consisted largely of sweet nothings starred with Greek names we have here emotional experiences of a less tenuous kind. The poet is coming nearer a comprehension of Keats' remark that poets should express what all men feel. This in Trench, Idle Times, Changes Reverie and other poems he does. And sometimes he conveys the emotion through the medium of a careful picture, as clear in its way as one of Mr. Kennington's drawings here is Picket. Dusk and deep silence. 3 soldiers huddled on a bench over a red-hot brazier, and a 4th who stands apart, watching the cold, rainy dawn. Then the familiar sound of birds, clear cock-crow-caw of rooks, frail pipe of linnet, the ting-ting of chaffinches, and over all the lark, out-piercing even the robin. Wearily the sentry moves, muttering the one-word peace. Here there is more of a rhythm than usual, but the defect of Mr. Aldington and his imagist friends is that although they are quite right, though not original, in emphasizing the need for concrete language, they do, for the most part, lack that rhythm that makes poetry what it is. And rememberable it is not that they write in free verse. Rhyme is no necessary part of verse, and nobody in the world ever contended that all the lines of a poem should be of standard lengths, but a poem in free verse 8 is this which chiefly distinguishes Whitman's good from his bad. Poems should have a continuous rhythm other than that of prose, and will have it if it is written by a man who is strongly moved and has the gift of musical expression. Mr. Aldington may have that gift, but if so, he represses it. Mr. Garrod's volume bears a picture of a graveyard. Therein the tombstones of Messrs. Lloyd George and Balfour, Lords Haldane, Northcliffe and Birkenhead, and Sir Edward Carson. This looks sweeping, but on reference to his epigrammatic epitaphs, one finds that he admires the old gang and deplores the new. His verses are neat, but slight. The best are those on Rupert Brooke, on the new invaders of Oxford who vainly attempt to emulate the dead, and on Reconstruction. Oh, soon you'll build the world again, with other and with better men, and I and plenty more will sit and see you doing it in a large West End hotel. Rich non-combatants will dwell, well-paid hands will ply the art of binding up the broken heart. A special sub-department deal with the wounds that never heal. Deputy controllers pour government oil on every sort, and a civilian soldier's friend furnish us forms world without end. God, does a man like me want tape? I've wounds man here that gape, that gape. We note that Lord Derby is described as ver teres ac rotundus. Selected poems by Lady Margaret Sackville Constable 6's net. Verses by Viola Meynell-Secker 2's 6d net. Mr. Wilfrid Blunt, in a lively introduction to the first of these volumes, the course of which he suggests provocatively that blank verse is merely a dignified kind of prose pompous in recitation, and for common reading dulces that Lady Margaret Sackville is the best in my opinion of our English poetesses, at least of the younger generation. It is a good thing that he added the qualification for apart from the fact that Mrs. Woods has written poems better than anything that Lady Margaret has yet done. There is Mrs. Meynell, whose 2 exiguous volume of verse competes for quality with the best work of her generation. If there are scarcely any more exceptions to make, we feel that the deduction is that women are at present doing very little in poetry, though there are vast numbers of them who write it in the Victorian age, when Christina Rossetti and Mrs. Browning, both of whom did immortal work, were writing together. There was a general impression that these were the first fruits of women's emancipation, and that future ages would see women becoming more and more prominent in poetry. But the wind bloweth where it listeth, and the fact that at a time when an unusually large number of young men are writing sincerely and strongly, not one young poetess should have won prominence, has now led to a general opinion that the peculiar qualities of passion and thought that make poets are and will always be more normal in men than in women. Lady Margaret Sackville has a reasonable technical equipment, a fair vocabulary facility. With meter, she never says quite stupid things. She sometimes says pretty things, and at times, as in her war poems, she reveals a certain depth of feeling, but usually she is first and foremost derivative, sometimes from Swinburne direct, more often generally derivative. You feel that she is giving a thin version of something else even when you cannot say exactly what, and her poems, whether dramatic poems about Dionysus and Pan or dreams, streams, springs and things, are just saved from being ordinary verse by the fact that she has a brain and a heart which infuse the bare minimum of reality into them. The only things to be said in her favor is that she is young and that her latest verses are her best. Something of what we lack in Lady Margaret is present, if intermittently, in the small, charmingly produced book by Miss Viola Meynell. Her work is uneven, and her handling sometimes awkward, but she has sometimes force. She sees, vividly thinks, strongly feels, strongly imagines, strongly. The point of view of the whale that swallowed strongly was a remarkable thing to try to adopt, but her poem on this subject, despite a weak ending, contains verses with more bite in them than any in Lady Margaret's book. If she has read Donne, she has not read him to her hurt. The Maid in the Rice Fields is charming, and Poppy Seeds Sent from the East is more than that. Traveled here in winter sleep. The young wild eastern poppies keep their eyelids closed, they nothing know. Where is this land they lie in now? The opening is delightful, and the theme is developed with craft and passion. Ducks and Other Verses by F. W. Harvey Sidgwick Jackson 3's net. Mr. Harvey's first book, A Gloucestershire Lad, appeared when he was in France, his second, when he was a prisoner in Germany. This is his third. The sequence has been too rapid to show much development. Both his merits and his faults are what they were. He is only occasionally a good workman, and he has not yet succeeded in getting himself naturally and forcibly into his work. This is explicable. He loves his country. He wants to celebrate the old traditional simplicities of a healthy country life, and as propagandist to restore what we have lost of them, he stands, he says, for romance, laughter, and the capacity for innocent wonder. There is no pretense about this. But when a man feels that he must defend the natural, there is comprehensibly an air of awkwardness and self-consciousness about him. The drinking songs Mr. Harvey also praises ale of modern singers are examples. The roisterers always have an eye on the neighboring teetotaler who they know is watching them, and whose opposed philosophy they wish to unseat in the affections of their fellows. Mr. Harvey is best when he is forgetting the general principles for which he stands, and simply enjoying himself, and the superiority of his more whimsical verses suggests that his bent, like that of Mr. Graves, with whom he has much else in common, lies more in that direction than towards large utterance or solemnity. The title of his book suggests that he realizes this. The poem from which it is taken is certainly his most successful. It is really a close study of ducks, made with infinite relish of their quaintness. From troubles of the world I turn to ducks, beautiful comical things, sleeping or curled, their heads beneath white wings, by water cools, or finding curious things to eat in various mucks, beneath the pool, tail uppermost or waddling, sailor-like on the shores of ponds or paddling. He sketches the main outlines of a duck's varied life by barn, stable, and stack. They wander at their wills, but if you go too near, they look at you through black, small topaz-tinted eyes, and wish you Roman 99 on the whole. He thinks the duck was the best of God's jokes, and he's probably laughing still at the sound that came out of his bill. Of the more serious poems, some are a trifle stale. The glorification of one's county with place names rhymed might be given a rest. Requiescat is a moving poem, and the tenuity and familiarity of the idea does not prevent song from lingering in the memory more than anything else in the volume. Sweetness of birdsong shall fall upon my heart, shall fall upon my heart, nor will I strive to mimic the beauty that I find, but lie in a dream and open wide my heart, and let the song of the birds sink down into my mind. This song is all of a piece, a musical sigh. Novels, The Clintons and Others by Archibald Marshall Collins, 7s net. Peter Jackson Cigar Merchant by Gilbert Franco Hutchinson, 7s 6d net. Prelude by Beverly Nichols, Chatto Windus, 7s net. Limbo by Aldous Huxley, Chatto Windus, 5s net. Mr. Archibald Marshall is, we dare to say, one of the good writers most neglected by contemporary critics. He has brought nothing new to the development of the novel. If a general description were necessary, he might be most briefly and accurately classified as a descendant of Anthony Trollope. But his talent in his own generation is unique, and no person who enjoys or studies the fiction of this age can afford to neglect it. In some ways, his latest volume is the climax of his performance and displays at their height his peculiar method and gifts. It consists of 6 stories. 1, perhaps the least interesting, describes how John Clinton, a prosperous city merchant in the time of the Regency, rescued the family estates from his elder brother, the prodigal Beau Clinton. The second deals with a scientific peer, innocent and absorbed, who very nearly married a woman scientist of origin much lower than his own, who was attracted to him only by his wealth and position. The hero of the third is a speculative builder. The fifth narrates the misfortunes of a patient and gentle clerk. The sixth is a story of old Squire Clinton's reactions to the war and of how he was reconciled to the different reactions of those about him. The fourth, which we have removed from its place, tells how Anne Sinclair, a day pupil at Miss Suter's school, was sent to Coventry by her companions because she was unjustly suspected of having damaged in malice Mary Polgate's illuminated chart of the kings of Judah and Israel. This is the longest story in the book, occupying over 100 pages. The principal characters are all schoolgirls of various ages, and no extraneous interests are introduced. It seems almost impossible with this material to hold a reader's keen attention for 20-odd thousand words. And yet this is what Mr. Marshall has done. All the persons are vividly alive and convincing, and there is a whole range of them, each individualized and given a real personality. The story is an especially good example of what Mr. Marshall can do and how he does it. His narrative is extraordinarily quiet and unemphasized, and shows by its restraint the author's complete confidence in the interest of his subject and in the adequacy of his method. In all these tales, events more or less moving take place or are referred to, but the teller never raises his voice or gesticulates. He has no tricks. His characters reveal themselves in speech or action, but if they do not, he has no modern prejudices against telling the reader what are their motives and what is going on in their minds. His explanations are so quiet and so straightforward that they immediately carry conviction. When old Squire Clinton was passing through Paris with his daughter to see her husband wounded and interned in Switzerland, he was displeased that his other daughter should take them to lunch in a restaurant. He would not have objected to exactly the same meal served in her apartment. He would have eaten and drunk whatever had been set before him, and enjoyed it in spite of his always strongly expressed preference for English food and English cooking. The wine he might have noticed and commented on, because he knew about wines, and because you pleased your host by approving of his taste in them. But this ordering of your meal in public in consultation with your guests, with a maître d'hôtel standing at your elbow, and booking your orders not without advice of his own, struck him as very like taking part in a mistress consultation with her servants. Almost an indecency. The restaurant habit was in fact entirely unknown to him in his expansive youth. It had been unheard of. The nearest he had ever come to it had been in giving luncheons or dinners at one of his clubs, meals as elaborate as this, and as carefully arranged, but arranged beforehand so that the guests should get the right flavor of hospitality and accept the good things set before them as they would have accepted them at his own table. Neither Joan nor Nancy divined that half his displeasure, which he could not hide, was at being obliged, under Inverell's hospitable pressure, to express his preference for this or that luxury, with the price of it staring him in the face on the menu, when indulgence in any sort of luxury was so far from his mood. So delicate and exact and truthful is this delineation of a small tract in the old man's character, that it would be almost possible to reconstruct the whole without any other guide, as is done in the case of louder roaring monsters than Mr. Marshall's creations. Mr. Gilbert Frankhouse Peter Jackson Cigar Merchant presents a curious contrast to the method of Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall's virtues are so quiet and unobtrusive that it is possible to overlook them altogether. Mr. Frankhouse's defects are so vociferous that they tend to obscure his real merits. He paints in violent colors. He paints his sentimental passages with a yard broom. His style, as Mr. Arnold Bennett once observed of somebody else, is such that even in Carmelite Street, the sub-editors would yearn to correct it. He has almost entirely eliminated the conjunction from his own version of the English language. The ands and buts omitted from this book would, if they were restored, increase its length by 100 pages or so. Their absence gives the reader the impression that Mr. Frankhouse is in an enormous hurry and is very short of breath. All these defects are closely woven into the texture of one of the most strident novels ever written, and it is quite impossible to escape from them. Nevertheless, this tale of a businessman who became a gunner is one of the most lively and credible pictures of the war which we have yet had. It matters little in the end that whether he is describing the purchase of a cigarette factory or a love scene or the Battle of the Somme. The author scores exclusively for brass and big drums. This method certainly eliminates the love scene, but it is not inappropriate to the other subjects, and in his accounts both of war and of business, Mr. Frankhouse produces a huge, crowded, chaotic picture which stuns and bewilders the reader, but at the same time convinces him that he is seeing at least one aspect of the truth. Mr. Frankhouse's high level of verisimilitude and interest in such passages as the description of the Battle of Loos depends to a very great extent on his peculiar power of packing much detail into a small space, and it is to this, perhaps, that we owe the somewhat regrettable lack of the smaller parts of speech. Mr. Beverly Nishal's book is another of the triumphs of precocity, a novel describing the public school system by a writer with very recent experience of it, and like other novels on this subject, it is a novel with a thesis. Mr. Nichols is far from disapproving of the system. He sets out, on the other hand, to show that it is capable of receiving and making comfortable the most eccentric of boys, if he will only make the least effort of adjustment to his environment that can be reasonably expected of a human being in any circumstances. His hero, Paul Trevelyan, has in an extreme form all the characteristics of the heroes of such books. He has been coddled. He has unusual tastes. He cares nothing for games, but very refreshingly Mr. Nichols treats with a firm hand both his characteristics and his sufferings. Paul undergoes just such discomforts as are required to rid him of effeminacy and priggishness, and mold him into a boy capable of taking a place in human society with satisfaction to himself and his companions. The thesis of the book appears to be that the public school system does not necessarily deprive those who come under it of their individuality, does not necessarily crush or torture those who depart from the normal, does act as a civilizing agent on those who are in need of it. As a piece of evidence, the book is interesting and useful. As a novel, it is less remarkable than Mr. Waugh's Loom of Youth. That book was not only a contribution to a dispute, it was also a work of fiction, astonishingly well put together for its author's years and experience. Its characters and many of its incidents were extremely well observed and drawn. Mr. Nichols fails as a writer of fiction. His characters are vague and unconvincing. They have no fundamental individuality. The construction of his novel is extremely loose and uneven, and the passages of reflection are introduced with a very clumsy hand. Whether he will succeed in correcting these faults, it is impossible to predict, but he clearly has gifts which ought to come to something. Precocity in the things he lacks is not always a certain indication of success in maturity. Mr. Huxley, alone among these writers, betrays traces of exotic influence. The last story in his book, The Death of Lully, might have come from the Contes Cruels. Perhaps in one way has come thence. Others of the collection show less definite resemblances to French models and are less evenly and carefully composed, but there are in most of them traces of an alien exactitude and an alien wit. Mr. Huxley, as we know already from his verse, can write brilliantly. His defect here, as there lies in a deficiency of feeling caused by an excess of self-consciousness. This self-consciousness does not make him awkward or effusive. He is far too clever to betray it thus rudely, as in the behavior of some persons. It manifests itself in his work by an iron rigidity of attitude and immovable equability of tone. When he invents characters, he does not so much describe their actions or let them act as criticize them. He is led to adopt the pose of the satirist more consistently than perhaps he intends. Reaction follows fast on action, and the springs of his writing are laid bare in an extraordinarily ingenious dialogue called Happy Families, where he exposes the triple personalities, inciting, betraying, checking one another of a young man and a young woman sitting out together at a dance. This piece, which seems to have unnecessarily puzzled a number of Mr. Huxley's critics, means nothing if it does not express his opinion that in every human being there is a stratum of the animal which is to be distrusted and restrained. But here and elsewhere one wonders whether his watchfulness over this stratum has not led him into exaggerating its extent and distrusting things, which to a less suspicious eye do not look in the least like it, and in another story so fast are his reactions, we find him mocking the shuddering and ascetic revulsion from the purely animal in man. This is the behavior not merely of the critic dominant over the artist, but of the critic who leads towards nihilism by discrediting all human impulses instead of arranging them in order. Mr. Huxley has, however, too much of the poet for this to be fundamental in him, too much appreciation of bright and vivid things and bright and vivid phrases, and it would be gravely unjust to convey the impression that it spoils his book. The farcical history of Richard Greenough is an admirable invention, full of possibilities for bitter comedy, most if not all of which have been worked out. Cynthia is a good joke, though its title betrays the climax a little too early, and the bookshop is more human in feeling than its companions. But the important point to notice is that whatever may be the perversities or the affectations of his thought, Mr. Huxley always writes well with a style that is never shabby or shoddy, never flamboyant or flat. Belles Lettres and Criticism. The Measures of the Poets, by Roman 1000A, Bayfield Roman 1000A, Cambridge University Press, 5s net. A Study of Shakespeare's Versification, by Roman 1000A, Bayfield Roman 1000A, Cambridge University Press, 16s net. Lessons in Versicraft, by S. Gertrude Ford Daniel 3s, 6d net. Mr. Bayfield's Measures of the Poets is meant to be revolutionary. He finds existing systems of prosody neither complete nor sound, and would sweep them away in order to install his own trochaic scheme. Practically every work of a predecessor is ignored, and the author himself regrets that Lanier's Science of English Verse, published 40 years ago, did not come to his notice. Until the present book was written, he does not mention Professor Saintsbury's History or Manual of English Prosody, nor among other writings by recent or living metrists the essays of Patmore and Mr. Robert Bridges. A great deal of contention is thus avoided, but the probabilities of conversion are also reduced. He asserts that the normal foot of English verse is trochaic, and that the iambus cannot form a metrical foot, because the stressed syllable does not come first, while Professor Saintsbury declares that the iambic is the staple foot of English verse, and is common to almost all prosodies. How then, let us ask the challenger, is the application of the trochaic system justified in Mr. Bayfield's scheme? The plain norm of the full blank verse line is an 11-syllable arrangement, of which the first is a short, followed by 5 trochees, and the following line, quoted in his second book, which takes up the subject anew, is given as specimen. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. But the full line does not happen to be the common form owing to its feminine ending, and so he admits that the prevailing type is the checked form. To sleep perchance, to dream I, there's the rub. The anacrusis, or upbeat marked off by, is an integral part of the new system. In reality, it is the device by which the author changes iambic to trochaic movement. Here, indeed, is the crucial point of the dispute between iambic and trochaic. Under the first, this upbeat or takeoff is neither very frequent nor very rare. Under the second, it is common. Mr. Bayfield's idiosyncratic use of it is illustrated by himself thus. My heart aches, and a drowsy numbness pains, and, or emptied some dull opiate to the drains, and but being too happy in thine happiness. The reader being left to discover for himself the reason for the difference of prosodic interpretation, if the ear should be satisfied with this difference, and Mr. Bayfield admits that the ear is judge and jury. What might its verdict be as to the validity of a double upbeat, leaving only semisyllables for the rest of the line? And thy mouth shuddering like a shot bird. Here let it be remarked that his system acknowledges monosyllabic feet, but he is not well informed in denying them a place in the iambic system. He complains of ragtime scansions in referring to the fact that the iambic system admits trochees whenever it would break down by refusing them, and seems to deplore a resulting loss of continuity of rhythm, yet he himself does not scruple to write of one of his own illustrations. A striking contrast in rhythm may be noted here, that of the first line and a half is markedly trochaic, the other line and a half fall into an equally marked iambic rhythm. He has not in fact escaped from the difficulties and inconsistencies which beset the prosodist. He does little more than prove that the music of the poets cannot be defeated or disguised by either system. He gives this as containing a quinquisyllabic foot. Well, Juliet, I will lie with thee tonight, and dubiously suggests higher as a dissyllable in, and higher post horses, I will hence tonight. He is aware that an alternative scansion may in some cases be correct, but does not sufficiently realize that any prosodic system is but an artificiality formed to explain, and not dictate the infinitely variable rhythms of poetry. His own particular system, for all its ingenuities, appears more artificial and arbitrary than the iambic. It is interesting to note that his examples are largely drawn from Shakespeare, Tennyson, Swinburne, and Shelley, all fruitful ground, while Milton and Coleridge, Campion, and Keats are much less used or left alone altogether. Might not these fascinating and delusive excursions into the mysteries of rhythm be extended to certain living poets, at least to Mr. Hardy and Mr. Bridges? Shakespeare's Versification is a larger book in which Mr. Bayfield inquires into the validity of the early texts. His purpose is, first, to give an intelligible and consistent account of the structure and characteristic features of his dramatic verse, the essential principles of which appear to have been wholly misconceived hitherto, and secondly, to show that there are many thousands of lines of it that are given in modern texts, not as their author intended them to be delivered, but clipped and trimmed to a featureless uniformity that he would have abhorred. He finds in Antony and Cleopatra the ideal of verse at which Shakespeare was always aiming, and denounces the depravity of the text as it stands. In this, as in many other of the plays, the book has a cumulative, even a dramatic interest. For setting out to prove one thing, Mr. Bayfield frankly ends by proving another. Immense care and patience, he has examined and compared quartos and first folio, and noted quite innumerable places at which the contraction and condensation of words and lines have distorted or ruined the rhythm, and he contends that if the verse is to be presented as the author meant it to be delivered, these must be expanded into their full forms. He begins by considering Shakespeare's use of the resolved foot, that is a foot of more than 2 syllables, and discovers a constant tendency to reduce these resolutions by abbreviation, the result being, for example, that violent becomes violent, desolate, desolate, Demetrius, Demetrus, etc. He contends that from the outset Shakespeare employed resolved rhythms more freely than his contemporaries, and gradually increased the proportion with his later plays. And it is of course perfectly true that the growing liberation of style, which in Shakespeare expresses a psychological development, is equally noticeable in later poets. Now, in comparing the quartos with the first folio, Mr. Bayfield finds that of all the differences the most conspicuous is the elimination of resolutions, the tendency shown by the quartos in this direction being aggravated in the folio. The position is made clear in a table relating to 14 quarto plays, which shows, for example, that in Othello, folio eliminates 86 resolutions found in the quarto, and the latter eliminates 14, which the folio displays, while a third figure 84 enumerates cases where, guided by the whole investigations and the revelations afforded by the first 2 columns, figures, I believe that a resolution should be restored. His deduction is that the folio is a metrical reactionary. If it is unsound to prefer its revision to the quartos, it is equally unsound to rely upon the folio for the plays not included in the quartos. He strengthens his argument by showing that the prose of Julius Caesar, for instance, which has no metrical obligations, is far more immune from illicit contractions, although prose, being nearer to ordinary speech, might be expected to show very free colloquial abbreviations. We are not prepared to follow Mr. Bayfield blindly. His trochaic passions, hitched to his resolution to resolve, do not compel unquestioning obedience. We are not convinced by a line like "from Syria to Lydia," and to Ionia, when the received text reads, "from Syria to Lydia and to Ionia whilst," and his resort to cross-accent for the scansion of such lines as, "her dowry shall weigh equal with a queen's," is yet farther from persuading us, and seems, like so many of his arguments and instances, to be the mere expression of his hatred of the iambic. Nevertheless, his abundant recital of divergencies from the quartos resolved Leinstow consider only that which is a matter of simple enumeration can be taken quite apart from the soundness or unsoundness of his metrical prepossessions, and what we have called the cumulative interest of this treatise is most plainly felt in the development of this theme as play after play is examined. It is in the chapter called Conclusions that the interest suddenly becomes dramatic. Mr. Bayfield has been arguing that Shakespeare is not printed as he should be printed, that is, with the clear and uncramped enunciation of trisyllabic and quadrisyllabic feet, and that the mangling of these was done for and by the players in order to reduce the verse to the common disyllabic type, which alone they could comfortably manage. But now he derives a flood of light from the 1616 Johnson folio, the proofs of which are presumed to have been corrected by Johnson himself. From the printing of Sejanus, he finds that Johnson's resolutions are abridged even where the line makes their full enunciation essential to the rhythm. Space will not permit the tracing of the new argument here, but Mr. Bayfield at length concludes that what he has supposed in the first 300 pages of his book to be attributable to the perversities of the press are after all merely recognized contractions, which were never meant to suggest the clipped pronunciations given to them. His charge, in fact, is no longer leveled against the early texts, from which his affluence of instances is drawn, but against the interpretation of them, the very apostrophe with division being in reality but a signal calling attention to the resolution which generations of editors, readers, and players have supposed it was meant to abolish. The dramatic interest is complete. Mr. Bayfield claims for his books the authority justly due from 4 to 5 years' application of prosodic principles to English verse. We can but conclude with wishing Shakespeare's versification a fuller index and a wide study, and suggest to the author that those who are concerned with verse as writers, and not as teachers, have not always failed to give the full syllabic value to the common abbreviations of the text. Miss Ford's book is a practical treatise, and might have been a valuable one. The first sentence tells us that many of her examples of versiforms are from her own pen. While Mr. Bayfield has at any rate been content with Shakespeare, why should she write 4 stanzas in imitation of Love in the Valley? She thinks it too well known to make quotation advisable, yet gives us the commonest things of Wordsworth and Shelley and Coleridge. She misprints Shakespeare and Wordsworth, shamefully thinks that Professor Saintsbury is dead, and sparing only 4 pages for the lyric, devotes 27 to such forms as roundel, ballade, etc. Her book, we think, has been spoiled by haste, yet she has such enthusiasm and brightness as tempt us to regret that haste and to hope for better work. Rousseau and Romanticism, by Irving Babbitt, Houghton Mifflin Company, 17s net. Metaphysicians have been forced by the impossibility of obtaining from observed nature either confirmation or disproof of their theories to develop a technique, the principal aim of which is coherence. So admirable indeed has this technique become in its logic and complexity that it has been adopted by many workers in other fields on the whole, with disastrous results. In this book, Professor Babbitt applies it to literature. Although he appears quite able to follow more empirical methods, his reading has been extensive, and his judgments are precise. Unfortunately, he is not much interested in or amused by books, save as the symptoms of moral and metaphysical observations. He eats nothing out of them, he only covers them with his cobwebs. Like most metaphysicians, Professor Babbitt thinks in twos. The trick is familiar, define, école note B, one is very bad, one very good, and the history of life, or of whatever else is under discussion, is the history of their conflict. For this professor, A is an emotional and naturalistic romanticism, and is very bad. Indeed, Rousseau is its high prophet, the great war its issue, and smart, young radicals its dupes. We are invited back to ancient Greece, where A is absent and B, that is to say classicism, has neither artifice nor formality, back to Socrates, back to Aristotle, back apparently to anyone who is a philosopher and not a poet. Now there is an essential fallacy in grouping writers like politicians, in ringing a division bell forever in their ears and furthermore doing their voting for them. This talk of schools and of influences and of disciples is extremely prevalent among the academic critics in America. It may safely be said that they have illuminated nothing, thereby writers may use the language of their times and their friends, but it is as a vestment and not as a foundation. Of course, the Romantic Revolution, like the spluttering rebellions of our own day, may have induced some subordinates to produce manifestos and call them works of art. Some young men may be so excited by the eccentricity of their form as to forget the necessity of any content, but such works do not usually occupy the critic. For long and valuable appreciation of literature will not be content with a quasi-botanical classification. What are we to do, for example, with Charles Lamb? Is he a classicist or a romanticist? Professor Babbitt has no qualms in affixing the latter label. Lamb is as romantic as Wordsworth is, he says, but about towns instead of about the country. And as a proof, he refers the reader to a letter in which Lamb, writing to Wordsworth, says, "In London, I have formed as many and intense local attachments as any of you mountaineers can have. Done with dead nature, the lighted shops of the Strand, the old bookstalls, parsons cheapening books, coffee houses, steams of soup from kitchens, the pantomimes, and so on. Little can be gained for the appreciation of Elia or of the Lake School by saying classic or romantic about this. And if this is indeed a child of Rousseau, we may be certain that he would have dropped it with the rest at the door of the Foundling Hospital." Probably, however, the professor does not want to foster appreciation. His incursion into literature is a border foray, and he is off at once with his plunder to his ethical highlands. We remain to count our losses. Milton, who on the whole is highly serious, is not much injured, but Keats is unwise. Browning is only half-educated. Wordsworth, until he began the ecclesiastical sonnets, was betrayed by his penchant for paradox. Shelley was an emotional sophist, with nympholeptic imagination, who fell into sheer unreality. These judgments contain truth, but a very little of truth. To write thus is too plainly to adopt the methods of a political opponent. Professor Babbitt warns us that if he had attempted rounded estimates, these would have been more favorable, but that as it is he is severe, because he is laying down principles of discipline and authority, as against the unrestrained individualism of the modern. One wonders, too, whether this massive serious present volume is the fourth will contribute much more to ethics than to literature, whether an intensive study of the West European literature of 1790 to 1850 will indeed, as Professor Babbitt may expect, dissuade readers from surrendering to the emotions, whether the indecorum of Rousseau does threaten civilization with breakdown, and whether the imitation of Sophocles and Dante would morally improve the character. It is, in short, not very obvious why this book was written, nor who will take pleasure in reading it, except for the enjoyment of a first-class mind, even when it works in a vacuum. Springtime and Other Essays by Sir Francis Darwin Murray, Sevens, 6d net. This is an amiable book of gossipy essays, mostly in the key popular at university extension meetings. Some of them are reviews and rely a little too much on extracts for anyone familiar with the books noticed to derive much excitement from them. The tightly say, however, together with that Procession of Flowers and the paper entitled Recollections are both worth attention. The essay on his boyhood and youth shows that Sir Francis has an eye for character and no little gift for expressing himself neatly about his friends and acquaintances. Here is an admirable vignette of Parslow, the butler. He had what may be called a baronial nature. He idealized everything about our modest household, and would draw a glass of beer for a postman with the air of a seneschal bestowing a cup of Malvoisie on a troubadour. He would not, I think, have disgraced Charles Lamb's friend Captain Burney, who welcomed his guests in the grand manner to the simplest of feasts. It was good to see him on Christmas Day with how great an air would he enter the breakfast room, and address us, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a happy Christmas, etc. I am afraid he got but a sheepish response from us. It has something of the air of those charming pictures of Christmas in the country, which Randolph Caldecott used to contribute to the graphic special numbers. Sir Francis' paper on names of characters in fiction does not seem to us an adequate treatment of a really fascinating subject. He just touches the fringe of it, but he appears to us over-lenient to the bad old habit of naming characters after their vices, virtues, or idiosyncrasies that is tolerable in purely allegorical work, such as Bunyan's, but becomes very tiresome in Thackeray, whom Sir Francis rates far too highly and frequently absurd both in him and minor authors. Women novelists have here shown more sense. You do not meet such terrible monstrosities as Mantrap, Lollipop, Fitzoof, Portensherry, or Knockemorph in the novels of Jane Austen. Charlotte Brontë or Mrs. Gaskell, a character's name is not perfect if one can imagine it different, and most of the typical names are mere labels, which have no real organic connection with their wearers, as have the names of Flaubert's characters of Balzac's or of Henry James. Dickens' Reed and Collins' Sensation, novelists a study in the condition and theories of novel writing in Victorian England, by Walter Roman 100 Phillips, Ph. Roman 500, New York, Columbia University Press, 86D net. Mr. Phillips is rather a pathologist of fiction than a critic. His thesis here, broadly speaking, is that Dickens, and after him, Wilkie Collins and Charles Reade, were drawn into melodramatic invention by the demands of the public and the conditions of publication of their day. His diagnosis is indisputable, though his premises are not. It is not to be denied that Dickens wrote melodrama. He liked that kind of thing, and so did his public. Where Mr. Phillips goes astray is in assuming that Dickens was a tradesman who supplied a craving public. The truth is otherwise. Dickens gained his public with the Pickwick Papers, and after that could do what he pleased. It is quite another thing to say that he was of like mind with his public, and took in melodrama through the pores. It had been in the air for 50 years, but Mr. Phillips sees little else in Dickens, and thereby does his subject and himself injustice, for one false note, which that great man struck the trained ear, will detect too. Doesn't true if some of his monsters, Quilp in particular, pantomime monsters, and some of his angels, pantomime angels, others of them monstrous or not, have been added to the inhabitants of English-speaking lands, and still walk in our midst. No writer has ever increased the population to the same extent. Mrs. Gamp may be more than woman, or less. She may be a living proverb. It does not matter, since she lives. Dickens, in fact, was a genius. He did what he chose, or what he must, sometimes superlatively well, sometimes incredibly. Roman 99. We bolt the bad for the sake of the good. There is no concealment possible of the fact that he had unfortunate and occasionally unwholesome tastes. The worst of them was his pleasure in cruelty. Quilp and his wife Jonas Chuzzlewit, and his Creakle and his boys Squeers, and his. There is a gloating over such relations which to our mind is the worst blot upon Dickens' fame. But Mr. Phillips, absorbed in the commercial aspect of literature, counting the words in the huge novels of that day, calculating circulation and examining into profits, has not had time for such points. He had been better employed there than in amassing statistics for the novelist, as Wagiarner. Too much attention has been paid already to the finance of the business. Moneygetting did not affect Dickens in the first flights of his genius. When his direction for good and all was determined, it may have stimulated Wilkie Collins and Charles Reade, a very different pair of men. Mr. Phillips is in the right when he hits them off as virtuosos. Not even Stevenson, he shrewdly says, was more exclusively and hopelessly a writer of storybooks than Charles Reade. History and Biography. A Galloper at Ypres, by Lutkal P.R. Butler. Roman 500 S.O. Unwin 15's net. A Cut Prisoner, by H. Roman 100 W. Bishop Lane 6's 6D net. The Romance of the Battle Line in France, by J. E. Roman 100 Bodley, Constable 7's 6D net. Here are 3 new additions to the colossal pile of war books. 2 of them, The Personal Records of Soldiers. The third, a more pretentious effort by a civilian, Colonel Butler, went out in 1914, with the 7th Division to Belgium, was engaged in the First Battle of Ypres, came home wounded, returned to Flanders, went thence to the Somme in the days before the Somme became hell, and leaves us finally at Marseille on his way to some other theatre of war. The book contains nothing very remarkable, but it is agreeably written and should give pleasure to the author's friends, and to others who care to be reminded again of somewhere in France where they have marched and fought and billeted. Mr. Bishop's is a modestly told and mildly exciting story of an escape from the Turks. He was an Indian army subaltern captured at Kut and interned at Kastamuni. Thence with 2 companions, he got away to the Black Sea coast, was recaptured, and rescued again. The rescuers were a handful of diverting brigands with whose help Mr. Bishop eventually crossed the Black Sea and made his way home via Russia. There is no attempt to generalize either about military matters or prison life. We gather, however, that Mr. Bishop and his friends were not on the whole badly treated by the Turks, and there was a time in 1916 when they lived well. Eggs at halfpenny, a piece good white flour at 6 pence a pound, and fruit practically gratis. O blessed Kastamuni. Mr. Bodley is more sophisticated in the first half of his book. He takes us over the battlefields of France and discourses of the captains, and the kings, the priests, and politicians of past centuries who fought and played and intrigued there, of the glories and beauties of the old towns and villages of the Somme and the Marne, of Reims and Verdun, and 100 other places. But he completely changes the angle of his attack in the second half of his volume, which he calls an additional chapter on the results of the late war as affecting our national life and imperial interests. His main theme appears to be the necessity or desirability of continuing hostility to Germany. The Germans, he thinks, are still a fundamentally evil race, whose worst faults we imitate, and whose few virtues we eschew. These virtues are their commercial enterprise, their zest for town planning and housing, and the comparatively small amount of money they waste in paying lawyers. Lawyers, it appears, are Mr. Bodley's bête noire. He regards them, and especially the political barristers and the overpaid judges and law officers, as the curse of our unhappy country. But what chiefly raises his ire are the abominations which we are said to have copied from Prussia of bureaucracy, and the system of honor, peerages, baronetcies, knighthoods, orders of merit, orders of the British Empire, poured out in bucketfuls on a motley crowd of corrupt or undistinguished individuals. This is, of course, an indictment which any writer is entitled to make, though some may think that Mr. Bodley occasionally lets himself be carried rather far by his indignation. But the connection with the faults of Germany seems a little far-fetched. There are times, too, in the course of his special pleading when he verges on the ridiculous. Is it not absurd, for example, to say that the formidable machinery of state socialism, meaning chiefly old-age pensions and national insurance, is incompatible with representative government, and who wants a long argument to prove that Queen Victoria was not responsible for the plague of Germanism, which Mr. Bodley thinks has infected English society? The whole of this additional chapter is a melancholy illustration of the effect of the war in causing an educated Englishman to lose his sense of proportion. Records by Admiral of the Fleet Lord Fisher Hodder Stoughton, 1/1's net. The plain man who walks in the trim garden of literature must feel in coming upon Lord Fisher in print, as we imagine the shade of Bach might feel confronted by a jazz band or an elementary drawing mistress before a canvas of Mr. Wyndham Lewis. Lord Fisher has for many months been the talk of the town. The respectable reviewer feels that only in the talk of the town can the appropriate comments be found. Records begins thus: of all the curious fables I've ever come across, I quite think the idea that my mother was a Singhalese princess of exalted rank is the oddest. One can't see the foundation of it. And it ends with a letter from a fellow admiral suggesting that Lord Fisher, like Jesus Christ, is an enigma. Between those two passages, there is a roaring torrent of anecdote, of quotations and exclamation marks, and capital letters of criticism, often highly indiscreet, of apologia, of confident prediction of everything that is diverting and irritating and arresting, and astoundingly humane, a torrent that sweeps the reader off his feet and leaves him gasping and incredulous. The book is a monument of magnificent egoism, one can only use its author's own word of a sermon by Dean in G, and say it is splendiferous. We are told in parenthesis that he got into the Navy by writing out the Lord's Prayer, doing a rule of 3 sum, and drinking a glass of sherry. We are told that he looks like a Christmas tree when he wears his decorations. We have stories of how in his shirt sleeves, and with a boot in each hand, he entertained King Edward VII in his bedroom, and of a comic postcard sent to him by Queen Alexandra. There is one chapter devoted to his views on the Bible, and another containing a reprint of 4 speeches, which he made, one at the Royal Academy banquet, a second at the Mansion House, the other 2, and these would both go on a postcard in the House of Lords. There are numerous photographs of him standing on his quarterdeck, with kings and czars and gentlemen grotesquely clad in top hats and frock coats. There is a long appendix containing a list of Lord Fisher's great naval reforms. His style beggars description. He throws epithets such as lovely about like a high-spirited schoolgirl. He tells us with the candor of a schoolboy that Sir William Harcourt was a genial ruffian, and Sir Michael Hick's speech a perfect beast. The whole book is ablaze with these bright flowers, and let us not be misunderstood. We say nothing in disparagement of them. Would that more biographies were written so. But Lord Fisher, we suspect, has suffered and will suffer from the defects. Should one say the excess of his qualities, it is harder for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for an Englishman, and, above all, an official Englishman to take a man seriously who writes and talks and thinks like this hinc il lacrim, as our author might say, for he loves his tags. And yet there is serious stuff in this book, discussions of the conduct of the war, of naval tactics, and education of submarines and oil engines and guns and admiralty limpets. He has quarreled on all these matters, and on 1,000 more, no doubt, with many of his colleagues. It is not for us to take sides in such Homeric contests. Even now he is trailing his coat again before the respectable public with a hectic chapter entitled Democracy. Democracy, he says, means equal opportunity for all. A real democracy in England would not have permitted secret treaties, nor flouted the Russian Revolution, nor kept true labor leaders waiting on the doormat. Hereditary titles, he cries, are ludicrously out of date, and the sooner we sweep away all the gimcracks and gewgaws of snobbery, the better. And in short, this old warrior of 79, a peer of the realm, dressed like a Christmas tree in his decorations, the intimate of kings and emperors, declares himself a Republican and wants to sack the lot. Words fail us. We can only lay the book down and pant for the next. Henry Fox, First Lord Holland, His Family and Relations, by the Earl of Ilchester, in 2 volumes, Murray 32's net. The deeper we study 18th century political history, the more satisfied we become that there were but 2 figures in it, with the gleam of statesmanship upon them, and but one with the light of genius. Sir Robert Walpole deserves his son's boast. He did maintain this country in the enjoyment of the 20 happiest years that England ever enjoyed, writing when he did, and so far as it goes, that is true. If his methods draw us to a cynical conclusion, the material to his hand, a German king, a discredited opposition, and a horde of rapacious place-hunters to keep fed, must be remembered and allowed. For Pitt was a much more scrupulous man and a much more gifted man, but he was less successful for those very reasons. He had the honest man's scorn of iniquity, and he had less hold of himself. Sir Robert could keep his temper. Pitt never could. He knew the Duke of Newcastle to be a liar and an old fool, and as good as told him so. Fewer words, if you please, my lord, for your words have long lost all weight with me. There is not much accommodation about that. Sir Robert suffered fools gladly. He could work with them better. Pitt was fastidious, and would not soil his fingers with the only things they wanted of him. As for all the rest, they were a venal crew, timid as rats and greedy as dogs. A month or 2 ago, there came under review in these pages the life of one of them, George Bub Dodington, remarkable only because a thorough-paced rogue. He turned himself inside out for the admiration of posterity. Here, at much greater length, done with conspicuous judgment and ability, is the life in 2 volumes of another Henry Fox, the founder of Holland House and its line of peers. If a word were needed to explain the rise of the brothers Stephen and Henry Fox, the sons of a creature whom Horace Walpole called a footman of Charles Roman II's, it would be the word which explains the whole of 18th century statecraft, the word patronage. From the King Fountain of Honors, this sacred river ran to the peers disposers of places, and from them broadened out into a pool, where swam the boroughmongers and jobbers owners of the House of Commons. As for the electorate, wherever there was one, the business of the people is to choose us, said young Charles Fox, while he was yet under the influence of his father. And although the capital letter is ours, and not upon record, we may be sure that it was not wanting in delivery. It is indeed but an echo of Henry Fox himself. Our elections, thank God, do not depend upon the giddy mob. They are generally governed by men of fortune and understanding, and of such our ministers for this 20 years past have been so happy as to have a majority in their favor. Therefore, when we talk of people with regard to elections, we ought to think only of those of the better sort, without comprehending the mob or mere dregs of the people. Such was the nursery ground of the hero of Lord Ilchester's volumes, from which that hero's son was able to lift himself. By sitting still and stolidly manipulating his burrows, Stephen Fox served himself better than his more able brother. He did not become so rich, though he never lacked. He had money, he married money, and became an earl. He suffered none of the mortifications and humiliations of the active politician who made himself the most unpopular man in England, and after serving his king at the expense of his country was thrown out and thrown over. To be sure, he was paymaster for 8 years, during which time a sum of 46 million passed through his hands to his immeasurable profit. But to do justice to Fox, his riches weighed as nothing beside his sense of the ingratitude of the Rigbys and others of the sort whom he had loved and tried to serve. Though he did not begin so well off as his elder brother, he cannot be said to have been badly off. At 21, he dropped into a sinecure office of 450 a year, and a capital sum which brought his whole income to something like 900. His first political acquaintance of note was Lord Hervey, and his next, from whom, to his credit, he never swerved, was Sir Robert Walpole. Fox really loved that man, was said of him, and truly said. And when Sir Robert fell and he was handed over to Henry Pelham, he was found faithful again. In all this, he differed widely from Bub Dodington, having a heart as well as a stomach, and if not principles, at least passions. Dodington was merely a merchant of himself, but Fox suffered his feelings to act and react, often to his temporal detriment. As Lord Ilchester shows, he was not wise in his attachments, nor always temperate in his actions. He alienated Scottish sympathies by his vehemence after the Porteous riot. He made an enemy of Lord Chancellor Hardwicke by his opposition to the clandestine marriages act, an opposition which may have been grounded upon the fact that his own marriage had been of that order. He became the friend and ally of the Duke of Cumberland, and obnoxious on that account to Leicester House and the heir apparent. When George Roman III succeeded, and Lord Bute became the all-powerful minister, he attached himself there just in time to lose the friendship of the Duke, and to share in the hatred and distrust which the whole nation turned upon the administration. In these mischances, his heart rather than his head played him false, yet for all his pains, neither of his masters liked him. George Roman II owned that Fox had never told him a lie, and added that he was the only man who had not, but he never trusted him. In spite of that, George Roman III, having after much hesitation given him a barony, steadily refused to advance him higher, though no man had worked harder in his service. Or it must be added more discreditably, it was Henry Fox who set to work by methods which can only be called flagrant to form a party in Parliament to be known as the King's Friends. That he did not succeed was not his fault. Fox directly attacked 2 separate members of the House of Commons, and with so little decorum on the part of either buyer or seller, that a shop was publicly opened at the pay office, whither members flocked and received the wages of their venality in bank bills, even to so low a sum as £200 for their votes. On the treaty, £25,000, as Martin, Secretary of the Treasury, afterwards owned, were issued in one morning, and in a single fortnight a vast majority was purchased to approve the peace. It is perhaps going far to say that nothing more disgraceful was ever done in Parliament, but it is not too much to affirm that no greater act of treachery was ever attempted against the theory of popular representation by a member of the supposed popular house. But he had his barony, and received it 3 years later than Bub Dodington obtained his. It is not Lord Ilchester's fault that much of the intrigue he elucidates is rueful reading. The wonder is that he has found the spirit with which to achieve it when one's native country, its neighbor states, and colonial dependencies, when King Lord's Commons, Army, Navy, and Church, are all seen to have been counters in a great game of grab. When patriotism is as much an unknown quantity as even a rudimentary civic sense, and the only certainty is that of one's own and one's rival's common dishonesty, it is no wonder that the accidents of his book count for more than the substance. What we get of Charles Fox makes amends for Henry everything that Lord Ilchester has to tell us. Of Charles is good we have him first as a baby he is weakly, but likely to live his skin hangs all shriveled about him, his eyes stare, he has a black head of hair, and 'tis incredible how like a monkey he looked before he was dress Roman 500. Then he is at a preparatory school in 1757, where it seems that Charles has more emulation than any boy almost ever had. Next at Eton, where he and his brother Stephen entertained their father at a dinner bespoke from the Christopher boiled mutton, and broth 3 large fowls, and a leg of mutton roasted. It was at Eton in 1758, when he was 9 years old, that he thus announced his philosophy of life. The father is writing to the mother. That odd dog, Charles said with a smile, he wished his life was at an end. I asked the reason. Why, says he, it is a troublesome affair, and one wishes one had this thing or that thing, and then one is not the happier, and then one wishes for another thing, and one's very sorry if one can't get it, and it does not make one happier if one does. We can follow him to Oxford, and wish we had room for his letter to his father, explaining with elaborate pains how he came to knock the bottom out of 150, or for another which announces the loss of 80 guineas at cards, and registers the first of a series of vows that it shall never happen again. All this will be found in Volume 2 together, with some account of the stormy opening of his parliamentary career at 19. But there or thereabouts, we regretfully leave him, the best thing by far that Henry Fox ever made. If it were asked what this man had done in his days to deserve 2 biographies on the scale of Mr. Riker's and Lord Ilchester's, the answer would be long in coming. Henry Fox was a man of good but moderate abilities, a bad speaker, a fair debater, one of the few at any rate who ever stood up to William Pitt the First. He conducted his war secretaryship with diligence, his paymastership with what must be called legal honesty. He robbed his country, but no more than any other paymaster had done. He enriched himself by trading with the huge balances left on his hands, sometimes lending of them to the country, which found them at 20%. Every paymaster except Pitt, who would have none of it, had done as much, and most of them did worse. But one searches Lord Ilchester's pages in vain for anything definitely done by Fox, except, to be sure, the infamous attempt to betray the Constitution by making the Third Estate of the realm a creature of the first. Even that he did not succeed in doing, it was Lord North who reaped for King George what Fox had sown, and that is about all that one can say, and very much what Lord Ilchester himself says of Henry Fox. What should be added to that is that the book is admirable both for lucidity of style and arrangement, for gallantry of attack and gaiety in action. Recollections of Lady Georgiana Peel, compiled by her daughter Ethel Peel, London Lane, 1916's net. Lady Georgiana was born in 1836, and is daughter of Lord John Russell. She should have memorable things to tell, and perhaps she has, but Providence, which has given her length of days and illustrious descent, has not conferred the garnering eye or the gift of tongues. It is a pity, for she has seen so much. Holland House and Pembroke Lodge bode in the days of its greatness Sir Robert Peel and Lord Palmerston the Duke, and Disraeli, Rogers, Tom Moore, and his wife Tennyson, Dickens, Thackeray, the whole Victorian galaxy. She has danced with the Prince Consort, and found him rather cross. She has heard Tom Moore sing and seen him weep at his own music. She has helped entertain Garibaldi, and dined with Macaulay. She was not, however, impressed by that pundit, found his monologue a bore, and agreed with Sidney Smith when he said very gravely towards the end of dinner, Macaulay, "When I am dead, you'll be sorry. You never heard me talk." That is something, and here is another thing equally good. When Lord John was about to take John Bright down to stay at Woburn, a candid friend wrote to the Duke of Bedford, "Hope you'll count your spoons here." Once more is a glimpse into the manners of that stately place about 1840. Many were the happy Christmases we spent at Woburn, I remember to our huge delight. We were allowed to help throw mutton chops out of the dining room window for whoever cared to pick them up. I think that custom died out. When I was a child, each guest was provided with a piece of paper in which to wrap up an eatable for people waiting outside. God bless the Squire and his relations, and keep us in our proper stations. No doubt that was as good a way of doing it as any, but such flowers grow rarely in Lady Georgiana's garden, which is indeed something of a hortus siccus, where names and dates have to stand for more than they will bear. I remember Mr. Kingslake coming down to Pembroke Lodge. Sometimes, I don't think he had then begun his history. He was always very agreeable, so much for Eothen in connection with William Warburton. I remember Mr. Matthew Arnold, for he was a great friend of my brother-in-law's and a comrade in the inspection of schools, and so much for him of Dickens. We get something more in the evening. I remember he was conspicuous owing to wearing a pink shirt front embroidered with white. Disraeli too expatiated in shirts, though he talked incessantly. I remember best his shirt front, which was made of white book muslin over a very bright rose-colored foundation, which shone through it. The temptation to stick pins into it must have been severe. With these grains, the reader must be satisfied, and with such powers of evolution as he possesses may extract no doubt some more. Here is one of Lady Holland too good to be passed over. She proposed leaving to Lord John Russell, and did in fact leave him an estate in Kennington, where the Oval now is. Lord John would only accept it for life, urging the claims of the son and daughter of the house. I hate my son, I don't like my daughter, said the great lady, and settled it. Politics and Economics. The History of Trade Unionism, revised edition, extended to 1920, by Sidney and Beatrice Webb Longmans, 21s. 25 years ago, trade unionism was vaguely apprehended in the polite world as a growing force in industry, useful to the working class, and even legitimate if kept within proper bounds. Wise employers recognized its value and treated with it. The unenlightened fought against it, or accepted it with a bad grace. Many even of its friends and allies, the socialists, and not a few of these were themselves trade unionists, rated it very low as being in fact a mere palliative of the capitalist system. Today, it is safe to assert that there is no institution in the country which bulks larger in the public eye than the trade union movement in numbers, wealth, solidarity, and power. It has developed out of all recognition. Its leaders sit and bargain on equal terms with ministers of the crown, take their places on public committees and royal commissions, as of right even threaten, amid the angry protests of adversaries who were once their masters, to destroy the foundations of the established social order. The aims and activities of the trade unions vie with the crime wave for first place in the columns of the newspapers. They are discussed in trains and clubs and drawing rooms, and in short, the organization, which but a few years since was regarded as a more or less private affair of workmen and their employers, now appears as the biggest problem that the state has to face, as something that may, even as many will have it, supersede the state itself. It is hardly necessary in these circumstances to dilate on the importance of a new edition containing an account of the developments during the last 30 years of Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Webb's History of Trade Unionism. When the book appeared in 1894, it was welcomed not only by intelligent minds in the working class, but by all students of social history, abroad as well as in this country, as a remarkable piece of work. It took its place, and has kept its place as a classic, yet it had a far smaller public than it deserved. By 1911, under 10,000 copies had been sold of this new volume. No less than 19,000 copies in a special edition have been bought by trade unionists before publication, a notable sign of the times. We have called this edition a new volume, and that it certainly is, for not only have Mr. and Mrs. Webb revised the work throughout, and at some points slightly amplified it, but they have added 3 chapters covering actually some 250 pages. The increase of trade union membership has been, as everyone knows, enormous. In 1892, after more than 2 centuries of growth, the number of trade unionists in the United Kingdom was not much over 1.5 million at the outbreak of the war. It was under 4 millions at the present moment. It is above 6 millions, perhaps nearer 7 than 6, and includes probably as many as 60% of all the adult manual working wage earners. But what is of peculiar interest to note is the increase in certain industries and among certain sections of the community. The organization of unskilled labor has in the last few years been prodigious, and so also has that of women of all sorts, from the braincomers in the learned professions to domestic servants, and the chief hands in the sweated trades. The female membership of trade unions, which in the year before the war was in round figures 361,000, has risen now to over 750,000, and it is still rising. Very remarkable also is the increasing organization of the black-coated proletariat, civil servants, clerks, managers, supervisors, technicians, and the rest. This, as Mr. and Mrs. Webb rightly insist, is an important indication of the lines on which industry is likely to be shaped in the future. But with this vast growth of numbers, and a corresponding growth of amalgamation and federation, there has been singularly little change in the central machinery of the movement. Weakest point, indeed, is at the top. The Trades Union Congress, as Mr. and Mrs. Webb put it, remains as we have described it in its early years, rather a parade of the trade union forces than a genuine parliament of labor. Its executive body, the Parliamentary Committee, does not provide that general staff which the movement badly needs, and Mr. and Mrs. Webb's criticism, both of this and of the whole question of what may be called the trade union civil service, is very much to the front. The history of trade unionism in this century, however, is by no means exhausted by the records of its membership and organization. Side by side with this, it has won an enhanced status, and not the least interesting of the 3 new chapters is devoted to an account of this achievement. Mr. and Mrs. Webb give us an elaborate criticism of the famous Taft Vale judgment. They discuss the Osborne case and the Trade Union Act of 1913, the relations of the unions and the government during and after the war, and last, but not least, they describe the revolution in thought, the influence of syndicalist and of guild socialist theories in shaping the demand for self-government in industry, and in determining the attitude of the workmen to strikes and parliamentary action. The final chapter deals with the political side, rise of the Labour Party from its stormy birth just over 20 years ago to the new era which opened for it at the election of 1918. Mr. and Mrs. Webb have much friendly criticism to offer on the subject of the present political organization of the labor movement. It suffers, they observe, not merely from a lack of party loyalty on the part of trade unionists, but also from a confusion of central machinery. It suffers too, some say. These are its chief shortcomings, from a failure to develop a staff of trained political officers, and from a scarcity of trained parliamentary representatives. But these weaknesses, we suppose, are on the way to be remedied if the party as a whole, as well as its leaders, is alive to them. The reader is not to look in this history, as its authors remark, for any argued judgment on the validity of trade union assumptions or ultimate ideals. Nevertheless, what little they have to say on this hand is of profound interest. The object and purpose of the workers organized vocationally in trade unions and professional associations and politically in the Labour Party, they warn us, is no mere increase of wages or reduction of hours. It comprises nothing less than a reconstruction of society by the elimination from the nation's industries and services of the capitalist profit-maker, and the consequent shrinking up of the class of functionless persons who live merely by owning. What form in that reconstructed society is the organization of industry to take? Mr. and Mrs. Webb expect to see the supreme authority in each industry or service vested not in the workers as such, but in the community as a whole. The management of industry will not be the sole sphere of either producers or consumers, but is clearly destined to be distributed between them, actual direction and decision being shared between the representatives of the trade union or professional society on the one hand, and those of the community in cooperative society, municipality, or national government on the other. They do not see eye to eye in every detail with the guild socialist, but still less do they see eye to eye with that fabulous monster who stalks through the writings and speeches both of revolutionaries and conservatives, bureaucratic Fabian Webb, harbinger of the servile state. There may be some, we suppose, who will find a less detached outlook in this volume than in the original edition. If there is a difference of outlook, it is natural enough, for Mr. and Mrs. Webb are more inside the labor movement now than they were in 1894, and their judgments and criticisms must inevitably show a subtle difference of tone. But this is not to accuse them of undue partiality. No man can write an impartial history that is worth reading of his own time and his own friends, and we need not regret that Mr. and Mrs. Webb, in their detailed descriptions, for example of the great railway strike or the miners' dispute of last year, put the workmen's case confidently and strongly since they see it as their own case also, and that of the nation. The appearance of these 3 new chapters, we do not hesitate to say, constitutes an event in the world of politics and of letters. The history of trade unionism will remain as it has been, a work which every student of industry and every man of affairs must read and reread and inwardly digest. My Second Country, France, by Robert Del Lane, 76d. This study of the people and institutions and spirit of France is in a class apart from the volumes of impressions of foreign lands with which weekenders and passing travelers are prone to favor us. France, says Mr. Dell, has been my home for more than 12 years, but it was already my second country long before I went to live there. Indeed, I cannot remember a time when France had not a large place in my affections. It is with an intimate knowledge, therefore, as well as with a profound sympathy, that he discusses the many phases of French life. But his book is by no means a mere panegyric. He is throughout candid and critical, often bitterly critical. He exposes ruthlessly the undemocratic character of the democratic administration, the impotence of parliament, the demoralizing influence of small property, the evils of the petty bourgeois spirit, the avarice and egotism of the grand bourgeoisie. How far his view of all these things is a just one will be a matter of controversy. Some may say he is violently prejudiced. No one, after reading this book, could deny that many of his judgments are biased. In the final chapters there is really no pretense of impartiality. He argues his case and maintains his propositions like Dr. Pancrace in the play Pugnes et calcibus unguibus et rostro. Mr. Dell is a socialist, but not an etatiste. He is a libertine and a revolutionary with an equal dislike of bureaucracy and the bourgeoisie, and his feelings in this matter are so strong that we may venture to doubt his predictions as to how the revolution will come. For the rest, Mr. Dell is a determined rationalist. La France de Voltaire et de Montesquieu, he says, with Roman 1000 Anatole France celle est. La grande la vraie France, for religious France. He has no use neither for irreligious orthodoxy, nor political Catholicism, nor modernism. Bergsonism, too, he holds to be a baneful influence, as reactionary as the church which eschews it, but the old superstitions and the new philosophies he believes are losing their hold. The spirit of the true France is coming into its own again, and the young intellect of France is returning to the rationalism of Voltaire. In all this, and much else, he may be wrong, but he has given us a book that is at any rate profoundly interesting. Russia in Rule and Misrule, by Brigadier Roman 100 R. Ballard Roman 100 B. Roman 100 Roman 1000 G. With a foreword by General Sir William Robertson Murray 6's net. This is a curious and nondescript book, beginning as a history of Russia from the earliest times. It ends, rather, as the impressions of a soldier who, attached to the Eastern Front during the war, saw something of the Russian Revolution. It is a soldier's book, breezy, untrammeled by literary and historical conventions, and distinguished by a direct simplicity which disarms criticism. The general gives an interesting account of what happened subsequently to the revolution, but his account often gives only one out of many views of the facts. Thus his chapter on the Kornilov incident is, as he states, merely a summary of Kerensky's book, and cannot, therefore, be accepted without considerable reserves. On pages 214,216, he gives 10 outstanding facts about the Bolshevik regime, which can be proved over and over again, if proof be required. We should like to see the general's proof of the first sentence in his 10th fact, namely that there are no elections of any kind. The general has also succeeded in adding a new complication to the already complicated problem of the spelling of Russian names. The gentleman, whose name we have seen spelt variously by other writers, Chades, Ch Hides, and Tsh Chades, appears in his book as Chadesy. The Piece in the Making by H. Wilson Harris, Swarthmore Press, 6's net. It would be unfair to compare Mr. Harris' book with Mr. Keynes, though it covers something of the same ground. Mr. Keynes is analytic, and in the end constructive, and his subject is the rebuilding of a ruined Europe. Mr. Harris is historical and reminiscent, like a good journalist, and it is unnecessary to say how good a journalist he tells us how they made the piece rather than what kind of a piece they made, and should have made. It is true that in telling us the story of peacemaking at Paris, he does tell us also what kind of peace they made. In fact, his book has a distinct value as a clear summary of the terms eventually hammered out by the three great powers and accepted by Germany, but the angle of Mr. Harris' approach to his subject is that of the journalistic historian. The result is a very readable and interesting book. Putting ourselves into Mr. Harris' skillful hands, we are enabled to see through the various journalistic spectroscopes something of what took place behind the shuttered and curtained council chamber of the Big Four, which in effect was a Big Three. Leagues of Nations by Elizabeth York, Swarthmore Press, 86d net. This is a useful book for those who wish to study the long and slow development of the idea of a League of Nations. The author begins with the idea of a league in ancient Greece and traces it through Dante, the grand design, Grotius, Penn, St. Pierre, Rousseau, Kant, and Bentham, to Alexander Roman I of Russia and the Holy Alliance. The value of the book is considerably enhanced by its careful documentation and by the fact that it gives us a translation of the text of many of the schemes and covenants which are not easily obtainable by the ordinary reader. The New Outlook by Lord Robert Cecil, Roman 1000p, Alan Unwin 1's net. This brochure has a double claim to interest all who concern themselves with politics. In the first place, it is a remarkable revelation of the advancing spirit of democracy, of the new social conscience and widening outlook of our time, for here we have a Cecil, the type of the grand seigneurial family of high Tory traditions, calmly or rather enthusiastically offering us a political program that a few years ago would have been greeted as wildly Jacobin. In the second place, the views of Lord Robert derive a peculiar importance from the position which he occupies today in the public estimation. His high personal character, his idealism, and his ability single him out among the members of his party. If indeed he can be said in the present political confusion to be of a party, he gives us here half a dozen short essays dealing with the League of Nations, the industrial problem, finance, the reform of Parliament, and the Irish question. His practical proposals under each of these heads will not commend themselves to everyone in all their details, but none will fail to admire the generous and constructive spirit which underlies them. Those who are pessimistic about foreign affairs may well wish that we had more men of this stamp to put Europe on its feet again. Those who are exercised about the situation at home will look anxiously for the next step of this aristocrat among the Democrats. Empire and Commerce in Africa by Roman 50 Wolf, Labor Research Department, and Alan Unwin 20's net. Mr. Wolf's object in this work is to answer the question what has been the result and what the lessons of the application of the power and machinery of the European state to Africa. He examines very carefully and critically the history of the organization of the British, French, and German colonies in North and East Africa, as well as the Belgian Congo, the results both for Europe and for the natives he finds on the whole to be evil. The future, if we are to continue the old policy of economic imperialism, offers no better prospect. There is hope in the League of Nations, but for the mandatory system as proposed, Mr. Wolf has no enthusiasm to make the League effective and beneficent. Its forms and duties must be restated and clearly defined. The book is one which ought to be read by all who are interested not merely in African affairs, but in the colonial policies of the European powers. Anthropology. Archaic England by Harold Bailey, London, Chapman Hall, 1919, medium 8, vo pp. 894, 25's net. The publisher's announcement informs us that Mr. Harold Bailey, by his graduated studies in Elizabethan literature symbolism and the Renaissance, has established his position as an original and interesting thinker again on its paper wrapper. The present work is styled this profound and far-reaching contribution to English archaeology. If a pill were to be puffed in this way, the inference might be drawn that the interested party did not belong to the medical profession. By parody of reasoning, one conjectured, before opening the book, that Mr. Bailey was not versed in the gentle tradition of the archaeological fraternity. But to read the introduction almost disarms the critic. Mr. Bailey cannot, he confesses, afford to emulate the Oxford tutor described in a novel of Mr. Stephen McKenna, who set himself to write a history of the Third French Republic, and 30 years later had satisfactorily concluded his introductory chapter on the origin of kingship. He complains that his literary hobbies have necessarily to be indulged more or less furtively in restaurants and railway trains. Nevertheless, he tries to keep on as good terms as may be with the exacting muses of history, mythology, archaeology, philosophy, religion, romance, symbolism, numismatics, folklore, and etymology. Thus circumstances have forced him to become a literary hustler. And since self-advertisement is germane to the hustling temper, and moreover in this case is quite undisguised and naive, it may almost be forgiven. Not that Mr. Bailey wants to be forgiven. It would seem that the hustling and the hard-hitting tendencies are naturally akin, for the philologists have attacked him on account of another book. Consequently, in this book, he pulverizes the philologists one and all. There is nothing left of them, nor do the anthropologists come off any better. Even sex does not protect them. Miss Jane Harrison, for instance, was rash enough to say that gods evolved from choral dances and similar ceremonies herein, but following the common opinion that in the development of religion ritual is prior to dogma. Mr. Bailey will have none of it. The theory here assumed, he exclaims, grossly defies the elementary laws of logic, for every act of ritual must essentially have been preceded by a thought act. Is the outcome and offspring of thought idea? Was never the ideochild of act the assumption that the first idea of God evolved from the personation of the sun god in a mystery play or harvest dance, is not really or fundamentally a mental tracking of that God right home, but rather an inane confession that the idea of God cannot be traced further backward than the ritual of ancient festivals. How can a reviewer proceed to deal with Mr. Bailey's views without trepidation? Num habet in corno. To me, says Mr. Bailey, the divinities of antiquity are not mere dolls to be patted superciliously on the head and then remitted to the dustbin. Our own ideals of today are but the idols or dolls of tomorrow, and even a gollywog, if it has comforted a child, is entitled to sympathetic treatment. It would have certainly been more sympathetic if Miss Harrison had called Apollo or Dionysus a gollywog and let it go at that. Mr. Bailey goes on to moralize, and the passage illustrates at once his discursive manner and the methods of the symbolistic philologias. Follows the words, dull, idle, ideal, and idol, which are all one and the same, are probably due to the island of Idea, which was one of the ancient names of Crete. Not only was Crete known as Ida, but was also entitled Dulwich, which may be spelled today idyllic. We shall also see, as we proceed, that the mystic philosophy known to history as the Gnosis was in all probability the philosophy taught in prehistoric times at Knossos, the far-famed capital of Crete. From Knossos, whence the Greeks drew all their laws and sciences, came probably the Greek word gnosis, meaning knowledge. Why probably? But to proceed to Mr. Bailey's main contention, he would have us take less pride in any connection we may have had with the Anglo-Saxons, were they not Hunson. Contrariwise, think more of our far more worthy ancestors, the ancient Britons. Theirs was a wisdom ultimately derived from the culturellans of the East. Are not the identities between Welsh and Hebrew close and pressing? Is it not the fact that entire sentences of archaic Hebraisms are similarly to be found in the now obsolete Cornish language? Unfortunately, the Phoenicians have left no literature. The Greeks have, however, and we are thus able to connect Achille in Ireland with Achilles, and so on. Similarly, philology proves the truth of the tale that Brutus with his Trojans landed at Totnes, and thence marched to Troynovant, or New Troy, now known as London. Not that the Trojans on their arrival found it any easier than it is now to obtain decent lodgings in London, for tree, which is obviously Troy, means in Cornish dwelling, and in French trou means hole. So the earliest Troys were maybe caves, though they ultimately became towers or tors. Witness the number of the same in the west of England. It is likewise obvious that Troy, Tyre, and Etruria are from the same root, so it follows that the men of Tarshish, Tyre, Troy, or Etruria towed, trekked, traveled, tramped, traded, and trafficked far and wide. Indeed, it might almost seem that the language in which these culture heroes were wont to express themselves consisted entirely in the word Troy and its derivatives, but no Briton was called Albion, and Albion suggests Albania. Moreover, by the present-day Turk, the Albanians are termed Arnauts. Whether this name has any connection with Argonauts is immaterial, so it evidently is seeing that many shiploads of young Argonauts from one or another Troy reached the coast of Cornwall. But the proof of this is the fact that so many of the Cornish names begin with tree, so even the Albanians called themselves Troy for short. There are nearly 900 pages composed in this vein, and if the reader wants more, he can find it there. Mr. Bailey will not bore him. He wields a facile pen again. He has read all manner of books, good, bad, and indifferent, and may provide useful material for anyone whose critical faculty is sufficiently alert. But Troy and the rest of it, can this punning philology be seriously meant? Mr. Bailey would connect our word pun with the Hebrew pun meaning dubious. No doubt pundit comes from the same root, and if so, Mr. Bailey is welcome to the title. Ions, Electrons, and Ionizing Radiations by J. A. Crowther Arnold 12's 6D Net. In spite of the subject of his book, Dr. Crowther's Index is free from the names of Wien, Leonard, Elster, and Jatel, and Stark to mention a few omissions, which are somewhat surprising. It is true that subsequent reading shows that one of these names is casually mentioned, but the pages on positive rays, for instance, are happily free from all reference to the hated Hun and his works, and in consequence are somewhat misleading in the first flush. We attributed these omissions to Dr. Crowther's intense patriotism, but further investigation and a rough classification of other peculiarities has convinced us that the misfortune of these men lies not in being German, but in not having worked at Cambridge. If the book before us had as a subtitle being the work of Cambridge physicists, a source of misunderstanding would be removed. It consists of an account of the work of the Cavendish School, enriched by free borrowings from Sir J. J. Thomson's famous conduction of electricity through gases, with occasional references to the work of outsiders, not usually acknowledged by name. The chapter on photoelectricity will illustrate to those familiar with the subject the peculiarities to which we allude. We doubt if many physicists will be disposed to admit the author's claim that the book furnishes a reasonably complete account of the present state of the subject. Engines of the Human Body by Arthur Keith, FRS Williams, Norgate 12's 6D Net. It is a commonplace to talk of the machinery of the body, but it is not widely realized how close are the analogies which can be drawn between every detail of our physical structure and some feature or process of modern mechanical engineering. Professor Keith, realizing how very much more most of us know of the working of an engine which comparatively few of us possess an internal combustion engine than of the working of the engines which we all possess in our muscles, has written a most informing and entertaining book, in which the mechanism and functions of our bones, muscles, heart, lungs, joints, brain, and other structures are considered in terms of their engineering analogies. It is hard to imagine a clearer or more charming exposition of elementary physiology. The book is based on a course of Christmas lectures given at the Royal Institution, lectures primarily intended, as everyone knows, for children. While there is little in the book which cannot be understood by any intelligent boy, that we do not add or girl is due to no reactionary denial of the full equality of the sexes, but to a belief that at present girls take less interest in, and so are less conversant with, the working of motorcar engines than boys. Few grown-ups, even medical men, will read it without lively interest or without learning much. There is hardly any function or structure in our bodies for which Professor Keith does not find a counterpart in iron or steel. Internal texture of a bone is likened to Fairbairn's crane, a diagram of a force pump, compared part by part with the diagram of the left ventricular pump of the heart. The varying length of heel found in different races is considered from the point of view of its mechanical usefulness in different circumstances. The superiority of the ape type of arm to the human type for the tasks which confront an ape is made clear in a few words. A short historical sketch of what Harvey was taught concerning. The blood contrasted with the wonderful new knowledge which he himself discovered, and the road by which he arrived at it affords an admirable example of scientific method. These are citations at random. The whole book is full of commendable things, the bearings of recent research, such as the work of Haldane on respiration. Cannon on adrenaline, Starling on hormones, are skillfully indicated in simple language. We congratulate Professor Keith on the production of a book of popular science, which in clearness, depth of knowledge, and charm of style challenges comparison with the books which his great predecessor Faraday founded on his Christmas lectures. Problems of Cosmogony and Stellar Dynamics by J. H. Jeans, Cambridge University Press, 21's net. We welcome the appearance of this book, which is the essay to which the Adams Prize was adjudged in the year 1917, with the exception of Poincare's well-known Lekens sur les hypothèses cosmogoniques. There is, we think, no other book of recent date dealing authoritatively with the attractive subject of cosmogony, and in certain respects Mr. Jean's book is a considerable advance on Poincare's. The treatment is more systematic, and the author's own extensive contributions to the subject add to its value. The introductory chapter gives a survey of the scientific problem of the origin of the universe, and points out the various uniformities which we have to explain. It also includes a brief historical sketch of the various theories of cosmogony put forward from the famous nebular hypothesis of Kant and Laplace up to modern times. This chapter and the concluding chapter on the origin and evolution of the solar system are accessible to the non-mathematical reader and enable him to put himself in touch with the latest observations and speculations on these fascinating themes. The remainder of the book is highly mathematical, yet the author has presented his analysis so skillfully that a moderate knowledge of the calculus and dynamical principles suffice for the following of all the deductions. The general dynamics and criteria of stability and instability are first developed. Then the classical configurations of equilibrium of a rotating homogeneous mass, Maclaurin's spheroids and Jacobus ellipsoids are handled. Further systematic investigation leads up to the study of the oft-attacked formidable problem of pear-shaped figures of equilibrium, which occupied the attention of Poincare, G. Darwin, and Lyapunov. So far, there has been question of stable configurations of equilibrium. The author now passes to the dynamical problems presented when there is no stable equilibrium, remarking that a statical problem may or may not admit of solution, but a dynamical problem must always have a solution. Poincare's cataclysm is for him merely a passage from a statical to a dynamical investigation. Soon after summarizing the results for a mass of fluid, which is incompressible and homogeneous, he proceeds to consider the case when neither of these conditions pertain here. We are presented chiefly with the important advances made by Mr. Jeans himself, the evolution of rotating nebulae and of star clusters of double and of multiple stars, particular attention being given to the process of fission, and the subsequent motion come up in turn for consideration. And from these gigantic voyages through space we return at the end of the book to our relatively minute solar system and its evolution. The book is illustrated with beautiful reproductions of photographs of nebulae taken at the Mount Wilson Observatory, and is in every way worthy of its author and its press. Archives of Radiology and Electrotherapy for December. Heinemann. The December number of the Archives of Radiology and Electrotherapy contains an interesting article on the work of the British Association of Radiology and Physiotherapy. One of the first fruits of its activities is that at its instigation, the University of Cambridge has decided to institute a diploma in medical radiology and electrology, a knowledge of the properties of the various radiations of electrical origin, on nature of direct and alternating currents, and of electrotechnics in general, is of such importance in modern medicine that we heartily welcome the institution of a diploma, which will guarantee that its possessor has a thorough knowledge of the new and special technique required for the various electric treatments of today, the syllabus of subjects, and the regulations governing the award, which provide, among other things, that the candidate must hold a recognized medical qualification, are published in full in the number of the Archives under notice. A study of the syllabus of the course of studies provided at Cambridge emphasizes the range of physical phenomena which have a therapeutic value: radiant heat, X-rays, the rays from radioactive substances, electrolysis direct, and high-frequency currents and static electricity, to name some of the most important. Obviously, it is time for adequate provision to be made for instructing the medical man in the theory and manipulation of the machines and devices peculiar to this side of his art, since the average Roman 1000, Roman 500 has not a very deep knowledge of physics. The only suggestion we would offer is that some attempt might be made to simplify or standardize the nomenclature of the subject. A glance at this short notice will show the variety of titles given to the new therapeutics, and of these, the word electrology, for instance, is given in Webster as obsolete or rare. Surely, there are sufficient terms already without reviving it. Book production notes by J. H. Mason. Modern type is the name by which the design that came into general use in this country between 1800 and 1808 is designated. It is the typeface still used in blue books. To quote Luckham in his Printer's Grammar of 1808, the great improvement which has taken place of late years in the form of printing types has completely superseded the Elsevier shape introduced from Holland by the celebrated Caslin. Everyone must observe with increasing admiration the numerous and elegant founts of every size which have with rapid succession been lately presented to the public, and then follow specimens from the Fry type foundry, the Quausk tandem, Abuta Catalina Patientia Mostra, so affected by the older founders that it almost became a proverb for type specimen. Well, modern opinion has gone strongly back to Luckham, and with good reason. The only definite quality, not very definite either, which calls forth his admiration is the elegance of the design. I think we may concede this without damaging the case for the old-style types. The letters are well drawn, carefully and finely drawn, and show a good sense of proportion and of color contrast in the thicks and thins and hairlines in the size shown, called the Luckham French canon, equivalent to 48 point, about 2/3 of an inch. But is elegant drawing the desirable point in type? It is not. It tends to keep the single letters distinct units, instead of their coalescing into word, phrase, or even sentence units, for the mind of the reader is partly formed by the mind of the writer, by his own experience in the manipulation of the pen, and feels for the onward flow of the pen in the letter design. And this is found at its best in the Italian writing that developed the Caroline minuscule, and formed the model for the early Venetian types. The letter takes its character from the pen in the hands of a master of his instrument, and the ink and paper or vellum play their part. It is not deliberately drawn and passed on, but arrives in the continuous flow that strives to keep pari flumen with the stream of thought. The serifs, or finishing strokes, for example, of the capital C or T in modern, are perpendicular palings that shut off relations with their neighbors. In old style, they reach towards their neighbors as though to join hands with them. The onward flow is felt in the curves, for example, of the small m of old-style type. But in modern, it stands almost coldly self-centered. The elegance strikes us as primness. The fine lines, too, are unsuitable for letterpress printing, as they are easily damaged, and then the type becomes unsightly in engravers. Lettering on copperplates, of course, this does not happen, as the fine line is printed from a sunken scratch, not a knife-like edge in relief. The engraver, as a rule, only used small groups of words, not pages of continuous text. I do not forget Pinehei's Horace dates 1733, but of him another time. I cannot help thinking that modern type is the outcome of a mistaken standard, that of the engraver, as if the finish of delicate goldsmithing were adopted for carving in sandstone. To the engraver, the hairline is perfectly simple. To the type founder, it is a tour de force. The old-style design continued the manuscript tradition of form, with only such changes as the process of type founding involved, such as the elimination of ligatures or tied letters. It continued in use till the end of the 18th century, when elegance displaced it in 40 years, a short time compared with the 3.5 centuries of old style. Old style was revived in the Chiswick Press Juvenal and Lady Willoughby's Diary, and was enthusiastically received. New versions of the old-style design were cut, and it has continued in favor ever since. A letter from France. The Young Reviews. Paris, February 1920. When among us a reader of literary tastes wishes to obtain a bird's-eye view of the literature of the moment, to see it mapped out with all its currents. He thinks of the reviews, I mean, by that not the old established reviews which, after all, are no more than magazines of the first class, but the living, active, combative reviews, which are the organs of groups of literary and intellectual parties. While the old reviews in France, as in England or in Germany, continued faithfully during the war to provide their usual articles on contemporary affairs, all the young French reviews found themselves cut off, the greater part of their staffs having been mobilized. Since the war, they have reappeared, new reviews have been born, and important editions are announced for the spring. But taken as a whole, the complexion of the world of the new reviews shows an aspect sufficiently different from what it had before the war, and above all, from what it had 20 years ago. The Nouvelle Revue Francaise has begun publication again. Since June 1st, the members of its pre-war staff meet again, intact, because for the most part they belong to a generation which reached, or had just passed, its 40th year in 1914, the most important among them, the figure round whom the group was first assembled, was André Gide, and like Gide, most of them had gone through the symbolist movement between 1890 and 1900, but they were no longer at the age of enthusiastic and violent prejudices. They cared much for analysis and intelligence, and sought above all to see clear. Hence came their taste for psychological detail, and for the literature of introspection, of which Jean Schlumberger produced poignant examples, and which made the Nouvelle Revue Francaise the natural country of Marcel Proust. Hence also, and above all, the importance of its critical work in that state of attentive and impartial clairvoyance, which it has constantly striven to preserve. This clairvoyance did not exclude ardor or passion. The influence of Peggy, still more that of Claudel, was obvious in the fiery intellect of Jacques Rivière, now the editor of the Revue. Unlike other reviews with an aesthetic bent, the Nouvelle Revue Francaise did not confine itself to the defense and the illustration of some definite artistic method. It welcomed, like the Mercure and the Revue Blanche of old days, everything which seemed to it interesting, original, and bearing the marks of authentic art. Obviously for it, the center of the artistic landscape was filled by the most illustrious of the whilom symbolists, those who devoted themselves in solitude to build, according to those mysterious ideal diagrams drawn by Mallarme upon a heroic and legendary sand guide, Claudel Valery. But the Revue became the home also of Charles Louis Philippe, that master of sorrowful tenderness and rending pity, of Pierre Hamp, who in his stories of industrial life has drawn the world of labor with a power frequently humorous, and sometimes as original as Constantin Munier's of Jules Ramens, the picturesque and powerful creator of unanimist prose and poetry. The Nouvelle Revue Francaise has emerged from its 5 years' concealment with the same characteristics. It still attempts to be a milieu of pure art and disinterested literature, but it is almost impossible in France for artists today to divest themselves of political preoccupations. They are divided often fiercely over this problem. Should French thought today preserve or abandon its war attitude? Should it remain defiant towards the foreigner and subordinate everything to the continuance of the intellectual struggle against Germanism? The editors of the Nouvelle Revue Francaise, who are divided on that question, endeavor, in their review itself, to elucidate it by discussions amongst themselves. The Revue Critique des Idées et des Livres has also just reappeared. It was the organ of a younger generation than that of the Nouvelle Revue Francaise, and that is why the majority of its old conductors no longer respond to the call. More than 20 of them, and notably Pierre Gilbert, who was the heart and soul of them, were killed in action. As its name indicates, this review is above all concerned with criticism. You find in it few poems and no novels. The young men who united around it aimed at restoring to French literature a classic discipline, and fighting all the remains of romanticism from democracy to symbolism. That is why the review published special numbers dedicated to Richelieu, to Stendhal, to Mistral, and on the occasion of Rousseau's centenary, a special number of another kind, remarkably violent, devoting to execration the Genovese, whom they held to be the father of French romanticism and the Aulis of all the storms. The Revue Critique des Idées et des Livres was profoundly influenced by Charles Maurras. It was the literary organ of the ardent patriotic generation aroused in France by his influence, and that of Maurice Barrès. Nevertheless, some months before the war, it broke away from L'Action Francaise, or rather it was that paper the organ of Roman 1000 moras, which declared itself unable any longer to commend without reserve the tendencies of the review critique. This cleavage arose out of some articles in the review critique, which praised the philosophy of Roman 1000 Bergson, now L'action Francaise, had opened war long before on Bergsonism for reasons which were not philosophically. That is why the review critique, although still benevolently watched by Roman 1000 moras, was considered by him as a lapse from orthodoxy. In its resurrected form, it has kept its classical tendencies, its taste for pure criticism, the intellectual discipline, which made it subordinate everything to the national point of view. But on the other hand, it shows an inclination to broaden, to become more elastic, to take a less rigid and combative attitude than of old, although most of its editors are friends of Roman 1000 moras. In L'action Francaise, it preserves its intellectual autonomy intact and is no longer attached to a political party. Its role seems to be to revive the old tradition of French classicism. It maintains especially those discussions on the problems of the day, and the eternal problems, those intelligent and passionate debates, which have always given so much animation to young French reviews. A new review, the work of which will often be in accord with that of the review critique, Des Idées et des Livres, is announced for the month of March, and that announcement has already aroused much interest. This is the Revue Universelle, the organ of the Parti de l'Intelligence. This party, which might well have found a less naive title, is a nationalist group which proposes to keep the intellect of France in the channels of national tradition and civic vigilance. It includes almost all the monarchists of the Action Francaise, but also a certain number patriotic writers who are not royalists, including Camille Mauclair, Daniel Halevy, Edmond Jaloux, Henry Guion, and Henry Massis. It has been founded in opposition to the Clark group of Romain Rolland, Henry Barbas, Georges Duhamel, and Pierre Hamp, which unites intellectuals with socialist and pacifist leanings. It is, in the world of letters, a resurrection of the old leagues of the Patrie Francaise and the Droits de l'Homme, which flourished at the time of the Dreyfus affair. But up to the present, the majority of French writers have not enrolled themselves in either body. The title of the Revue Universelle is based on the desire of the Parti de l'Intelligence to make it an organ for propagating French intellectual influence abroad, for ensuring the dissemination and establishing the primacy of the classic culture, which is bound up with the French genius. The Revue Universelle will attempt to give to French nationalism, which has hitherto confined its propaganda to France, an influence over the world. It is patently a difficult enterprise, and one essentially a little paradoxical, but it will certainly be very interesting and will deserve to be closely watched abroad. The Revue Universelle will be directed by the clearest and strongest head amongst contemporary French students of foreign politics, Roman 1000, Jacques Bainville. The names of the chief members of the Parti de l'Intelligence assure from the start a staff of the first order. The Clark Group has not yet announced its intention of founding a similar organ. In the spring, there will appear a review in French, which will fill a place at present empty, the Revue de Genève, whose editor will be Roman 1000 Robert de Traz. This will be a review essentially European, which will aim at giving an exact picture of intellectual Europe today, and will examine objectively aesthetic, political, religious, and moral national and international tendencies. Its founders believe that an authoritative position is assured. Most of these reviews are or will be reviews of ideas, in contrast to what was the case 20 years ago. The reviews which are devoted to new and bold artistic manifestations remain on a lower level. Before the war, the Phalange was a very live and picturesque review around which were grouped a number of the old-time symbolists and newer writers, from Francis Veal Griffin to Guillaume Apollinaire. Almost all the young made their debuts in the Phalange. It is regrettable that its director, Roman 1000 Jean Royer, has decided not to revive it after the war. The literature which is attached to futurist and cubist art has for organ the review literature, rather slender but curious. During the war, there began to appear a very sumptuous cubist review of literature and art, L'élan, which was very interesting, but did not survive its fourth number. It does not come within my present scope to refer to the old reviews, which are well enough known to English readers, but I must mention that in the last year a new one has been added to these, the Minerve, Franquet's classical and traditional in tenets, and of an excellent literary standard. Finally, as for the weekly papers halfway between the dailies and the reviews, properly so called, they are not so important in France, as in England. L'Opinion and L'Europe Nouvelle are at present the most alive those, and the Revue Hebdomadaire, which is in another category. In fine, the young French reviews today are preoccupied with ideas first and art second. It is difficult for them, even when they are willing to avoid a definite orientation towards politics and the problems of politics. They are the natural voices of a generation, which is prevented by actual events from indulging in detached speculations. But that period of transition will pass, and will no doubt soon help forward a movement in France for the recovery of the precious privileges of spiritual liberty. Albert Thibaudet. Bibliographies of modern authors. Maurice Hewlett. Verse. A Masque of Dead Florentines, Dent, 1895. Songs and Meditations, Constable, 1896. Artemisian Idols and Songs, Elkin Matthews, 1909. The Agonists, a trilogy of God and Manmenos, king of Crete, Ariadne, in Naxos, The Death of Hippolytus Macmillan, 1911. Helen Redeemed, and Other Poems, Macmillan, 1913. Sing-Songs of the War Poetry Bookshop, 1914. The Song of the Plough, being the English Chronicle, Heinemann, 1916. Guy Sabre Tales and Songs, a collection of poems, Elkin Matthews, 1916. The Loving Story of Peridor and Perival, a poem, Collins, 1917. The Village Wife's Lament, a poem, Secker, 1918. Prose. Earthwork out of Tuscany, being Impressions and Translations, Dent, 1895. The Forest Lovers, a romance, Macmillan, 1898. Pan and the Young Shepherd, a pastoral, Lane, 1898. Little Novels of Italy, Chapman Hall, 1899. The Life and Death of Richard Yeannay Macmillan, 1900. New Canterbury Tales, Constable, 1901. The Queen's Quair, or the 6 Years' Tragedy, Macmillan, 1904. The Road in Tuscany, Macmillan, 1904. Quattrocentisteria, How Sandro Botticelli Saw Simonetta in the Spring Marsher, Portland, Maine, 1904. Taken from Earthwork out of Tuscany. Fond Adventures, Tales of the Youth of the World, Macmillan, 1905. The Fool Errant, Heinemann, 1905. The Stooping Lady, Macmillan, 1907. The Spanish Jade Castle, 1908. Halfway House, a Comedy of Degrees, Chapman Hall, 1908. Open Country, a Comedy with a Sting, Macmillan, 1909. Letters to Sankhya upon Things as They Are, Macmillan, 1910. Reprinted from Open Country. Rest Hero, a Comedy of Resolution, Macmillan, 1910. Brazen Head, The Great Smith Elder, 1911. The Song of Rennie Macmillan, 1911. Mrs. Lancelot, a Comedy of Assumptions, Macmillan, 1912. Love of Proserpine, Macmillan, 1913. Bendish, a Study in Prodigality, Macmillan, 1913. The Little Iliad, a Novel, Heinemann, 1915. A Lover's Tale, Wardlock, 1915. Love and Lucy, Macmillan, 1916. Frey and His Wife, Wardlock, 1916. Thorgils of Treadholt, Wardlock, 1917. Gudrid the Fair Constable, 1918. The Outlaw Constable, 1919. He has also written introductions to Bidders in the Shadow of the Crown, 1899, to Cynthia, 1918, to Twelfth Night, Vol. 2, Renaissance edition of Shakespeare, to Stendhal's The Chartreuse of Parma, and to Wilfrid Thorley's Confessional and Other Poems. Max Beerbohm. The Happy Hypocrite, a Fairy Tale for Tired Men, Bodley Booklets, 1897. In 1918, Mr. Lane published a new edition with colored drawings by George Sheringham. The Works of Max Beerbohm Lane, 1898. More Essays, Lane, 1899. The Poet's Corner, Caricatures, Heinemann, 1904. Yet Again, Essays, Chapman Hall, 1909. Zuleika Dobson, or An Oxford Love Story, Heinemann, 1911. A Christmas Garland, Parodies, Heinemann, 1912. 50 Caricatures, Plates, Heinemann, 1913. The Second Childhood of John Bull Cartoons, Swift, 1912. Catalogue of an Exhibition of Cartoons by Roman 1000B, Leicester Galleries, 1913. 7 Men, Heinemann, 1919. Drama. Marriage à la mode. It was impossible to know from the reception of Marriage à la mode at the PHNix Society's production last month whether the numerous complaints of the behavior of the audience when the Duchess of Malfi was performed had had effect or not, for Dryden's comedy puts no strain of any sort on the audience. It is a sign both of Dryden's greatness and of his weakness, for that superhuman craftsmanship of which Professor Saintsbury speaks is the privilege of a writer whose imagination does not outrun his powers. There is nothing in his mind that he finds difficult to express, and the difference in merit between one Dryden play and another is not a difference of degree in technical accomplishment of success. In expressiones, it is with greater poets, but a difference in the value of the subject matter. When Dryden gets hold of a good dramatic idea, he writes a good play. When his material is deficient in interest, his play is inferior. There are no violent ups and downs in any one play, whereas a poet of more passion and imagination does more mixed work. Some of Shakespeare's finest scenes and passages are in his least satisfactory plays, and though Shakespeare's natural genius for language was immeasurably greater than Dryden's, so that it was impossible for him to write at any length without writing here and there wonderfully, yet he almost necessarily less absolute command of it. Dryden's was an intellectual mastery that practically never failed him either in prose or verse. He is not considered to have had any natural gift for comedy. Hazlitt says Dryden's comedies have all the point that there is in ribaldry and all the humor that there is in extravagance. I am sorry that I can say nothing better of them. He was not at home in this kind of writing, of which he was himself conscious. His play was horseplay. His wit, what there is of it, is ingenious and scholar-like, rather than natural and dramatic, and more recent critics have suggested that Dryden was unfitted for the new comedy that became universal after the Restoration comedy that held a mirror up to society rather than to nature. Essence, Dryden was not much a man of society. It seems to me that this last criticism is largely true, but if he is not witty in the sense that Congreve and Sheridan are witty, he is often quite as amusing, and I cannot altogether agree with Hazlitt's pronouncement that his wit was ingenious and scholar-like, rather than natural and dramatic. Nothing could be more natural, for example, than the epilogue to Marriage à la mode spoken by Rodefil, which convulsed the house at the Lyric Theatre, and I doubt if it would be possible to find among all the Restoration comedies an epilogue so dramatic, revealing such insight into the feelings aroused by the play in the audience, and making such effective use of that knowledge. When Rodefil says, "There are more Rodefils in this theatre, more Palames, and some few wives, I fear. But yet too far our poet would not run. Though 'twas well offered, there was nothing done. He would not quite the women's frailty bear, but stripped them to the waist and left them there. And the men's faults are less severely shown, for he considers that himself is one. Some stabbing wits, to bloody satire bent, would treat both sexes with less compliment, would lay the scene at home of husbands tell, for wenches taking up their wives I the mall, and a brisk bout which each of them did want, made by mistake of mistress and gallant. Our modest author thought it was enough to cut you off a sample of the stuff. He spared my shame, which you I am sure would not, for you were all for driving on the plot. You sighed when I came in to break the sport, and set your teeth when each design fell short." The audience at the PHNix Society rose with uproarious laughter to each hit. It was so palpable again, I find all the comedy scenes, the scenes between palamed Dorelis Rhodophil and Melantha, wholly admirable and exhilarating to a degree I would almost gladly give up the whole of Congreve. And Sheridan for this poetical, extravagant, and romantic humor. The name of poet still clung to dramatic wits in the time of Congreve, and Congreve had perhaps some slight excuse for calling himself a poet. But when the 18th century had really arrived, when the abominable Sheridan came, we had got into a prose age indeed, and yet I have no wish to call Sheridan and still less Congreve abominable, except by comparison with Dryden. We also have to acknowledge that the cultivation of verbal wit, of repartee, of elaborate social rococo, was the expression of the poetic fire instinctively preserving itself. In an age so spiritually unfavorable to romance that it had to make itself externally romantic, having lost imagination, it fell back on decoration. A whole elaborate social ritual was built up to provide stimulants to the imprisoned senses, when in the way of the world Mrs. Millamant says to Murrayble, "Good Murrayble, don't let us be familiar or fond, nor kiss before folks like my Lady Fadler and Sir Francis, nor go to Hyde Park together the first Sunday in a new chariot to provoke eyes and whispers, and then never to be seen there together again, as if we were proud of one another the first week, and ashamed of one another ever after. Let us never visit together, nor go to a play together, but let us be very strange and well-bred. Let us be as strange as if we had been married a great while, and as well-bred as if we were not married at all." It is a Kreidke, it is of the very essence of poetry in a narrow and worldly age. It is such passages in Congreve that justify Hazlitt in declaring by comparison that Dryden's wit was scholar-like, rather than natural, for there is not a passage in Dryden's comedies so real, in the sense of being so local an expression of that passion for beauty which haunts the human heart, and which in a society of the kind in which Mrs. Millamant moved will find such odd embodiment, and be to ordinary eyes so completely disguised. In such a passage Congreve proves his right to be called a poet. What poetry there is in the society with which he is dealing he has expressed, for that appeal of the fine lady to Murrayble was a clutching at straws, a last despairing attempt at the preservation of some particle of beauty of romance in the sordid life in which the married woman of fashion was about to be engulfed. The poetry of this scene reaches back to the beautiful scene in Marriage, a la mode between Palmyra and Leonidas, though as I have said Dryden is more romantic, and so neither Palmyra nor Leonidas are of any age, they are merely the youth of all time. But surely no one can read the following passage without being moved to admiration of its beautiful ease, its romantic simplicity, as contrasted with the romantic luxuriousness of the Elizabethans. Leon, how precious are the hours of love in courts, in cottages, when love has all the day. Full and at ease, he throws it half away. Time gives himself and is not valued there, but sells at mighty rates each minute here. There he is lazy, unemployed, and slow. Here he's more swift, and yet has more to do. So many of his hours in public move, that few are left for privacy and love. Palm the sun, methinks, shines faint and dimly here. Light is not half so long nor half so clear. But oh, when every day was yours or mine, how early up, what haste he made to shine. Leon, such golden days a prince must hope to see, whose every subject is more blessed than he. Palm, do you remember when their tasks were done, how all the youth did to our cottage run, while winter winds were whistling loud without? Our cheerful hearth was circled round about with strokes in ashes, maids their lovers drew, and still you fell to me, and I to you. Leon, when love did of my heart possession take, I was so young my soul was scarce awake. I cannot tell when first I thought you fair, but sucked in love insensibly as air. Palm, I know too well when first my love began, when at our wake you for the chaplet ran. Then I was made the lady of the May, and with the garland at its goal did stay. Still as you ran, I kept you full in view. I hoped and wished, and ran methought for you. As you came near, I hastily did rise, and stretched my arm outright that held the prize. The custom was to kiss whom I should crown. You kneeled, and in my lap your head laid down. I blushed, and did the kiss delay. At last my subjects forced me to obey. But when I gave the crown, and then the kiss, I scarce had breath to say take that and this. The whole of this beautiful scene was delightful on the stage, and by Palmyra Miss Rita Tom, in particular, the verse was exquisitely spoken. One had that experience, rare indeed, in the modern theater, of subconsciously feeling that the whole audience was hanging on the words. Again, what could be finer in its way than the scene, greatly helped by the stage production at the Lyric Theatre, and by Mr. Norman Wilkinson's setting, giving it an appropriate atmosphere of masquerade where Doralus and Melantha are in boys' habits. Here Melantha's French affectation is used with the greatest skill to bring about a scene which is the very essence of romantic swagger. There are few scenes, if any, in Congreve or Sheridan, that equal in wit this repartee between the pretended boys Doralus and Melantha, egged on by Palamed and Rhodophil, leading up to Melantha's final extravagance. I'll sacrifice my life for French poetry. And the audience rocked with laughter at Miss Athene Sailor Melantha and Miss Kathleen Nesbit Doralus, who were superb in their representation of the parts. Whenever these old comedies are revived, there is always bound to spring up from somewhere a demand that they should be Baudelarized. Really, the misplaced squeamishness of some men and women is something to marvel at. I have seen nearly every revue musical comedy and play that has been produced in London during the last 2 years, and I declare unhesitatingly that there is something radically wrong with the mentality of the people who can go habitually to the London theatres and music halls, and yet find that there is anything filthy about Dryden. Certainly, there is no innuendo in Dryden. He is frankly outspoken, but filthy shade of Charles Lamb. What is to be done with such people? Not once during the whole performance of Marriage à la Mode was there an occasion when the most sensitive of young girls could have felt even momentarily uncomfortable. Such was far from being the case with a play that had quite a long run at a London theatre not long ago, to which, as far as I know, no one objected. But I do not want to resist any attempt to make the PHNX Society Baudelarize Dryden on that ground. Dryden, even more than Congreve's, inoffensive. There are dramatists with dirty minds. We often have had their works performed in London adapted from the French, or in their native English, but even these no one, I hope, would suppress. Dryden, emphatically, is not one of this class. A cleaner, more wholesome writer never put pen to paper. And the morbid squeamishness that objects to Dryden is the squeamishness of ill health. It is a case for the doctor, for it is expressive of a pathological malady. On the subject as a whole, it would seem an apt occasion to quote some sentences of Lamb's celebrated defense of Congreve Farquhar, and Wycherley, as there appear to be people who have not heard of it. Lamb explains that these comedies have disappeared from the stage of his day, and he lived at the beginning of the age of Mrs. Grundy because the times cannot bear them. It is not alone, he adds, the occasional license of the dialogue, it is that they will not stand the moral test that is so ridiculously applied to them. The age screws everything up to that idle gallantry. In a fiction, a dream, the passing pageant of an evening startles us in the same way as the alarming indications of profligacy in a son or ward in real life should startle a parent or a guardian. We have no such middle emotions as dramatic interests left pursuing this idea. He adds, we carry our fireside concerns to the theatre with us. We do not go thither like our ancestors to escape from the pressure of reality, so much as to confirm our experience of it, to make assurance double, and take a bond of fate. We must live our toilsome lives twice over, as it was the mournful privilege of Ulysses to descend twice to the shades. Here Lamb, with the extraordinary penetration characteristic of that rare mind, hit upon one of the principal causes of the bankruptcy of the theatre during the 100 years that were to follow him. We are even at this moment struggling to get free from that literal-mindedness which is the soul of materialism, and which would fetter us down to what it calls realism, and will have no extravagance of thought or language, and for whom an escape into the free speech of the theatre, an escape most necessary and most salutary is, if you please, filth, all that neutral ground of character. Laments Lamb, that happy breathing place from the burthen of a perpetual moral questioning, sanctuary and quiet Alsatia of hunted casuistries broken up and disenfranchised as injurious to the interests of society. The privileges of the place are taken away by law. We dare not dally with images or names of wrong. We bark like foolish dogs at shadows. We dread infection from the scenic representation of disorder and fear a painted pustule in our anxiety that our morality should not take cold. We wrap it up in a great blanket just out of precaution against the breeze. And the sunshine, I confess for myself, that with no great delinquencies to answer, for I am glad of a reason to take an airing beyond the diocese of the strict conscience, to live always in the precincts of the law courts, but now and then for a dreamworld or so to imagine a world with no meddling restriction. Get into recesses whither the hunter cannot follow me, and concludes Lamb with fine common sense. I come back to my cage, and my restraint the fresher and more healthy for it. I wear my shackles more contentedly for having respired the breath of an imaginary freedom. It is not often given to any one man to have said the last word on a subject, but I think that on this question Charles Lamb has said the last word. Modern science lends its support to his judgment. The psychoanalyst is beginning to realize that the damage inflicted by socially necessary inhibitions can only be cured by art. It is to be hoped that we will hear less and less of this canting nonsense of filth applied to such noble and beautiful work as Dryden's. It is also to be hoped that the PHNIC Society may have a long life, for in the two productions it has so far given us, it has more justified its existence than has any society I know of founded in the last dozen years. W. J. Turner. The Fine Arts. The National Gallery. The National Gallery nowadays is a constant source of novelty. The familiar pictures which have been hidden so long are reappearing in brighter and more deliberate surroundings, and we are compelled to see them anew instead of merely battening on our past impressions. Not all the rooms are equally successful in their mural decoration, but nearly everywhere an improvement has been effected on the old gloomy colors. The function of decorations in a gallery is unostentatiously to show the works of art in the best contemporary light. For it is one of the paradoxes of classical art that although its beauty is immortal, each generation sees this beauty from its own point of view. In fact, the immortality consists precisely in the possibility of continual recreation, and the environment is an outward assistance to such a process. Mr. Roman 100 J. Holmes is only obeying the spirit of the period in introducing the clear colors of full daylight. It is to be hoped that the British Museum authorities will follow suit and make their sculpture rooms slightly more exhilarating. Among the most interesting recent additions are the purchases made at the sale of the Degas collection in 1918. Many of them have been exhibited already for some time, but a few have only appeared lately, and several are still in the background. The later appearances include the large and rather prosaic study of soldiers by Manet, and a finely drawn but photographic painted portrait by Ingres in the neighborhood of the Manet. Is an interesting comparison between two Corot's, one painted in Italy early in his career, the other in his later, more typical period. The early landscape reveals an aspect of Corot that is little known in England. The conception has a clearness and thoroughness that is often lacking in his twilight fantasies, which are inclined to be stereotyped from the stud bequest. We have two interesting but oversweet figure and landscape sketches by Puvis de Chavannes. Our collection of French paintings is growing, but we want many more if not permanently, then on loan. Why not? The most notable English additions during 1919 are the three whistlers from the stud bequest. The Lady with the Fan is inclined to be sentimental. The River Nocturne has considerable charm, but it is on too large a scale for so slender a theme. The Nocturne with the Fireworks is the most nearly perfect. When the rearrangement of the gallery is complete, many pictures may have to be kept downstairs. There are several at present on view in the English rooms, which one hopes will be reserved for the curious and the importunate. There is also a large and unfortunate compilation by Holman Hunt, hung in one of the approaches, which might be better elsewhere. The new El Greco is a very important acquisition. Although it was probably not a quarter the price of the Family Group by Romney, it contains the quintessence of El Greco's nervously hard and dramatically intense vision. No Mr. Roger Fry, not melodramatic, and it is not subject to exotic Venetian influences As is his other composition on the same wall, it has been carefully cleaned, and the result is a triumph, apparently under the old blackened varnish. The colors were preserved with all their original purity and poignancy. The picture looks as though it were painted yesterday in another sense too. It is very modern. I say this reluctantly, because I am opposed to an arbitrary division into ancient and modern, which implies an unwarranted depreciation of the ancient. Obviously, the modern is a mere passing phase, a torch which is hurried through the darkened rooms of the past, lighting up now this room now, that it is in fact a question of temporary interest and relevancy, not of objective merit, although the latter may only be fully understood through the medium of the former. 29. Mr. Fry is compelled to admit a dramatic content, but he says it is melodramatic, implying it should not be there. This is a subtle evasion, for what if it were not melodramatic? Recent sculpture by Jacob Epstein, Leicester Galleries. Mr. Epstein is a great portrait sculptor. He has a wonderful power of living into his models. He produces not only a likeness, but also that kind of likeness which we can enjoy without knowing the original, and in a certain sense, even more than the original when known, for he sees what we should scarcely be able to see without his vigorous assistance. Standing before one of his portrait heads, we have the consciousness of some magnetizing influence, evoking all kinds of subterranean thoughts and emotions. We are drawn out of ourselves into our external objective vortex. It is objective, and yet essentially the creation of Mr. Epstein's realistic vision. Realistic is a difficult and dangerous word, but we know what is meant by it, although often, when we try to explicate that knowledge still further, we arrive at something which the word does not or should not or need not mean. It should not mean, for instance, photographic or immoral or ugly. It may contain a consciousness of all these elements, without being them, for to be conscious of them surely means to supersede and dominate them. Realistic, of course, might be extended so as to cover everything, but in the present instance of ordinary usage, it is limited to one particular aspect of things, which, curiously enough, is rather a negative than a positive one. It is the positive consciousness of negatives such as difficulty, failure, struggle, pain. It is the intense and overpowering desire to know them fully, to drain the imaginative experience of them to the dregs, because once they have taken a hold on our awareness, only by that means can we triumph over them. Not only does Mr. Epstein endeavor to bring home to himself and to us in his character studies a sense of individualized conflict, though he is never gloomy, he often approves of sternness and ruggedness as good in themselves. He enjoys the titanic groping of life, and it is perfectly true that without some sort of a fight, existence would be hopelessly inert and hypersthetic, but we do want sometimes the calm and untroubled pleasure of attainment. Indeed, only the complete process conjoining the two opposites is completely good, yet we inevitably stress now the one, now the other facet, placing in the center of our consciousness either the fact of struggle and failure or the fact of success. For art is itself part of the process, and Mr. Epstein's art stresses the realistic side, not only in the sense that he is in desire revolting from it, but also that he appreciates it, enjoying the process as much as the arrival at the goal. For instance, he has made several studies of his own baby, over whom he has kept his head severely. Indeed, he seems to have been too ferociously interested in the animalism and precocious ugliness of a small baby to have been at all tempted to idealize at the same time. He is impressed with the baby's vigor and vitality. Sometimes it seems to me he loses sight of the whole in the elaboration of expressive detail in the bust of Lord Fisher in the War Museum exhibition. He has obviously attempted to produce the leathery, wrinkled texture of an old man's skin, because he saw it as a significant feature, but in the effort to get this difficult effect, he has lost sight of the significance and produced a mere verisimilitude of wrinkledness. Similarly, in his Christ, the feature which arrests us most is the clay-like gruesomeness of the loosened wrappings. We shudder at the faint suggestion of decomposition, and we are wounded by the slit in the open palm of the hand. But practically, the whole force of the composition has spent itself in these subsidiary details. Paintings by Duncan Grant, W.M.B. Patterson, and Carfax, Co-Limited, 5 Old Bond Street. This is a very important exhibition and confirms the report, which has been current for some time, that Mr. Duncan Grant is an artist of unusual originality. I am deliberately emphatic, not only because I am very enthusiastic about some of these pictures, but also because I feel sure that many people will have been put off from the first by a few of them, in which Mr. Duncan Grant, under the influence of the modern abstractionist and pattern-making theories, has taken undue liberties with the human body. Even in these pictures, there is much that is very fine, but it is quite independent of the stupid distortions, which only have a marring or comic effect. But consider, for instance, the still life, No. 23 Bowl skull, and jar whatever other criticism may be leveled against it. It is immune from the charge of arbitrariness. Personally, I have nothing but praise for it, as being a magnificent piece of lyrical painting. There are several other picturesque landscapes still. Lives interiors possessing the same exquisite qualities, notably Nos. 2, 4, 7, 9, 12, 21, the last named styled juggler and tight-rope walker, which is in many ways the most brilliant of the whole collection, does evince here. And there are certain exaggeration. This, however, can be overlooked, because it does not rivet our attention. On the other hand, in No. 29 Venus and Adonis, the placing of the lady's neck on her left-hand shoulder, with the consequent elongation of the right-hand shoulder, stirs up in our minds a whole swarm of general reflections, so that our aesthetic enjoyment of other real values in the picture is practically swamped. It is true that in caricatures we allow without cavil all sorts of liberties, but only because the result is expressive, and actually, where we appreciate the caricature, we do not notice any distortion. We see the work as convincingly true.